This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 720. CIA Reed? Armin's initial reaction to hearing the name of the person who suddenly interrupted the channel was surprise. He hadn't heard from his superior, Blanca, that the CI was assisting them in this mission. But then he thought about it and understood. Blanca, his direct superior, had never mentioned CI assistance in the mission briefing. However, this encrypted, high-privilege channel was virtually impossible to hack into, and considering the severity of the presidential plane crash, CI's involvement in the investigation was to be expected. Perhaps Blanca simply didn't think it necessary to inform them in advance, or perhaps CI decided to intervene at the last minute. Friendly forces? The possibility made Armin's tense mouth relax slightly. They were now in unprecedented dire straits. The combat prowess displayed by those 5 Arasaka agents far exceeded his expectations. Their interception had been ripped open several times, and they were losing personnel by the minute. They faced imminent collapse at any second. They desperately needed reinforcements. Although Alman had never had the privilege of working alongside the elite members of the JIA during his service in the new American Army, legends about them were passed down by word of mouth among every agent. It was said that each of them had undergone unimaginably rigorous training and possessed special skills beyond the reach of ordinary agents. Encountering such reinforcements in desperate situations was like grabbing a lifeline while drowning. Agent Reed, Armin's voice was a little dry with nervousness, and he had to clear his throat. I'm honored to have the assistance of your CIA, but how many men can you commit right now? His eyes unconsciously swept across the red marks on the reconnaissance map that were getting farther and farther away, and his fingertips unconsciously rubbed the safety catch of his gun. To be honest, our interception has probably failed, and the Cerberus hounds will soon hear the noise and investigate. The information that President Miles survived the crash and is under protection will probably be leaked soon, and the Arasaka people may already know this. We need enough manpower to eliminate these Arasaka people. I hope you can provide sufficient support. Honestly, Alman still couldn't figure out why Militech was sitting down for negotiations with Arasaka tomorrow. On the surface, at least, the two giants had recently maintained a subtle tacit understanding, no open conflict, even exercising restraint in certain areas. But even before the smoke of the presidential plane crash had cleared, Arasaka had already rushed in to investigate with its elite forces. This act, bordering on looting, made one question their true intentions. Could this so-called negotiation itself be an elaborate trap? Did Arasaka deliberately spread the rumor to lure President Miles into this airspace? If so, then all the unusual signs would make sense. The sudden meeting invitation, the friendly negotiations, and the strange behavior of Arasaka's agents. But the truth was far beyond Alman's reach. As an operative in Militech's security department, even at the rank of captain, he was too low-ranking. He couldn't see the full extent of the high-level power struggles, nor was he qualified to inquire into the inner workings of the decision-making process. The only thing he knew now was that he had to keep a close eye on the 5 Arasaka agents trying to leave. He had to stop them all and force them to stay. In 20 minutes at most, Hansen's thugs will pick up the scent and come over. Agent Reed, for President Miles' safety, please act quickly. As Alman watched the red mark recede into the distance, his voice growing increasingly anxious, Reed's response was remarkably calm. I'm the only one here. What? The FIA support was only one person. That was too much. Just as Alman was stunned, Reed spoke again, but I alone am enough. Already enough. These words struck Alman like a hammer. He was shocked that the FIA had only sent one person for support, and even more confused by the deeper meaning of Reed's words. At that moment, a high-speed figure suddenly flashed on the biometric scan interface, closing in on the Arasaka agents attempting to evacuate at an alarming speed. When Alman saw the figure's next move, he finally understood the weight of Reed's words. Facing 5 Arasaka agents, who had rendered Alman's elite force 3 times as strong helpless, Reed demonstrated the true strength of the FIA's ace agent. This man, considered by the FIU to be on par with the legendary Morgan Blackhand, remained at ease even amidst the siege of 5 Arasaka agents simultaneously activated Sion Weston. His every movement was as precise as if calculated by a quantum computer, and each strike struck the enemy's weakest link. Armin watched helplessly as Reed weaved effortlessly through the siege of 5 silver afterimages. Those mantis blades, powerful enough to rip steel, looked like children's toys before him. When the first Arasaka agent's neck twisted at an odd angle, Armin realized he was witnessing a one-sided suppression. 5 Arasaka agents, whom even Armin's carefully selected military tech elite couldn't defeat, were as ridiculous as children wielding toys before Reed. These agents were indeed elite, meticulously trained by Arasaka. If they were encountered in a narrow alleyway, coupled with Reed's old, unupgraded prosthetics to conceal his identity, he might have suffered a repeat of his defeat against the White Eagle. At the very least, he would have sustained some injuries. But Reed was a different man now. He had fully upgraded his prosthetics with an old acquaintance in Dogtown, and after undergoing intense training, he had regained his peak prowess. Although his injuries hadn't fully healed, he could easily handle these 5 Arasaka agents. Sion Weston's speed advantage was futile against him. Each swing of the gleaming mantis blades seemed to be replayed in slow motion. Reed could even calmly sidestep and backhand the moment the blades touched skin, breaking the opponent's wrist. Half a minute after Reed's encounter with the 5 Arasaka agents, only 3 remained, the ones the 5 military tech elites had been unable to defeat. Faced with this overwhelming disparity in power, the 3 remaining Arasaka agents were filled with fear. They had no idea who this sudden arrival was, but they reacted quickly. Sir Akechi, please guide us. They needed backup. Chapter 721. A useless piece of shit, who's only capable of causing trouble. This undisguised sarcasm came not from Mingji, but from the young hacker girl on the team. Her sharp words cut through the air like a knife, immediately drawing murderous glares from the 2 combatants remaining at the base. Of those 5, only 3 were now part of their same combat team. Faced with the 2 men's fury at their comrade's humiliation, the hacker girl responded with a dismissive sneer. Am I wrong? She tilted her head, fingertips toying with a strand of hair. He acted without following Lord Akechi's orders. When he was blocked and unable to escape, he couldn't even commit suicide. Instead, he hoped Lord Akechi would risk his life to come to his aid. How can such a loser be called an elite of Arasaka? Her voice suddenly rose. A true samurai should be loyal to Lord Akechi and Miss Hanako at this moment. Even if he can't kill the enemy, he should at least be prepared to commit suicide. Living like this is no different from being a traitor. At the hacker girl's words, one of the team members suddenly slammed the table, his prosthetic arm humming dangerously, but he was held down by his companions. The air in the safe house seemed to freeze, leaving only the faint hum of electricity from the hacker girl's device. The hacker girl looked at the 2 fighters with contempt. The fact that one of them almost attacked her just now did not make the hacker girl panic at all. If they really dared to attack in front of Lord Mingji, the hacker girl would not mind using the connection to let them know how terrible it was to provoke a hacker when the hacker had a connection. As the rest of the team watched the hacker girl clash with the 2 remaining combatants, Akechi spoke. As soon as he spoke, everyone's attention was focused. What they did was indeed against my will. Akechi's first words brought a palpable sense of joy to the hacker girl's face, a sense of recognition from the adults. Meanwhile, a slight gloom appeared on the faces of the 2 combatants who had heard Akechi's words. So even Lord Akechi thought so. But come to think of it, his companions' actions were truly excessive. First, they launched the operation without permission, against Lord Akechi's will, and then, when they were stopped, they couldn't even escape. It was truly humiliating. It's a shame. Although I know they're wrong, they're still companions who carried out so many missions together. Arasaka is a company plagued by brutal internal strife, prone to rebellion at any moment. But even in the mud, lotuses can bloom. The more oppressive the environment, the more precious the few friendships it holds. Even though they knew their 5 companions had committed a grave error, and were shamelessly seeking help, there was still some camaraderie. Just as the 2 combatants were feeling gloomy and ready to accept their companion's abandonment, Akechi's next words suddenly lifted their spirits. But as I said, this glory of mine won't be reserved for me alone. Akechi swept his gaze over everyone who looked up at him, caught by his words. His gaze held a firmness and encouragement. It would be a shame if there weren't enough people to share this glory with me, wouldn't it? Mr. Akechi. The 2 soldiers' eyes flickered as they listened to Akechi's words. Everyone understood Akechi's meaning at that moment. Even though those rash soldiers had done more harm than good, and even shamelessly sought support, Akechi remained unfazed and willing to help them. This friendship, this tolerance, moved everyone present. The hacker girl's eyes changed. She looked at Akechi, the man who had promised them glory before the battle began. Something changed in her eyes. Even for such useless personnel, was this man willing to show mercy and forgiveness? That was too weak. Weak? As the hacker girl thought this, she knew deep down that something had changed in her heart. It was the excitement stirred within her by Akechi's words, a change that had once again stirred her excitement. She watched Akechi calmly adjust his sleeves, her heart racing. This genius girl, who always used the word trash and acted with such aloofness even within Arasaka, was now experiencing an unprecedented logical conflict. Yet, a tremor, even faster than Sion Weston, was creeping up her spine. It was that ancient program called expectation that she had thought she had long since erased from her mind. If Master Akechi was willing to show such compassion even to this bunch of losers, did that mean he would come to my rescue if I were ever in danger? In a workplace accustomed to darkness, rescue is such a delicate and precious word. Prepare the support team. Akechi's finger traced a path on the holographic map. I lead the team myself. His voice was soft, but it boomed like thunder within the safe house. Sir Akechi, in person. Don't worry, I'm capable of some combat too. At least I won't hold you back. Seeing him smile for the first time in front of them, everyone, for some reason, felt a sense of conviction in that smile, and they were inexplicably convinced. The two combat team members' prosthetic eyes instantly lit up. They straightened their backs and performed the standard Arasaka salute. The metal joints clicked in unison. Even the technicians, who had been watching coldly, began silently adjusting their equipment. A subtle excitement filled the air. The hacker girl bit her lip, her eyes tinged with fanaticism and ambiguous emotion as she looked at Akechi. She quickly entered a string of code into the terminal. I used their equipment to maximize the chances of attracting the Netherhounds to disrupt the situation. She paused, then added softly, but if they mess up again? Akechi chuckled. Let them spend the rest of their lives atonement for their sins. He reached out and took a samurai sword from a technician, bringing the argument to a close. According to Akechi's profile, he was a special agent trained as a samurai from childhood, a master of swordsmanship. While his swordsmanship wasn't up to par with specialized combat personnel due to his lack of combat prosthetics, it was more than adequate for self-defense. Amidst the bustling crowd, the two combatants exchanged glances, each catching sight of a burning glint in their eyes, a glint all too rare in the cold steel jungle of Arasaka. A determination to risk one's life for another. Chapter 722. What? Lord Akechi is personally leading an elite force to rescue us? This sudden news exploded across the communication channel like thunder. The three combatants, who were barely managing to survive with the help of Sion Weston, froze almost simultaneously, their pupils shrinking wildly beneath their camouflage masks as they repeatedly confirmed the command in disbelief. When they had sent the distress signal earlier, they had indeed harbored a secret hope. To say they hadn't even considered asking for help would be a lie, like a desert traveler chasing a mirage despite knowing it might be an illusion. But they were even more aware of the Arasaka group's ironclad rule of survival. On the scale of value, frontline soldiers like them would never be worth a fingernail of strategic talent. The heavy breathing of their comrades echoed through the encrypted channel. They had only hoped for clear tactical instructions, even if it meant triggering a self-destruct sequence and perishing with the enemy, or ordering them to commit seppuku like the ancient samurai, leaving no trace. These war machines, trained by the company, yearned deep in their souls for someone to give meaning to their sacrifice. But now, all that emanated from the communicator was the clinking of metal as hackers rerouted the route, and the tactical team prepared their weapons. Not only had Lord Akechi Goro taken full responsibility for the mess caused by their uncontrolled actions, but he had also personally visited this place to confront the military technicians. This truly was beyond their ability. Lord Akechi had someone highly valued by Oda Sandeu, Miss Hanako's sidekick. Even the most foolish person could easily distinguish the difference in value between Lord Akechi and them. Yet, in this situation, more important personnel were risking their lives to advance against these fools. This was truly. A brief electrical hum suddenly filled the channel, like someone accidentally letting out an excited tremor. This rescue operation, which defied all tactical logic, reminded them of a forgotten anecdote from history class. When Oda Nobunaga crossed the line of fire to rescue Akechi Mitsuhide, perhaps similarly rupturing the common sense between ruler and subordinate. Though the rescued traitor ultimately lit the suicidal signal at Hinoji Temple, the heat surging in their chests now infused their blood with a feeling more violent than anything else. Gentlemen, Lord Akechi's characteristically calm voice suddenly broke through the communicator. Prepare for the coordinates. Remember, your value is never found in the statistics column of the death report. Despite bearing the surname Akechi, this modern-day samurai, willing to risk his life for his men, outshone his infamous ancestor by as much as the bright moon to a firefly. As you command, Lord Akechi. The response erupted from the depths of their chests, vibrating with a near-religious fervor. Their hearts now boiled over. The fire of excitement ignited by Lord Akechi solidified like tempered steel, forming a streak of loyalty within each of them. The team had lost 2 men, but the 10 remaining members were more united than ever. The same coordinate data flickered across their tactical visors, their breathing synchronized into a rhythmic rhythm across the encrypted channel, as if an invisible thread wove all their nerves together. In an unspoken moment, a certain realization spread like a virus through the team. Akechi Goro, this lord willing to risk his life for his aunts, was the lord worthy of their unwavering loyalty. They absolutely must not let this lord down. They absolutely must establish merit for this lord, and they absolutely must elevate this lord's status even higher. They must return to this lord's side. Driven by a kind of hyper-excitement, almost a hunting instinct, Reed, who was pursuing with the military technicians, keenly noticed a subtle shift in the fleeing posture of the 3 Arasaka agents ahead. After he had eliminated 2 of them in their initial encounter, these remnants of the defeated force had clearly recognized the disparity in strength and adopted a conservative retreat strategy. After 7 minutes of tracking, Reed, drawing on years of experience, had thoroughly deciphered their patterns of movement, from their preferred cover options to the inevitable tactical pauses that occurred every second. Having learned their habits, Reed took command of the entire encirclement operation from Alman. According to his second-by-second physical fitness measurements, even with the latest motion-enhancing prosthetics, these agents would be physically stretched to their limits by such a high-intensity flight. Considering the Arasaka agents' habit of implanting micro-explosives beneath their skin, Reed was using precise positioning to block any potential suicidal counterattacks before they could even begin. Just as the hunt was about to close, Reed suddenly sensed something unusual. The 3 agents' tactical movements, previously rigid with fear, suddenly became fluid. Their haphazard counterattacks vanished, replaced by an uncomfortably professional and coordinated retreat. Like puppets controlled by invisible strings. This transformation was by no means natural. Reed's prosthetic eye contracted slightly, and the intuition honed by years on the brink of death began to ring sharply within his skull. What suddenly emerged wasn't courage, but a higher level of tactical guidance. Every evasive maneuver precisely targeted the military's blind spots, and every change of direction perfectly targeted the weak points in the encirclement. This textbook-level tactical mastery was a stark contrast to the previous one. The only plausible explanation was that a commander was micromanaging the situation in real time via an encrypted channel. This commander was exceptionally skilled. Despite the obvious limitations on communications and the inability to access surveillance satellites, he still managed to perfectly direct his personnel's actions based on the minimal information available. This level of skill was definitely not a simple character. Prepare for engagement, Lida commanded, his movements becoming more cautious. Arasaka's reinforcements have likely already begun deploying. Judging by their performance, they should be arriving soon. In that case, we must be cautious. These Arasaka agents are quite capable. If another 20 or 30 arrive, we might find it difficult to escape, not to mention the unknown commander. Swish. Just as Reed expected reinforcements from the front, the enemy reinforcements he anticipated arrived faster than expected. With a sharp crack of air and a bullet approaching faster than the sound, Reed had already made a tactical evasive maneuver, rolling on the ground to avoid the sniper bullet that was destined for his upper torso. The reinforcements arrived faster than expected, but based on the actions of the 3 preceding them, this shouldn't have happened. Was it intentional? They thought I might have guessed, so they sped up and arrived earlier? Reed's heart sank. This wasn't good news. Chapter 723. Get out of the way. Arasaka support has arrived. Reed's warning had barely escaped his lips when the roar of a sniper rifle ripped through the air again. The bullets weren't aimed at the military technicians still outside the bunker, scrambling for cover. Instead, they bit Reed like venomous snakes. The Arasaka sniper had clearly locked onto the real threat. The second bullet grazed Reed's cheek, leaving a fiery afterimage on his retina. Reed's Krenzikov instantly activated, the synthetic muscle fibers of his prosthetic nanofibers tightening like springs. The moment the third bullet was fired, his body was already flung sideways. The sniper bullet shattered the concrete floor where he had stood, sending debris flying, but Reed's movements didn't falter. He was all too familiar with this rhythm of battle. Everything he had fought for as a secret agent was returning to his body. As the battle progressed, the more Reed felt himself approaching his former peak form. The 4th and 5th bullets followed, blocking his escape route. Lida calculated the trajectory in an instant. His ankle reinforcements suddenly compressed, and he soared into the air like a cannonball. Sniper bullets intertwined in a deadly web of fire beneath his feet, but Lida twisted his body in midair, raised his hand slightly, and a smoke grenade exploded in his hand. The 6th bullet deflected suddenly as it pierced the smoke. The fatal blow, originally aimed at his heart, only left a scorch mark on his ribs. Lida, using the impact of the landing, tumbled into a concrete bunker. His prosthetic blood pump immediately cooperated with the synthetic lungs to pump oxygen to his overworked muscles. In Reed's righteous gaze, the sniper, whose position he had calculated, was adjusting his position, preparing for the next round of hunting. This targeted sniper suppression was undoubtedly a form of respect. The Arasaka men had clearly realized that it was Reed's presence that had completely tipped the balance of power. They accurately judged that as long as this variable on the battlefield was resolved, the remaining military technology personnel would be completely insignificant. Similarly, if they could use firepower to restrict Reed's tactical vision, preventing him from analyzing the battlefield situation and issuing orders in real time, the military technology team, without a leader, would be vulnerable to the siege of Arasaka agents. Reed leaned against the cover, panting rapidly. Ballistic analysis confirmed that the enemy should only have one sniper. During his previous evasion, he had been retaining some strength to deal with possible sudden fire and potential snipers. But even if he deliberately exposed himself to the ideal high-altitude position without leverage, he would only fire a single round, and the intervals between shots would not allow for a perfect firepower. Missing such a good opportunity only proved that the enemy only had one sniper. However, the sniper was clearly experienced. Upon realizing the smoke grenade he was using was a specially developed, harmless thermal smoke grenade, he decisively abandoned his original sniping position without even attempting to switch to thermal imaging. This level of experience was definitely not possessed by ordinary snipers. On the other side of the battlefield, the three Arasaka agents, who had been fleeing, had regrouped and were matching their sniping rhythm to put pressure on the Militech defenses. Lida knew. Every second he was suppressed brought the Militech defenses closer to collapse. He had to break through this deadly blockade, and he had to do it quickly. He clung to the cover, breathing deeply. The shelter he sought was the ruins of a building, once part of a high-rise. The shattered concrete and twisted steel barely formed a barrier, but against a sniper's rifle, the debris was nothing but fragile cardboard. However, Reed bet the other party wouldn't fire rashly. Snipers need to remain concealed. Blind firing would only expose newly established sniper positions. The guy wanted a single kill, and if that wasn't possible, at least he'd pin him down in this death zone. Granite slipped through his fingers. Reed suddenly grasped a concrete block embedded with broken steel bars. 300 meters away, a quarter of the canvas on the top floor of the ruins, disguised as trash, was lifted by the strong wind. His pupils suddenly constricted. A flash of cold metal flashed beneath the canvas. Now, a concrete block whistled out, accompanied by a gust of wind. In that instant, Reed launched himself from the ground, his sniper bullet whistling through the air as it passed him, finally piercing the swirling obstacle. The concrete block exploded in midair, sending shards scattering like shotgun shells across the sniper's position, forcing the opponent to briefly withdraw. This split second was enough to be fatal. Reed rolled repeatedly, shell casings scattering beside him. The Arasaka agent's assault rifles followed his trajectory, but they were always a step behind. As he crashed into the next bunker, a chaotic shouting filled the channel. During the previous operation, thanks to Reed's distraction, the Militech personnel had opened fire, suppressing the Arasaka agents. After taking a breath, Reed pulled out an electromagnetic pulse grenade from his ribs. Now he was less than 200 meters away from the sniper point, but there were 3 Arasaka agents in a fan shape in the middle. The guy on the far left was changing the magazine, the one in the middle was suppressing the remaining resistance of military technology with firepower, and the agent on the right, the one with a special prosthetic eye, suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of Reed. There was no time for hesitation. The moment Reed unleashed the pulse bomb, he dove for a tilted steel beam. A blue-white pulse exploded among the Arasaka agents, their optics sparking. The agent with the special prosthetic eye groaned and cried out, only to hear the crisp sound of breaking steel overhead. Reed, using the beam's rebound force, leaped into the air, passing directly over them. As he leaped, the pistol slipped from his sleeve and fired 3 precise shots at them. The 3 men, temporarily incapacitated by the electromagnetic pulse, barely managed to dodge the 3 incoming bullets. The blind man, a moment too slow, was hit in the face by a bullet and fell instantly. Reed paid them no more attention. The greatest threat to him now was the sniper, and it was the sniper he needed to deal with. There was another person standing in front of Reed on his approach, but the moment Reed landed, the man had already swung out the dagger he'd drawn from his body. The sound of the trigger pulling the soldier's shotgun rang out simultaneously, with the sound of the dagger piercing his body. After the stab to the heart, the soldier collapsed to the ground. Reed's strike was of impeccable power and accuracy. Even though the soldier was wearing a body armor and subcutaneous armor, he was still hit. Sweat dripped down his palms. Reed looked up at the last 30 meters. The sniper's barrel was slowly withdrawing from the gap in the floor. Then, he saw his final obstacle. A young man, a knife at his waist, was on the floor below the snipers. Chapter 724. In Reed's eyes, the young man struck him as peculiar at first glance. It was a certain indescribable sense of dissonance. This strangeness wasn't due to his out-of-place attire. The katana slung across his body created a slight dent in his black flak jacket, the scabbard's dark pattern shimmering. Though beautifully dressed in combat fatigues, he looked more like a silhouette from a bygone era, cut from a ukiyo-e painting. Nor was it his overly refined face, the kind of bone proportions that would cost at least 50,000 euros in Night City, and require exclusive access to a black market prosthetics specialist to replicate. What truly made Reed's pupils constrict was the relaxed lines of the man's muscles, the unguarded fingers dangling at his sides. On this battlefield, ripped apart by crossfire, his body was remarkably relaxed. Even the folds of fabric at his shoulders and neck retained the natural curves of a stroll. Military-grade bullets were carving honeycomb-shaped holes in the concrete wall, while Arasaka agents were returning fire with grenades. Amidst the sounds of gunfire and explosions, a young man stood by the collapsed staircase of an abandoned building. He stood on the first floor of the abandoned building, as leisurely as if he were standing in his own courtyard. Facing Reed, who had broken through two lines of defense and rushed towards him, his face showed no sign of panic, nor did he move a muscle. He simply stood there, calmly observing Reed, as if he were observing flowers in a garden. At this moment, an indescribable strange feeling welled up in Reed. He was aware of his appearance. At his age and looks, while he could be considered handsome, he was definitely far from the description of a flower boy. Yet, the gaze of the young man before him gave him the illusion of being evaluated and scrutinized. Seeing Reed's face reminds me of him at the banquet, when he was pretending to seduce women. The comparison is quite interesting. Mingzi's thoughts flashed through his mind, and just as Mingzi was secretly judging himself, Reed suddenly moved. Although he was still troubled by the inexplicable feeling of being scrutinized, and even more uncomfortable with the young man's strange, almost anatomical gaze, his professional ethics instantly pushed these distracting thoughts aside. He clearly remembered his purpose in breaking through the siege and arriving here. He had to immediately eliminate the sniper entrenched on the rooftop and quickly rescue the suppressed military tech team. Time was of the essence. Every second of delay put a new risk on President Miles's safety. He needed to leverage this military tech intelligence network to locate the president and escort this important figure safely out of the perilous Dogtown. To do this, anyone standing in his way would become an obstacle he had to overcome. No matter how strangely they looked at him, it couldn't change this ironclad fact. Mingzi's pupils narrowed slightly, keenly catching the flash of determination in Reed's eyes. As someone who had once worked with this ace agent, Mingzi was all too familiar with the meaning behind that look. It was the sign that Reed was about to take action. This man's loyalty was like an instinct etched into his bones. Even after being betrayed countless times by the New America, he would still go through fire and water for his mission without hesitation. Hesitation? Hesitation? That's never Reed's style. Well, let me see, Reed. Mingzi's gaze was calm yet scrutinizing. Will you ignore me and head straight for the sniper on the rooftop, or will you decide to deal with me, a seemingly harmless ordinary person? First, Mingzi deliberately positioned himself in a delicate position. He neither directly blocked Reed's path nor made any offensive gestures. If Reed had wanted to circumvent him, he could easily have done so in at least 4 ways. Even Mingzi's position itself posed no obstacle. Half a second, at most. To ordinary people, it's a mere blink of an eye, but to a top-tier agent like Reed, half a second can mean the difference between life and death. Would he attack me for such a trivial delay? The answer came quickly. Reed raised his arm, locking his gun on Mingzi, and Mingzi understood his choice. Reed, of course, understood the cost of this decision. The young man before him clearly didn't try to stop him, and killing him would inevitably delay him for a moment. This split second of delay could very well be the tipping point that led to the complete collapse of the military technology team. Yet, he still chose to shoot. There were 2 reasons. First, Reed was almost certain that this seemingly unarmed young man was most likely the core member of the Arasaka team. Perhaps even the commander. The fact that he dared to stand alone here, without any combat prosthetics, in itself implied a certain dangerous confidence. Eliminating him might even be more decisive than taking out the sniper on the rooftop. Second, and more crucially, Reed couldn't ignore the sense of danger that loomed. Although the young man acted harmless, his agent's instincts were frantically warning him. If he turned his back on this person, even for a moment, death would follow. So Reed pulled the trigger. None of the Arasaka members of the Night City Pheasant faction saw through me. Not even that Oda Sandeya saw through me. Although that might be partly due to his current emotions, He identified my threat at first sight and dealt with me. As expected of you, Reed. Mingji secretly admired Li De's choice. He sensed that Li De was sharper and more lethal than when they worked together on previous missions. And now, the newly sharpened tip of the knife pointed directly at Mingji. Mingji listened to the anxious cries of his team members over the channel as Li De charged in front of him. Amidst the panicked cries of "Protect your excellency, guard your excellency," he calculated the time it took for his team members to reach him. When Li De had previously charged in to eliminate the 5 combatants, the initial 3 shots against 3 of them had only caused potentially fatal damage to 1. The other 2, thanks to their body armor and heavy subcutaneous armor, were likely still alive. After all, given the power of Li De's sacrificial pistol, Mingji had seen it. It wasn't capable of delivering a single fatal shot without charging. The man who was later struck in the heart by Reed's dagger, according to his profile, possessed a secondary heart prosthesis. This meant that at least 3 others would quickly recover and support him. Furthermore, one of the combatants was right next to the sniper. Faced with Reed's swift and unexpected advance, he should have already abandoned the sniper, and was descending the stairs to protect himself. So, calculating their reaction and action time. 4 seconds. Only 4 seconds left for Reed and Mingji to exchange blows. After all, Mingji, in front of his subordinates, was a guard without combat prosthesis and possessing minimal swordsmanship. Speaking of which, wasn't the inability to distinguish between swords and blades a characteristic of some kind? Mingji drew his sword. Chapter 725. Akechi's sword was swift, so swift that as it sliced through the air, the blade seemed to emit a high-frequency, vibrating buzzing sound. The bullet fired by Reed's trigger precisely intersected with the blade's downward trajectory. With a clang of metal against metal, the bullet was split in 2 lengthwise. The scorching fragments brushed past Akechi's ears, leaving symmetrical scorch marks on the concrete wall behind him. Akechi's swordsmanship was actually quite ordinary, at least compared to his friend. He hadn't specialized much in the art. His current level was merely the result of sparring sessions at his friend's request. But while his swordsmanship was ordinary, Akechi's vision and precision were not bad. It was just a simple matter of slicing a bullet with his sword. For Akechi, as long as his sword matched his precision, it wasn't a problem. If it weren't so embarrassing, Mingji could have tried catching the bullet with his hand again, but that would have exposed him to Reed. Mingji's current mission was to disguise his identity, and exposing himself to Reed of the CIA was unnecessary. He had to show enough, but not at his own level. Reed's Krensikov must have reached his limit. Reed's movements were slowing down. For seconds? I should still be able to hold out. Thinking he only needed to hold out for 4 seconds, Mingji rushed towards Reed, knife in hand. He wasn't stupid. Standing there while Reed fired at him, even if he could cut the bullet with his knife, who knew Reed might even be able to use the collision to deflect it? He couldn't take that risk. First second. Just as Mingji had predicted, the increased reflexes brought on by Li De's neural prosthesis, Krensikov, had reached their limit. The edges of his retina were bloodshot, and in the moment when time slowed down, he could clearly see the subtle adjustments of Mingji's wrist. The katana shifted from a downward slash to a horizontal slash, the dark markings on the blade glowing crimson, its tip pointed directly at Li De's head. If it had been just a moment before, even just a split second ago, Li De would have been absolutely certain he could have dodged the blow. However, the opponent seemed to have seen the moment when Li De's reaction slowed to their limit, seizing that moment to strike. Li De's step back was too late. Faced with this precise strike, though certainly not fast given the heightened reflexes, Li De instantly assessed the opponent's threat. Was that feeling I had just had? Aside from his acumen and sense of timing, his opponent's skill level was comparable to those of the previous Arasaka agents. While he was still the elite of the elite, he shouldn't have posed such a strange threat. Just as Reed began to doubt whether the threat he felt was truly the mystical feeling of Kendo, as practiced in Japanese culture, and whether the opponent was merely a skilled swordsman who had reached a realm classified as false in the literature, the blade had already reached his throat. He twisted his cervical vertebrae, forcing the blade to sever the necklace from his chest, which had swung from his neck. In that instant, the nanofibers of Reed's subcutaneous armor bulged around his neck under his control, blocking the last point of the blade that could slit his throat. The friction with the blade produced a stream of blue-green sparks. The nanofibers of his subcutaneous armor weren't enough to stop the blade's tip, which ultimately slit his throat. However, with that layer of resistance, and thanks to the blade's slowness, Reed successfully managed to shield the blood vessels in his neck from the blade's damage, leaving only a deep wound in his skin and subcutaneous armor. This was the second. Alarms blazed through Reed's nervous system, and the world suddenly returned to normal, but his visual cortex, supporting his prosthetics, continued to output information. Mingji's blade left a faint black afterimage on his retina, and then it came closer. Reed had already discerned the connection between Mingji's strike and the trajectory of his sword. A series of shadowy images, captured in his mind, were heading towards him, and he dodged them by tilting his head. The blade grazed his temple 3 times in a row, grazing his Adam's apple and collarbone, each time precisely within 0.5 centimeters of his skin. The severing beads of sweat reflected in the air, creating shattered specks of light. Sword after sword, or rather, slash after slash, Reed had completely mastered the skill of the man before him. To say the opponent had no combat prosthetics at all was clearly a miscalculation. The opponent's movements were clearly optimized by combat assistance software, and his reaction speed far surpassed that of an average human. He clearly installed a neural acceleration component. The most troublesome aspect was the modifications to his hands. The blade's trajectory was unpredictable, sometimes suddenly accelerating, as if the control system was undergoing some kind of overload manipulation. But that was all. A person who relied on combat assistance software, presumably derived from data from a high-ranking member of Arasaka, and imitated their fighting style, was ultimately a crude imitation. Against an opponent of this caliber, he wasn't even a threat. 3 seconds had already passed. As expected, was my feeling just now wrong? Amidst this thought, a sense of doubt still lingered deep within Lita's mind. Why did this fighting style feel familiar to him? A guy wielding a knife, relying on speed to attack. Oda Sandeu? Lita had finally found his own solution, but a lingering, inexplicable feeling, like the strands of marshmallows stained on clothes, still lingered within him. Is it really like Oda Sandeu? Just as Lita thought his doubts had been resolved, yet deep within, a lingering suspicion, all the doubts of an ace agent, lingered. Akechi now felt his hands growing tired. He tried to imitate Oda Sandeu, but he kept accidentally exerting a little too much force, trying to swing forward. Then, trying to steady himself, he inexplicably ended up using V's fighting style again. Oda Sandeu's fighting style was somewhat similar to V's. Strangely, the similarities between the two became apparent as they practiced. Akechi's breathing began to become hazy. The continuous and rapid swinging of his sword had stretched his stamina to its limit. He was panting heavily. Lita confirmed this detail while dodging. Without pain blockers, every muscle contraction was a torture to the nervous system. It seemed he had reached his limit. Then, it had to be said that while the man before him posed no real threat, his keen sense had still delayed him for 4 seconds. This was quite unexpected, but it also allowed him to fully charge his gun. As Akechi's blade slashed, before the new force had been generated and the old force had yet to dissipate, Chizi fired, aiming directly at his chest. With Akechi wide open, there was no way to avoid it. Chapter 726. Lita had assumed the young man before him had no chance of avoiding the shot. The speed and power of this bullet, fired from a fully charged technical pistol, far surpassed those of ordinary firearms. But he was clearly mistaken, utterly wrong. Just as Lita thought, the man's body was leaning forward with the sword swing, making it difficult for him to adjust his stance in an instant. The young man's sword spun a half circle in his palm at the moment of impact, the blade suddenly flipping, shifting from a downward slash to an upward sweep. This move wasn't a simple change of tactics, but rather the renowned reverse sword strike, a clean, seamless, and impeccable move. The legendary swallow return, the unique skill of the semi-fictional, semi-real swordsman Sasaki Kojiro, was based on this very technique. However, Mingji's execution of this move wasn't due to his true mastery of the legendary sword technique, but rather to his having retained a certain amount of strength before the strike. With a flick of his wrist, the blade rose against the current, its momentum still intact. The bullet fired from the fully charged tech pistol was no match for Mingji's sword. Although the blade's material was strong enough to split ordinary pistol bullets, just as he had previously decapitated the bullet from the abandoned pistol. The bullet had now been accelerated to its limit by electromagnetic energy. Its penetrating power and speed far surpassed its previous level. Even if Mingji's sword could accurately intercept the bullet on its trajectory, the terrifying kinetic energy would be enough to break the blade, and then continue to penetrate his body with undiminished force. Mingji was well aware of this. He had never expected to split the bullet by back-swinging the sword. His goal was merely to let the blade graze the bullet, slightly deflecting its trajectory. The faster something moves, the more easily it is diverted by the slightest disturbance. While some massive objects can crush all obstacles with pure kinetic energy, the tech pistol in Reed's hands clearly wasn't capable of that level of power. The blade rose, colliding with the bullet. The sharp sound of metal clashing pierced the air, sparks flying, and the trajectory of the bullet was already deflected. Mingji's sword was indeed a fine one. The blade remained unbroken, the blade unbent. Even through the violent tremors, he remained firmly in his grip. The bullet was past his shoulder and disappeared into the distant darkness. Li De's pupils trembled violently. Clearly, the shock of missing the shot he thought was unavoidable was so great that for a moment, he even doubted whether he had fully charged the pistol in his hand. Such precision, such perfect timing, like a feather landing on the raised blade, not being cut by the blade, but gently deflected. The scene was absurd and unbelievable. His swordsmanship and precision were extraordinary. What he had just witnessed wasn't even his ultimate limit. With such swordsmanship, where on earth did Arasaka find this person? Reed now regretted rushing to Dog Town after receiving the relevant news and completing the upgrade and maintenance of his prosthetics, instead of receiving the latest intelligence. Otherwise, he would have definitely known the identity of the young man before him. Even though he didn't appear to be equipped with combat prosthetics like the Swan Weston, and his ability to continuously block him was simply a response to Reed's Krenzikov reaching its limit, his swordsmanship, his piercing gaze, and his precision alone proved he was no simple opponent. He had underestimated him earlier. In his surprise, Reed overlooked one thing. If the young man before him were mortal, then no matter how strong his sword was, he would have difficulty maintaining a steady position against bullets with his unmodified hands. However, with the 4 seconds estimated by Akechi already elapsed, the arrival of reinforcements temporarily distracted him from this. "Mr. Akechi, please be careful." Reed's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden change. Just as he was stunned, the 4-second limit he precisely calculated expired. As expected, the fighters upstairs had abandoned their protection of the sniper. A fully armed soldier leaped from the broken second-floor window. His metal prosthetic limbs clashed with a dull thud against the concrete floor, and the distinctive red glow of an Arasaka agent's prosthetic eye gleamed in the rising dust. Most horrifying was the soldier approaching from a distance, whose skull had been ripped open by Reed's shot. Wounds that should have killed him instantly were now forcibly maintained. He staggered to his feet. The automatic syringe at the neck of his suit detected his critical condition and ejected the needle, injecting a vial of scarlet combat stimulant directly into his carotid artery. Blood spurted from the wound on his head. The small suture device placed there by his teammates clicked into action, forcing the shattered scalp shut with specially made staples. This undead warrior actually raised his submachine gun again and, along with his 2 teammates and the person who had regained their feet after activating the secondary heart prosthesis, formed an encircling formation. "Sir Akechi, please retreat." The fallen warrior screamed, his vocal cords warped and distorted by the adrenaline rush. The 4 of them formed a flank formation, completely ignoring the open defenses behind them. This was driven not only by absolute loyalty to Akechi, but also by the knowledge that even if the technicians left behind weren't professional fighters, they were skilled enough to contain the rest of the Militech unit with crossfire. The battlefield situation suddenly reversed. With Akechi under attack, the previously one-sided situation had devolved into a stalemate of evenly matched strength. The star-up sounds clattered, and 4 intelligent submachine guns simultaneously began to warm up. The mechanical hum of the barrel heat sinks unfolded, blending with the hum of electricity from the overclock power supply of Krenzikov's prosthetics. The Arasaka operatives needed no communication at all. The tacit understanding forged from years of fighting side by side enabled them to automatically lock onto all possible angles of escape for Reed. At this moment, they had only one goal in mind, to completely eliminate this dangerous threat to the commander's safety at all costs. When Akechi was protected by the others, he naturally retreated. As he retreated, he bent his hand slightly, and an unnoticed silver monomolecular wire, still inactive, emerged and cut inwards into his palm. During the construction process, just like a normal hand, the palm with bionic skin and related structures quickly seeped out the bright red blood of Akechi, which was connected to the arm through bioplastic blood vessels. Akechi then retracted the monomolecular wire, causing his arm to tremble. Blood dripped down, and Mingji now looked as if his muscles were trembling uncontrollably from excessive strength, his hand gripping the knife bleeding from a cracked knuckle. After 4 seconds of adjustment, Li De's Krenzikov restarted. In the slowdown moment, while he used his smart weapon to evade before fully locking onto him, he glanced at Mingji, intent on memorizing his face. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Mingji's trembling arm and hand. The question of how this young man deflected bullets, which he hadn't considered at first, suddenly popped into his mind, and then was immediately answered. This fact, which he would have realized only later, was easily resolved without any thought. Was that the limit of his ability to block it? Judging from the condition of his arm, it was probably just a barely effective strike. An arm without much modification. While mentally compiling information about the young man, Lita's body disappeared in the hail of bullets, leaping up on the strength of his leg prosthesis and climbing directly to the second floor. While he regretted not being able to eliminate the man who was clearly the Arasaka commander, Reed wasn't someone who couldn't adapt. Furthermore, his original goal was to eliminate the sniper. With the 4 combatants gathered around the young man whose swordsmanship and acumen were somewhat formidable, Reed naturally chose to eliminate the sniper, now without protection. Chapter 727. Reed was certain no one could match his speed. Not even Arasaka's genetically enhanced special agents. As he flipped through the air and leaped toward the second floor, the shattered window frame pierced his palm, sending a sharp pain pulsing up his arm like an electric current. He completely ignored the pain, a pain he'd long since grown accustomed to, pushing himself upward with leverage, his muscle fibers groaning as they erupted. But he saw it all. In a dimension where time had almost frozen, a pair of eyes watched his every move. It was Akechi. The moment Reed's body flipped in midair, his back completely exposed to Akechi's sight, time seemed to stretch. This fatal flaw was clearly reflected in Akechi's eyes, like a signal light suddenly lit in the darkness. "You're careless, Mr. Reed." Akechi's gaze was as calm as a still pool of water, not a ripple rising. His pupils narrowed slightly, precisely tracking Lita's leap. His facial expression remained frozen like a mask, revealing neither pride nor contempt, only mechanical composure. Lita's figure vanished from Mingji's sight with his explosive leap, but Mingji's gaze remained fixed on the spot, not even an eyelash fluttering. He stood motionless, as if everything had been anticipated. "Similarly, Mr. Lita, your hope of killing my men is unattainable." Mingji's voice was barely audible, yet it carried an undeniable conviction. He was surrounded by the wreckage of collapsed buildings, and could only see the shattered sky above through a few cracks in the concrete. Beneath the gray sky lay nothing but wafting smoke and the occasional passing drone. But his ears had already caught it. A sound Reed had ignored, a subtle noise almost completely drowned out by the fierce gunfire and explosions. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced the air, coming from far away and approaching, like the low growl of a predator, piercing the din of the battlefield. It was the roar of the Nether Dog's hovercraft engines, the whirring of the turbines carving an invisible trail in the air. Clearly, the intense fighting here had alerted the true masters of Dog Town. In Dog Town today, even a neutral trauma team hovercraft passing through could draw anti-aircraft fire, let alone such a blatant exchange of fire as that between Arasaka and Militech. The Nether Dog's arrival was only a matter of time, not to mention the concerned citizens secretly calling the Nether Dog's hotline to report them. The Nether Dog's hovercrafts issued no ceasefire warnings, nor took any action to stop the fighting. They simply announced their arrival with force. The masters of Dogtown showed no mercy to outsiders. As soon as the hovercraft appeared, they attacked without hesitation using their modified weaponry. These hovercraft, specially armed for emergency missions, rained down a torrential barrage of machine gun bullets and small missiles upon the ground the moment they emerged. They demonstrated the terrifying power of armed hovercraft in combat in the most direct way possible, and also underscored why, from the days of corporate war to the present day, hovercraft have always been considered as important a means of military transport as helicopters. They not only enable rapid deployment of troops, but can also instantly transform a battlefield into a death zone. This specially modified hovercraft's firepower was so ferocious that it could reduce an entire tribe to ash in the Badlands desert. If it were to appear in Night City's gang territory, it would instantly overturn the most fortified street fortress. At this moment, its weapons system had locked onto both Arasaka and Militech personnel, but the order of attack was clearly calculated. The primary target was always the threat on the commanding heights. The Arasaka sniper should have been the first to be attacked, but a second earlier, he had received the order from Akechi. Upon hearing the noble's command, the Arasaka sniper, equipped with a top-tier optical camouflage cybernetic body, leaped from the heights without hesitation. His figure created a subtle ripple in the air before vanishing completely. At this moment, the only heat source signal displayed on the hovercraft's scanning interface was that of a figure climbing at an astonishing speed. Reed's tactical intent was clear. He would exploit the brief period of confusion caused by the Arasaka forces returning for reinforcements after their commander's attack to eliminate the secondary target of the enemy sniper. He scaled the precarious rooftop in a flash. But how could Akechi not have anticipated this? The difference between us was a single second. In Akechi's mind, the hovercraft had already secured its lock. When Reed heard the distinctive hum of the hovercraft's turbines while climbing, he chose to ignore the threat. Because at that moment, the only thing on his mind was the sniper, who was supposed to be on the rooftop's vantage point. Yet, As he reached the rooftop, all he saw was a barren wasteland. Even when the commander was under attack, there was no panic. Did they abandon the commander and move to another location while he engaged the young man below? What an elite Arasaka squad! Reed, feeling the pinch, opened fire on the hovercraft that had locked onto him. The barrage of bullets rained down on him like raindrops from a spreading cloud, but the Krenchikov in Reed's spine was still active, and his body instinctively evaded the bullets before they even touched his skin. The concrete rooftop crumbled in the hail of bullets, leaving only a shadowy figure in the rising dust. The military's most advanced agent once again proved the value of his ace. The intervention of the Phantom Hounds wasn't the best outcome, but it was acceptable. Reed's initial relentless pursuit of this team of Arasaka agents stemmed from his conviction that they carried crucial intelligence that could endanger President Miles' safety. Once this data reached Arasaka, it would unleash an unpredictable storm. However, the powerful intervention of the Phantom Hounds completely changed the situation. When the rulers of Dogtown designated this area as a restricted zone, all channels for intelligence transmission were completely blocked. Even if Arasaka truly possessed something, surrounded by the Phantom Hounds, they would have no chance of transmitting it beyond the battlefield. This outcome was already part of Reed's tactical plan. In his previous command, he had deliberately ordered the troops led by Alman to fire recklessly, relentlessly pursuing the Arasaka agents, precisely to create enough noise to attract the Phantom Hound's attention. The deafening roar of gunfire, the vibrations from explosions, even the deliberately exposed encrypted communication frequencies. All of this announced to the Netherhounds, the rulers of Dogtown, that two reckless outsiders were wreaking havoc on their territory. Now, the tactical objective had been achieved. The risk of intelligence leaks had been completely eliminated with the Netherhounds' intervention. While this would raise the area's alert level in the short term, making subsequent operations more difficult, it was a negligible cost compared to allowing Arasaka to take away potentially endangering information about the president. With the intelligence personnel present, they still had the upper hand. However, the Arasaka personnel who had arrived this time were indeed elite, especially the commander, who was definitely no small figure. Upon seeing the KK team protecting President Miles, they had to warn them to proceed with caution. After the Netherhound's intervention, both sides fled. The roar of more hovercraft engines could be heard from the distance. Netherhound's reinforcements were gathering. Reed took one last glance in the direction of the Arasaka agents' retreat, and silently disappeared into the shadows of the ruins. Chapter 728. Did you encounter Arasaka along the way? After the Militech agents evacuated and located President Miles' temporary base based on the intelligence provided by the Rangers, Rosalind Miles frowned upon hearing Reed's report of his encounter. It wasn't surprising that Arasaka had a hand in this matter, she pondered, her fingertips unconsciously tapping on the makeshift map. After such a major incident as the plane crash, it would be strange if they didn't take any action. The key question now is, are they colluding with those traitors in Washington? The thought caused a dull ache in her temples, and Rosalind Miles continued to sort through the clues. The Arasaka agents' patterns of action, the unusual reactions of Hansen's troops, and the deliberately concealed movements. She had initially suspected that the meeting itself was an elaborate trap, but the intelligence Reed had brought back helped her rule that possibility out. If Arasaka truly had joined forces with Hansen, she glanced at the battle record reflected on the holographic projection. They would never send just a small team, much less allow the operation to be interfered with by third parties. As a former core executive at Militech, she knew all too well the rules of the game between the two companies. If an assassination of this magnitude were exposed, it would inevitably trigger an all-out war. Given Arasaka's style, they either didn't do it, or if they did, they would ensure a deadly kill and prepare a plan for the consequences. The encrypted surveillance footage flickered on the holographic screen. She noticed that the Arasaka agents were clearly avoiding Hansen's patrol during the firefight. This detail made her tense jaw relax a little. It seems they're definitely not in the same group. Then it's definitely a traitor on my side. Radicals? No, even those factions advocating a military solution wouldn't resort to such a roundabout approach. She pulled up the security audit report for the past 6 months on her personal terminal, and some of the anomalous access records that had been deliberately ignored stood out. President Miles, I still need to report to you on my recent experiences. While Miles was pondering, Reed interrupted her. I'm listening. Under Miles's gaze, Reed's expression seemed particularly heavy within the makeshift base. He subconsciously touched the old wound between his ribs. A souvenir from the previous ambush. The blue light of the holographic projection cast a flickering shadow on his weary face, adding a certain grimace to his next words. I hope you won't think this is a dereliction of duty. He paused, then pulled out his timer. But ever since I discovered a traitor within the CIA, no, more accurately, after experiencing their betrayal myself, I lost track of which encrypted channels are still safe, which colleagues I can still trust. He pulled up a heavily encrypted operational log he had in his possession, and footage labeled White Eagle flickered across the screen. I had originally planned to wait until you arrived safely in Night City before communicating securely through private channels, but those White Eagles have been tracking me, Reed began. I initially thought they'd back off after we eliminated their activities on the fringes of Night City. But they don't care about being exposed. After discovering I survived that incident, they've been hounding me like hyenas on the scent of blood. It wasn't until 4 days ago that I completely escaped their pursuit and found a trustworthy person to upgrade my prosthetics. And then, after that, they found me again. The holographic recording of the operation suddenly switched to a recording of a gunfight. In the blurry footage, figures could be seen firing at Reed. Rosalind noticed the timestamp showed it was 24 hours before the crash of the presidential plane. That's why I'm sure there are more than 1 or 2 traitors. Reed's voice was rough as sandpaper. They dared to maintain and mobilize the White Eagles, which should have been abandoned long ago, right under your nose. This shows that the entire chain of command is. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence and pulled up a biometric report. And according to my investigation, these people have full authorization. Even their iris scans can pass the system verification. Reed finally pushed an encrypted data packet to the president's terminal. All the evidence points to one conclusion. This isn't a simple rebellion, but a systematic infiltration that has been going on for years. Now, they apparently decided to close the loop. In other words, Rosalind Miles's voice was eerily calm. There are more people who betrayed me than I imagined, and they're more deeply hidden than I thought, right? She wasn't surprised. When the name White Eagle, long thought buried, resurfaced, Rosalind realized the infiltration around her was far more thorough than she anticipated. But this was still within her expectations. Or perhaps, she'd long since grown accustomed to living with betrayal. In her position, it would be strange not to have spies and traitors around her. Rosalind had always been well aware of this, even at one point confident she could control them. Her meticulously woven defenses, her cultivated countermeasures, her precise understanding of human nature, all of this gave her the confidence that even if betrayal came, she could handle it with composure. Until today's plane crash. No one could deny Rosalind Miles's ability. From CEO of military technology to President of the new United States, to the iron-fisted leader who nearly unified the old United States. If even she could be called incompetent, then few in this world would dare to call themselves capable. However powerful she might be, she was ultimately only human, not a god. She could be careless, she could be reckless, and she could make fatal mistakes. Arasaka Saburo once boasted of being a god, convinced he could transcend human limitations and control life and death. But what was the result? That old monster, who had lived for over 150 years, ultimately perished under his own arrogance. Compared to Arasaka Saburo, Rosalind's credentials pale in comparison. If even someone like him could fall due to his arrogance, how could she guarantee she would never make a mistake? But the lesson of this time was etched into her bones. She vowed to find every traitor. Those rats hiding in the shadows, those fools who thought they could escape unscathed, those ants who vainly sought to challenge her power. She would make them understand that the price of betrayal is never death, but despair. It was watching everything they cherished crushed. It was kneeling on the ground begging for an end but receiving none. It was slowly coming to terms with reality amidst prolonged torture. They had chosen the wrong opponent. Rosalind Miles never wasted her anger. She forged it into a weapon, piercing her enemies' throats with precision, inch by inch. As Reed and Rosalind Miles, the two men who were considered the leaders, talked, the KKA team members who were allowed to observe noticed something interesting. Wait a minute, Reed. You just said you encountered a very young Arasaka member who was very capable. Could you please show us the footage you recorded? Jack, already harboring some suspicions, said, if they're as powerful as you say, we might run into them again. Could you please let us know who they are? He said so. Chapter 729. Faced with Jack's request to share video footage, Reed immediately retrieved the combat data recorded by his prosthetic eye without hesitation. In fact, he had originally planned to provide these temporary comrades with detailed information about the exceptionally capable Arasaka agent after reporting the president's priority intelligence. After all, they would likely encounter this dangerous opponent again in the upcoming operation. The data stream condensed into a holographic projection in the air, fully recreating the life and death struggle between Reed and the young man. As the holographic image played, Reed began to analyze the mysterious Arasaka commander to the members of the KK team, who were working together for the first time. In the image, the ghostly figure faced Reed, the blade flashing in a series of deadly arcs. Every swing was perfectly captured by the military-grade recorder, every frame revealing deadly precision. His swordsmanship is quite advanced. Lida paused the video, pointed at the young man's sword-holding posture, and pulled up a diagram analyzing skeletal muscle movement. Look at this opening move. It's a typical variation of the ancient Japanese Shinkage-ryu, but it incorporates the power generation methods of modern tactical combat. Lida waved his hand, and the projection immediately broke down the coordinated movement of various muscles. It also feels strangely familiar to me. I studied the combat data of the Arasaka 100 ninjas, and this person's movement style is exactly the same. He ran his finger across the projection, pulling up a set of comparative data, displaying side-by-side combat footage of the 100 ninjas from historical missions. The unique rhythm formed by muscle memory, even the Zanshin movement when sheathing the sword, is perfectly aligned. Oh, Zanshin refers to a concept in Japanese martial arts. It roughly means maintaining a constant vigilance even after a move has been made, that is, maintaining a corresponding countermeasure. Lita continued, explaining, I suspect he's a former member of the 100. Otherwise, it's hard to explain how he could display such prowess without advanced combat prosthetics. Lita pulled up another encrypted file, showing traditional Arasaka ninja training records collected by military technology spies. The footage showed dozens of black-clad warriors conducting anti-interference training in the snowy mountains of Hokkaido. A considerable number of members of the 100 deliberately don't have cybernetic prosthetics to ensure they can still fight in an EMP environment. The intensity of their training. He zoomed in on a ninja in combat. They can reach physical limits unattainable by ordinary humans. Combined with the appropriate drugs and injections, even without prosthetics, they can. They also pose a deadly threat. Judging from this, the person we encountered is either a retired elite member of the 100, or... Reed paused and pulled up Arasaka's recent classified personnel transfer files. An elite member still in active service. Last year, 6 members of the 100 were secretly transferred to the Special Operations Department. The files were all encrypted, and even our Joint Intelligence Bureau didn't have access to the relevant information. Ninja 100. Gazing at the young man in the video footage, the expressions of the KK team were slightly complicated. Reed, who simply interpreted their performance as a sign of awareness of the threat and formidable power of the Ninja 100, didn't pay much attention. He switched the projection to a crucial moment in the battle, zooming in frame by frame as the young man parried a bullet with astonishing speed. Reed activated tactical analysis mode, and a parameter matrix unfolded around the figure. Pay attention here. He pointed to the subtle movements of the man's arm. I suspect he has some kind of special combat assistance chip implanted. The neural reflex enhancement value shows. Some of his movements are clearly uncoordinated, as if that's not his fighting style. This style. V narrowed his eyes slightly as he observed the familiarity of this style, but said nothing further. Looks familiar? It seems you come into contact with someone related to this. Lita glanced at V and said, this fighting style reminds me of Arasaka Hanako's bodyguard, Oda Sandeo. The projector immediately brought up a comparative analysis of 2 combat replays, the new one appearing being the footage of Oda Sandeo dispatching an assassin. Of course, many in the 100-man group already received similar training. But looking at this sidestep twist, Oda's habitual movement is a 15-degree deflection, while our opponent's is a perfect 12-degree standard. The footage continued playing. Lita activated the biomechanical analysis module, carefully observing every detail. But I don't think the auxiliary chip alone can explain his full strength. He called up the energy consumption curve. In such a short period of 4 seconds, he clearly lacked the reflex enhancement prosthesis, yet he launched a series of continuous suppressive attacks against me. This doesn't fit the characteristics of simple chip assistance. The muscle movement analysis chart showed an unusually coordinated waveform of muscle fiber contraction. This person's basic qualities are already exceptional. The chip may only be a supplementary function. Judging from his movements, his arm must have undergone sophisticated joint modification. The simulated anatomical diagram showed the possible presence of prosthetics. But these are augmentations that don't affect natural functions. They are mainly located in the wrist joints and phalanges, and will not affect the arm even in electromagnetic interference. The scene then froze at the moment before the samurai sword blocked the bullet. At that moment, he didn't record his movements because he was simultaneously attacking me while swinging his knife to deflect the bullet. However, I then saw his injuries, which I can use for analysis. Reed activated the trauma analysis program and zoomed in on the man's hand. Look here. After blocking the bullet, His arm showed noticeable tremors, and the knuckles were open and bleeding. A fully prosthetic arm wouldn't have had this physiological reaction. He glanced at Jack, his gaze lingering on his arm, with a hint of meaning. With an arm like yours, which has been trained and supplemented with muscle enhancers, muscle tremors would be even less likely to occur. Based on the impact force calculations, the instantaneous load he endured exceeded the limits of his physical body, yet he relied solely on biological muscle tissue to cushion the impact. Reed shut off the projection and produced a complete threat assessment report. In summary, we're facing a perfect assassin, honed through Arasaka's cutting-edge training system, while retaining the advantages of his natural body. He's potentially more dangerous than a fully cybernetic enemy, because he lacks the vulnerability of cybernetic devices, and is immune to conventional viruses. He looked at the members of Team KK. Next time we encounter him, we suggest using methods like Sion Weston to expedite his destruction before he can react, or fire him with rifles or machine guns. Guaranteed, he won't be able to block every single one, and even if he could, his arms wouldn't be able to withstand it. Oliver's words made Reed nod. While he's a threat, I don't think he'd be a formidable opponent for you. His words were clearly a deliberate compliment to the members of Team KK. The men exchanged glances, each seeing the understanding in the other's eyes. That's hard to say. Oliver turned around, his expression lacking confidence. We might even fail. Based on my judgment, that's unlikely. Reed said confidently. His abilities are definitely not comparable to yours. You trust us so much? Well, we can't let you down. Oliver muttered, but his mind was elsewhere. Carl's disguise looks quite handsome. Why do I always feel like he's involved in something strange again? Isn't he working at Arasaka Tower? How did he get out there? The members of Team KK, having learned the true identity of the Arasaka commander, were puzzled as to why he had been assigned here. Of course, no one had any intention of discussing this matter. Like Carl, the members of Team KK had no intention of sharing any information with the others present. Chapter 730. Mr. Akechi, thank you so much for coming personally to rescue us, those who have neglected our duties and committed crimes. We will never forget your kindness. In the makeshift base that Team Akechi had found, the leader who had taken the risk bowed deeply, his voice trembling noticeably as he apologized. Akechi waved his hand gently, appearing calm and composed. I never said my men couldn't make mistakes. His voice was steady. I know you're just too loyal, and that's why you made such a mistake. There's no need to apologize to me repeatedly. Once is enough. Now, his gaze swept over the wounded bodies of the others. You should all treat your injuries first. Akechi wanted to say, this is all due to your youth, but he swallowed the words back. After all, such words would be a bit off in terms of age. He calmly stroked his smooth chin. His youthful face constantly reminded him that he was one of the younger people present, both in disguise and beneath it. Finally he said, go to the treatment room and get some treatment. It was called a treatment room, but it was actually just a simple room that the team's accompanying doctor had temporarily cleared out. The walls still bore stains of what might have been rust or dried blood. Several unopened boxes of medical supplies lay piled in the corner, and the air was filled with the mixed smell of disinfectant and corroded metal. The hygiene and disinfection here were completely unreliable, but in a place like Dogtown, no one would be picky about such things. I was lucky to have a place to treat my wounds. After all, wound infection was a minor issue for the Arasaka members. At most, they could return to Arasaka for a bacterial clearing injection, which wouldn't even cause inflammation. If the healing process was too slow, they could even simply excise the wound and replace it with prosthetic skin or reinforced muscle fibers, which would be more efficient. Here, medical standards were simple and crude. As long as the person could continue fighting and moving, that was all that mattered. As Akechi calmly urged them to seek treatment, the others bowed even lower. But that doesn't even begin to express our guilt. They bowed deeply, their voices filled with almost paranoid guilt, as if they were eager to commit seppuku on the spot. Akechi's gaze slowly scanned them, quickly assessing each one's condition. The others' injuries were minor. The most serious was the soldier who had been hit in the heart. But his secondary heart was still functioning smoothly. Despite a slight pallor, he was fine, and a new prosthetic could be the solution. And right now, the most troublesome situation was the man before him, practically bent at the waist. Mingzi's gaze fell on the man's head, where it was barely held together by a wound suture machine with special alloy staples. The cold, hard staples pierced through the flesh, barely visible among the blood-soaked hair. The wound had been relatively stable, but as the man leaned forward in excitement, the metal staples began to creak under the weight, as if they would break free from his skull at any moment. Even more unsettling, beneath the precarious scalp, something seemed to sway slightly with his movements, as if it would break through the fragile barrier at any moment and be completely exposed to the air. I have to admit, even the experienced Akechi felt a certain creepiness when he saw this scene. It almost made him unconsciously step back to prevent something from pouring out of the other person's head, but at least he didn't do it. After taking a deep breath, Akechi felt that gentle persuasion was futile in this truly horrifying scene. So he decisively raised his hand and pointed towards the medical room, adopting a more forceful tone. "You, get treatment immediately. This is an order." There was a rare hint of urgency in his voice. "Yes, Your Excellency Akechi." Looking at these people who refused to listen to his gentle words and happily ran to receive treatment as if they had received some kind of enlightenment at his firm command, Akechi felt a sense of distortion and discomfort in their actions. Akechi had never been one to enjoy being bowed to. Or rather, for him, such displays of loyalty and even fanaticism gave him a subtle and strange feeling. It almost felt like he incited them, or perhaps even incited them. It wasn't a good feeling. Watching the group line up for treatment according to the severity of their injuries, Mingji finally had time to survey this makeshift base after escaping the Netherhound hovercraft. To be honest, the base they had hastily found was utterly deplorable. This was supposed to be an underground parking lot, but now less than half of it was barely usable. Crumbled concrete blocks and twisted rebar jutted out like the fangs of a giant beast. With considerable effort, and with the assistance of technicians, they finally managed to carve a narrow passage through the rubble. Every step stirred up choking dust, and the gravel made a teeth-grinding sound under their boots. The space they now inhabited felt like a forgotten corner of the world. Aside from a few emergency lights set up by the technicians, the surroundings were completely engulfed in thick darkness. Furthermore, the pale light, far from bringing a sense of security, only made the broken supporting columns and the crumbling ceiling appear even more sinister. Most disturbingly, the rubble supporting this makeshift shelter could collapse a second time at any moment. Perhaps even in the next second. It was utterly awful. The previously abandoned base had abandoned its previously deployed equipment due to the emergency operation, leaving the once perfectly functioning team with less than a third of its supplies in good condition, and some critical equipment was completely missing. With the Phantom Hounds outside, it was impossible to go out and retrieve the equipment. There was even a chance that the equipment had already been discovered by the Phantom Hounds. Returning now would be like walking into a dangerous trap. In this difficult location, it seemed only a temporary break was necessary. But get some rest. Akechi twitched his lips as he gazed at his subordinates dozing against the ruins in the corner. In this hellhole, just being alive and breathing was a luxury, let alone a proper rest. The concrete dust hanging in the air made every breath smell of dust, and from afar, the occasional sound of falling gravel echoed, like the final groan of this dying space. Sigh. I miss V and the others. Spending more time with them, I come to understand the differences between the teams. Look at this elite Arasaka team. Sigh. They're so flawed, yet so useful that they can't be abandoned. What a headache. Sigh. Akechi felt like he sighed more inwardly today than in the previous month. Chapter 731. After sighing over the current situation, Akechi's gaze swept across the dim, makeshift base, finally landing on the hacker girl huddled in a corner. She sat with her knees hugged amidst a jumble of equipment, the blue light of the holographic screen casting varying shades of shadow on her dusty, gray face. What's the situation outside? Akechi walked over to her, his voice deliberately low. Can you find a line to connect to and eavesdrop on the conversation? At the sound of Akechi's voice, the girl, struggling with confusion, suddenly looked up, a flicker of panic crossing her grubby face. She bit her lower lip, her fingers unconsciously tapping the computer in her hand. I'd love to show you my skills, Master Akechi, but I can't deceive you. Her voice trailed off, almost drowned out by the sound of rubble sliding in the distance. Her face, once filled with arrogance and pride due to her own exceptional abilities, was now filled with shame. She slightly flipped the computer, which had been resting between her lap and body. Dozens of failed connection records flashed across the holographic screen, each red warning sign mocking her incompetence. The Hellhounds must have called in outside help. The girl's voice trembled with suppressed guilt, as if she was ashamed of her own incompetence in front of Mingji, the same incompetence she had previously described as useless. The connection is completely different now. In the past 9 minutes, I attempted 43 connections and port scans. She suddenly choked, as if ashamed to continue with this failed report. Not only was I completely unable to obtain any intelligence, I was nearly traced back. This level of encryption and countermeasures. is definitely not something an ordinary hacker could achieve. The hacker girl knew her words sounded a bit like an excuse, suggesting her opponent was too strong, not her own weakness. She also knew that saying such things would be a huge test of her confidence and self-esteem, but she still said it. It wasn't that she truly wanted to excuse herself, but rather that she was fully aware of the gap between her and the mysterious hacker, and so she could fully understand the current situation, so she reported it truthfully. Even if this exposed her own inadequacy and incompetence, it didn't matter, it was her own fault, and there was nothing to be ashamed of. If only she were more skilled, if only she were even better. The girl felt deeply ashamed of her inability to contribute to Akechi, and she was prepared for his rebuke. Don't worry. Surprisingly, there wasn't a hint of blame in Akechi's voice. He even gently patted the girl's shoulder. You're our best hacker, aren't you? I believe you can do it. The issue now is simply time and equipment limitations. And it's me who made you give up your equipment. It's my responsibility. He actually said it was his responsibility, Mr. Akechi. The hacker girl watched Akechi so naturally take the blame, and her shame intensified. Because she knew full well that this wasn't a matter of equipment or time. Even if she were placed in the most comfortable environment in Arasaka Tower, with access to the best equipment, and given several times more time to fight, she still had no confidence she could hold her own. Precisely because they were both hackers, she understood the chasm between them even more clearly. The other party easily dispelled all her attempts, each counterattack as precise as a cat-and-mouse game. The connection points she desperately abandoned were clearly ones the other party could have tracked and infiltrated long ago. This crushing power gap simply couldn't be bridged by equipment or time. Even so, Mr. Akechi should have understood this, yet the hacker girl's emotions were extremely complicated, but Akechi ignored her current thoughts. He turned around, frowning. Hackers, hackers. It seemed like ever since the presidential crash, everything had been against hackers. First, hackers broke in, then hackers blocked it. How come I didn't know Hansen had such a formidable hacker? Or was this an ace hacker sent by those opposed to Miles to support Hansen? Or did Hansen actually employ a truly exceptional hacker to assist him? Akechi pondered the situation, his hand subconsciously reaching for his pocket. This wasn't a subconscious desire to reach for his gun, but rather a desire to replenish his thoughts. In simple terms, he was planning to eat something. But as he put his hand in his pocket, he realized something. During the previous evacuation, they seemed to have abandoned the food as well. This made sense. During an evacuation or operation, only the most essential equipment was taken. Even the hackers only took the most crucial equipment, let alone the others. The medical and technical team members needed essential supplies, as they were crucial to the operation's sustainability and damage prevention. Then came weapons and ammunition, and finally food, which was more readily available in a normal city. It was precisely with this crucial concept in mind that the team immediately abandoned food. Originally, Team Akechi, operating as a team, didn't carry much food, and initially, they were only confirming their mission. But now, while skipping a few meals wouldn't kill the elite Arasaka soldiers, starvation and having sufficient stamina are two different things. In the midst of intense battle, if even food supplies aren't guaranteed, the body will only become increasingly exhausted. Isn't everyone Adam Heavy Hammer? Even Adam Heavy Hammer needs supplies to sustain his activities, just in a different way than ordinary people. Team Akechi still has some energy bars, but they can only provide temporary relief. With nearly everyone injured, and even Akechi's hand bleeding, recovery requires not only medical care but also supplies. To obtain supplies amidst the overwhelming patrol network of the Netherhounds, while also evading the mysterious hacker's electronic blockade. Akechi's fingertips unconsciously tapped the rusty pipes in the underground parking lot, making a soft thumping sound. In the distance, the faint roar of armored vehicle engines drifted across the surroundings, their searchlight beams sweeping across the surroundings like sharp guillotines. Patrol, drone, armored vehicle, hovercraft. The tapping on the metal pipes suddenly ceased. Akechi's eyes, in the dim basement, remained bright. It's not difficult. I, Akechi, will complete this mission. My missions never fail. As Akechi formed a plan, on a high-rise floor that blocked his view of the sky, Kenichi Shiro observed the patrolling Netherhounds, and had already determined where the incident had occurred. Was that where the gunshots came from? Kenichi Shiro's eyes flickered. It's not difficult to find. Chapter 732. Dogtown was plunged into an unprecedented vortex of chaos. Multiple factions clashed fiercely in this lawless land. Hellhound's elite troops patrolled the arteries in full armor. Arasaka militants lurked in and out of the streets, and Militeka's special forces moved slowly from the shadows. Not to mention the various advanced teams dispatched by other companies, all converged at this crucial moment. President Rosalind Miles's plane crash was a devastating bombshell, completely shattering the fragile balance in Dogtown, barely maintained by Hansen. Various factions, both openly and covertly, frantically searched for the president's whereabouts, attempting to determine her fate as a key bargaining chip for subsequent operations. In this chaotic quagmire, not only did external forces clash with one another, but even within the same faction, undercurrents surged. Members of what were nominally the same organization often became at odds over factional struggles or personal interests. Instead of helping each other when encountering each other on the street, company employees might draw their weapons due to their respective secret missions. The conflict between different factions is even more brutal than that between rival companies. The forces sent by Arasaka Corporation to Dogtown are mainly divided into two groups. The first is Team Akechi, led by Akechi. This well-trained tactical team is equipped with the most advanced prosthetics and weaponry. After encountering an unexpected incident with military technology, they are currently recovering underground. The second group sent by Arasaka, if a single person can be called a group, it is Vice President Kenichi Shiro, who has infiltrated under a disguise. This high-ranking company executive meticulously concealed his true identity, navigating the maze of Dogtown's alleyways alone under a completely different identity. He not only lied to his nephew, Kenichi and Shiro, but also exploited his high-ranking authority to conceal the true nature of his operation from the young woman to whom he was loyal. This was a carefully planned one-man operation. Kenichi Shiro deliberately avoided mobilizing any elite Arasaka troops, choosing instead to venture into the tiger's den alone. He understood better than anyone the mortal risk of such an operation. It was practically tantamount to risking his life. For this reason, in his conversation with his nephew before departure, he deliberately left behind almost farewell instructions. The situation in Dogtown was far more treacherous than it appeared. Kenichi Shiro knew he was stepping into a potentially fatal trap, without backup, no escape route, and lacking even the most basic intelligence support. He couldn't be sure if Rosalind Miles's plane crash was truly a self-directed drama staged by Militech, nor could he rule out the worst possibility. That Hansen, the king of Dogtown, might have reached a secret agreement with Militech and New America. If this were true, this area might have become a meticulously planned killing field, designed to completely eliminate any destabilizing factors that could hinder the resumption of the Metal War, also known as the Unification War, before tomorrow's crucial meeting. After all, the Metal War had once been halted in Dogtown. If New America and Militech wanted to restart the war, there was no better place than Dogtown. In this desperate situation, where the worst-case scenario might be expected, if the Arasaka personnel's identities were exposed, they would be ruthlessly eliminated. Kenichi Shiro understood this better than anyone, but he had no choice. At this moment, he could only rely on his honed skills and his almost paranoid faith. He had to trust his own judgment, believing that this seemingly mad solo operation was the most likely way to achieve his exploration objectives. In this dangerous, steely jungle, every second of survival was a gamble with death, and Kenichi Shiro was ready to risk everything. In this world, there were only a handful of people Kenichi Shiro could fully trust. Before the operation, he had entrusted his most important instructions to one of them, who would then pass them on to the next one if necessary. This was his final preparation for the worst-case scenario. Even if he was destined to die here today, he felt no fear, only a cold determination. Standing on the edge of the abandoned high-rise, Kenichi Shiro slowly injected a tube of amber-colored vitality agent into a violet vein. As the liquid flowed into his veins, he breathed a sigh of relief, his exhaled breath dissipating into the air. These specialized potions were his final trump card. Unlike the youth potions Saburo Arasaka used to prolong his life, these military-grade vitality potions could forcibly awaken the body's potential in a short period of time, returning the user to peak performance. However, the price was severe physical damage. He had 4 in his portable ampoule box. 16 hours, Kenichi Shiro calculated silently in his mind. Each potion could maintain peak performance for 4 hours, so 4 was roughly enough for a full day. Medical reports indicated that continuous injections for more than 3 days would lead to complete collapse, but he didn't need that long. 1 day, just 1 day of peak performance, would be enough. The instant the drug took effect, every muscle fiber in his body trembled. It wasn't pain, but the groan of a long-dormant fighting instinct being forcibly awakened. Nerve conduction speed suddenly increased, sensory acuity increased exponentially, and even his battle-hardened prosthetics hummed softly under the sudden shock. At this moment, Kenichi Shiro's reaction speed had returned to his golden 20s, his muscle strength restored to the peak of his 30s, and decades of accumulated combat experience and tactical thinking perfectly controlled this drug-enhanced body. He slowly flexed his knuckles, listening to the crisp crackling sound. Sporadic gunfire echoed in the distance, clearly audible to his enhanced hearing. The still warm afternoon breeze of Dogtown brushed against his face, carrying the scent of blood. His eyes were calmer than ever. Every minute of these 16 hours was precious. But he personally find out what Militech and New America are planning. Whatever Militech and New America are planning, I lead you to find it. Don't worry. Akechi reassured his subordinates with a smile. Then, he took a mask from a technician and gently put it on himself. With the help of the mask, Akechi's features transformed. This is the second layer. If the first layer hadn't been a chip projection, he'd be a complete idiot. With strange thoughts, Akechi, now dressed in ordinary clothes, changed his appearance and continued to instruct his worried subordinates. I don't have many prosthetics, so disguises are easier. Don't worry about me. We have a communication link, right? I ask for your help if anything needs it. Don't worry, I bring you supplies. Sir Akechi, I wish you good luck in your military endeavors. Faced with his subordinates bowing in unison, Akechi's lips twitched slightly. I don't really like this kind of blessing. Holding a disguised liberty manufactured by Constitution Military Industries, Akechi headed out of the temporary base. His trajectory subtly intersected with Kenichi Shiro's after he left the upper echelons. Both men were now aiming for the same destination, the base where Slide, a former Voodoo gang member, was currently located. Chapter 733. Wise, or perhaps it was a changed appearance once again, Carl, having escaped the squad that was, in a sense, an obstruction and surveillance, moved swiftly between the floors, feeling an indescribable sense of freedom. Perhaps it was precisely in anticipation of this feeling that he chose the gun freedom when choosing his disguise. Yea, sneaking out on the way to work and starting to grope, it must be said that just one night, a morning, and a noon shift, a shift that was barely a full day, had already made Carl feel what one might call torture. That torment, that pain of having to do something he absolutely didn't want to do, and then, after letting go, Carl let out a long, joyful roar. Ah, freed, he screamed inwardly, but Carl managed to suppress it, not actually shouting. However, his excitement manifested itself in his movements, speeding up even further. The patrolling netherhounds, the surveillance cameras deployed everywhere, and the hovercraft circling overhead, none could capture Carl's presence at this moment. Carl moved at a breakneck speed, like a rabbit frolicking through the woods. The rabbit that died while waiting for its prey. Isn't it very similar to me now? With this thought inexplicably arising, Carl stopped and took a deep breath. He hadn't forgotten the time limit for his escape. Those Arasaka men were truly overly eager and loyal. Carl had only finally found an opportunity to move freely, thanks to orders. This time couldn't be too long, or the Arasaka men would worry and come looking for him. Communication couldn't be interrupted, or they wouldn't be able to come looking for him immediately. With all these restrictions, his escape felt like a rope tied around his waist, unable to get very far. Sigh, the work Kenichi Shiro-san gave me is truly exhausting. He's probably still in Arasaka Tower, leisurely dealing with tomorrow's tasks. Maybe even lying down drinking watermelon juice right now. The thought of it makes me uncomfortable. I just cleaned my mouth of dust, and I'm so hungry and thirsty. Carl actually respects Kenichi Shiro, otherwise, he wouldn't have added Mr. to his address. But the thought of him leisurely working on documents, while enjoying a meal and a drink in the air-conditioned room, made Carl feel a tinge of resentment. But Carl quickly shook his head, forcing himself to cheer up. After all, a mission is a mission, and no matter how much he complained, he had to hold it in for now. When he got back, he had to find a way to find Kenichi Shiro-san and get some snacks and drinks from him. No, considering Haruko still makes snacks every day, they wouldn't be the same as the ones I keep at home. It would be better to go after the drinks, but an old man like Kenichi Shiro-san would probably drink tea. In the midst of Carl's age-related stereotypes about Kenichi Shiro, he had already spotted Slide's current hideout. During that mission with Reed, Slide claimed he no longer owed the CIA any debt and wanted nothing to do with it. But that was between the CIA and Reed. He still gave Carl his address and contact information. Although Carl couldn't contact him directly due to channel issues, finding his address wasn't a problem. Hopefully Slide wouldn't move so quickly. However, with that face, it would be a hassle to find Slide and deliver the information he had to Kenichi Shiro, who was comfortably sipping a drink in Arasaka Tower. He also had to find a way to get supplies back to his subordinates. He was also hungry, and needed a meal. Just as Carl's thoughts raced, calculating how to avoid the hidden surveillance cameras surrounding the slide stronghold, a dark figure suddenly flashed past the edge of his vision. He instinctively huddled against the wall, his shoes slipping silently into the shadows. Under the flickering neon lights surrounding the stronghold, Carl narrowed his eyes. A figure, using extremely professional stealth techniques, was approaching the stronghold ahead of him. The figure, dressed in unassuming gray clothing, moved with a rhythm that Carl knew all too well, each step precisely treading the blind spot of the surveillance cameras. "One step ahead of me, and this mastery is not ordinary," Carl muttered silently to himself, his fingers unconsciously reaching for the camouflaged EMP knife at his waist. This person's infiltration route seemed to have copied his tactical plan, but their movements were 3 times faster than he had expected. What concerned him even more was that their agility was beyond his reach. While Carl wasn't exactly the best at infiltration, after all, he'd been exposed on the spot after a failed infiltration attempt, he could predict that even if he managed a perfect infiltration, he wouldn't be able to match the gray-clad figure before him. This was no coincidence. The number of people in Dogtown who possessed this level of stealth skills could be counted on one hand, and to appear at the slide stronghold at this time could be counted on one hand. Reed? No. Not Reed. Although the other person's movements seemed familiar, Reed wasn't used to infiltrating like this. It had to be someone else. He subconsciously glanced at the communicator, debating whether to notify the backup team. But in those few seconds of hesitation, the figure had melted into the night, disappearing through the ventilation duct entrance on the side of the stronghold. It seemed there was no point in hesitation. If Sliders dies, sending messages from Dogtown will be a hassle. To appease Mr. Kenichi Shiro and let him know I'm working diligently, I need to quickly reveal my assignment to lead the team and the relevant information. He's already helped me scout the area, so I just follow his route. With this thought in mind, Carl imitated the gray-clad figure's movements, avoiding blind spots from the surveillance cameras and heading towards Slider's location. Whoosh! Crawling through the narrow ventilation duct, Kenichi Shiro tried his best to shrink his body and minimize the noise. Seeing the dust staining his clothes and face, he truly wanted to avoid the minimal breathing necessary to avoid making too much noise, and instead sighed heavily. Strangely, this shouldn't be the case. This should be the time to focus, but perhaps the vitality potion has truly made his thinking more youthful. He suddenly became sentimental, thinking of that kid Carl. That kid is probably lying on a chair right now, drinking a drink comfortably and eating the dessert that Haruko gave him, that bastard. Chapter 734. When it comes to climbing ventilation ducts, Carl is a complete novice. Or to put it more bluntly, this is his first time doing it. Although he memorized every move of the duct crawling technique through Mutuo's virtual experience and the simulations on the combat training chip, those narrow, metallic passages, constructed from data streams, always maintained a perfectly clean state, with even the simulated dust piled neatly in the corners. The real ventilation ducts were a completely different sight. Carl still vividly remembered Oliver's face when he returned from Cloud Top. The always cheerful fellow now had a rare stern expression. His brown hair was matted, with a few strands of dull blonde hair peeking through the strands. Now stained with black oil, they shone eerily under the fluorescent light, like a rag doll stuffed into a barrel of waste oil. Later, Jack was also coaxed into climbing the ventilation duct by Oliver. As for the ending? The jacket, rumored to be a gift from his ex-girlfriend, was completely drenched in rust, mildew, and age-old dust. No matter how hard Jack scrubbed it, the filth seemed to grow into its very fabric. In the end, Misty personally threw the poor jacket into the incinerator. The rancid, burnt smell from the incineration was so pungent, it made people frown even from 3 meters away. Although Carl wasn't a misophobe, he still found such actions, like burying himself in grease and dust, somewhat repulsive. However reluctant he was, he knew it was just his own inner demons. The truth was, he was quite adept at climbing the ventilation duct. Almost immediately after the gray-clad figure, who had followed his movements, Carl climbed up the duct. According to his estimation, the gray-clad figure ahead of him should have already gone deeper, so it would take him about the same amount of time to climb up. While he didn't know the gray-clad figure's purpose in seeking out Slider, if he intended to attack him, it wouldn't be a bad idea for him to pull off a white savior saving black feet. Touching the mask that disguised his white features, Carl huddled in the narrow ventilation duct, using his knees and palms as support as he slowly moved forward. The coolness of the metal duct seeped through his clothes and into his skin, and each movement was accompanied by a subtle grinding sound. Surprisingly, the ventilation duct was much cleaner than expected. There was no thick dust as expected, only scattered specks of dust. Carl speculated that there were 2 possibilities: Either Slider's men had recently cleared the passage, or the person ahead had passed through first and carried away most of the dust, just as Oliver and Jack had done before. This thought suddenly made Carl tense. If it was the latter, that was fine. If it was the former, the ventilation ducts were so clean because Sliders had cleaned them carefully during the relocation. Given the cautious nature of the hacker, he likely deployed hidden defenses within them. After all, intrusion through ventilation ducts is one of the most basic and common infiltration methods in all Mutuo training and virtual combat tutorials. A miniature camera could be hidden in any seam, an infrared sensor could be installed around the next corner, and even his body temperature could be monitored by some kind of biometric recognition system. Carl's fingers tightened slightly against the metal wall of the ventilation duct, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He held his breath, carefully listening to every subtle sound within the duct. There was only the rustle of his clothing against metal as he moved slowly, and the distant hum of the ventilation system. This was too strange. If those devices were really there, the person ahead should have encountered them before him. But so far he hadn't heard any sound of traps being triggered or sensors being detected. Could it be that the person ahead of him had already eliminated them all? If the slide was indeed equipped with various defensive devices, and the gray-clad figure ahead of him had eliminated them without making a sound, then the person crawling ahead of him might be even more powerful than he imagined. With such nimble and agile skills and vast experience, he hadn't set off a single alarm the entire time. Even when Kenichi Shiro was young, he probably couldn't have been more capable than this. Carl quickly compared the list of known personnel in his mind. With his current knowledge, among the masters he knew, perhaps only Reed and Kenichi Shiro at his peak could reach this level. But Reed himself had already determined the gray-clothed figure couldn't be here the moment he first laid eyes on him. It's possible that the figure had broken his agreement and come looking for the Slider, but he had just exchanged blows with him, and the gray-clothed figure's rhythm of movement was completely different from Reed's usual stance. As for Kenichi Shiro, while the figure's movement patterns mirrored Kenichi Shiro's experience was impeccable, but his body couldn't possibly maintain the same youthful agility. Such skills as Kenichi Shiro-san. Could he be an Arasaka member, someone who went through the same training process as Kenichi Shiro-san? Carl pondered rapidly. The Pheasant Clan's elite troops were already few in number, and the available forces had already been mobilized under the name Team Akechi. It was unlikely they would deploy more personnel at this time. While the Pheasant Clan might not have held him back, after all, only Oda Sandeo truly appreciated him, but the strength displayed by this gray-clad figure, judging by the sheer force of his movements, was probably 3 points inferior to even Oda Sandeo. If Arasaka Hanako truly possessed a master of this caliber, she would never have risked sending additional personnel after already dispatching Team Akechi. So what were the remaining possibilities? Was it, say, Nobu's hidden agent? Or perhaps a shadow nurtured by Arasaka Michiko? Carl's mind raced, but he didn't stop moving. He crawled forward, hugging the duct wall, the metal grunting softly beneath his knees. Just as he turned the corner and poked his head out of the duct, a flash of cold light pierced the darkness. The muzzle of a gun. The dark muzzle pointed directly at his brow. Clearly, the gray-clad figure had sensed he was being followed and was crouching in the shadows around the corner of the duct, waiting for Carl to poke his head out like a spider waiting for its prey to fall into its web. The moment Carl saw the muzzle, the gray-clad figure fired without hesitation. The sound of his gun was soft, clearly a specially modified weapon, and the rate of fire was incredibly fast. Almost the moment he pulled the trigger, Carl saw the object within reach. This was how swift things were, even in a moment of slow time. What did the gray man fire? A tranquilizer bullet? Chapter 735. It's a tranquilizer bullet. Are they trying to avoid alerting the others while they're sneaking in to take care of me? A thought flashed through Carl's mind like lightning, and then a strange feeling arose. I'd truly been underestimated. Bang. With the subtle sound of the tranquilizer bullet hitting the wall of the ventilation duct, Carl had already withdrawn his head. Want to capture me alive? Carl's voice echoed eerily faintly in the narrow metal duct. Who are you? The gray-clad figure on the other side didn't answer, but Carl could hear the rustling of fabric against the wall. He was adjusting his stance, like a viper poised for action. It seemed the missed shot hadn't altered his state of mind in the slightest. The gray-clad figure clearly had no intention of explaining himself to Carl. Rather, he had already prepared for another attack the moment Carl dodged his first tranquilizer bullet. It seemed like a simple conversation to see if there was common ground wasn't going to prevent a fight. Since a fight is inevitable, then strike first. I hope Sliders will listen to my explanation when they see strangers. Carl's right leg slammed against the pipe wall, and he shot forward like an arrow. The moment his left hand emerged, He fired 3 bursts of shots from his free pistol, blocking the opponent's path. With his right hand, he swung the neurotoxin knife, aiming for the opponent's chest. With a single instantaneous strike, Carl had blocked the opponent's escape route in this narrow space. The gray-clad man's performance exceeded Carl's expectations. He unexpectedly flipped backwards in the narrow space, and a kunai slipped from his sleeve. With a clang, the knife, seemingly inconspicuous in the dim and cramped environment, dodged 3 bullets, and 3 shurikens responded, already hurling themselves in a triangular formation towards Carl's face. Carl's head tilted slightly, dodging the sharp shuriken. As he looked back at the gray-clad man, he saw him respond with a sharp side kick. Carl tilted his head again at the critical moment, and the man's boot grazed his ear and hit the wall of the duct, causing the entire ventilation duct to groan under the weight. Using this momentary gap, Carl's free pistol was already pressed against the man's ribs. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets were fired, but they only penetrated the wall of the ventilation duct and pierced the outer space. Just as the bullets were about to hit the gray-clad man, he suddenly twisted at an angle that defied the laws of physics, and the fired bullets grazed his gray clothes, not even removing a single piece of cloth. Krenzikov? Interesting. Carl jerked sideways, and as the gray-clad man twisted, a kunai he had previously grasped flew out from his bent body, almost brushing against Carl's waist before piercing the duct behind him with a clang. The moment Carl leaned sideways, the gray-clad figure seized the opportunity, retracted his kick, and withdrew his palm, pushed sideways on the ground, sweeping his leg fiercely towards Carl's lower body. Lost his freedom, Carl thrust his hands upwards. As the gray-clad figure watched, his fingers pierced the tube wall. His fingers snapped out and grasped the outer wall, using this to support his body. He bent his legs upward and backward, leaping up, dodging the sweeping kick. Had his hands been modified? The gray-clad figure saw at a glance that Carl's movement required the support of a modified prosthetic hand to achieve such a piercing motion. So, he grabbed the kunai that had slipped from his sleeve and went straight for Carl's ankle tendon. As Carl lifted his body, this exposed area, outside his core, was the most vulnerable point for attack. Carl saw that the gray-clad man had realized that he could only use his legs in this supported position, and he understood that he was prepared to counter his legs and intended to attack his legs first. However, he still did not hesitate, relying on his grasping hands, and kicked out, meeting the gray-clad man's wrist from the side at a delicate angle. Feeling the leg's forceful kick toward his hand, he twisted his wrist and met Carl's kick directly with a kunai. However, before contact, he realized that Carl's boot would hit his wrist first due to its speed. So he simply gripped the kunai tightly and placed it in the path of Carl's kick, leaving Carl to choose whether to pay the price of a puncture by the kunai and hit his wrist. At that moment, Carl's legs accelerated. His reinforced tendon prosthesis, used to redirect air mid-air, impacted the gray-clad man's wrist before Carl's kick. The gray-clad man's kunai shifted almost instantly due to the nerve reaction to the impact, and the kunai he had placed in Carl's path shifted, being kicked aside by Carl's fierce kick. The gray-clad man's movements were also astonishingly fast. The moment he felt the impact on his wrist, he had already released the kunai. As Carl kicked the kunai away, and the tip pierced the pipe wall and rushed out, his hand had already shifted from a clenched fist. He used his palm, with its larger surface area, to strike the side of Carl's leg. The two of them collided, creating a muffled reverberation. Bang! The muffled sound reverberated throughout the confined space. The shockwaves generated by the collision of the two immense forces made the entire pipe vibrate like a death knell. Carl felt the impact of his leg on the man. The moment he realized the man's body was trembling from his blow, Carl loosened his grip on the outer wall. As he fell, he casually picked up the free weapon he had just dropped and slipped it into his waist holster. At this distance, a pistol became a burden, not as convenient as a hand. Carl leaned forward and struck directly at the man's throat. The gray-clad man's numb arm was unable to move, so he used his free hand to draw another kunai and meet Carl's strike. Swish! As his fingertip collided with the kunai, Carl felt the simulated pain of the sharp kunai slicing through his prosthetic hand. This pain sharpened Carl's mind, and he grasped the kunai with his backhand. As the gray-clad man stared with mild surprise, his other hand also formed a knife-like hand and continued to strike at the man's throat. One of the gray-clad man's hands was still numb, while the other held a kunai, held by Carl. With his body now wide open, he had no escape. The gray-clad man didn't dodge the blow. He merely twisted his body, allowing the knife to strike his shoulder. Carl's fingers pierced deeply into the gray-clad man's body. The gray-clad man uttered his first sound, a muffled groan of pain, and threw his head back. Then, With Carl holding the kunai in one hand and stabbing him with the other, his body wide open, a headbutt struck Carl in the face. In the slow exchange, this was the second. Chapter 736. Being hit in the face is definitely not a pleasant feeling, especially from a headbutt that was coming with such force. The impact sent a burning pain through Carl's face. His nose bridge felt as if it were about to break, and a sharp, stinging pain filled his nasal cavity. The uncontrolled physiological reaction caused tears to well up in the corners of his eyes, blurring his vision. You were careless. Carl wanted to blame himself. If the opponent's head had been modified, or if a reinforced prosthesis had been implanted in his frontal bone, this impact would have been enough to crack his skull and splatter his brain. But then he realized that this wasn't carelessness. In the lightning-fast exchange, his body had already made the most accurate judgment. In that instant, he had indeed not perceived the threat of the impact as fatal. It was this intuition that led him to take the headbutt head-on. The pain in his face, while intense, was not fatal. If he loosened his grip on the kunai, or pulled out his fingers from the opponent's shoulder, he would lose the hard-won advantage. His muscle memory made the decision faster than rational thought. He would rather endure the pain than maintain his grip on the enemy. There was a deeper reason behind his choice. The gray-clad figure before him had astonishingly fast reaction times, his attack fierce beyond imagination. Even with his shoulder pierced by Carl's fingers and his dominant weapon pinned, he had managed to launch a headbutt counterattack without hesitation, with the gap wide open between them. The movement was so clean and precise, as if it had been precisely calculated, without any hesitation, as if he had anticipated being suppressed and had prepared this counterattack to gain advantage through injury. Though his face was excruciatingly painful, he now held the advantage. Carl's fingers, stabbed into the gray-clad man's chest, suddenly exerted force, their tips digging into his flesh like steel hooks. He tugged fiercely, trying to pull him toward him. At the same time, he tilted his head back, poised to strike back. He wanted to retaliate, to make the man feel the excruciating pain of a skull-to-skull collision. However, the moment he pulled, his palm suddenly felt empty. The gray-clad man had forcibly dislocated his shoulder joint. His arm twisted strangely, and his elbow, like a hammer, struck Carl's fingers digging into his shoulder. The strike was precise and brutal, deflecting Carl's knuckles just as he was about to tighten his grip. Even more alarmingly, the man seemed to have anticipated his move, adjusting his stance and freeing himself from the grip a split second before Carl's muscles tensed. As Carl's fingers were forced free, blood splattered against the metal wall of the ventilation duct, creating a glaring crimson streak in the dim light. The gray-clad figure didn't stop, holding his dislocated arm like a shield. At the same time, he twisted his hips and swung his entire arm out like a whip, delivering a ferocious elbow strike straight at Carl's face. This strike was unreserved, driven purely by the explosive power of his back and waist, and was so fast it practically ripped the air apart. Damn, it's going for his face again. Is this guy going after his face? Carl's face was currently covered by a mask that changed his appearance behind the camouflage chip. With the mask on, Carl had eliminated the camouflage chip. If the mask was damaged, Carl's face would be exposed. There was no other way. Although he didn't want to be exposed, the intense fight between the two in the ventilation duct had likely already attracted attention. The trembling of the metal walls, the muffled thud of bodies colliding. Dragging it out would only lead to more trouble. Carl decisively released his grip on the kunai. At that moment, the gray-clad figure's movement suddenly changed, as if he had anticipated his move. His wrist, previously restrained, suddenly flipped, the kunai handle resting against his palm. With a single flick of his fingertips. Swoosh! A flash of cold light flashed, and the kunai shot out, shielded by the elbow strike. This completely defied common sense of human force. A normal person couldn't accurately throw a weapon, while simultaneously elbowing sideways, but the gray-clad figure managed it. His movements were almost eerily smooth, as if he had already calculated the moment when Carl would let go. The moment the kunai slipped from his grasp even carried a hint of foresight and ferocity. Anyone else would have likely been killed by this cunning, ninja-esque killing move. Who could have imagined someone could launch a kunai simultaneously with an elbow strike? Such an ergonomically unnatural method of force generation, it was as if the joints could be disassembled and reassembled at will, but the gray-clad figure had anticipated Carl's release. So how could Carl not have anticipated his follow-up move? This might be hard to believe. The gray-clad man's twisted limbs and counterintuitive trajectory of force would have been baffling to anyone, but Carl had anticipated it. Carl had anticipated the man's release, anticipated his elbow strike, and anticipated his ability to simultaneously unleash his kunai. There was no particular reason for this, Carl simply believed that this opponent, who had put him under so much pressure, could pull it off. It was precisely because of his strength, the subtly suffocating pressure he felt, that Carl was certain he could pull off such an unimaginable feat. This confidence, Carl's, was perhaps even stronger and more certain than the gray-clad man himself. The previous struggle had already brought the ventilation duct to the brink of collapse. The metal walls buckled under the force of the two men, and the bolts holding them in place shattered one by one, bouncing within the tube with a teeth-grinding crunch, like the bones of a dying man being broken piece by piece. And now, Carl chose to deliver a final blow to this nearly broken structure. To avoid the fatal kunai, he stomped down with his right foot. With a piercing whine of ripping metal, the entire section of the ventilation duct collapsed like a giant python with its spine torn out. The shattered galvanized steel transformed into countless sharp blades, swirling wildly in the falling air currents. The moment the feeling of weightlessness hit, the fight didn't cease. The gray-clad man's elbow continued its trajectory, as if gravity were yielding to him. Carl twisted his waist midair, and met the blow with a knee strike. Bang! The dull thud of flesh colliding exploded in midair, the recoil force flinging the two men apart, 2 meters apart before they even hit the ground. The time of his descent suddenly became viscous, and in that moment of airborne suspension, Carl took in the scene below. In a brightly lit warehouse, 6 heavily armed members of the Slider gang were sprinting between the shelves. Their faces were frozen with disbelief and terror. The metal dome above them suddenly exploded, and 2 entangled figures descended from the sky, engulfed in sparks and a rain of blood, still clashing fiercely in midair in a physics-defying manner. To these minions, the scene resembled nothing so much as the battle between gods and mythology. Some even stumbled to their knees, their submachine guns falling like offerings to the gods. Chapter 737. The falling Carl and the gray man merely glanced at Slider's men running from a distance before paying them no heed. Their reason for infiltrating was the same. They didn't want to cause too much noise, not because they feared Sliders and the group of former Voodoo gang members he led. Or rather, for Carl and the gray man, if they chose, Sliders and his men were mere foes that could be eliminated with a little time. Even if their initial plan of sneaking in without causing too much noise was shattered, it didn't matter. As long as they eliminated the people before them, everything would still be under control. Throughout the long history of war, there have indeed been many cases where 2 tigers fought, only to be profited by bystanders. But the prerequisite for all this is that those bystanders must possess sufficient strength to threaten both combatants. And at this moment, in the breathtaking, life-or-death struggle between Carl and the gray man, the fierce battle that had never ceased since the first collision had long since obliterated everything around them. Every nerve in their body was tense as a bowstring, every muscle poised for action, leaving them completely incapable of heeding even the slightest distraction. As 6 of Slide's men rushed panicked into the battlefield, the 2 top masters displayed astonishing tacit understanding, without even exchanging glances. With a flick of his wrist, the gray-clad figure flicked his wrist at a speed barely detectable by the naked eye, and 3 shurikens, seemingly imbued with life, swung gracefully in arcs. These deadly hidden weapons glided past the wrists of the 3 men with pinpoint precision, severing the nerve endings controlling their fingers in a millisecond of contact. At the same time, Carl deftly flipped midair, snatching up 3 shards of galvanized steel that had been thrown apart by the collapsed pipe. These sharp shards of metal transformed into deadly weapons in his hands, and with a precision no less precise than a shuriken, he severed the nerve conduction connecting the other 3 men to their guns. At this moment, a subtle understanding emerged between the 2 sworn enemies. Neither wanted the duel to be disrupted, yet neither wasted a single blow on these small fry. This near-telepathic understanding led them to a completely unanimous decision in a split second. What does he need from Slide? The thought flashed through their minds simultaneously, but this fleeting understanding was far from enough to calm the already raging battle. Perhaps it was because they had finally encountered an opponent of equal strength, perhaps because they sensed an unprecedented threat from him, or perhaps they were simply drawn to the allure of this battle. At this moment, they were like 2 unsheathed blades, neither able to stop this deadly dance until the outcome was decided. The mid-air maneuver concluded, and with the recoil of the collision, Carl landed steadily on a control console, while the gray-clad figure lightly stepped onto a monitor. Both men, coincidentally, chose relatively close positions, once again forming a strange standoff. Carl could hear the screams of his fellow Sliders. After escaping the narrow confines of the pipe, he drew his pistol again. Seems like we have quite the chemistry, don't we? The gray-clad figure didn't respond to Carl's teasing tone, but Carl noticed that he had slightly adjusted his stance, blocking all exits. This detail made him narrow his eyes. He was determined that only one person could escape. The gray-clad figure suddenly moved. He swung his right hand violently, reattaching his dislocated hand with a deft touch. Before Carl could take advantage of the moment, 3 prismatic shurikens had already been hurled. Then, with his left hand, he pulled a matte-finish tactical short knife from his waistband and charged at Carl. Carl squeezed the trigger almost simultaneously, and Constitution Military Industries Freedom Blade bullets traced a scorching trajectory through the air. Ding! 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 3 bullets precisely intercepted 3 shurikens, the sparks exploding like a miniature fireworks display. But the 4th, which Carl hadn't seen clearly, perhaps launched from a blind spot, using the 3 shurikens as cover, was already spinning and slicing at his wrist. Carl was forced to drop his gun, but before it even hit the ground, he kicked the gray-clad figure in the face. The gray-clad figure ducked his head in his dash, and Carl had already pounced. The tactical knife, a weapon worn by Mingji, clashed with the tactical short blade, sending out a shower of dazzling sparks. The two were so close that Carl could see himself reflected in each other's pupils. Carl noticed that the gray-clad man's irises were an unnatural pale gold, evidently the hallmark of some advanced optical implant, and his appearance was clearly disguised. Carl suddenly shifted his tactics, switching from a stab to a slash. The tip of the knife slashed across the man's chest strap, sending the gray-clad man retreating half a step, only to find Carl's hand was right on target. The galvanized steel plate he had concealed in his sleeve, while wielding the fragments midair flew out, striking the man's throat. Sizzle! He raised his hand to parry the small piece of galvanized steel plate with his tactical short blade. Then, as Carl tried to close the distance, the gray-clad man suddenly spun and launched a powerful spinning kick. Carl blocked the blow with his hand, hearing an ominous, metallic clang as his arm collided with the man's leg. The other man had apparently also installed some sort of prosthetic leg, likely as strong and lightweight as Carl's arm. The 2 men distanced themselves again. Due to the impact, Carl took a few steps back, his left hand resting on his slightly battered right arm. The gray-clad figure leaned against the console, his chest strap half broken, his various tactical accessories scattered across the floor. Huh, it seems I destroyed quite a bit with that strike. Carl looked at the scattered objects, his gaze flicking to what looked like a life sensor. Is that thing hidden in his left chest? Yes, if someone were to injure his heart, unless he possessed a secondary heart prosthesis, it would be practically fatal. And all those things scattered across the floor, a blowgun, a kusakari, a slingshot, were all traditional ninja gadgets, though they looked like modified versions. Truly remarkable. Huh? The other man was putting Carl under immense pressure, and he was now considering exposing himself. He still had the Tsunami Design Bureau's KK, which he hadn't used yet. He hadn't used the monomolecular wire yet, and it hadn't reached its limit yet. But now it seemed he had no choice. The enemy before him was no one to hold back. Without risking his life, there was no chance of victory. Just as Carl was about to eject the monomolecular wire and pull out the KK to begin assembling and transforming, his eyes lingered on the mess on the ground, and he saw something familiar. It was a knife. It was a silver, unguarded knife, about 10 centimeters long and 3 centimeters wide. It looked rather thin, but judging by the reflected light from the blade, it was incredibly sharp. Wait, this knife, Carl's eyes widened. This all too familiar knife, he had one too. Could it be that the gray-clad figure before him was? The gray-clad figure had already drawn his knife and charged forward again, but halfway through, he saw the panic on Carl's face. Just as he was wondering why this opponent, who hadn't shown the slightest fear just moments before, who had even made him feel the pressure of death, was now so shaken, he saw another knife in Carl's hand. His pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle's tip. That knife. There were only 3 such knives in the world, one in the hands of the girl he had treated like his own, one a replica he had received from her a few days ago, and the last one would only be held in that man's palm. You are? As Kenichi Shiro paused in surprise, Carl suddenly received a call on the emergency channel, a channel that was supposed to be activated only once, for the most critical moment. The distressed voice of Kenichi Kanzuya, a man he knew well, echoed through the channel. Mr. Carl. This is an emergency. Kenichi Kanzuya's voice was hoarse, his shock and pain clearly audible. Uncle Kenichi Shiro may have met with an accident. He had strict instructions before he died, that if anything were to happen, I must personally convey his final words to you. Last words, accident? Carl blinked, looked at Kenichi Shiro's face, and listened to the voice on the line. For a moment, he was a little confused as to what had happened. Chapter 738. That. While removing his mask to reveal his true face to Kenichi Shiro in the distance, Carl actually wanted to tell Kenichi Kazuya that the Kenichi Shiro he'd been talking about was fine. He suspected Kenichi Shiro was in trouble because the vital signs monitoring equipment was damaged. However, immersed in immense grief, Kenichi Kazuya didn't even give Carl a chance to explain. "I know this is hard for you, Mr. Carl, to believe." Kenichi Kazuya's voice, suppressed by sobs, came through the communicator. "But please listen carefully to what I'm about to say. These are my uncle's final wishes, and I must convey them to you in full." Carl blinked subconsciously. "You already said this. How can I interrupt?" He looked at the living Kenichi Shiro standing just a dozen meters away, realizing that the most logical thing to do now would be to immediately clear up the misunderstanding and tell Kenichi Kazuya that his uncle was safe. But Carl was curious. He probably had to say this as quickly as possible right now, and immediately inform Kenichi Kazuya of the true situation, but Carl was curious. To be honest, Carl had a habit that could be considered a bad one. When curiosity piqued, he might act somewhat differently from his usual ways. For example, right now, he was temporarily hiding the news that Kenichi Shiro was fine from the grieving Kenichi Kazuya, just to satisfy his curiosity. Carl was curious about what Kenichi Shiro's final words were, which he had to convey to him. "My uncle told me before he died that if anything happened to him..." Kenichi Kazuya's voice, stifled with grief, came through the communicator. "He hoped, no, he begged, Mr. Carl to..." Just then, Carl noticed Kenichi Shiro in the distance suddenly move. He bent down to pick up the silver-white EMP knife that had fallen. It was a gift Haruko had given him a few days ago, and he treasured it dearly. Kenichi Shiro picked up the silver-white EMP knife, his fingertips gently tracing the patterns on the handle that Haruko, whom he considered his daughter, had personally carved. It was her gift, and he had carried it close to his body since receiving it, cherishing it like a treasure. However, at this moment, his attention was firmly captured by Carl, who was not far away. The man removed his mask, revealing a face that both familiarly and inexplicably irritated him. Carl tilted his head slightly, his brows raised, as if listening intently. Communication? Who was he talking to? The moment he thought of communication, Kenichi Shiro's heart skipped a beat. His heart suddenly tightened, as if gripped by an invisible hand. For some reason, an inexplicable feeling of suffocation washed over him, giving him a terrible sense of foreboding. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. An eerie feeling told him something bad had happened, and it definitely concerned him. Communication? Who could be communicating with Carl? Judging from Carl's current situation, he must have unexpectedly gained the trust of the Pheasant faction in a short period of time and been assigned to conduct field operations. Given his ability to act freely on his own, he must have considerable authority, perhaps even the leader of the Pheasant faction this time. So, he's communicating with his subordinates right now? The battle with me just now should have confused the external life monitors he wisely installed, so it's only natural that they be sending messages asking about his condition. If it's a communication from the Pheasant faction, then I should keep quiet. Just as Kenichi Shiro was thinking this, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait a minute. Life monitor? Kenichi Shiro seemed to instantly realize the source of his strange sense of foreboding. His neck stiffened for a moment, and even the movement of lowering his head was slow and sluggish, like a machine that hadn't been oiled for a long time. But no matter how slow it was, just lowering his head wasn't enough to slow Kenichi Shiro's focus on his surroundings. When his gaze finally focused on the damaged device beside him, time seemed to freeze. The shattered life monitor lay quietly on the ground, its circuit board exposed, still emitting tiny sparks from time to time. Upon seeing the device, his foreboding instantly reached its peak, and the strange feeling within him seemed to be explained at that moment. It's broken. An unprecedented chill instantly swept through his body. This damn device was damaged during the previous battle. It was supposed to transmit his vital signs to headquarters in real time, and any abnormalities would immediately alert Kenichi and Kazuya. Before we left, I told Kazuya. He had instructed Kenichi and Kazuya that if anything happened during his visit to Dog Town, they would need to convey his final wishes and requests. Those words, meant to be spoken only after death, were entrusted to the black-haired young man standing before him. If, that is, maybe, just in case, perhaps, that Carl was now connected to Kazuya, then what he was hearing. Kenichi Shiro suddenly felt hesitant to think further. Carl! He suddenly shouted, interrupting Carl's nearly finished words. On the other end of the headset, Kenichi Kazuya heard the loud and familiar voice, his sorrow abruptly interrupted. Carl frowned and looked at Kenichi Shiro, who was running so fast that he almost reached him. He had to warn the man who had hurriedly given his final words. You're being a little noisy, Mr. Kenichi Shiro. But Kenichi Shiro completely ignored the implicit warning. His jawline was set like a fully drawn bowstring, and all his emotions were suppressed into a cold, hard armor covering his face. When he finally stood before Carl, the two men of similar height entered a delicate standoff. Kenichi Shiro's eyes swirled with razor-sharp questions, but when he finally spoke, the sharpness vanished into a fleeting mist. Carl. This call was like a feather falling on the snow. Whose communication channel are you receiving? Whose communication? Carl's brows relaxed, revealing an expression somewhere between confusion and realization. He answered with remarkable calmness, like an honest student answering a teacher's question. It's said to be your last words. My last words? Kenichi Shiro heard his own voice distort in the air, as if he was unwilling to accept the truth, yet still clinging to a last shred of dignity. Carl was oblivious to the contortion in Kenichi Shiro's face and voice, and nodded naturally. The one about Haruko. After Carl's words, the atmosphere suddenly calmed, and Carl and Kenichi Shiro locked in an eerie stare. Then, "Hey Kenichi Shiro-san, we're one of us, why are you going to attack me again?" Chapter 739. Hey Kenichi Shiro-san, I didn't mess with you, did I? Hey, Kenichi Kanzuya, please talk to Kenichi Shiro-san over the comms. He's injured and bleeding, yet he's still chasing me and hacking at me. Something's clearly wrong. Is he having a cyber psychosis attack? After Kenichi Kanzuya's shock, surprise, realization, and decisive hanging up, Carl, who had been chased and hacked by Kenichi Shiro with a calm expression for a long time, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that Kenichi Shiro was tired, it was just that Carl's subordinates had called in. Something was seriously wrong. Really? I just heard you ask me to take care of Haruko. I do it without you telling me, after all, Haruko and I are friends. As for using this as a last will and testament, I think it would be cooler, Mr. Kenichi Shiro, to write one of those farewell poems a warring states general would write. If you don't have one, I can write one for you. Not to brag, I'm actually quite knowledgeable in literature. Under Kenichi Shiro's menacing gaze, Carl shut up and, at his gesture, obediently answered the call. For some reason, perhaps male menopause, Kenichi Shiro must have been the one to avoid. He was on a serious assignment, and didn't have time to chat with this erratic old man. While lamenting that he had indeed lost some respect for the elderly since joining the company, and that the company had caused him so much trouble, Carl answered the call from his already anxious subordinates. Mr. Akechi, are you alright? As soon as the line was connected, the hacker's voice called out urgently. Her voice was clearly panicked. She had clearly sensed something was amiss from the unusual fluctuations in the vital signs, and was now terrified. Her fingers were probably hovering over the keyboard, ready to retrieve coordinates, or perhaps she was already half standing, ready to dash out the door. After all, Akechi's safety was crucial to the success of the entire operation. Please inform us of your current location immediately. We mobilize support personnel immediately. Everyone is on standby and ready to go. I'm fine. Facing Kenichi Shiro, Carl, wearing the face of Akechi, instantly adopted the calm demeanor characteristic of an elite. His demeanor seemed to have completely transformed in an instant, and even his voice was imbued with undeniable authority, as if the previous moment of embarrassment had never occurred. It was just a minor incident, not worth mobilizing so many troops. His tone was steady and cold, with the aloofness typical of a superior. Operational reporting should be conducted according to protocol. Any rash speculation will only interfere with my judgment. If necessary, I will naturally issue orders. Your unauthorized actions may disrupt the original plan. Yes, I was reckless. The voice on the other end of the line immediately dropped, tinged with panic and self-blame, mixed with a touch of joy at knowing Mingji was alright. Your Excellency, Mingji is fortunate to be safe. We shouldn't speculate, let alone act without authorization. Please forgive our recklessness. As long as you're safe, we can focus on the subsequent mission. Don't worry. Mingji's voice was gentle and steady, with a convincing composure. His tone was unhurried, yet it held a reassuring power. Everything is under control on my end. The plan is progressing smoothly. We will soon achieve our objectives. You simply need to remain on standby and patiently await my further instructions. Yes. Lord Akechi. The subordinate on the other end of the line breathed a tangible sigh of relief, his tone filled with unconcealed admiration and excitement. Receiving this trusting response, Akechi decisively cut the call. On the other side, Kenichi Shiro silently watched Akechi as he had just ended the call. Akechi was now calm and composed, his manners impeccable. He exuded the refined aura of an elite, blending perfectly with the dignity expected of a company executive. There was no trace of his earlier discomfiture. He had to admit, while the recent incident involving his personal dignity still left Kenichi Shiro feeling somewhat embarrassed, he hadn't forgotten the most important thing. Haruko's safety was his top priority. As long as that was ensured, he could easily ignore the embarrassing moment he lost face in front of Carl. As for his nephew, who had rashly issued his last words, there would be plenty of time to teach him about caution and thorough verification. As for Carl, he simply tried to avoid seeing him as much as possible. Thinking of this, Kenichi Shiro couldn't help but reconsider the figure before him, Akechi. If he hadn't known it was Carl beneath this disguise, he would have almost mistaken him for a top-tier elite transferred from some department. The calm demeanor and perfectly balanced sense of authority that emanated from his every move made it no wonder he had so quickly ascended to the core of Night City's Pheasant faction, leading the team on a mission to Dogtown. Even with the limited number of members within Night City's Pheasant faction, Carl was truly adept at portraying Akechi. After calming himself down and returning to his old self, Kenichi Shiro asked Carl, "You're here on a mission from the Pheasant faction this time. What's your purpose?" "President, it's probably the same as you, Mr. Kenichi Shiro. The title you're disappeared, becoming you." Perhaps adhering to the principle of playing the role well, Carl, while using the face of Akechi, behaved with great decorum and courtesy, not overly provoking Kenichi Shiro, who was in danger of experiencing male menopause. "President. Is it Hanako or Oda?" Instructions from Oda Sandefu. It seems Takemura has trained his disciples well, having decided to send someone here so quickly. Kenichi Shiro nodded slightly, understanding the situation. For now, he wasn't in a rush to exchange information with Carl. There would be plenty of time for a detailed discussion later. Now was the important thing. Kenichi Shiro and Carl both looked at Slider's men, who were still groaning in pain, their hands clasped in their arms in the distance. Half a minute had passed since the battle between Kenichi Shiro and Carl ended. Slider's other men had also reacted and were rushing over. Both Kenichi Shiro and Carl had something to ask Slider. In that case, faced with Slide's men rushing towards him, armed and ready, Akechi removed his disguise, revealing his face. That face had now become a passport, a face known to everyone. "I'm KK, and I need something from Slide." "KK, Carl," said to Slide's men, who looked startled and immediately retreated after seeing his face clearly. Chapter 740. After being greeted, Kenichi Shiro soon met Sliders. The vice president of Night City's Arasaka Corporation, the man who could easily unleash bloodshed on the battlefields of North American corporations, and strike fear into the hearts of even the highest echelons of military technology, has actually condescended to come to this shabby safe house of mine to visit a poor blind man. After seeing the visitor through the device, Slider's voice was hoarse, as if it had been rubbed with sandpaper, each syllable drenched in deliberate sarcasm. "Oh, this is truly flattering." He slowly turned the adjustment knob connected to the vision aid. The vision aid emitted a harsh hum, and the lens focused on the visitor standing at the door. Even for a veteran, who had roamed the seedy streets of Night City for years, his fingers twitched involuntarily when the vision aid finally projected the man's face clearly onto his retina. He deliberately slowed his movements, letting his callous fingers gently tap against the metal casing of the neural scanner, the equipment scraping harshly against the floor. The unhealed wound in his frontal lobe began to ache again. It was the memory of his blindness, the reason he couldn't get a prosthetic eye to restore his vision. Now, he could only rely on connected devices and surveillance cameras to piece together the contours of this world. Kenichi Shiro stared at Slider, but didn't speak. He simply glanced and observed him calmly. But since Kenichi Shiro didn't speak, Slider had no intention of letting the silence continue. Since the other party wasn't going to respond to his greeting, he decided to talk it over. "I know you must have gotten my information from Militech. Oh, or maybe it was from the spy networks planted by New America, Arasaka, and Militech, all of which are deeply embedded in each other's intelligence networks. Even a drug addict overdosing on the streets of Taiping Island could tell you a thing or two about this. So I won't ask how you knew I was here." Slider shifted the device beside him, so that he and his device faced Kenichi Shiro. He said, "Since you can pinpoint this haunted place where even cockroaches wouldn't bother, you must know the price I paid to shake off those CIA guys." He continued to slowly tap the device next to him with his index finger. "Right now, I'm not interested in participating in any corporate struggles. I can't even muster the energy to fight. Especially when one side is Arasaka and the other is Militech." Kenichi Shiro spoke up at this point. "Even if you're deceiving yourself, you still have to understand how to stay alive." His voice was icy. From the moment Rosalind Miles's Air Force One exploded into a fireball over Dogtown, all of Night City was doomed to be swept up in this turmoil. Kenichishiro stepped closer, looking down at Slider, who sat in his chair. How much breathing time do you think those cornered hyenas at the CIA will give you? 4 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours? Or? Kenichishiro glanced up at the clock on the wall of Slider's room. Wait until this conversation is over. Slider's pupil-less prosthetic eyes glowed gray under the room's light. He calmly responded to Kenichishiro's deliberately threatening words. Of course, I'm not naive enough to think that the mess with the CIA and New America can be written off. His sudden dry laugh rang out like rusty gears grinding against each other. I'm not that naive, but at least there was a so-called win-win relationship between us. Sliders chuckled a few times before saying, while we both know they kept me alive only because I'm still useful, who knows, they might not let me live any longer after this. I don't think living another day would be a waste of my life. At this point, Sliders leaned forward, staring blindly up at Kenichishiro. I could have waited for another lie from Militech and New America, but now the Vice President of Arasaka North America has come to visit personally. Sliders drawled, I don't know about the rest, but at least I'm not a voodoo cultist like the old voodoo gang. I dabbled in various religions to some degree. As far as I know, there's this. As the saying goes, when the devil comes to you, and the devil is offering to help you, it's best not to trust either of them. Are you planning on not helping either of them? I'm not that stupid. Slide returned to the hacker chair. Between devils and devils, a poor blind man like me doesn't have any bargaining chips, right? It doesn't matter who swallows my soul. And I'm tired of the devil's broken promises. A contract offered to me by the devil, there's no reason not to try. Slide wasn't stupid. Kenichishiro was already here. If he still said he was going to help New America and Militech, he wouldn't survive another second. And if he tried to imitate Hansen and play neutral, seeing what Hansen had done, Slide didn't think Kenichishiro would let him live. After all, he was truly just a nobody who could only choose sides. Now that the devil had come to him first, what else could he ask for besides helping? He just hoped the devil would be a little better than the devil, and actually help him when he was about to be defeated by the devil. Oh, Chaos Demon, lawful demon, right? Slider, I think you've been browsing the internet lately, and found some old games. Is this really a religion? I feel more like a tabletop game setting. Just as Slider nodded in agreement with Kenichishiro, there was a sudden noise at the door. Carl, his hand stained with blood, stepped into the room and dropped a drop of blood to the ground as the two men stared in astonishment. The smell of blood first penetrated his nose, and then the visual aid system projected the glaring crimson onto his retina. Slider's breathing suddenly became disordered. KK! What did you do? Slider refused to believe that anyone in his territory could harm KK, so the blood could only have come from his subordinates. Could it be that while he was negotiating with President Arasaka, KK had actually... He went to help. Carl replied with a flick of his wrist. At that moment, the surveillance footage on the Slider suddenly switched, and the scene displayed stunned him. Not only were his men safe and sound, but even the few who had been caught in the earlier battle, whose wrist nerves should have been severed. Under the sterile gauze, one could faintly see the delicately stitched nerve interfaces, the surgical marks as neat as machine-printed lines. 6 consecutive nerve suture surgeries, and there's not even a place to wash hands afterward. That's unsanitary. Carl leaned against the wall, found an unopened bottle of purified water that Slide usually drank, and washed his hands. If I hadn't learned a few tricks from Oliver, you'd be looking at 6 people needing prosthetic hands. I have to pay them extra. Chapter 741. Compensation? Carl's words stunned Slide, but what shocked him wasn't the fact that the nerves in the hands of the 6 men injured in the battle had been reconnected. While the surgery was not easy, it was only at the level of a medic assigned to a terrorist squad. A professional medical team from a major company could easily perform 3 surgeries a minute. What truly stung Slide was something else. Carl, this rumored cold-blooded man, actually took the initiative to treat his men because they were injured in the battle. He even suggested that if the surgery failed, he would compensate them with prosthetic hands. This was completely beyond Slide's comprehension. In his world, his men were precious, but only because they helped him complete his work. If KK had done it, even if he had killed them all, Slide would at most grumble angrily. Even if KK had expressed displeasure, he wouldn't have dared to complain. In fact, given KK's usual style and the rumors surrounding him, no one would have been surprised even if he had killed them all. But what happened? Not only did he not kill them, he even performed nerve sutures on them himself, and all this started simply as a result of his own battle, a convenient move to neutralize a threat when his own men showed hostility. You could just pick someone up from the streets of Night City and not think they needed compensation. It's better to say that not killing them was a blessing, and sparing their lives was a blessing. To be fair, even if Slide were in KK's shoes, he wouldn't consider Carl's involvement in the battle, or the accidental or intentional killing of his men, a major concern. Yet, KK, who shouldn't have cared, actually remembered this completely unnecessary matter and offered to help afterward. And if that didn't work out, he even planned to compensate. This absurd move, so unlike KK, or any other sane Night City resident, immediately made Slide think of other options. He didn't dwell on KK's surprisingly high moral standards. Instead, he thought of the rumors that had long been circulating in the city. Cyberpsychosis. This KK, does he have some kind of mental problem? Carl, washing his hands, suddenly felt a nagging discomfort. Instinctively, he looked towards the source of the sensation and saw Slider staring at him in astonishment, a look of fear on his face that the rumors were true. What are you looking at? Carl felt something was off about Slide's gaze, but the sticky feeling of the bottle of water he washed in his hand made him uncomfortable. Forget it, do you have any water here, or a place to wash your hands? One bottle isn't enough. There are 5 more bottles of water in that thing on the left that looks like a computer case. It's a refrigerator, and there are some drinks in there. If you don't mind. For some reason, Slide's tone subconsciously imbued Carl with a mixture of awe and respect. He spoke quickly. If you don't mind, I left a portion of BAM in that computer case-shaped refrigerator. I was planning to eat it later. If you want it? BAM? Baum? Baumkuchen, a German dessert known as the king of cakes. I didn't expect you eat it. Carl approached the computer case-shaped refrigerator Slide mentioned, found a small recess in the case, and pulled it open. Sure enough, a stream of cool air blew out, giving Carl a slight jolt. To be on the safe side, Carl subconsciously analyzed the cool air based on a series of factors such as temperature and smell to determine whether it was some kind of trap, but almost in a subconscious moment, he got the answer: it was okay. Carl had to admit that his now active mind had some positive effects. For example, he could now subconsciously analyze things, no longer needing to observe them. Basically, just by picking them up or smelling them, he could roughly understand what they were, and whether they were harmful. This was already quite impressive, so how far would it go if it were further advanced? Things like these flashed through his mind instantly, then sank into the ocean of thoughts when his mind wasn't focused on them. This subtle analysis and fluctuating thoughts didn't cause Carl to pause for a moment. Whether in Kenichi Shiro's eyes or Slide's, he smoothly opened the refrigerator and took out the water. Carl didn't see anything wrong with having an active mind. Although it was sometimes difficult to focus on something, he had adapted to it and had basically mastered it. Unless he got a new access point, and one that was even better than the network monitor's NetDrive one, he would have to. But that kind of access pod simply doesn't exist on the market right now. Even companies like Arasaka and Militech wouldn't be able to find many better ones internally. After all, when it comes to access pods, few can be better than network monitoring. After washing his hands, Carl happily ate his Baumkuchen. Feeling rather ungracious, he spoke while eating. Come to think of it, Shuatiao, I originally came to see you, hoping you could pass a message to Mr. Kenichi Shiro, who's here too. But Mr. Kenichi Shiro himself came, so I didn't need to pass on the message. So, just help Mr. Kenichi Shiro. I'm fine. As he spoke, Carl noticed Kenichi Shiro's gaze on him. After hesitating, thinking, and struggling for a moment, he finally broke off more than half of the Baumkuchen and handed it to Kenichi Shiro. Do you want to eat too, Kenichi Shiro? We were a little tired from the fight just now, so it's normal to be hungry. Although this may be a bit rude to Haruko, this Baumkuchen might be a little better than Haruko's, but it's not as good as Maki's. I tell Haruko the truth. Kenichi Shiro glanced at the Baumkuchen in Carl's hand, his gaze lingering on it twice before finally retracting, his expression serious. I don't accept food from outsiders. Well, on our first mission together, we had Jed's fried pork cutlet, didn't we? Remember Jed, the one at the logistics center? He's the manager now. You praised it back then. So, Kenichi Shiro, do you prefer meat? There's none here. Shut up, Carl. Kenichi Shiro turned sideways to face Slider, who, through his connected vision, saw something he had been hiding. He was rubbing his stomach. Hungry? As Slider thought this, he caught sight of a pair of eyes. They stared directly at him, filled with warning. Chapter 742. The wrist shouldn't be a problem. My medical skills are pretty good now. You don't know how tiring my first surgery was. I even opened up the head. I was so nervous my hands were shaking. You're lucky you came at a good time. After Carl inquired about the patient's post-operative condition, he saw Kenichi Shiro, who had been in Slider's room discussing matters with him, come out. Mr. Kenichi Shiro, how did the conversation go? Slider will be moving soon. Moving? Oh, to avoid the JIA, right? After a moment of confusion, Carl understood. He had changed sides after Slider decided, or rather, was forced to side with Arasaka. However, the new American members, led by the JIA, might come after Slider later. To avoid encounters and detection, Slider had to move and hide for at least 2 days. Slide, who hadn't believed New America would truly let him go from the start, had already prepared his next base. Now, this base was deliberately exposed, waiting for someone to come. Whoever came, it didn't matter to him. He just needed to ensure he remained useful and could be protected and survive under one of the factions. He's a cunning and clever guy. Kenichi Shiro commented on Slide. He knows how to judge the situation. After all, he was able to break away from the atmosphere of the Voodoo Gang, gather his own group, and thrive in Dogtown. Calling him a fool would be strange. Carl wasn't surprised. Honestly, from a personal perspective, he actually had a good impression of Sliders. After all, he managed to break away from the Voodoo Gang, a cult-like organization that Carl instinctively disliked. While he wasn't exactly a good person, he did have some self-respect. Smart people like him weren't the worst of Night City these days. If Carl had just arrived in Night City, he wouldn't have had a good reaction to Sliders. But perhaps after spending so long in Night City, his moral compass had lowered somewhat, and Carl now considered Sliders to be acceptable. Of course, that was just acceptable. If something truly disgusted Carl, like the Voodoo Gang, happened, Carl wouldn't mind completely eradicating the remnants of the Voodoo Gang. Come to think of it. Carl stared at the wound on Kenichi Shiro's shoulder, now bandaged and healed. Mr. Kenichi Shiro, your condition just now was clearly not your usual state. Your movements were unrecognizable to me. If your movements during infiltration weren't so different from your usual self, I wouldn't have missed you. I'm using some special potions to maintain my current state. Kenichi Shiro followed Carl's gaze, and glanced at his shoulder. The tingling sensation from the healing wound there was like ants crawling. At first, I didn't expect you to be trusted so quickly, so I planned to do it myself. But now that you're here, I don't plan to continue using those injections. This kind of thing is quite burdensome, isn't it? Faced with Carl's somewhat concerned words, Kenichi Shiro merely glanced at him, the meaning clearly written in his eyes. Need you to tell me? If it weren't burdensome, wouldn't I be injecting every day? Well, don't take it too seriously. I was just asking. Carl saw the meaning in Kenichi Shiro's eyes, and wisely ended the conversation. He had actually asked this question with another meaning. Kenichi Shiro's peak form was like this, pretty much as he imagined. Pretty much as he imagined meant that it wasn't beyond Carl's expectations. I'm so glad you recognized me. You saved your life, Mr. Kenichi Shiro. These words came from a completely sincere heart, without a trace of irony or sarcasm. Simply spoken, they didn't change Kenichi Shiro's expression in the slightest. After a long pause, he gave a slight nod. After all, I'm old. Indeed, the peak brought on by the potion is only temporary. There's still a period of readjustment. If it were really you, Mr. Kenichi Shiro, at your peak, I'd probably have lost half my life. When my body was at its peak, my experience and consciousness hadn't yet reached their peak. And when I reached the latter, my body weakened. The peak you mentioned, combined with the period of readjustment, the so-called prime is just a paradox. Kenichi Shiro shook his head. He didn't feel inferior to Carl. Carl's having surpassed him was something special. After losing face, and having even Carl learn his last words, his attitude towards Carl had somewhat changed. Or rather, he truly let his inner appreciation, mixed with the complex emotions that had previously surfaced, shine through. Now, Kenichi Shiro looked at Carl, having put aside his slight resentment, and officially acknowledged him. Not knowing the subtle yet drastic change in Kenichi Shiro's attitude towards him, Carl remained as curious as ever. By the way, Mr. Kenichi Shiro, besides asking Sliders to assist in the upcoming operation, what else did you discuss with Sliders? If there's anything relevant, I can use it to help with my own affairs. A piece of news that will spread throughout Dogtown soon. Kenichi Shiro's expression shifted slightly at this point. Hansen plans to hold a banquet and decide his successor there. At this time? Having attended Hansen's banquet twice, once openly and once in secret, Carl's impression of it would likely be that the cold cuts were delicious, but nothing else stood out. At this critical moment, the presidential plane crash has cut Dogtown off from the outside world, and most of the Hellhounds have been deployed to conduct perimeter searches. Yet Hansen has chosen to hold a banquet to select a successor. Wait. Security is lax? Hansen, Is he trying to lure someone into a trap? Carl frowned. Who could Hansen lure into a trap? Of course, someone he couldn't find in Dogtown right now. But what could he rely on to ensure someone would come, but choosing to invite someone over? Is Hansen wavering in his stance, failing to reach an agreement with those who oppose Miles, or is he trying to play both sides, sensing the situation is dire? With so little information, Carl has no idea what's going on. Even if Hansen was threatening to destroy Dogtown and Night City with a nuclear weapon, he wouldn't be the type to invite someone to a negotiation, right? It's unlikely that Hansen now holds leverage that could cause chaos throughout New America and its military technology. Chapter 743. In Dogtown, many people saw that Hansen's impromptu banquet and air announcement was a tactic, and one of them was naturally Rosalind Miles, who was now under close protection. I must go. Her decision was brief and firm. Having just recently escaped a near-death attack from Hansen, she unhesitatingly expressed her willingness to accept this seemingly murderous invitation. This almost reckless decision made Oliver, who was responsible for protecting her, frown. Hey, Ms. Rosalind. No, President Miles, he drawled, his tone a mixture of sarcasm and impatience. You don't really think our protection mission is an easy one, do you? Our original agreement was only to ensure your safety, not to accompany you to your death. Yes, I admit, as a St. Domingo native, I have some respect for you, but my old American sentiments are not strong enough to make me willingly jump into the fire pit. Oliver. Jack interrupted his complaint at the right time, but his brow was still furrowed. A mercenary for many years, he knew how to handle important figures. He turned to Rosalind, his tone more restrained than Oliver's, yet equally disapproving. President Miles, this is outside our mandate. For your safety, you better proceed with caution. I don't quite understand the politics between you politicians, but an opponent who just wanted you dead sends you an invitation, and you're planning to accept it? That's illogical, even. Jack paused, choosing his words carefully. It's like walking into a trap. Our orders are to protect you, not to watch you walk into danger. His words were more subtle than Oliver's, but his meaning couldn't be clearer. This was essentially a home and feast, a one-way trip. V, standing by, also shook his head slightly, clearly not intending to do anything unnecessary. The support team sent by Reed and Blanca was already in place. They only needed to get Rosalind Miles safely out of Dogtown under cover of night, and their mission would be accomplished. At this critical juncture, adding unnecessary complications was clearly unwise. I can opt out of attending in person. Faced with the objections of Oliver and the others, Rosalind remained calm. She had never intended to risk her own life from the beginning. Tomorrow's negotiations with Arasaka are the top priority. I believe you're capable of escorting me safely out of Dogtown, but I must send someone to Hansen's banquet. At the very least, someone needs to speak with that traitor to New America. So you're saying that, ultimately, it's going to be one of ours? Oliver immediately grasped her intention and turned his gaze to Reed, who was standing nearby. Do you want the CIA to talk to Hansen about mental health on your behalf? Or are you trying to persuade him to regain his patriotism? Oliver snorted coldly. Looks like you're planning on having us send a team to escort Reed to the banquet. Honestly, how is that any different from just protecting you? The mission is clear. We're solely responsible for your safety. I don't see any reason to agree to such an extra request. Not to protect Reed at the banquet, but you. Rosalind Miles's words made V frown. What do you mean? V asked bluntly. Lark, remember? She's your official client. A shrewd look flashed in Rosalind's eyes. According to industry rules, the client's life must be protected until the mission is completed. While I can take over the responsibility of this commission, the rules of your mercenary world. The original client's life must be preserved until the mission is completed, right? Provocation won't work on us, Oliver said. We all know that Lark is only giving us the commission on your behalf. If you want to use a name to make us go to all the trouble to save Lark, then. Midway through his speech, Oliver suddenly realized something and raised an eyebrow. Wait a minute, you mean? We went to talk to Hansen because we want to exchange Lark's life with him. He was a little surprised as he said this. I didn't realize you care about your subordinates' lives, but you still think. Let us mercenaries take the risk. Everyone has their own value, and Lark's value is particularly special. She shouldn't be in Hansen's hands. She must return to her rightful place. Rosalind Miles said, somewhat cryptically, there's a reason she's become my exclusive hacker. Miles looked at V. If she were allowed to fall into Hansen's hands, it wouldn't just impact New America. It would impact the entire world. We must ensure her safe return. Hansen's initiative to negotiate means he's seen through Lark's value. Miles shifted her gaze, so the others could see her. As long as he's willing to return Lark, Her voice suddenly softened, yet it was chilling. The previous attack, the betrayal. I can forgive him. I even welcome him back to New America, to a position worthy of his talents. She spread her hands. My negotiations with Arasaka will affect world peace. I know Hansen is worried that our rapprochement will put him in an awkward position. So, I'm willing to offer a guarantee. As long as he demonstrates sufficient sincerity, I can even allow him to keep the list of traitors. I personally handle this mess, as long as he returns the lark. That's my deal. Miles slowly stood up, her cold gaze sweeping across everyone present. Her voice was low and firm, carrying unquestionable authority. I know you have no obligation to save the lark, so I won't use high-sounding arguments to convince you. She raised her chin slightly, her fingers clenched lightly. All I need is for you to meet Hansen with my sincerity. I will personally evacuate Dogtown at the same time you do. Her eyes were sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing through anything. Hesitantly, if the negotiations fail, don't worry. The support team I arranged will ensure your safe evacuation. Believe me, once I leave Dogtown and confirm my safety to the outside world, I'm fully capable of fulfilling this promise. The curve of her lips deepened, yet there was no trace of warmth. As for the reward, in addition to doubling the 5 million euros I promised you, you can also choose a sufficiently prestigious position with me, as long as you are capable of it. Her fingertips lightly brushed across the table. Cabinet advisor, head of a government department even. She leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice. If you truly have enough talent and are interested in pursuing a career in politics, I can pave the way for you, allowing you to reach a position where you can directly address the president. The reward is indeed tempting. Jack rubbed his chin, his brow furrowing ever more tightly. Now, after achieving fame, he became more composed within the team. This unexpectedly generous reward had only made him wary. But perhaps a mercenary, who isn't blinded by generous rewards, is the true mercenary. I wonder, just how important is Lark? Miles's fingers suddenly stopped. I can't elaborate, her voice suddenly hardened. But if you accept this additional commission, I will grant you a privilege. Privilege? Oliver asked subconsciously. The power of execution. As she uttered the word, the temperature in the room, where only Team KK, herself, and Reed were present, seemed to plummet. If Lark's return cannot be guaranteed, I authorize you to execute her on the spot. The reward will still be doubled, but, her gaze swept over the group, it will be one less promise you might not care about. The air froze. Lita's breathing visibly hitched, and the others froze in their tracks. The power of execution? Does that mean, if they can't bring her back, they just kill her? This wasn't about respecting her at all, it was about absolutely not letting the Lark fall into the wrong hands. Chapter 744. Sir Akechi, who is this man? Under Akechi's command, the team moved to a new base. After passing through a street patrol by the Netherhounds, they noticed that, in addition to the local hacker Slide mentioned in the communication, there was also a middle-aged man in gray standing quietly beside Akechi. As a rule, superiors are not obligated to explain any arrangements to their subordinates, but Akechi ignored his subordinate's minor doubt and simply introduced him calmly. This is a consultant sent by our headquarters. You must treat him with courtesy. You may address him as Mr. Amami. A consultant from our headquarters? While everyone understood this arrangement, they still felt a subtle resentment towards Akechi. Headquarters had clearly stated that this operation was under the full authority of Lord Akechi, so why had an advisor suddenly appeared out of nowhere? Could it be that headquarters was still wary of Lord Akechi, or even of all of them? Or perhaps, this advisor had already been lurking in Dogtown, and upon hearing the news, was ordered by his superiors to come and assist. The four operatives' expressions paled slightly, a wave of shame welling up in their hearts. They recalled their own, and their colleagues' previous actions. The failed operation that ultimately forced Lord Akechi to personally risk his life, and even alerted the Netherhounds. Could it be that it was their mistakes that allowed headquarters to hear about the situation, mistakenly assuming Lord Akechi was incompetent, and thus dispatch an advisor to oversee it? But this was clearly their fault, not Lord Akechi's fault. Such thoughts swirled not only in the operatives' minds, but also in the hacker girl's team. She glared at the operatives. Why would headquarters suddenly send in an advisor if there wasn't a reason? No wonder Lord Akechi had previously gone out alone to search for supplies and reinforcements, rather than bringing them along. He must have urgently contacted his superiors, taking on the responsibility himself, only to secure the advisor's assistance. In Arasaka, subordinates who bring their superiors down are decisively abandoned, yet now, it was they who had brought Lord Akechi down upon themselves. But the name Amami. The hacker girl paused for a moment, her thoughts suddenly drawn to a distant legend. Deep in her memory, the words Akechi and Amami had once been subtly intertwined. A secret from the unofficial history of the Warring States period, it was said that Nankubo Amami, the black-clad prime minister who assisted the Tokugawa shogunate, was actually Akechi Mitsuhide, who had faked his own death and retreated from the world after the Hinoji incident. Of course, this claim was merely a rumor born of the mystery surrounding Nankubo Amami's origins, and its credibility was almost zero. But now, when the names Akechi and Amami appeared together, legend and reality struck a strange chord. She instinctively glanced at the gray-clad advisor's profile, trying to find a clue in that expressionless face. In that fleeting moment of connection, she suddenly became aware of a gaze. Lord Akechi was watching her silently. The girl's head shot up, caught off guard by those deep eyes. To her surprise, they held a calmness that was almost soothing, as if they had already seen through the historical associations in her mind. Akechi's gaze danced in her pupils, reflecting the hacker girl's sudden realization. So that's it. The girl's eyelashes trembled slightly. Lord Akechi not only noticed her distraction, but he also keenly realized that she was the only one present who had noticed the illusion between Akechi and Amami. This barely perceptible exchange of glances was a clear cue for her to remain silent. So, the hacker girl nodded imperceptibly. A hint of pride crossed her lips. Since she had deliberately chosen the pseudonym Amami, steeped in historical illusions, this consultant's true identity was likely far more complex than it appeared. Perhaps after the mission was over, this person would continue to lurk in other shadows. A pseudonym reminiscent of a Warring States sage is indeed more deceptive than a randomly fabricated codename. By the time her colleagues noticed her, the girl had already returned to her usual indifferent expression. But somewhere in her heart, a new realization was forming. In this secret exchange of glances, she had just become one of Lord Akechi's few secret insiders. A secret excitement surged in her chest, surging like a virus blocked by a firewall. The girl had to bite the soft flesh inside her mouth, using the pain to suppress the untimely throbbing. Meanwhile, the cold glow of the holographic screen on her laptop, held in her hand, perfectly masked the faint blush on the tips of her ears. A decision had already taken root in her heart. Upon completion of this mission, she would apply for a formal transfer to Lord Akechi's command. She glanced at the tense faces of her companions, and she was almost certain that everyone shared the same sentiment. In Arasaka, a steel jumble woven by factions and interests, following a superior worthy of trust, was an unspoken rule of survival for the wise. Moreover, the girl's breathing quickened slightly. With Lord Akechi's demonstrated ability and vision, promotion was only a matter of time. When this powerful figure needed to assemble his own team, who better to choose than these old subordinates, who had weathered the hellhounds together and shared the secrets of the safe house? Her knuckles unconsciously rubbed the data chip hidden in the computer's external connector, the metal edges causing pain in her fingertips. It contained not only the decryption logs of all encrypted communications during the operation, but also the vulnerabilities she had carefully identified, the very trophy that would prove her worth. As a team hacker, she should have directly handed this chip, containing company secrets, bypassing Akechi and passing it on to higher-ups. However, she had already decided that the chip would remain in her possession for a few hours after the mission, long enough for Lord Akechi to review it before submitting it to his superiors. Any incident that might tarnish Lord Akechi's image, such as risking his life to rescue a subordinate, an act that would be considered emotional and weak by higher-ups, would be carefully embellished or completely erased. Lord Akechi must deliver his mission report flawlessly. Even she, the overseer initially assigned to the team, would feel that the mission was being delivered flawlessly. While the hacker girl was mulling over her thoughts, Mr. Amami, or rather, Kenichi Shiro, had already observed her imperceptibly. Compared to the newly hired Akechi, the experienced Kenichi Shiro could immediately discern. This hacker was undoubtedly the most outstanding on the list Akechi had ever encountered. And such talent, in a hierarchical company like Arasaka, would often be assigned to more covert surveillance missions. But judging by her current behavior, she actually showed a hint of hostility towards someone Akechi had called advisor out of concern for him. Could she truly be loyal to him? There must be something strange about this guy's popularity with young women. Chapter 745. Is it difficult to attend Hansen's party? If you ask this question to a citizen struggling on the streets, struggling to find even a decent job, it's almost impossible. The well-dressed dignitaries at the party are people they only glimpse in Mutuo. But for those truly deserving of an invitation, whether or not to attend Hansen's party is simply a matter of whether or not they're willing to condescend to visit that shabby place called Dogtown. At least, that was the case in the past. Undercurrents are brewing in Dogtown these days, and anyone with a discerning eye can sense something's amiss at this party. However, with Hansen's selection of a successor being a major event, various factions are forced to attend regardless. This makes every name on the guest list intriguing. Of course, this only applies to those formally invited and interested in attending. For those outsiders, especially those with a compelling reason to be at the banquet, no matter how difficult it might be to infiltrate, the risk is worth it. What do you think of Hansen's public announcement of selecting a successor? It doesn't look like the old fox is truly retiring. In a makeshift safe house constructed through Slide's connections, Akechi dismissed his team members, citing important matters. He casually nibbled on a buttered bun while discussing this emergency with Slide, who had arrived alone, and Kenichi Shiro, who was disguised as an advisor. Hansen definitely holds a fatal vulnerability against New America. While I don't know the specifics, it's definitely a devastating secret that could shake the very foundations of the Federation. He deliberately spread the rumor in hopes of negotiating with New America's top brass or other powerful factions. At the very least, he needs a backer who can save his life. It seems the forces behind Hansen's attack on the presidential plane have lost patience with this useless mad dog, now that Rosalind Miles narrowly escaped death. It's unclear who broke away first, but Hansen, a lost dog, is clearly desperately searching for a new master. Of course, it's also possible that this venomous snake is still maneuvering, hoping to continue his role as a local tyrant. Kenichi Shiro is, after all, an old-school Arasaka. He immediately understood the intentions of Hansen, a youngster who once belonged to New America, and instantly realized that this matter must involve his old rivals, military technology and New America. If these two giants weren't secretly wrestling with each other, Hansen's crude entrapment trick wouldn't even have a chance to begin. So, the so-called banquet to select a successor. It's all just a cover. The real purpose is to lure all parties into negotiations. Slider listened to Kenichi Shiro's analysis, and couldn't help but smack his lips. He prided himself on being one of Dogtown's top hackers, having honed his skills in this lawless land for years. But the maneuvers of giants like New America and military technology, and even the machinations of Dogtown's overlords like Hansen, were far beyond his reach. No matter how skilled he was only a hacker easily manipulated by CIA agents. How could he have the opportunity to witness such a level of intrigue, both open and covert? Now, listening to Kenichi Shiro's meticulous analysis of the situation, he truly saw the complexities of this chess game for the first time. It wasn't that Slider wasn't sharp, but he had always avoided power games of this magnitude. It was simply not something a small-time figure like him could get involved in. If KK and Vice President Arasaka hadn't come personally today, he would have stayed out of hiding until the whole thing was over, until he was finally pulled out of hiding. How could being threatened with a gun to his head by a CIA agent compare to the comfort of working with KK and Arasaka's top brass? If KK hadn't approached him, he'd probably still be living in fear, worried that working for the CIA might lead to his sudden disappearance. It's not that the CIA is bad, but it feels like working with KK and Kenichi Shiro offers more opportunities. The CIA never explains things in such detail, so it's nowhere near as comfortable as feeling like one of their own now. Under the thought that he might actually gain the allegiance of a certain faction, Xia Dai became quite active. So, should we find a way to get into this banquet? We absolutely must go, and I'm sure the New America people will be there too. Kenichi Shiro tapped his fingers lightly on the table, where the food had been placed while they were talking. His eyes followed Carl, who finished his butter bread, and then picked up a piece of fried chicken. He also took a fried chicken wing, and began to eat. This mission can be considered an invitation from Hansen to Arasaka. It seems that the bodies left behind by your team over there have caused the Hellhounds to report that Arasaka's men have also come to Dogtown. Also an invitation to Arasaka. How do you say that? Carl raised an eyebrow in surprise. Hansen holds leverage over New America. Arasaka certainly values him, and has reason to offer a price, but I don't see an invitation. Bennett, do you recognize this name? When Kenichi Shiro mentioned this name, Carl remembered that capable fellow from back then. That former New America Lieutenant Colonel, Chester Bennett? Carl nodded. I have some impression of him. He's quite capable. He once reached the rank of Lieutenant Colonel in New America. He definitely has the skills. What's wrong? Hansen's so-called successor, ultimately, only has 2 people qualified. One is Bennett, and he's privately quite close to Arasaka, a fact Hansen is aware of. In other words, if he becomes the successor, then Arasaka's influence over Dogtown is guaranteed. It seems the situation is quite clear. The so-called successor is actually just Hansen offering a price, similar to the deal he and I discussed back then. Whoever offers the highest price gets it. So, the other successor? Is it military technology or New America? Neither one. Kenichi Shiro shook his head. Gagazab, formerly the CFO of Petrochemical, was rumored to have been fired for embezzling funds. After a stint in prison, he was released. Rumors circulated that he had seen the opportunities that Dogtown offered Hansen, and had resolutely resigned to join him. After all, they had all joined Hansen after he became independent, and he was a rare and intelligent individual. Hansen's current position was inseparable from him, but within the Netherhounds, he was considered an accountant who wasn't very popular. Intelligent? That's an interesting assessment. Carl understood. One heir had no bias, while the other favored Arasaka. It seemed Hansen was somewhat wary of the possibility of New America and military technology being affected by him, and therefore leaned a little towards Arasaka. Is the next step just a matter of the price? Chapter 746. This banquet isn't so easy to get into. After Hua Tiao, the local infiltrator in the team, was tasked with helping Team Mingji enter Hansen's banquet, he became extremely puzzled about how to get in. Hansen's announcement of his successor at the banquet was essentially a declaration to those with access to intelligence that he held leverage over the New America. The highest bidder wins, but to gain access to the negotiating table, one needs a basic skill, the ability to get before Hansen. If you can't even infiltrate a banquet where Hansen deliberately deployed a large number of personnel and lowered security, how can he trust the company behind you to close this deal? Let alone truly grant him protection afterward? Those seemingly lax patrol routes are actually crisscrossed with electronic sentinels, and the guest list undergoes multiple verifications. Hansen is screening for qualified individuals. If you can't even pass this entry test, all your boasts about power and leverage become a joke. Furthermore, while security at this banquet was ostensibly relaxed due to a shortage of personnel, according to the intelligence Slide had gathered so far. Despite the reduction in personnel, the associated machinery and security equipment had actually increased, doubling in number. It could even be said that, judging solely by the current level of security, the Netherhound's deployment of security for this banquet far surpassed any previous one. This was the most stringent security level ever deployed at any of Hansen's banquets. Even Arasaka Tower wouldn't be as well prepared as this, Slide sighed, observing the defenses he had surveyed. That's not even the case. At Arasaka Tower, if the emergency defense protocol were activated, Mr. Adam Hammer, the head of security, would be the first to respond. I don't believe Hansen's security measures could rival those of Adam Hammer. Carl was quite familiar with Arasaka Tower security, but unlike Slide, he wasn't overly impressed. After all, no matter how rigorous Hansen's Hellhound's defenses were, they were nothing compared to the heavyweight defenses of Arasaka Tower, such as Adam's Hammer. While the Hellhound's security was tight, the real challenge wasn't breaking through their defenses, but guarding against other companies getting there first. They had to ensure they had enough leverage to reach a deal with Hansen before their competitors. There's a facial recognition device at the entrance, and there's a dedicated person who's actually touching and verifying it. Slide observed the security measures projected on the device in his hand, and couldn't help but glance up at Carl. It looks like they set up this specifically to prevent people from changing their appearance. This facial recognition device is the latest model, right? Hansen already got it, and they even had a dedicated person touch it. How cautious. As Carl looked at the device with a hint of surprise, Kenichi Shiro spoke up. Ever since you became famous, major companies have been putting their long-standing facial changing technology to use. The technology has been re-examined. Before you showed up, agents would simply change their faces to disguise themselves. After all, no one would be foolish enough to install a scannable prosthetic. He paused. And yet, you managed to make temporary face-changing technology famous. Now every company is developing their own, and defenses have naturally evolved accordingly. So I'm a trendsetter then? I don't know if it's trendy or not. You're just a bad example. This system protects against temporary face changing. Even permanent face changing can still get in. No wonder facial change detection is only activated for high-level banquets at Arasaka Tower. Carl rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Even if the lower-level personnel temporarily changed their appearance, it wouldn't cause any trouble. They don't have access to the core areas anyway, and using expensive camouflage chips to trick a few security guards isn't worth it. Only high-level officials with access to confidential information can afford to temporarily change their appearance. Carl chuckled. So Hansen is now on guard against VIPs like us? So a direct infiltration is hopeless, unless you can handle getting plastic surgery first, then having them touch your face for hours while you're there, under the scanner. And based on my understanding of your personality. Kenichi Shiro looked at Carl. You probably wouldn't be happy about that. After all, You still have to rely on this face to deceive people. Your words are a bit sharp, Mr. Kenichishiro. What do you mean by relying on this face to deceive people? I never done such a thing, okay? If I were to deceive people, it would be through a disguised appearance, and I would actually feel guilty about it. Carl placed the back of his hand against his chin. He clenched his fist slightly, supporting his head as he pondered. Well, it seems we need to find another way in. The last 2 times we entered as guests, but this time we have to come uninvited. While thinking, Carl suddenly realized something. Wait, isn't Bennett secretly trying to make overtures to Arasaka? Perhaps we can exploit this. First, try infiltrating through him. If that doesn't work, we can simply help him eliminate Hansen and establish him as the new king of Dogtown. Since he's actively siding with Arasaka, he must have harbored this ambition long ago, but simply lacked the right opportunity and backing. This plan is too risky. Kenichishiro shook his head. First, we have to get what Hansen has. Second, even if Bennett is a fool, he see we're using him. Even if he agrees to cooperate, Hansen will likely eliminate him before he can gain Arasaka's official support. More importantly, we're not even sure Bennett truly wants to eliminate Hansen. He's secretly colluding with Arasaka purely because of that newcomer, Gagazab. This accountant now holds equal power within the Netherhounds. Perhaps Bennett simply wants to use Arasaka to eliminate Gagazab. Kenichishiro frowned and continued, and maybe he still retains some kind of twisted loyalty to Hansen. While we don't know the value of that loyalty, if he's truly devoted, if we make contact rashly, we alert them and make Hansen wary of our infiltration plan. Being a guest won't work, and neither will going the inside route. Carl was truly feeling a bit stymied. After all, his infiltration skills were quite average. How about we charge and head on, put a knife to Hansen's neck, and ask him for his price? That's a simple and easy solution. Kenichishiro pondered for a moment, surprisingly not taking Carl's idea as a joke. We can use it as a backup. Charge and head on? Faced with such defenses, Slide was stunned to hear they were really considering charging in as a backup plan. But then, thinking of the 2 men's abilities, it didn't seem so incredible. After all, one of them was the legendary KK. Wait a minute. While thinking about legends, Slide suddenly remembered a rumor. Rumor has it that Hansen was able to establish himself so quickly in Dogtown because he had many supporters, one of whom was a major force, the Cuban Crime Syndicate. This group, once known as America's Backyard, had, with the disintegration of the old United States, now considered North America its own backyard. If it were them, they could meet Hansen without any formalities. I got an idea. Slide suddenly spoke, drawing Carl and Kenichishir's gaze. Do you know Aguilar? Chapter 747. Aguilar, the living legend? Every time someone in Havana lit a cigar, Aguilar would take a head somewhere in the world. When Carl first heard this name, he was still a rookie struggling on the streets. In the afterlife, the elders always lowered their voices when mentioning living legend, as if the name itself would bring about fatal disaster. Adam Hammer? A cybernetic monster. Rog? The queen of go-betweens in the afterlife. And Aguilar, the Cuban criminal gang's top assassin, a master negotiator. Whenever Aguilar appeared, even the most tense atmosphere would be deflated. If his one-man diplomatic mission failed, people would start dying until the problem was resolved. Some say he's a living assassin, a ghost who can appear anywhere, taking the lives of those who offend the Cuban criminal gangs. Gang leaders, police chiefs, corporate executives, politicians, everyone, regardless of status, flees, hides, and begs for mercy at the mere mention of Aguilar. He's a man of considerable renown. Why are you bringing him up all of a sudden, Slide? Seeing that Carl knew the living legend, Slide nodded slightly. Yes, it was Aguilar after all. His name was circulated among mercenaries, citizens, and even the company. It was only natural that Carl would know. If it's Aguilar, Slide expressed his thoughts. I heard the Cuban criminal gang behind him supports Hansen. Since this is Hansen's party, I doubt anyone would dare to check on this legendary figure, so disguise yourself as him? Kenichishiro interrupted. That's a good idea, but the problem is, how do we get Aguilar's appearance and attire? I do have some information, but this Aguilar seems to change his appearance frequently, and we can't be sure of his most recent appearance. There's a simple solution. Slide's eyes flickered between Carl and Kenichishiro. Whether it was the presence of the two of them that emboldened him, or perhaps the situation forced him, he actually revealed a plan he never dared to consider before. The Cubans will definitely send a representative to decide the successor to Dogtown. To demonstrate their power and status, they'd likely send Aguilar. We can find him, eliminate him, and then impersonate him to attend the banquet. If we can't be sure of his most recent appearance, why not just meet him in person? It was a natural idea, and the easiest to implement. The only problem was, what about Aguilar, this living legend? No, that wasn't the hardest thing, at least not for KK and Kenichi Shiro. The hardest thing was, how do we find Aguilar? Dogtown is so big, I don't think finding him will be any easier than finding a needle in a haystack. I can find him. Sliders suddenly displayed surprising confidence. Under Carl's questioning gaze, Sliders continued, I have channels left behind by the Voodoo Gang. Although the gang is gone, some things still exist. Maman Bridget, before her death, cracked a secret Cuban communication line. It was an extremely difficult, hidden channel. She kept it unused, waiting for it to be used as a trump card in the war with the Cubans, but she never used it until her death. It's been so long since Maman Bridget died. Are you sure this line still works? This level of covert line isn't easy to build. Even the Voodoo Gang had a hard time secretly acquiring one. The Voodoo Gang might not be as good as the Cuban criminal group in other areas, but when it comes to hacking, I'm sure the Cuban criminal group can't hold a candle to the Voodoo Gang. Yes, they dared to attack Blackwell, attracting network surveillance. It's true that it's difficult for forces without a dedicated focus on hacking to hold a candle to them. Carl couldn't explain Slider's inexplicable self-confidence. Someone who had split from the Voodoo Gang had become proud of the dead Voodoo Gang after the split. But even though we're not as bold as the Voodoo Gang in digging through the Black Wall, you weren't actually afraid of being confronted by the Cubans. The Cubans and the Haitians, one Catholic, the other Voodoo, it's hard to say who's more favorable, but we can always get a sense of each other's character. We're bound to run into the Cubans sooner or later, so there's no reason not to prepare. Even if it wasn't used until the Voodoo Gang was gone, it's a good thing for us now. Carl found it rather ironic. His team had wiped out the Voodoo Gang, only to have the Voodoo Gang's insurgency Sliders use their remaining lines. If the now-dead Mom and Bridget knew about this, who knows if she'd be pissed enough to come back to life. What do you think of this idea? After coming up with the idea of provoking the Cubans, Sliders looked at Carl and Kenichi Shiro. They were the ones making the decisions. He wasn't in a position to make them. I don't mind. I don't have any other good ideas, and it's getting dark, so this will do. Carl thought for a moment, and didn't object. It would be a lie to say attacking the Cubans wouldn't provoke retaliation, but it was just retaliation from the Cubans, and Carl wouldn't care much either. A criminal group is powerful, and the assassins they train are hailed as living legends, which is also impressive, but this outsider, running amok in Night City, doesn't he know about the KK, a living legend, a legendary killer? Rumor has it he has a murder record of 20 or 30 in every state. That's quite impressive. After all these years of fame, he's only managed this. On his first day, Carl had taken out more people than he'd taken out in a single state in all his years. While the people Aguilar had taken out might have been important figures in that state, no matter how important they were, could they compare to the Arasaka vice president that Carl had personally taken out? Or even to Saburo Arasaka, of course. There was another reason why Carl had so easily decided to take on the Cuban crime syndicate. This Cuban crime syndicate was known by another name in the world. The Cuban drug cartel. Carl had no sympathy for them. Since they come to Night City on their own initiative, even if it was just somewhere like Dogtown, there was no reason not to crush them. Take Aguilar and the Cubans. Kenichi Shiro pondered Slide's suggestion for a moment, then nodded with an unusually calm expression. Let's do it. The Cuban crime syndicate was truly no big deal. Chapter 748. I actually always been curious about something. Carl stood on the edge of the abandoned high-rise building in Dogtown, the night wind whipping dust through the rusted steel bars. He bit the end of a chocolate bar, the sweet taste spreading through his mouth as he continued to talk to Kenichi Shiro and Sliders on the communicator. After deciding to take action, I spent some time carefully studying Aguilar's movements and murder record. Carl crunched the last piece of chocolate and casually stuffed the plastic wrapper into his pocket. I discovered subtle inconsistencies in at least 12 incidents attributed to Aguilar. Taken together, these details seem awry. Subtle inconsistencies? Kenichi Shiro's voice rang out from the communicator. The faint hum of switching surveillance screens could be heard in the background. He checked the movements of the Akechi team members. Everyone had followed orders to rest in the designated area, and no one approached the monitoring room where he and Sliders were. Carl tapped the cracked concrete floor with the toe of his boot. The most obvious issue is the time difference. 3 groups of cases occurred on the East Coast and West Coast, less than 2 hours apart, yet the crow's eye view distance between the two places is over 4,000 kilometers. If these crimes were truly committed by the same person. Carl paused. Either Aguilar can teleport like Superman, or we're dealing with more than one Aguilar. Superman? Kenichi Shiro's voice held a rare hint of teasing. A superhero character from an old American comic? It's rare you can describe something I know. The blue light of the surveillance screen shone on his face, illuminating the slightly raised corners of his mouth. He gestured to the slider to bring up the database, his fingers tapping rapidly on the keyboard. Indeed, Kenichi Shiro continued, his eyes quickly scanning the case records that popped up on the screen. If we rule out the absurd possibility that Aguilar could fly, these cases officially certified by the Cuban group simply don't fit in the timeline. He paused, then turned to the slider. Show the 3 East Coast cases side by side, with the 2 West Coast cases. The slider silently operated the system, and several sets of case details were simultaneously projected onto the screen of the device that the slider had brought into the room. Kenichi Shiro crossed his arms, brow furrowed. The problem is, all of these cases have been officially certified by the Cuban group as Aguilar's crimes. So the question now is? He turned to the communicator. Do you think the Cuban group is fabricating the facts, attributing the achievements of other assassins to Aguilar to glorify his reputation? Or, Kenichi Shiro pondered, the Cuban group has actually trained an entire team of Aguilars. Is it true that only those who successfully complete their missions are publicly recognized as the true Aguilar? I think both possibilities are possible. Carl picked up another bag of chocolate bars and began to eat, his voice a little slurred. Some assassins secretly used Aguilar's name to commit crimes. As long as the job was done well, and it brought fame to the group, the Cuban criminal group would readily accept him. And they certainly have more than one real Aguilar under their command. Otherwise, how else can we explain why Aguilar never actually died in so many high-risk missions? He recalled what he had seen. Look at these records. There are several cases where Aguilar's body was claimed to have been found, but not long after, a lively Aguilar appeared to continue the mission. The most outrageous incident was in New Orleans in 2071. Aguilar, who was confirmed dead by the medical examiner, had not yet been cold when a new Aguilar target appeared 3 blocks away. Kenichiro quickly scanned the information Carl had memorized after just one glance. So you think this is a double act? Allowing imposters to covet the reputation while secretly training multiple genuine assassins? Indeed. Carl bit into his chocolate bar. The Cuban group is playing a psychological game, making Aguilar an unkillable specter. That name alone is enough to keep their targets awake at night. We kill one today, and they release another tomorrow. Legends always outlive the killer himself. Carl pulled out his KK pistol with one hand and examined it. Of course, Carl said, not completely swearing. He pushed the magazine that had slipped from his sleeve into the gun with a click. Perhaps the real Aguilar is a monster-level killer. I calculated the time windows for those missions. Morgan Blackhand could easily accomplish that. He flicked his fingers, wiping the gun with his sleeve, and chuckled. But I just can't understand how a Cuban criminal group could train such a being of Morgan Blackhand's caliber. A reassuring mechanical click sounded as the gun inspection was complete. You know, if Morgan Blackhand and Adam Hammer were truly that easy to train, there wouldn't be so few of them in all these years. The slider signaled Kenichi Shiro, who understood and activated the pre-prepared channel, displaying a surveillance video of Aguilar's movements. If a killer of that caliber truly existed, the Cuban criminal group would have rebranded as a legitimate security company long ago. If they could easily produce Morgan Blackhand, even Arasaka, with security as its core business, wouldn't be able to compete. This is the fun part. Carl holstered his pistol and finished another chocolate bar. He clapped his hands, brushing the crumbs off his fingers. Whether he's capable enough to not do it, or if he's not capable enough to do it, but has gained a reputation for it, we find out soon. Route confirmed, KK. He's arrived at the location. Contact established. We successfully lured him for you. Next, we cut off all external communication channels. Slide's voice echoed in Carl's ears. Carl smiled slightly. Thanks, Slide. You're truly reliable, a professional hacker indeed. Reliable? After being suddenly praised like that, and by KK at that, Slide felt a strange feeling. KK's words were truly polite and comforting. At the same moment he communicated with the slider, Carl took a step forward, leaning naturally forward. Without hesitation or a running start, he moved with the composure of someone stepping over a threshold. Then, with arms outstretched, he plummeted from the building. The building Carl was on had 12 floors, a height of 36 meters. Carl's fall from the rooftop took about 3 seconds to land. The wind howled in his ears, whipping his clothes like a banner. The feeling of weightlessness made his blood boil in his veins. The world zoomed before his eyes. As gravity dragged him downward, Carl spotted the vehicle he had been waiting for passing below. It was a black sedan. Aguilar, staring at the view from the rooftop through the in-car system behind the bulletproof glass, was filled with astonishment. With a single glance, Aguilar recognized the figure appearing from high above. It was KK. Chapter 749. Aguilar recognized KK. Indeed, it would be strange if a killer of his caliber didn't recognize KK. Everyone knew that this world-renowned young man, hailed as another living legend, had received a large portion of missions oriented toward security and protection. From the former Arasaka scion, now Arasaka CO, Nobuaki Arasaka, to ordinary gang leaders, he had a 100% completion rate on every escort mission. In other words, he had never failed in either mission, whether ordinary or protective. Aguilar, on the other hand, was synonymous with 100% assassination. In the assassin community, they were like two sides of a coin. Aguilar was the indestructible spear, while KK was the impenetrable shield. Though everyone knew KK's spear was sharper than anyone else's. In internal meetings of the Cuban group, executives constantly compared them to inflate their reputations. But privately, the group had already issued a strict order to all Aguilars. If they encountered a mission from KK, they should abandon it immediately, not even attempt it. To this end, they even resorted to silencing those who accepted a mission only to discover they would encounter KK, just to maintain their reputation of a 100% completion rate. The legend of the spear and shield has long been woven throughout the North American underworld, and countless people eagerly awaited this showdown. But Aguilar knew the truth. These brand ambassadors simply couldn't afford the cost of a direct confrontation with KK. If KK killed him today, the Cuban group's carefully crafted murder myth would instantly crumble. After all, if KK killed Aguilar, and he claimed that Aguilar was Aguilar, no one would deny that he was Aguilar. At that point, Aguilar, essentially a brand made up of multiple Aguilars, would be tarnished. Why had he encountered KK? Had someone ordered their assassination? How could the group's brand survive? How could they escape? How could they protect it in the future? All these thoughts flashed through Aguilar's mind like a slideshow, but his trained fighting instincts allowed him to quickly analyze the situation. Although, as a representative of the Cuban group attending the Hanson banquet, he had no idea why KK had targeted him. But now that he had encountered them, all he needed to do was respond. As the bearer of much of the fame of this generation of Aguilars, and the most prominent bearer of the Aguilar brand since its inception, Aguilar didn't consider himself truly inferior to KK. His earlier flashes of fear and avoidance were merely a result of overemphasis from those above him in the group. Let me witness KK's abilities. Judging from the altitude, it was about 12 stories. A fall from a height of approximately 36 meters would take 3 to 4 seconds, giving him ample time to react. Aguilar suddenly pressed a button on a device in the middle of the car, and a hole instantly appeared under his seat. With the opening for emergency escape, Aguilar began his descent. He had to get out of the moving vehicle first. Although the car he was sitting in had military-grade armor, it was of little use against KK. The cramped interior would actually hinder his movements. Aguilar wasn't the least bit concerned about whether KK would be safe after falling from such a height. His first step was to make sure KK would be alright. And KK didn't disappoint him. Even Carl would die if he jumped from 36 meters. Although Night City legends claim KK is omnipotent, possessing 5 faces, 8 mouths, and 12 arms, chewing on metal like a monster, Carl knew he wasn't a fully transformed atom sledgehammer, nor could he pull off a spectacular airborne jump. So, he took action the first second he was about to fall, slowing his descent. With a flick of his wrist, Carl silently shot out a silver monomolecular wire. Just as it was about to drop into the air, the thin yet incredibly sharp nanowires precisely wrapped around the exposed I-beam. His body traced an elegant arc through the air, drawn by the monomolecular wires toward the building's outer wall. Just as he was about to collide with the concrete, Carl's fingers flicked slightly. The monomolecular wires suddenly activated, severing the I-beam like a hot knife through butter. The severed beam, driven by inertia, sank deep into the building's outer wall. Carl, using this force, ground himself firmly to the vertical surface as if walking on flat ground. His feet, one in front of the other, planted themselves on the outer wall, maintaining a perfect 90-degree angle with the ground. The monomolecular wires embedded themselves deeply into the wall, gleaming coldly in the reflection of the glass on the upper floor. Carl bent his knees slightly, and as if on an invisible skateboard, he slid down the building's outer wall at a rapid speed. The hem of his clothes rustled behind him, and each step sent tiny sparks flying on the wall, yet he seemed to be free from the constraints of gravity. His movements were fluid, almost artistic, his monomolecular wires tightening and loosening, precisely controlling the speed and angle of his descent. When he was 4 stories away from the target vehicle, Carl suddenly released the monomolecular wires and dove down like an arrow. 4 stories is only about 12 meters, a height that was no problem for Carl. Carl's body continued to plummet, the wind ripping his clothes apart. Just 10 meters from the ground, a figure suddenly flashed across his vision. Aguilar slid out from under the moving vehicle with an almost uncanny agility, his movements smooth as liquid. In midair, Carl instantly captured every detail. Aguilar's dark brown skin shone with a metallic sheen, his signature prosthetic eyes with white pupils on a black background gleaming with a cold, mechanical light, his striped suit remaining wrinkle-free despite the high-speed descent, and the custom-made revolver in his right hand, the death apple, was already pointed at Carl in the air. A single molecular line shot out from Carl's wrist again, this time wrapping itself around a roadside lamppost. Using the force of the tug, Carl traced a sharp curve in the air, just avoiding Aguilar's first bullet, which grazed his ear and blasted a bowl-sized hole in the wall behind him. Nice way to say hello, Mr. Aguilar. Carl rolled as he landed, his clothes expanding and contracting like bat wings. I was thinking of attacking your car first to force you out, but I didn't expect you to come out on your own. That's fantastic. As Aguilar took advantage of Carl's roll to release the force, Carl's hand had already risen slightly. Ding! The sound of bullets colliding in midair echoed, and Carl raised his KK. Unfortunately, the return of the greeting was a bit impolite. Chapter 750. As far as I can remember, there shouldn't have been any conflict between our group and the KK squad. Aguilar's finger remained on the trigger, the muzzle smoke still lingering, but he didn't fire again. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the car, whose autopilot system hadn't been activated, careen out of control toward the end of the street, finally crashing into the building on the corner. The sharp sound of twisting metal echoed in the distance. However, his gaze never left Carl. His cold eyes, like a beast locked on its prey, slowly and precisely assessed his every subtle reaction. But you actually appeared before me. Aguilar's voice was low and hoarse, like deliberately suppressed thunder, with an almost dangerous calmness. This was the standard voice recorded in the archives, calm and steady, yet with an invisible sense of oppression buried in every syllable. In the past, anyone who was stared at and spoken to in this way felt a chill down their spine, as if being stared at by a predator, even breathing became difficult. However, KK was clearly not among them. Aguilar's mouth tightened slightly, his knuckles tightening around the gun handle. Then, I suppose there will be a conflict even if there wasn't one already. He paused, the threat in his tone no longer concealed. I take this as a provocation. Whatever you think of it, it doesn't matter to me. Carl shrugged lazily, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He was in surprisingly good shape right now. His half-full stomach provided just the right amount of energy, his blood circulation maintained its optimal rate, and even his nerve conduction was a bit faster than usual. In this state, he could even clearly detect every flutter of Aguilar's eyelashes, every contraction of his muscle fibers. The moment his shoulder blades retracted slightly, Carl knew he was about to adjust his center of gravity. As his index finger tapped the trigger, Carl had already predicted the angle of his shot 0.1 seconds later. Should this be called pre-reading? Or more like some kind of trajectory deduction based on human mechanics? Carl pondered absent-mindedly. He had never been good at naming these abilities, but at this moment, the feeling of ease was truly wonderful, so wonderful that his brain could even afford to dedicate a portion of its processing power, letting his thoughts run wild like a wild horse. He suddenly remembered the scenes in those old martial arts films. 2 peerless masters would always take their stances before a duel, either slowly polishing their blades, or endlessly boasting about their martial arts skills. Young Carl couldn't help but wonder what would happen if someone took advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Now that he reached that point, he understood. When both players are at their peak, those seemingly casual conversations are mere bubbles floating on the surface of their consciousness. Their true attention, like a precision radar, is locked onto every contraction of the other's pores, and every dilation of their irises. Any attempted sneak attack is like a stone dropped into still water, creating noticeable ripples before the strike is even made. A rash action would only upset the balance and put the initiator in a passive position. Of course, this was just Carl's speculation based on his own experience. Perhaps those heroes in movies are just trying to look cool? The thought almost made him laugh out loud. Carl's subtle emotional fluctuations, like ripples on the water, were clearly reflected in Aguilar's sharp gaze. The legendary killer's brows unconsciously tightened a little. He could clearly sense that this opponent, who demanded his full attention, was distracted. Even more unsettling was that Carl didn't seem to be fully focused on this life-or-death confrontation. This should have been a blatant insult. If it had been anyone else, Aguilar would have taught them the price of distraction in the face of death with a bullet. But facing Carl and KK, he couldn't find a single opportunity. His seemingly careless trance felt like a carefully woven trap, eerily perfect. Aguilar's eyes scanned Carl's gaze, every shift in his gaze, even the theoretical blind spots. Countless times, his fighting instincts urged him to break this strange standoff, but every time he was about to strike, the premonition of danger welling up deep in his bones pricked his nerves like a needle. He couldn't move. He absolutely couldn't strike first. The premonition was so strong that it felt as if the slightest movement would immediately usher in a devastating storm. Taking advantage of the moment before Carl made his move, Aguilar tried to covertly call for backup. Sure enough, the communication channel had already been severed, the electronic silence as cemetery. Just as he quickly scanned his surroundings. "Don't worry." Carl's voice came at the perfect moment, as precise as a scalpel slicing through the cracks of opportunity. This timing was so perfect that a sneak attack would have surely drawn Aguilar's blood. This realization made the legendary killer's heart tremble. "There's no one else here except you and me, don't worry." Carl's lips curled up in that familiar smile of Night City, a smile that held a certain calmness and danger. He spoke casually, as if chatting in a bar. "When dealing with living legends, I personally prefer to respect them a little." The moment Carl finished speaking, his right hand suddenly lifted. Aguilar's pupils suddenly constricted. A cold, shimmering metal cube slipped from Carl's sleeve, leaving a silver trail in the air. The cube landed in Carl's palm with the precision of a living being. The moment it made contact with the silver pistol in his hand, the hum of its precision machinery was remarkably clear in the deathly silence of the street. Aguilar witnessed a breathtaking display of weapon transformation. Countless nanoscale components reassembled like flowing mercury, the click of gears meshing in a dense rhythm. In less than a heartbeat, the elegant pistol had transformed into a futuristic submachine gun, its black muzzle pointed directly at his forehead. The legendary transforming modular weapon. Aguilar's eyes shifted slightly. Rumor has it that even its owner would need a year to master this weapon, but now Carl manipulated it with fluidity, as if he were playing with a toy he used since childhood. Aguilar felt a pang of irony. He actually believed those rumors about KK. In front of this man, the idea of a difficult-to-control weapon was completely false. Furthermore, this was a work of art custom-made for him by the gun enthusiasts at the Tsunami Design Bureau. It must have already formed some strange rapport with his nerves. The air froze into transparent amber at that moment. Aguilar knew a torrent of gunfire was about to erupt, but a strange resonance prompted him to ask a seemingly inexplicable question. "Which one am I?" Carl's finger was already on the trigger, but he wore a knowing smile, the gun still. He replied softly first. Aguilar nodded slightly, the gesture seeming to soften the coldness on his face. "It's my pleasure." Chapter 751. The moment Aguilar finished speaking, he activated the Sion Weston. The humming of his overclocked prosthetic vibrated within his skull, neural currents raging through his body like a storm, and the world suddenly slowed down. Each Aguilar had a different fighting style based around a pistol, but the most outstanding Aguilar, arguably the strongest of all time, excelled at absolute speed. He stepped, stirring dust that hung in the air, tiny particles clearly visible in the light. The sparks from the muzzle solidified into orange-red dots, like fireworks with the pause button pressed. In Aguilar's accelerated perception, even the curve of KK's mouth across from him became slow and distinct, the movement of his muscle fibers, like film being disassembled frame by frame. Aguilar's prosthetic eye flashed with a cold light, its crosshairs pinpointing Carl's vital points. Temple, heart, throat, and spine. The nanomuscle fibers beneath his subcutaneous armor were already stretched to their limit, and the mechanical joints hummed softly. But just as he was about to pull the trigger of the apple of death, Carl's pupils suddenly turned towards him. In a moment of near immobility, Carl's gaze slashed towards him like a razor blade. He not only saw Aguilar's first bullet, but also met his gaze directly. "He can see me?" Fear shot through Aguilar's spine, like an electric current. As soon as the thought exploded in his mind, Carl's figure distorted and blurred, becoming a mere afterimage. Impossible, Aguilar's mind raced. I clearly activated Sion Weston first. Even if the intelligence indicated that KK might possess Krinsikoff and Sion Weston, this millisecond difference was enough to gain an advantage. When exactly did he activate his prosthetic? Shock spread like ripples, but the legendary killer's muscle memory overwhelmed any hesitation. Aguilar's footsteps remained unwavering, his leather shoes crunching the ground, creating a spiderweb of cracks in the slow-motion world. As a legendary assassin, Aguilar's frontal combat capabilities were indeed inferior to those of inhuman monsters like Adam Hammer, but this so-called deficiency was merely a comparison with the most advanced violent machines. In fact, every inch of his prosthetics was meticulously honed, every move imbued with the experience of thousands of life-and-death battles. Even against KK, he was confident he could hold his own for several rounds. As he drew close to KK, Aguilar flicked his wrist, and the cords of his sleeves released 12 micro-stun grenades from his belt, fanning out in a pattern that blocked all evasive angles. Without hesitation, he followed the barrage of grenades and lunged at KK, his suit rustling at high speed. At this distance, the shockwaves from the stun grenades would also reach him. But Aguilar was after this brief window of advantage. After hundreds of hours of specialized training, his nerves had long since adapted to this level of sensory shock. Though affected, his arm remained as steady as a rock amid the blinding light and eardrum-shattering explosion. The tactical knife, gripped tightly in his 5 fingers, slashed a cold arc. This weapon had slit countless throats before, and now the blade pointed at the precise coordinates of KK's carotid artery. Even under the sensory-disturbing stun grenade, his muscle memory ensured the strike was accurate. But Carl was gone. In the slow-motion world created by Sion Weston, those specially modified stun grenades, designed to explode instantly upon triggering, should have enveloped everything in bright light and detonation. But as the shockwave spread, Carl, who should have been affected, was no longer there. The moment the unidentified object ejected from Aguilar's waist, Carl's figure had already completed a second acceleration. Reinforced tendons, stretched to their limit, unleashed a near-instantaneous thrust, bones and prosthetic joints humming as the 3-meter distance was instantly covered. His afterimage remained lingering, while his true form had already moved forward like a ghost. Carl had no idea what Aguilar had ejected, but anything that would cause a legendary killer to risk close combat couldn't be a friendly greeting. If it's not good, then avoid it. When Aguilar's senses returned to the normal flow of time, his brain and body were still trembling. Even after rigorous training, even though the cushioning gel implanted under his skin had absorbed most of the impact, the close-range detonation of the stun grenade still struck his neural circuits like lightning. A sharp ringing echoed in his skull, and his visual sensors briefly flickered with noise. But the killer's instincts overwhelmed any discomfort. The bullets he fired earlier whistled through the air, and the incoming ballistic warning from the other direction sent his adrenaline surging even further. Muscle memory reacted before thought. He twisted his body, his bulletproof suit slightly warping in the swift change of direction. His prosthetics, not completely paralyzed by the stun grenade, still managed to unleash deadly speed. The prosthetic nanorelays embedded in his nervous system still managed to generate a final burst of power at the moment Sion Weston finished firing. Aguilar's body dodged as if electrocuted. The first wave of bullets whizzed past the collar of his suit, their scorching trajectory leaving a faint red afterimage on his retina. But then the bullets strangely turned in midair. Intelligent transformation. The modified submachine gun in Carl's hand glowed with a faint blue glow of charging energy. The special modification allowed Carl's transformed smart weapon to lock on 0.1 seconds faster than conventional smart weapons. For Aguilar, whose nerves were still corroded by the aftermath of the stun grenade, this was an almost unavoidable deadlock. The bullet's trajectory traced a serpent-like curve through the air. Although the change of direction caused the initial velocity to decrease, each shot accurately bit Aguilar's vital points. At the critical moment, the legendary killer suddenly curled up as if predicting it. The nanofibers under the bulletproof suit instantly hardened, and the subcutaneous armor and synaptic signal optimization components worked together to strengthen the muscles, forming a dense defensive layer at the bullet's impact point. Ding, ding, ding. The bullets struck the bulletproof surface, sending sparks flying, eventually embedding themselves in vain in the suit's shell, like a swarm of poisonous bees trapped in amber. Aguilar slowly raised his head amidst the hail of bullets, a streak of blood oozing from his scratched cheek, only to have his eyes grow even more ferocious. But Carl didn't give him a moment to breathe. The KK in his hand had already transformed, and the charging gun was already pointed at Aguilar. Carl didn't believe that this intelligent weapon, which needed to change its trajectory once, could truly inflict any fatal damage on Aguilar, so after firing the bullet, he immediately assembled a new component to complete the transformation. Facing the gun, which was almost fully charged and aimed at him, with a blue light emanating from the muzzle, Aguilar felt like cursing. What the hell had those fanatical designers at the Tsunami Design Bureau designed? This first opponent, since he appeared, had truly given him a complete treat. Chapter 752. The moment Carl pulled the trigger, the fully charged KK emitted a high-pitched hum, and the electromagnetic coil within the chamber glowed with a faint blue arc. As the supersonic bullet left the muzzle, the air was torn apart, creating a sharp sonic boom. Aguilar Cyan Weston reacted within a thousandth of a second, forcing him to activate it again. Nerve currents raced through his spine like a raging silver snake, and the burning sensation of his overclocked prosthetic spread from the back of his neck to his temples. But even so, facing an opponent of KK's level, he clearly felt the limits of Cyan Weston for the first time. 3 seconds at most. After forcibly reactivating it, this was the limit of his nerve's ability to withstand the accelerated state. He knew the principle. Synapses melt when overloaded with electrical signals, like an overloaded circuit board. But as KK's trajectory dragged a rainbow of death across his retina, he desperately longed for this flesh and blood body to become pure machine. To let this damned acceleration continue forever. But at the same time, he was eerily lucid. How could a machine need neural acceleration? Those cold alloy joints and servomotors were nothing more than puppets, operating precisely according to preset parameters. No, the harsher truth was, even the most advanced titanium alloy skeleton would whine with metal fatigue under loads exceeding its critical point. Data felt no fear, and programs didn't understand the meaning of fighting desperately. Although they had corresponding limit programs, when the strain coefficient exceeded the red threshold, they would simply calmly execute the shutdown protocol, like a fuse on a circuit board. His flesh and blood body wasn't machine, so he could still push the limits of the human body. Those capillaries bursting under overclocking were now exploding with tiny bloodstains on his retina. As Cyan Weston's blue light flashed a warning at the edge of his vision, the oppressive feeling suddenly materialized. The unaccelerated world felt like it had been suddenly flooded with tons of asphalt. His lungs, in their unaccelerated state, contracted violently, the oxygen he could breathe felt like mercury, and even the flutter of his eyelashes felt like pushing back a mountain of steel. The suffocating, stagnant feeling of imminent death vanished. Aguilar's prosthetic, eye shone alarmingly bright. Bloodshot, which should never have been visible, was noticeably tinged with crimson. Small beads of blood oozed from his eye socket, staining Aguilar's eyes red from the edges. Aguilar dodged a bullet fired by Carl's KK, which had switched to technical mode. Kinetic weapons, intelligent weapons, and technological weapons. The 3 most common types of weapons on the market had been revealed in KK's hands within a short period of time since the start of the battle. He had truly mastered them. And what happened next? As if eager to test the weapon's true combat performance, Carl twisted his wrist, and the single molecule wire hidden in the subcutaneous implant suddenly ejected, its silver thread biting into KK's connector like a living snake. With a buzzing sound indicating the connection was complete, the weapon, having just undergone its technological transformation, suddenly trembled, and the magazine was thrown into the air at the moment the electromagnetic lock was released. The magazine's parabolic trajectory was precisely calculated to the millisecond. By the time it fell into the magnetic device on Carl's sleeve and was retracted, the weapon had completed its secondary deformation in his palm. Carl's thrust was as fast as a flash of silver lightning. KK's gun structure disintegrated and reassembled in an instant. The modular components, like a stream of molten metal attracted by a magnet, stretched and connected along the contours of his arm, eventually forming a slender, straight-line blade. It lacked the ornate ornamentation or curvature of traditional cold weapons, but was a mechanical creation born purely for killing. The blade was woven from a core of monomolecular strands, its surface crisscrossed with dark blue energy veins formed by the tidal energy core. Its form resembled more an extension of Carl's arm than a lance tip. Aguilar's pupils constricted. Too fast. Even with Cyan Weston still functioning, his time perception compressed to its limit, the speed of this thrust still exceeded expectations. Carl's movements were seamless, from deformation to thrust, the entire process flowing smoothly, as if he had rehearsed it in his mind thousands of times. The tip of the blade pierced the air, emitting a high-pitched buzzing sound. Aguilar's body instinctively leaned back, and at the same time, his right hand suddenly raised, blocking the barrel of the death apple against his chest. Clang. The sharp sound of metal clashing exploded, sparks flying. Carl's blade precisely pierced the death apple's wheel, directly destroying the specially modified weapon's wheel. The immense impact instantly numbed Aguilar's entire right arm. His boot soles plowed deep grooves into the ground, the heels even emitting a burning smell from the friction. Even so, the blade's tip inched closer to his heart. The energy lines reflected on his prosthetic eye, a black field with white pupils, a cold and glaring sight. Your gun, Carl's voice was low and calm. How many times can you block it? Before he finished speaking, KK's blade suddenly deformed again. The originally straight blade split and extended at the center joint, the front half blasting out like a venomous snake. Aguilar's adrenaline surged to its limit. His Sion Weston was still activating, the world stagnating in slow motion, but at this speed, he could no longer dodge. It wasn't that his reaction wasn't up to par, but rather that his body had already reached its limit of dodging. Under the force of the impact, which he had managed to block with all his might, his body trembled, unable to move. The splintered blade tip was less than 5 centimeters from his chest, and Aguilar clenched his teeth. Puff! The muffled sound of flesh being pierced. A burst of blood erupted from Aguilar's left rib. The blade tip pierced his subcutaneous armor, but missed the vital part. In the nick of time, he used the strength of his waist and abdomen to forcefully sideways, deflecting the blow away from his heart. Blood flowed along the blade, dripping onto the ground with a soft patter. Sion Weston's accelerated senses had ended. Carl narrowed his eyes. Good intuition, he praised sincerely. Aguilar didn't respond. His breathing was heavy, but a sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. You forgot something, he hissed. Carl suddenly sensed something strange. The tip of the blade felt wrong. Aguilar's subcutaneous armor retracted, clamping down on the impaled blade. The next second, the muzzle of the death apple rose from below, pointed directly at Carl's jaw. A typical revolver would be unable to fire if its cylinder was damaged, as the firing mechanism would be damaged as well. But the death apple in Aguilar's hand was different. It had been specially modified to remain fully locked even if the cylinder became jammed and damaged. The cylinder was aligned with the barrel, so as long as the firing pin was functioning properly, it could still fire the round currently aimed at the barrel. Bang! The gun's flames illuminated the two men's faces. Chapter 753. Carl felt the scorching breath of the gun's muzzle under his jaw. The death apple bullet had already been fired. In a moment too short for a normal person to react, his body tensed with a force that nearly ripped his muscles apart. His cervical vertebrae bent back in a perfectly placed arc. The bullet grazed his Adam's apple, leaving a thin streak of blood. The scorching wind from the bullet seared his skin, but Carl's pupils remained as calm as ice. This was a very extreme dodge, but it was also Carl's calculation of the optimal range of evasion. A little more, and he wouldn't be able to see Aguilar's next move. Aguilar's attack wasn't over yet. The hidden blade, a hand-like modification of his wrist that he had hidden until now, suddenly erupted from his wrist. Using Carl's blade, still clamped under his ribs, he thrust forward like a lever. The tip of the blade pointed directly at Carl's right eye, the distance shortened to 3 centimeters. The cold light of the hidden blade cast a silver star on Carl's iris. 3 centimeters. Within the limits of normal human reaction, this is already a fatal distance. But Carl's brain was racing, his pupils constricting rapidly, breaking down every fiber movement in Aguilar's wrist muscles into a quantifiable data stream. The amplitude of the trapezius contraction, the force pattern of the anterior deltoid muscle were identified. Predicted sword tip trajectory, right eyeball pierced. Expected injury, fatal. These data streamed through Carl's mind in an instant, and he chose a seemingly suicidal move. Instead of leaning back to avoid the sword, he raised his head slightly, facing the sword tip. Swish. The hidden blade grazed the edge of his eyeball, and Carl could even feel the blade cutting his eyelashes. But it was this millimeter-sized deviation that caused the sword tip to miss the eyeball proper, only inflicting a tiny wound below his right eye. Warm blood flowed out, instantly blurring Carl's vision. Is the blade poisonous? No. If that's the case, there's no need to urgently inject himself with antitoxin. Carl, having made an instant judgment and dodged Aguilar's attacks twice by the tiniest hair, had to admit that Aguilar, the assassin known as a living legend, might be a composite of many Aguilars, but the skills of this Aguilar were undoubtedly worthy of the title of legend. Neither of Carl's injuries was intentional. He had intended to avoid them, taking no damage at all. But each time he dodged at the limit, the opponent's attack perfectly capitalized on the shift in movement caused by muscle tension, adapting accordingly. Although the difficulty in changing trajectory at the drop of a penetrating second meant that neither his bullets nor his hidden blade thrusts could truly adjust their trajectory to meet Carl's dodging form, each subtle change in trajectory resulted in Carl, who should have been dodging with all his might, sustaining unexpected injuries. Blood from under his right eye trickled down Carl's cheek, forming a bead on his jaw before finally dripping onto the metal surface of KK. Snap. The soft sound became especially clear to both men's ears. Carl didn't wipe the blood from his eyes. He knew Aguilar was watching his every movement. The moment he wiped the blood, the tilt of his shoulder, even the rise and fall of his ribs as he breathed. This man was like a precision-killing machine, able to transform any subtle physiological reaction into an opportunity for a lethal attack. "You're excellent," Carl whispered, a rare hint of admiration in his voice. Facing an opponent like this, there was no room for carelessness or complacency. He had to finish him off. Aguilar responded to Carl's whisper by suddenly lowering his center of gravity. The movement was so subtle, barely noticeable to an ordinary person, but to Carl, it was like the drop in sea level before a storm. The prelude to some ultra-high-speed charge. Carl immediately adjusted his grip on the KK. His fingers relaxed slightly, allowing the weapon to remain semi-free in his palm. This allowed it to unfold and transform. Simultaneously, his calf muscles began to vibrate slightly at a specific frequency, a sign of the strengthened tendons preloading kinetic energy. Aguilar moved. His close quarters attack lacked Carl's explosive power, but instead had an eerie fluidity, as if gravity had lost its hold on him. The hidden blade thrust out again, this time aiming for Carl's left carotid artery. Carl had already predicted the attack's trajectory and tilted his head to the right. But Aguilar's sword tip suddenly trembled. This wasn't a simple change of tactics, it was the precise control of every muscle fiber in his wrist, causing the blade to vibrate at high frequencies during the thrust. This technique allowed the previously clear trajectory of the attack to be instantly altered. Aguilar understood Carl's evasive method, so he adapted it, reserving some strength to alter the attack's trajectory at the last moment. This was undoubtedly a brilliant move, but... "You already understand my evasive method. How could I possibly do that again?" Furthermore, ignoring my weapon, believing it was securely locked in, was underestimating the weaponry created by the geniuses at the Tsunami Design Bureau. Aguilar suddenly felt his grip on KK go empty. This sudden loss of strength not only altered the trajectory of his forward thrust, but also exposed half of his body to Carl. Modular transformable weapons naturally have a disassembly function. The front portion, held between Aguilar's torso and subcutaneous armor, had separated from the rear portion. The rear portion, containing the core, under Carl's control underwent another transformation. It became a knife. A short knife, with a blade 30 centimeters long. Aguilar's prosthetic eye suddenly shut down. A data intrusion had unknowingly occurred, and even Aguilar's military-grade armor was unable to ward off the onslaught. Aguilar had been engaged in close combat with Carl for a long time. Carl hadn't previously deactivated KK's transformation, because he intended to use it as a pivot point to penetrate Aguilar's body. How could a transformation composed of a single molecule not possess the ability to invade? Aguilar had proactively locked it there, making Carl's movements much easier. "See you next time, Aguilar." Carl said this, and then Aguilar didn't even react. Or rather, he couldn't react in time. Even if he activated Sion Weston, his prosthetic eye still open and clearly focused, it would have been difficult to catch up. Carl raised his knife. "I actually know a little bit about everything." Before he finished speaking, Carl had already sheathed the knife. The transformation was lifted. KK transformed back into a gun, and Carl put it back into its holster. The single-molecule wire was also retracted. And Aguilar. The body and head had been separated. Chapter 754. "It's a great honor to welcome you, Mr. Aguilar. Did you have a smooth trip? That's not your concern." As soon as the hoarse, sandpaper-like voice rang out, the nether dogs, responsible for welcoming guests and conducting security checks at the entrance of the Beoshiking building, tensed their backs. When he saw the visitor's signature prosthetic, eye with a white pupil on a black background, his hand holding the scanner trembled unconsciously. He hurriedly stepped aside to make way, and bowed deeply to the lone negotiator representing the Cuban criminal group. Colonel Hansen and the other participants had been waiting in the top-floor conference room. Aguilar adjusted the cuffs of his well-tailored suit, his signature death apple revolver looming at his waist. He neither nodded nor expressed any emotion, simply walking through the security area with a measured, ruler-like pace. The halo of the hall lights cast a sharp shadow behind him, and the once bustling first-floor lounge area suddenly fell into an eerie silence. "Oh my God! It's Aguilar. Back off." "Who? The guy in the suit? The Cuban one. A living legend? Oh my God, it's him. I can actually see him in person. This air banquet is truly extraordinary." On the first floor, the guests flustered and made way for the Cuban legend to pass through. A leisurely, relaxed voice rang out over all of Aguilar's communication channels. "Mr. Kenichi Shiro, how's it been impersonating Aguilar? I think you're getting used to it. The Cerberus have been around corporate haunts like Night City for so long that they've gotten used to the bowing. I was expecting a military salute. It seems Colonel Hansen is gradually becoming a bit of a corporate persona. Listening to Carl's voice over the comms, after Carl had dispatched Aguilar and disguised himself as the living legend, Kenichi Shiro was actually quite calm. For a trained ninja, disguise is just the basics. I understand. Transformation techniques, right? Standard ninja techniques. Anyway, I'm not very good at infiltration or disguise. As far as I can remember, every time I disguised myself, I was always somewhat exposed. I see you're playing Akechi quite well this time, aren't you? Like a duck in water even? Please don't, Kenichi Shiro. You're just forcing yourself. It's fine when we're on a mission, but when we're not, I'm almost numb. And after a day of non-stop overtime, I really don't want to adapt. While whispering with Kenichi Shiro on the encrypted channel, Carl never forgot the other comms channel. He expertly switched channels and calmly issued orders to his subordinates lurking in the shadows. Mr. Tianhai has successfully infiltrated the Beoshiking building. Everyone remain alert. Remember, you must wait for his signal before taking action. Any unauthorized action could disrupt the entire plan. Yes, Mr. Akechi. The members of Team Akechi, scattered in the shadows surrounding the Beoshiking building, responded immediately. These rigorously trained agents had already quietly infiltrated the building's perimeter using various identities and channels. Now, like a pack of cheetahs poised for action, they awaited that crucial signal. Recalling their first encounter with Mr. Tianhai, the team members couldn't help but feel a sense of shame. Initially, they were wary of this unexpected consultant, even suspecting him of being a spy sent by higher-ups to monitor Lord Akechi. However, in a short period of time, Mr. Amami's actions completely changed their minds. Not only had this consultant planned the infiltration plan in advance, he had also quietly obtained Aguilar's biometric identification code. Most shockingly, he even offered to disguise himself as Aguilar and infiltrate ahead of the team, creating a breakthrough for them. This courageous disregard for personal safety, this swift and decisive style of action, inspired respect among these battle-hardened agents. If every one of them were as talented and loyal as Mr. Akechi and Mr. Amami, then even in North America, where the organization's influence was weak, seemingly impossible missions might be easily accomplished. After reiterating his subordinates to follow orders, Carl, having been tricked once before, exercised a certain degree of caution. It must be said that this traditional solo move was truly unique, and having experienced it once, Carl absolutely did not want to experience it again. This time, he would not tolerate anyone making any rash moves before Mr. Kenichi Shiro gave the signal. I'm already in the elevator. As Kenichi Shiro moved around the jewel blue building, cameras on the first floor tracked him. Under the watchful eyes of the cameras, Kenichi Shiro moved with remarkable composure, like the true Aguilar, without leaving any unnecessary or suspicious movements. Understood. Please be careful, Mr. Kenichi Shiro. Hansen is a man who's always on the prowl. Be careful with his words. Contact us if you have any questions. Military technology personnel may also be here. Be aware of the others' disguises. After ending his call with Kenichi Shiro, Carl immediately connected to Slider's private channel. How are the preparations going? Carl asked bluntly. Almost ready, Sliders replied crisply, transmitting a detailed building plan. Hansen is indeed being cautious this time. Slider's voice was filled with professional calm. All regular entrances are heavily guarded. Even the abandoned underground sewers are rigged with sensor mines. However, he paused. I found a way through. Carl carefully examined the red dot on the blueprint. Although this entrance is directly across from a surveillance camera, I successfully hacked into their security system, Sly continued. Not only have I taken control of that camera, but I also gained access to the gate's electronic permissions. You can break in from here, but be careful. There are several of Hansen's minions there, along with an automatic defense cannon. You need to be careful when entering. If we eliminate them all, how long will it take Hansen to notice? I help with some of the information from above. According to their training and shift changes, they'd be fine until the banquet is over, so as long as you and your team don't cause any major disturbances, everything will go smoothly. I see. Thank you, Slide. Your skills are truly remarkable. It reminds me of T in my squad. Bug, I feel safe with you here. I'm truly honored to receive such praise from you. After all, it's a compliment from KK. But after this job, I'd be working for you. Remember to offer me and my people a good price. I wouldn't mind working for you in Taiping State, the former Voodoo Gang's territory under your NCPD. My territory? Carl actually wanted to correct him, like the NCPD wasn't actually his, but then he thought, if that would reassure Slide. I will. He said so. Chapter 755. By the time the Aguilar elevator reached the banquet floor, Team Akechi had completed clearing all planned routes. Sir Akechi, all personnel have been subdued and cleared. The team member put away their crackling electric shock weapons, their insulating gloves still bearing scorch marks from the high-voltage arc. According to your instructions, we have used electric shock weapons set to nerve paralysis mode to deliver non-lethal strikes. All targets' vital signs are stable, and their estimated duration of coma is 4 hours and 38 minutes. The operative glanced at the Netherhounds being carried aside by the team's technicians, and continued reporting. We have confirmed that the bioelectrical feedback from all their implanted sensors has been cut off. The monitoring system will only show that they are in a normal state. You did a great job. Akechi nodded slightly. This simple compliment made the operatives standing before him unconsciously straighten their backs. It is an honor to receive your praise, sir. To atone for the mistakes made in their earlier rash actions, every member of the team was willing to risk their lives for Sir Akechi. Mingji nodded slightly, turning his gaze to the hacker girl who had arrived with the team. How long do you expect to gain higher-level access? Mr. Tianhai has already deployed relay equipment during the ascent. The hacker girl responded quickly, her fingertips dancing across the keyboard of her laptop. We estimate that the control of the peripheral elevators and entrances will be completed within 10 minutes. Even the strongest fortress cannot withstand a collapse from within. With Tianhai, disguised as Aguilar, and the intrusion device he had placed in the elevator, the Beoshiking building's defenses were easily breached, even with Hansen's men stationed there. The progress was surprisingly smooth. The mysterious hacker who had been causing so much stress during the day was now completely silent. The anticipated fierce confrontation hadn't occurred. She and Sliders easily seized control of the elevator and entrance gate. We cracked it. The situation went surprisingly smoothly. After the team disarmed and restrained the Hellhounds at this entrance, the hacker girl and Sliders seized full control of the entrance in just 3 minutes, a full 7 minutes faster than the expected 10. It must be said that although Team Akechi's performance against Reed, the ACIA agent, wasn't outstanding, they were still Arasaka's elite, and they handled the Hellhounds with remarkable efficiency. Especially with the help of Sliders, a local of Dogtown, Akechi quickly secured an invitation to meet Hansen. The banquet hasn't started yet, and Hansen is already on the roof. Should we go up ahead, Your Excellency? The Militech and New America personnel haven't shown up yet. There's no rush. Akechi looked at the elevator entrance in front of him and asked, are there any floors that can be disarmed in advance, so we can evacuate early if something goes wrong? 3 floors can serve as buffer zones for evacuation. Your Excellency, we're ready to depart at your command. Then let's go together now. After leaving behind the necessary backup personnel from the team, Akechi and the rest of the group took the elevator to the upper floors of the Beoshiking building. As they ascended, Akechi spotted a forwarded internal channel. It was the Nether Dog internal communication channel that Slide had obtained for Akechi during the hacking process. This communication channel was originally set up as a precautionary listening channel to monitor the movements of the Hellhounds at the entrance, preventing any unusual activity from being detected by other patrols. However, Mingji caught a tantalizing glimpse of the conversation amidst the cacophony of electrical noise. Repeat orders. Lieutenant Colonel Bennett has issued clear instructions. If any unusual behavior is observed during the succession ceremony, Treasurer Yago is to be immediately detained and reported to Colonel Hansen. A hoarse male voice echoed through the communicator, accompanied by the metallic sound of a weapons safety release. Gagazab? Specifically monitoring him during this sensitive period? Another younger voice hesitated. Does Lieutenant Colonel Bennett really think that accountant who's always fiddling with computers would dare to act so shady in such a situation? Who else could Colonel Hansen's successor be but Lieutenant Colonel Bennett? The previous voice sneered. But who can guarantee that that sycophantic Gagazab won't have ulterior motives? I don't know what kind of sycophant that sycophant has been trying to trick the Colonel, but since the Colonel holds him in such high regard, Lieutenant Colonel Bennett emphasized that even if he has to resort to action, he must be spared. Unless, of course, Colonel Hansen gives him the go-ahead. Understood. I have my men keep a close eye on Gagazab's men. Hearing the transmission clearly coming from a high-ranking Netherhound issuing orders to a subordinate, Mingji sensed a hidden meaning. This was clearly someone from Bennett's faction, wary of their rival in the succession race. Financial Manager Gagazab. So that's how it is. A flash of understanding flashed across Mingji's eyes. Only those involved could fathom the true purpose of this banquet. For the ordinary Netherhounds, and even for Bennett and Gagazab, who were on the shortlist for succession, Hansen and the company's plan certainly affected the future of the entire faction. But wasn't the succession selection at hand also a matter of life and death for them personally? Perhaps, Compared to those major nether dog matters where someone taller than you can hold up the sky, the battle for succession is even more pressing for them. After all, the conflict between these two has long surfaced. Within the nether dogs, even Hansen's prestige is now barely contained. If one succeeds, and Hansen advocates, the fate of the other can be imagined. In this decisive battle, the selection of the successor is practically the final judgment. Once one is officially chosen, the other's options are limited: either immediately submit and swear allegiance, or flee the nether dog's territory overnight. Otherwise, nothing awaits them but death. However, regardless of Bennett and Gagazab's private thoughts, the decision on the succession remains with Hansen. As previously speculated, the partnership will be decided first, followed by the heir. But isn't it possible to think about this in a different way? Perhaps we could first decide on a successor, eliminate Hansen, and then decide on a partner? If what Hansen holds is also held by his two heirs, then perhaps this collaboration can be discussed with more than just Hansen. Akechi pondered, his eyes gradually becoming calm and composed as the elevator ascended. Meanwhile, in the underground sewers of Sapphire Blue, someone had completed their dive. Huh? Taking off his diving suit, VX hailed. Chapter 756. Welcome, Aguilar. Even Hansen, the king of Dogtown, showed due respect to the Cuban criminal group's representatives. When Aguilar appeared at the banquet hall entrance, Hansen had already risen to greet him, a carefully measured, warm smile plastered on his face. Hansen. Aguilar's response was as dry and cold as his hoarse voice. His hawk-like eyes, white against a black background, scanned Hansen's meticulously prepared welcome with indifference. According to the terms of the agreement, I am here as the group's plenipotentiary representative. Every word he uttered seemed to be chiseled from an icy cellar. This was simply an unspoken deal. Hansen's influence in Dogtown was backed by the Cuban group, but both sides knew it was merely a temporary solution to exchange interests. The so-called alliance was as thin as the subtle sneer on Aguilar's lips. Hansen seemed prepared for this deliberate distance. He nodded calmly, his tone as familiar as if he were discussing yesterday's weather. It's been about 6 months since we last met in Havana, hasn't it? Hansen's deliberately friendly gesture made Aguilar's eyes suddenly freeze. His razor-like eyes pierced Hansen, a dangerous chill surging in his pupils. Hansen, your suspicion is well known in Dogtown. His voice was low, yet sharp as a poisoned dagger. But you should know our rules. Your probing just now crossed the line. Aguilar took a slow step forward, his custom-made leather shoes tapping a cold rhythm on the marble floor. According to the records, I haven't met you in the past 6 months. He deliberately emphasized the I in quotation marks. Need I remind you which colleague of mine I last saw in Havana? Then it seems I was mistaken. Faced with Aguilar's icy gaze, which threatened to become tangible, Hansen simply offered a measured smile and shook his head gently. After all, you know I always found you a bit difficult to distinguish. He deliberately emphasized the word you, as if toying with it on his tongue. Aguilar's gaze, like a scanner, analyzed every inch of Hansen's carefully controlled expression. Their gazes met in midair, and the brief standoff felt like a silent battle. I make note of this, but remember, my patience has its limits. Finally, the Cuban criminal group representative suppressed his impulsive outburst. Facing the king of Dogtown, who could bring enormous profits to the organization, Aguilar simply walked forward slowly, finally settling on the sofa next to Hansen's original seat. Just then, he noticed another unfamiliar guest on the sofa. It was a woman who stood out from the glitz and glamour of the banquet hall. Her long, burgundy hair cascaded, each strand meticulously styled. Her ornate gown enveloped her slender frame, creating the illusion of being imprisoned within brocade. Her exposed skin, pale to the point of being translucent, was covered in hideous traces of mechanical modification, even her face revealing visible alterations. The most striking feature was her back, her entire upper body composed almost entirely of a sophisticated mechanical lock structure. This person. Aguilar's scrutinizing gaze caught Hansen's attention. The king of Dogtown calmly sat down beside the woman and introduced her to Aguilar. Look at my poor memory. I almost forgot to introduce you. He extended his hand affectionately. Miss Song Xiaomei, many people are looking for her, but now. Hansen's fingers gently brushed the mechanical interface on the woman's shoulder. She's mine, right, Xiaomei? His tone was dangerously intimate, and at the mention of it, the woman named Song Xiaomei stiffened imperceptibly for a moment, as if pulled by invisible chains. She nodded slightly and saluted Aguilar. Nice to meet you, Mr. Aguilar. Many people are looking for her. Aguilar's eyes flashed with a sharp light, as if he had seen through something. He lowered his voice. Could this be the one? The words died on his tongue, clearly inappropriate to utter that name in this situation. Aguilar nodded meaningfully. It seems you landed a fish big enough to shock the world. Hansen chuckled, but a dangerous undercurrent flickered in his eyes. Or maybe it's a marlin that attracts sharks, and then hang me from a Dogtown streetlight. Hansen, drawing allusions to the old man and the sea, unconsciously traced the rim of his wine glass on the glass table in front of the sofa. But since you're here, he suddenly leaned forward, his voice low but clear, I think we might be able to make this deal work for both of us. He deliberately elongated the we with a knowing, tentative tone. Us? Aguilar's fingers traced across his palm. A vortex of this magnitude is enough to crush us all to pieces. Hansen, you know full well that the group does grant me the power of decision. He suddenly leaned forward, his prosthetic eye flickering in the shadows. But that does not include the right to play a suicide game with some Dogtown gambler. That's why it's worth the gamble, my dear friend. Hansen suddenly laughed, his laughter not reaching his eyes. He put his arm around Aguilar's shoulder, as if to an old friend, but his palm held a firm grip. How long have you, the Cuban group, coveted this continent? As long as I can find a qualified candidate, reach a deal. He glanced pointedly at Song Xiaomei. Do you think the new owners would mind allowing Dogtown, already steeped in Cuban blood, to establish closer trade ties with Havana? Perhaps even a partnership between the company and the group would be enough to propel them up the corporate ladder. If they ever get really hungry, they devour your Dogtown, you, and us, Hansen. Then don't let them starve. Hansen raised his hand and gestured to Aguilar at a hidden spot in the distance. Even an underfed wolf, when it thinks it might break its own teeth and leave it without food, will be wary. Go over there and open your hidden channel to talk to your superiors. I look forward to your response. I will. Aguilar stood up and gave Song Xiaomei one last look before leaving. Hello, Lark. With these words, he left. After the Cuban disappeared behind the secret room, Hansen twirled his wine glass and chuckled to Song Xiaomei. It seems our friend's intelligence network is even more sophisticated than that of his colleague from 6 months ago. Chapter 757. What a grand occasion. Akechi calmly adjusted the collar of his uniform and strolled out of the ascending elevator. Out of combat fatigues, he looked like an ordinary banquet guest, except for the sharp gleam in his eyes. Even with such hasty preparations, every important figure expected was present. He glanced over the clinking crowd, his lips curling in a playful smile. Perhaps Hansen had already prepared this banquet, but the original celebration might have been Rosalind Miles's funeral. Sensing something unusual beside him, Akechi leaned slightly aside. The hacker girl following him was clutching the hem of her skirt tightly, her knuckles tinging with blue. Not used to this kind of occasion? He gracefully extended his arm, motioning for her to take his arm. His voice held a rare gentleness. Relax. We're just ordinary guests enjoying ourselves tonight. That's all for now. As you command, Lord Akechi, Lord Unwise. The girl hurriedly changed her words, her ears instantly tinged with crimson. Her name was Shizi, a brilliant hacker genius. She had always acted arrogantly and seemed to know everything, but now, as if she had suddenly forgotten how to control her limbs, her cheeks flushed as her trembling fingers finally rested on Akechi's arm. Not all members of Team Akechi attended the banquet. Firstly, they needed to have sufficient personnel to monitor the retreat route, and secondly, the sudden influx of so many elite individuals would attract attention. Therefore, only Akechi and the hacker girl from the team were present. As for why Akechi chose the hackers from his team to follow him, the reason was simple. Although Slide was responsible for remote support, as the core of the operation, which required deep penetration into the banquet hall, Akechi had to ensure immediate hacker assistance on site. Shizi's presence solved a crucial problem. Akechi, in his capacity as a hacker, lacked any hacking skills. When faced with a system requiring urgent cracking or sudden electronic interference, having a professional hacker on hand was crucial to avoiding delays. The only problem was that this young hacker, who had no record of ever attending a banquet, seemed unaccustomed to such events. This forced Akechi to reassure the nervous girl, urging her not to reveal anything. Don't be so nervous. Akechi's gentle voice seemed to soothe Shizi's nerves. At the end of the day, banquets are just about eating, drinking, and chatting with people. If you think of it that way, there's nothing to be nervous about. Yes, okay, Akechi-kun. Shizi took a deep breath, the blush fading slightly from her cheeks. She hesitantly reached out her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly as they touched Mingji's arm. Ultimately, she gripped his arm with unexpected strength. A strength that made Mingji glance sideways. I hadn't realized she was quite strong. With this thought in mind, Mingji glanced toward the center of the banquet hall, missing the fleeting sweet curve of the girl's lips. Mingji's gaze swept across the room. With just a cursory glance, he spotted no fewer than 5 familiar faces. Well, some of them weren't exactly acquaintances. After all, they were both known to each other to some degree, but had only met a few times. For example, the current holder of the rapidly changing position of Tiger Claw gang boss. Other familiar faces were known to Carl, but likely unfamiliar to Mingji. For example, Jed. To be honest, Mingji was more or less surprised when he saw his friend, who worked at the logistics center. He had expected him to be of a high enough caliber to attend such a banquet. This wasn't a sign of disdain for his status. After all, for friends, status was irrelevant. Mingji simply judged, from a factual perspective, that he wasn't qualified to attend Hansen's banquet. Who were the guests at Hansen's banquet? At the highest level, they'd be company executives, mayors, and NCPD chiefs. At the lowest, they'd be celebrities and renowned weapons dealers. Anything less prestigious wouldn't qualify. Mingji had expected to meet many friends, but Jed. Even though he was currently the general manager of the logistics center. Oh, the logistics center. A flash of understanding flashed in Mingji's eyes. Mingji knew what Jed was doing secretly. Food smuggling. The family usually bought their meat and vegetables from him. And where in all of Night City was the place with the most violations of Night City's food laws? Probably one of the Vortex Gang's factories. But if you add the requirement of normal fresh food to that, it's undoubtedly Dogtown. This place even had Russian caviar, French Britannia blue lobsters, and British cod. Any food smuggler with even a little ambition would likely see Dogtown's thriving food trade as their life's goal to expand their market. Judging by the way Jed was chatting with everyone, he probably had some connections that got him in, or perhaps he struck a deal with a food vendor in Dogtown and was now part of the trade. Out of curiosity, Mingji leaned over, intending to see what his friend was talking about. If he found a new source of goods, Mingji would be the first to pre-order from him. As he approached, he heard his own name. Of course, it was Carl. Standing in front of Jed was a man in a suit and tie, chatting with him about Carl. There are so many people here this time. Everyone who could make it is here. Do you see Jed? The Tiger Claw's boss, the representative from Kong Tao, and over there, the Animal Gang. This party is quite high class. You know, I heard even that KK attended Hansen's party. Jed's face showed surprise as the suited man spoke. KK, is that the KK I know? Who else could it be? Of course, the KK who's famous in your Night City, the infamous KK. The suited man leaned forward excitedly. Honestly, as a Night City native, you should know his legendary story better than I do. He narrowed his eyes in ecstasy. To be honest, I'm a huge KK fan. I have his first edition Mutuo, published in 2075. The original batch that was almost out of print after the NCPD's massive crackdown. Even pirated copies are fetching sky-high prices on the black market now. Really? Jed's face took a rather strange expression. Of course, but I see KK isn't here today. Apparently, even Hansen isn't in a position to always have KK here. As he spoke, the man in the suit noticed Mingji and Shizi watching them, and proactively raised his glass. Mind chatting, my friend? Chapter 758. Mingji wasn't surprised that the man in the suit seemed to be trying to build relationships at the party. Apart from those doing business or celebrities invited to entertain the guests, the rest of the people who attended Hansen's banquets were primarily attracted by the networking opportunities. In this context, it was perfectly normal to connect with strangers and see if they could provide them with new channels or potential collaborations. Mingji calmly accepted the offer. He walked forward, arm in arm with Shizi, and took a glass of water from a passing waiter's tray. He raised his glass to the man in the suit. Nice to meet you. I'm Mingji. Just call me Joe. The man in the suit's eyes flickered thoughtfully at the distinctly Japanese-sounding name, then smiled knowingly. Looks like you're a friend who doesn't mind the atmosphere. In this large banquet hall, the Tiger Claws were gathered on the other side. The man calling himself Mingji was clearly not one of them. Since he wasn't a Tiger Claw, yet bore such a typical Japanese name, he was most likely a representative from a Japanese company. Joe's eyes brightened. During this sensitive period, with Arasaka and New America on the brink of war, and President Miles's plane having just crashed in Dogtown, a representative of a Japanese company who dared to attend such an event with such brazenness must have a very unusual background. For a food merchant, who is just a formal and legal person and occasionally runs a special route, no matter which company Mingji represents, if he can show some willingness to talk, then it is worth continuing the conversation. Who knows, someday someone in the company might be craving something new and fresh. Jed. After Joe introduced himself, Jed also introduced himself to Mingji. Jed didn't know if it was an illusion. He clearly had no memory of Mingji's face, and he was certain he had never heard of anyone named Mingji, yet he felt a sense of familiarity. This familiarity was particularly strong, as if Jed had met Mingji before, or even known him. Jed's grades at the community school were decent, but he had followed in his father's footsteps, and chosen a lucrative career in food smuggling. He knew a feeling called déjà vu. Even if you haven't experienced or seen something before, the moment you encounter it, you suddenly feel a sense of familiarity, as if it's happened before or you experienced it yourself. Jed didn't know if this feeling of déjà vu occurred to him when he saw Mingji, but something within him contradicted his rational mind. This Mingji made him feel very close. He was supposed to be a company representative, a position where no good people were likely to appear, yet he surprisingly had a feeling he might be a good guy. Jed's fingertips unconsciously rubbed the rim of the wine glass in his hand, the cool touch sobering him slightly. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could this unnatural friendliness of Mingji be the result of some kind of advanced corporate training? Like the deliberately relaxed demeanor fostered by top negotiators, or the feigned friendliness displayed by company secret agents after specialized training? He narrowed his eyes, and looked at Mingji again. After years of working in Night City, Jed had witnessed countless elaborate disguises. Some corporate agents could make you believe they were trustworthy within 5 minutes. Their training manuals called this affinity implantation, and it was said that some government officials were masters of it. But no matter how Jed looked at Mingji, his heart told him that Mingji was a good person. Even though he hadn't shown anything, just standing there, he had a sense of familiarity and comfort that struck Jed as particularly familiar. If this was some kind of training, it was truly impressive, comparable to Carl's. Just as Carl's name flashed through Jed's mind, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind, and that thought quickly grew. But before the thought could fully emerge, Mingji spoke. He smiled and said, "I just overheard you guys talking about KK. Didn't anyone see KK in the banquet hall this time? I thought KK wouldn't refuse a party of this magnitude. Maybe, like I said, Hansen doesn't have the luxury of having KK come every time." Joe shrugged, but Mingji's discussion of KK, having previously claimed to be a KK fan in his conversation with Jed, was clearly intrigued. While it's reasonable to establish a relationship with Mingji, knowing he might be a representative of a company, to see if he could further his business, as a fan, he found it hard to resist the topic of KK. Joe surveyed his surroundings, making sure no one else was approaching to join the conversation. He lowered his voice and said, "I see you're interested in KK too, whether you're one of those company fans or just trying to get information." He raised his hand. "I make an exception and tell you. According to our fan club's latest analysis, KK may have recently acquired a powerful weapon from Tsunami Design Bureau." Joe's pupils dilated slightly with excitement. We all speculated. That weapon must have been designed specifically for KK by Tsunami Design Bureau. When he returns with his new weapon, it's going to send Night City into a frenzy. By then, regardless of Morgan Blackhand, whose life or death is unknown, or Adam Sledgehammer, KK will be the king of mercenaries, the king of Night City. Is that really that exaggerated? Akechi now felt more or less like one fan against 10 haters. Joe was really boastful. Morgan Blackhand and Adam Sledgehammer sounded inferior to KK in his words. How is it impossible? Our fan club has thoroughly analyzed all sorts of data, comparing it to the records of past legends, like Morgan Blackhand. KK rose to fame in just 2 years. Could Morgan Blackhand or any other legend do the same? Even if Morgan Blackhand were to resurrect and join forces with Adam Hammer, KK could still crush Morgan Blackhand and send Adam Hammer back to the factory for repair. Akechi, who had been holding his composure, finally twitched his lips. Data analysis? Yes, according to our analysis, we have well-founded data, guaranteed to be authentic, and even Mutuo backs it up. As he spoke, like a fan trying to prove their idol's impressive credentials, Joe carefully pulled a tightly wrapped Mutuo from his pocket, opening it and showing it to Jade, Akechi, and Shizi, who was peeking over. The Mutuo cover had these words written in bold: Cyberpsychosis Collection. Shit! That's it. Chapter 759. Cyber Psycho Series. Akechi had always assumed the series was out of print, and that any copies still available would have been destroyed in the NCPD's crackdown. He was proven wrong. For enthusiasts, acquiring something unattainable by ordinary people isn't necessarily a miracle, let alone something that's already been released. Through the united efforts of numerous enthusiasts, they even managed to obtain the original Mutuo film and compile the collection of the series, giving a copy to each contributor to this hobby. Giving one copy to each person meant If Akechi had the idea, he could follow this channel and visit everyone one by one. But considering that Joe, who's clearly not from Night City, has this collection, the number of enthusiasts involved in this Cyber Psycho series is likely beyond imagination. Even if Akechi had the will, he probably wouldn't be able to eradicate it. In other words, this stuff will only spread more and more through fan bragging and leaks, and there's no way it can be controlled. Akechi had to admit, he felt a certain unease. If JK, the Mutuo director who edited the Cyber Psycho series, hadn't already died, he'd definitely drag him out and give him a good beating. Indeed, even if JK were dead, Akechi would have wanted to go to his funeral and chant a few more electronic prayers for his salvation, hoping for a speedy rebirth. As for what he'd do after his rebirth, well, he'd drag him out and give him a good beating. Sadly, that thought was just a pipe dream. After a brief shock, Mingji's mind regained some composure. This series. Facing Joe and Jed, Mingji forced a smile. It's hard to get my hands on it, isn't it? I heard it's very rare now. Of course. Joe displayed the delight of having his collectible admired. This is something that's completely gone out of print in Night City. I don't know what the NCPD has gone crazy for, going all out hunting these things down. I think stories like KK should be spread more widely, otherwise no one would know how powerful he is. Joe licked his lips, as if his mouth was dry from all the talking. Let me tell you, our fan club doesn't just produce these kinds of internal artifacts. It's a collection only available with the core edition, and we even produced a reprint. However, lately, the market seems to be overwhelmed by some pirated copies, and some messed up Mutuo that clearly weren't KK's work, but are still labeled KK. When he mentioned piracy, an indignant expression crossed his face. Isn't this world ridiculous? Authentic products can't be pirated ones. What kind of nonsense are those people releasing? Things like KK visiting Hintang Highlands, KK pretending to be a member of the 6th Street Gang, all that kind of nonsense. It doesn't feel like something KK would do, right? I actually think it's even more disrespectful for you to claim it's authentic without even asking the people involved. Akechi was about to say something like that, but when he heard Joe mention piracy, visiting Hintang Highlands, pretending to be a member of the 6th Street Gang, somehow it sounded familiar, something he actually done. As Akechi's heart grew colder as he listened, his expression straining to contain himself, he caught a glimpse of a figure passing by in the distance. To Akechi, the figure looked quite ordinary. Aside from the slightly expensive clothing, the overall look was that of an ordinary person, one that would be hard to spot in a crowd. But Akechi knew him. To say he knew him wouldn't be accurate. To be more precise, it was this face that Akechi knew, and he knew it very well. V. Akechi was speechless. He had seen the face before. V had used it once in a role. The other members of the team had commented that it looked a bit like Thor, the leader of Atacado, especially in the facial features. It was like they had copied the same template, though with a less resolute look. Since that look had only been used once, and since everyone he had met on that mission had died, they didn't bother adjusting the facial parameters and just used the old template, right? V? Akechi wasn't exactly surprised by V's entry into the banquet hall. After all, he had seen Reed before and had contacted V and the others, so he knew what their current situation was. The two were now working for two different groups. Mingji had even assumed two identities, which was quite troublesome. However, no matter how troubled he was, he couldn't escape the center of the vortex. Mingji was gathering intelligence with Joe, preparing to notify the NCPD to destroy the relevant production facilities, while keeping an eye on V's movements. Compared to Mingji's team, with the support of the president and the CIA, V and his team were far superior in intelligence gathering. Although they didn't find the hacker Hua Tiao, who was supposed to help them, they still managed to find a way into the Beozhouking building. V entered the Gem Blue building via the waterway and helped Reed clear the ghost dogs from the road, allowing him to enter through another entrance. The two of them were the representatives of the New America. At this point, they were all in the lobby, searching for the target the president had ordered. That was Lark. After a brief search, V quickly located Lark. However, after seeing her position and the people sitting next to her, V frowned and called Reed, who was searching for Lark on the other side. The situation doesn't look optimistic, Reed. Lark is next to Hansen. It seems Hansen doesn't intend to let Lark leave his side until he negotiates a deal to save his life and his position as king of Dogtown. And then? Guess who I saw? This isn't a guessing game, V. Reed's calm voice came, but not through the communication. Instead, it reached V's ears, lowered from his position beside him. I saw it. Reed held a glass of wine, glancing out of the corner of his eye in the direction of Lark and Hansen. That guy in the bulletproof suit, huh? He's got a revolver on his waistband. I recognize that style. It's nicknamed Death Apple, and that prosthetic eye with a black background and white pupil. Aguilar. V added to Reed's unfinished sentence, then followed Reed's lead, avoiding looking directly in Hansen's direction. After all, for someone of Aguilar's caliber, direct eye contact would surely arouse alarm. That living legend of the Cuban crime syndicate? He's actually here this time. V curled his lips. Is Hansen desperate? The Cuban crime syndicate already has ties to Hansen, so Aguilar's presence isn't surprising. Reed held his glass. But it's definitely not good news for us. Even for Reed, Aguilar was undoubtedly a dangerous opponent. Chapter 760. He's a dangerous opponent, but if we attack together, we should be able to defeat him. Although V felt a certain threat from Aguilar, he felt that if he and Lita attacked together, Aguilar would not be a formidable opponent. Don't be careless, V. Hansen isn't the only one at this banquet with Aguilar. Reed glanced at the crowd. With most of the Netherhound's men deliberately dispatched by Hansen, who do you think will remain? See the Netherhounds on guard in the distance? Every one of them is wearing military-grade equipment. I even saw the latest model prosthetics. Those items are located and are never sold to the public. I wonder how many people have deals with Hansen and need him to maintain their own interests. It would be strange if an arms dealer didn't have valuable stuff on hand. V wasn't surprised. After all, in a place like Night City, even a street vending machine might contain a few contraband weapons. He remembered Carl once comparing it at the Afterlife bar. The arms trade here was greater than that of all the black markets in North America combined. Night City is a monster dominated by corporations. From the skyscrapers of Civic Center to the slums of Watson District, every inch of the air was filled with a mixed smell of contract ink and bullet gunpowder. This city was like a 21st century Constantinople, a city of corporate aspirations, the only difference being that the cross was replaced by a corporate logo and the Hagia Sophia was replaced by Arasaka Tower. There was a reason why Arasaka K chose to establish his second headquarters here. Even before the Fourth Corporate War, Night City was already the most important trade hub on the Pacific coast. Tons of weapons, prosthetics, and data chips flowed through it daily, as frequent as the medieval caravans that traversed the Silk Road. As for Dogtown? It was merely a scale shed from the behemoth Night City. The arms trade controlled by Hansen and his men was, after all, merely a manifestation of the city's innate violent instincts. As night fell, the cold gleam of weapons in the stadium's underground warehouse was essentially the same as the neon lights atop Arasaka Tower. After all, when it came to the arms trade, the world's number 1 and number 2 would never be places like Dogtown, mere trading venues, but corporations. V inexplicably recalled a film he had seen. In the past, the top arms traders were international powers. Now, it was simply corporations replacing nations. Companies exist for profit, so selling things they shouldn't for profit is only natural. Just as V was surveying the equipment in the hands of the distant Netherhounds, a string of letters rang through his comms. It was from Johnny. Johnny didn't follow V and Reed into Sapphire Blue this time. He and Oliver stayed on a floor of Sapphire Blue as backup, while Jack and the team sent by Blanca escorted the president out of Dogtown. Faced with Johnny's attention, V was puzzled. According to the time, now wasn't the scheduled contact time. What was Johnny doing? After arriving in Sapphire Blue, I reconnected to Lark's signal. This is the message she sent, probably some kind of code. And now I understand how she contacted me. She was actually using the Black Wall to contact Relic to communicate with us. She's completely insane. I finally understand why Rosalind Miles was so determined to bring her back or kill her. New America is secretly cooperating with Blackwell. If this gets out, the whole world will go crazy over this absurd news. Listening to Johnny's words, V hadn't even recovered from the code sent by the Lark when he heard something even more crucial. What, Blackwell? What is Blackwell? Since the data crash, it's rumored to be the only barrier between human companies and talented hackers to stop the rampaging data AI on the old network. It itself represents the old network that once connected the world. In other words, if a lunatic hacker truly didn't worry about the roaming AI behind Blackwell invading their brains and driving them crazy or exploding, they could simply cling to Blackwell and communicate through the old network that still exists. This is strictly prohibited by companies and even countries, because no one knows if any rash actions against Blackwell will harm this human. The only barrier holding back the madly roaming AI had shattered, bringing the entire human world to its knees with a secondary data collapse. In other words, if anyone attacked Blackwell, they would become the public enemy of humanity. Lark communicated with Relic through Blackwell, her actions no less tantamount to dancing next to a nuclear bomb poised to explode at any moment, even slapping it from time to time. The fact that she knew how to do this proved she'd done this kind of crazy thing before. V instantly understood why Rosalind Miles insisted they bring back Lark or kill her outright. Lark was now the equivalent of a nuclear bomb, a detonation that would not only destroy Blackwell and bring disaster upon humanity, but also bring destruction to the new America under international attack from various countries and corporations. This is insane. What these big companies are doing is so shocking. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. V had only known that the Voodoo Gang often dug into the Black Wall, hoping to let the roving AI on the other side in, so they could act as traitors and welcome the King's army. He hadn't expected everyone to do the same thing behind the scenes. This thought didn't linger in V's mind for long. After all, no matter how crazy it was, the situation was right in front of him. What else could he do? Maybe we should have a good talk with Reed. After sending the code to Reed, letting Reed, the only one who could crack it, know that it was sent by Lark, V said, maybe we really should give the Lark issue some serious thought. You already know? As a member of the CIA, Reed wasn't entitled to any of this information. It wasn't that he lacked clearance, but that he wasn't supposed to know. However, before setting off, Rosalind Miles stopped him. Every word she uttered was like a well-aimed bullet, piercing the professional creed Reed had built over the years. The nation's most loyal agent, at that moment, was told a truth that would overturn everything he knew. So when he spoke in that tone, Reed understood immediately. Not with surprise, not with confusion, but with a kind of almost weary understanding. Like someone who has walked too long in a rainstorm finally seeing the expected lightning. I know what you mean, V. Reed looked at Lark. But if possible, I still want to save Xiao Song. Chapter 761. I want to save her. Reed's words left V in a brief silence. He rubbed his wine glass and finally spoke, honestly, Reed, I don't want to judge your thoughts. If I could really get the people away, I wouldn't insist on killing Lark. After all, she's my client, and I don't have a habit of killing clients. Despite this, V still felt hesitant. This hesitation stemmed from knowing the threat posed by Lark. Anyone facing a humanoid nuclear bomb would inevitably be wary, let alone now having the opportunity to eliminate this threat in advance. It wasn't that V cared about anything. Lark's life was also a life. While he didn't want to kill his client, he was troubled by another question, one that a mercenary shouldn't have to consider. What would happen if New America regained control of Lark? But then again, even without Lark, wouldn't New America create a second or third one? I just think, Reed, there are some things we need to think through, V said solemnly. I know. Reed, seeing through V's thoughts, shook his head. I'm shocked too. If possible, I try to dissuade President Miles when I get back. If this were exposed, it would be enough to ruin New America, let alone continue research. But considering the president's attitude at the time, he smiled wryly. I can only hope they really only created Little Song. This kind of risky thing, just one is already an exaggeration. V also shook his head, choosing to let the matter go for now. After all, the negotiations with Hansen weren't even close to being finalized. It was better to focus on more important matters. He asked Lida, who had already been examining the message from the Lark. What did the Lark say? That string looks like some kind of code, probably some kind of code from your CIA. It's not from the CIA. Lida, looking a little tired, reached out and rubbed the sides of his nose. This is the code I gave to Xiao Song. I was her mentor when she joined the CIA, and I taught her this back then. It seems she's learned it well. She still hasn't forgotten it even now, even though it was a little introduction. She sent it to me specifically because she knew I would save her. Are you talking about the Lark or your apprentice? V raised an eyebrow. No wonder you're so concerned. But judging by the situation, you two don't have a very close relationship. Why would you wait until this moment to contact you? I've been staying in Night City all these years. Lida's voice deepened. In the CIA files, I've long been a dead person. He paused, his Adam's apple rolling. And it was Xiao Song who personally sent my information out, sending me to my death. What? V's head shot up, his pupils constricting. You mean Lark? Song Xiaomei betrayed you, and now you're still trying to save her? That wasn't her intention, and I know she couldn't do anything about it. Reed's fingers unconsciously stroked the wine glass in his hand. This was an order from above, to cover for the other agents in hiding. In the eyes of my colleagues in Night City, I'm the traitor. Fuck. V rubbed his temple. I'm completely confused, but I get it. Lark was ordered to betray you, and you took the blame. Now something's wrong, and Miles and the CIA say a word, and you're running back to fight for your life? V's eyes grew strange. You? I didn't die, Reed said, his tone eerily calm. They arranged a safe place for me to be treated. I was injured and received care. It was all part of the plan. Nothing to complain about. Isn't there anything to complain about? V's voice would have risen several degrees if he hadn't been concerned for the guests beside him. Your injuries require treatment. Your whole body needed treatment. I'm afraid you almost died at that time. And yet, you're still willing to work for New America. V shook his head. Maybe it's because I grew up in the Badlands. I just can't understand it. That's the condition of the armistice. Reed's gaze drifted off into the distance. Miles had to show Arasaka enough sincerity. The other personnel were evacuated safely, and I survived. It's just part of the job, V. I know you don't understand, but that's the fate of an agent. I just don't think you deserve it, Reed. V stared at the middle-aged agent. Compared to Rosalind Miles, who always struck him as unsettling, Reed's characteristically cold and hard character concealed a rare sincerity, a genuineness that V could sense. It was completely different from Rosalind's attitude, which, despite performing well, could draw a line in the sand at crucial moments. Only by interacting with Reed could one understand why Carl, when recalling their experience working together, had described him as someone who was not dislikable, but rather admirable. It was through interacting with Reed that V could truly appreciate Reed's character. A man who was loyal to his country, and yet also valued friendship and loyalty was truly hard to dislike. But the country he served, or rather, its rulers, was too. V sighed inwardly. The decisions made in the Oval Office, those high-sounding national interests, were like a wound-up machine, coldly crushing every person like Reed. Perhaps for the nation's top decision-makers, agents like Reed, even ace agents, were merely a measure of sacrifice. It was difficult for V to judge matters at the national level. After all, he wasn't in that position, but he truly felt sorry for Reed, who he had come into contact with. It was a feeling of knowing he was willingly committing folly, yet seeing how truly good he was, he felt a certain pity for him. Reed could sense V's regret. Honestly, he admired V, just as he admired V's companion Carl. Both V and Carl made Reed feel genuine and sincere, a bond rarely seen in Night City, perhaps even the world. He understood V's feelings of worthlessness, but he was an agent, a patriot, and he truly wanted to be like that. You know, V suddenly said, a hint of self-mockery in his voice, sometimes I really wish you could be a bit of a jerk like the other agents. At least then, I wouldn't have to watch a good person fall into a fire pit. Maybe after I retire, I have an easier time. Right now, it's not really a fire pit. Reed had already cracked the cipher. The message from Lark contained only this single message. I'm dying. Save me. The solution is under the empty sofa next to the Tiger Claws seats. Chapter 762. I'm dying. Help me. The message from Lark wasn't necessarily so straightforward. As a professionally trained agent, even in the most urgent of secret communications, she strictly adhered to the principle of conveying the most information with the fewest words. Every word in the short, encrypted message was precisely calculated. On the surface, it looked like random numbers, but in reality, each word conveyed the same meaning. Urgent help. She's dying. What does that mean? V asked as Reed secretly pulled out the chip, presumably prepared by Lark, from under the sofa. Xiao Song's transformation has reached its limit. Li Da said, as he received the information. The black wall is like a bottomless quagmire. The deeper you go, the more likely you are to be completely buried. Even a brilliant hacker like Xiao Song has been corroded by the black wall, and is nearing its limit. Well, that doesn't sound particularly surprising, so what? So I understand who the traitor is, and why Air Force One crashed right in Dogtown. It was all Xiao Song's doing. Was it Song Naomei? V's face flickered with surprise, but after thinking it over, she said, I was wondering why something seemed off about her, and why she was the only one left alive by the president's side. So that's why. But that doesn't make sense. If she wanted to betray Rosalind Miles, there didn't seem to be any need for us to take on the task of rescuing her. Because she wasn't sure whether Hansen would succeed in her goal, she made separate bets. She's learned everything I taught her. So Song Jiaomei also realized Hansen wasn't trustworthy. So what's the big deal? She's splitting up the bets, and she's asking others to rescue her. Why do I feel like she's no different from Hansen? Miles is pushing Xiao Song too hard. Li Da wanted to say something, but finally sighed. Miles can't be unaware of Xiao Song's betrayal, but he still wants her back. That means Xiao Song expected this. She knew Miles needed her, but she was still naive. She didn't realize Miles is the kind of person who would destroy anything he couldn't get if it threatened him. So you still plan to rescue her? Right. V looked at Li Da, Did she tell me specifically how to save them? I don't think anyone infected by the Black Wall can be saved. But Song Xiaomei has planned so much, even going so far as to betray the president to collude with Hansen and hedge her bets. She must have some plan. Xiao Song explained it clearly in this data chip. Li De finished reading the chip and handed it to V. V looked at it, thinking of the team, especially Carl's instructions, and hesitated before accepting it. Just tell me directly. I listen. Li De glanced at V, noticing his wariness from his behavior, but he didn't take it seriously. He simply spoke of the information he had read. Simply put, there's something that can remove the Black Wall's influence on Mark. It's a secret technology called the Neural Matrix. This thing stores AI captured by military technology on the other side of the Black Wall. Once commands are given to the AI stored in the Neural Matrix, it will execute certain conditions, completing tasks such as clearing the Black Wall's data and obtaining information from the old network on the other side of the Black Wall. Sounds a bit like flashing and formatting? That's not a bad understanding. After all, the AI on the other side of the Black Wall is definitely more familiar with it. Clearly, removing the Black Wall's effects on Mark wouldn't be a big deal for that AI. So it was for this thing that Song Xiaomei sold out Miles? To save herself. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. If I were faced with a situation like this, and had a chance to survive, I'd probably choose selling her out over my boss trying to kill me. It's not a black and white thing, V. Some things get dirty, and many people find them unacceptable. But if you do something, you have to be prepared to bear the consequences. I know Xiao Song no longer trusts others, which is why she did this. But this shouldn't have happened this way. I find a way to save her, but she has to accept it. Wrong. I have a feeling Song Xiaomei might be very reluctant to go back. After all, if she's cleaned up this time, she might not be able to survive next time. V shook his head, but didn't dwell on it for too long. So that thing is in Bao's Hicking? Are we going to save everyone? No, it's in the stadium. The most important thing right now is to rescue Xiao Song. Her problems can be put aside. But there is one thing we must do now. It must be done now. What are the details? The neural matrix was first developed during the corporate war, but was abandoned after the old network data collapsed. 7 or 8 years ago, a group hired by military technology attempted to reactivate the neural matrix. They even obtained the access code, but due to the unification war and the arrival of Hansen, they were forced to abandon the plan. And now, 2 of the former gang members who possess the access code are at the banquet, planning to strike a deal with Hansen, trading the neural matrix activation code for a substantial sum of money. We need to get the activation code from them. Now I understand. Lee glanced across the banquet hall. So where are those 2? Right over there. Lita gestured with his eyes, directing V's gaze toward a gambling table in the banquet hall. Don't pay too much attention to those red-haired twins over there. They're both renowned hackers, heavily armed with IC and anti-spying devices. Even a glance from you could arouse their suspicion. Xiao Song's only goal is to get the access code from them. She's always like that, playing everything with meticulous precision, but she never considers what might happen if a part of her plan goes awry. She's always terrible at that, so we have to find a way to remedy that. At Hansen's party, she was trying to both negotiate business with him and target his trading partners. I don't think this is logical or organized. It's just a way to get away with it and leave the hard work to others. I think I was wrong. She's more like Miles than Hansen. No one wants to do this, but someone has to do it. Yes, Lita, someone has to do it. That's why Miles and Song Xiaomei know you're patriotic and kind-hearted. They're counting on you, knowing you work hard for them. And yet, you're so foolish as to do this. I think your life will be ruined by these 2 women. V. Okay, I know. It's work after all, and it comes with a commission. I do my best, but I'm really thinking about saying that more and more now. What? What Carl once said to you. If you don't want to do this anymore, come work for us. Besides everything else, someone of your caliber needs to earn some money as a mercenary. It's better than risking your life and working like this, only to be manipulated by others and still earn nothing. Face to face V's words, Reed fell silent. Then he shook his head. We talk later, he said. Chapter 763. Emmerich Castle and Aurora Castle, these 2 are so bored, even lingering at the gambling table at this hour. V's pupils narrowed slightly. The hacker brother and sister had been glued to the roulette table for nearly half an hour, since he locked onto their targets. Just observe them for a while, V. Remember what I said just now. Reed's voice came from the side, just as V noticed Aurora suddenly turning her head to scan the crowd. Your gaze has exceeded the safe threshold. Hackers of their level are as sensitive to bioelectric signals as spider sense. V feigned nonchalantly to turn his head, but felt Reed press something cold into his palm. They were two tiny, matte discs, less than a third the thickness of a fingernail. At the same time, a payment notification popped up in the corner of V's vision. 100,000 euros. The figure made his eyes light up. The access code to the neural matrix can't be obtained by hacking. Reed lowered his voice. The Emmerich siblings' ICE protection has at least 3 layers of anti-tracking protocols embedded in it. Conventional scans will shred their tentacles as soon as they touch the surface, even with Carusi's artificial eyes. He carefully pointed at the disc in V's hand. These 2 trackers are the product of the Joint Intelligence Agency's reverse engineering of the Kontau protection system. Even a hacker's tracking scan would be difficult to detect. V took the 2 miniature trackers and gently weighed them in his palm. The 2 discs were as small as 2 grains of dust, and they felt almost weightless. Should we say they're still agents? They always come up with some weird and unique gadgets. Kontau's technology replica. V picked one up with his fingertips and examined it closely. The tracker's surface was covered with nanometer scale patterns that reflected rainbow light at certain angles. Is this thing reliable? I never heard of anything like it. Don't tell me you just developed it and haven't used it yet. If it crashes mid-process, we'd be exposed. Lita nodded. I tried it before, and it's fine. During internal testing, it was able to maintain a signal for 72 hours under a 3mm lead plate. The key is that it uses a passive scanning reflection architecture, so it's not as easily detected by anti-reconnaissance protocols as active transmitters. He gestured for V to look towards the gambling table. The hacker brother and sister were staring intently at the holographic roulette wheel. Aurora had already averted her gaze. See the slight difference in Aurora's ears? According to the documentation, Aurora was born with a genetic problem that resulted in abnormal inner ear development, a heterozygous mutation in the GJB2 gene. Although she later recovered through genetic surgery, some differences in appearance remain. That spot is a good location. Then there's Emery. He has a habit of periodically transferring his memories to an external hard drive to prevent leaks. Therefore, his neural interface shield has a dedicated slot for the hard drive connection, making it a perfect location. After explaining to V the differences in the twin hackers' individual flaws and habits compared to ordinary people, Reed handed over a tube of conductive gel. Use this. After applying, it will form an optical camouflage coating within 0.5 seconds. Remember, they will unconsciously check the implant status every 25 minutes, and you must complete the application within that round of inspection. Otherwise, if you leave it unattended, they might notice your facial disguise. You only have 25 minutes. So what are you going to do with this 100,000 euros? At the gambling table, it's naturally easier for gamblers to get close to them. I see. You want to use this money to buy chips, so I can get closer to them. 100 euros? I guess I need to be frugal with it. Otherwise, if I spend it all and still have it, it aroused suspicion. V inserted the tracker into the gel capsule and smiled. But you won't need this 100 euros back later, will you? I remember you were quite short of money. You still owe Carl an old way money, right? Hearing V say this, even Reed's face stiffened slightly, a hint of guilt showing. This is the president's personal belongings. They said the money was for our expenses, so you don't have to pay it back. Win or lose, it's yours. As for the money I owe, I pay it back after this mission is over, when I get paid for the next few years. Seeing Reed's awkward expression, V smiled and said, just kidding, Reed, don't take it too seriously. I don't think Carl and old V are too eager to collect the debt. I just hope your CIA salary is really that high. After all, seeing as you used to work at Dino's bar downtown, I guess that might be a bit difficult. As he spoke, V glanced at the Netherhound security guards at the gambling table, scanning the crowd with infrared light. He naturally put his hand in his pocket, letting the tracker slide into it. Okay, Lita, enough joking. I use the 100,000 euros. Wait for my good news, it's quite a bit of money. Be careful, V, Lita warned one last time. Those siblings might even be as skilled hackers as T-Bug in your team. Don't let your guard down. How could that be? T-Bug is the best hacker. They're not even close to him. As a friend and a companion, V, like the rest of the team, always had the same confidence in T-Bug. Everyone in Team KK said this, except T-Bug, because the others in Team KK might actually have more faith in T-Bug than T-Bug himself. If it were T-Bug, this would have been solved long ago. There wouldn't be so much trouble. With this, V quickly approached the exchange counter for gambling chips. For V right now, 100,000 euros wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. He planned to exchange a few chips as a backup, just in case he lost it all at once. V had some experience at the gambling table, but he certainly couldn't compare to the seasoned pros. At most, he played with other members of his tribe, and the stakes were usually small, like half a can of worm meat pork and a piece of fruit from a can of real fruit. Even when he got excited, he just bet on captured weapons. After all, in the past, the tribe was poor, and a repaired, usable weapon was essentially their greatest asset. As for cars and the like, they were lifeblood, so no one would gamble. Even if someone foolishly dared to do so, the tribe leader would rush over and slap them on the head to sober them up. Minus 150,000 euros. Watching his money vanish into gambling chips, virtual discs stored in a dedicated device, V felt the feeling of money not really being money. While exchanging chips, V glanced at his neighbor and saw a dark-haired young man also exchanging chips, but his was exchanging for 100,000 euros. So rich, V couldn't help but glance at the dark-haired young man again, but he felt a sense of familiarity, and then he saw the dark-haired young man wink at him. In a split second, despite his unfamiliar appearance, V recognized the dark-haired young man. It's Carl. Chapter 764. Roulette is one of the simplest casino games. Take American roulette, for example. The wheel is divided into 38 squares, including 36 red and black number squares, a green 0 square, and a green 00 square. Players most commonly bet in two ways. One is color betting, placing chips in the area marked red or black. If the ball lands on the corresponding color square, you win the same amount of chips as your bet. For example, betting 1 chip wins 1 chip, and betting 2 chips wins 2 chips. The other is betting directly on the number, choosing any number from 1 to 36. If the ball lands on that number, you receive a 35x return. This approach carries greater risk, but also offers higher returns. As for more elaborate betting methods, like range betting, they are not commonly seen at the tables at the Sapphire Blue Banquet. Guests here still prefer color and number betting. The former is for fun, while the latter allows for the sheer enjoyment of the frenzy and the thrill of victory. At each gambling table at the banquet, there were 2 dealers. One was a robot dealer responsible for table permissions, and the other was a human dealer affiliated with another dog. The reason for having 2 dealers was to guard against unexpected events. In the past, a self-righteous hacker had attempted to hack into a robot dealer to manipulate the results. Ultimately, after winning a sum he shouldn't have won, he was found dead in an alleyway, shot over 40 times in the back. Since then, every casino has generally had 2 dealers, one robot and one human, to assist and monitor each other. After all, humans can be bribed, while machines can be hacked but not bought. With this double guarantee, if the game can still be manipulated, then the casino's quality must be considered. When V reached his targets, Emmerich and Aurora Castle, there were only 2 empty seats left at the table, a perfect spot for him and Carl. V had actually been tempted to ask Carl about something on the way in, but since Reed was still watching him, he held back. He and Carl, who seemed to have just joined the table, arrived at the table together. Emmerich and Aurora sat to the left of the table, while seats were available directly opposite and to the right. V moved closer to the twin hackers, facing the table. His arrival caught their attention. Although V's disguise was unremarkable, his aura was hard to dispel. The twin hackers understood each other's intentions with a single glance. This newcomer was definitely no ordinary character. As for the young customer, who had wandered off to the other side, Aurora glanced at the dark-haired young man who was staring at the table, seemingly contemplating a bet. A slight smile curved her lips. She could spot this guy at a glance, a novice who barely played a few games. With that curious, thoughtful look, she knew he was probably going to lose everything today. There was nothing to worry about. This unassuming fellow, on the other hand, looked quite experienced. Aurora Castle's gaze drifted through the dim lights of the casino, finally locking onto V. She leaned lazily against the roulette table, her fingertips tapping lightly on the chip storage device, producing a series of crisp sounds. "Hey, new face," she suddenly said, her voice like whiskey laced with honey, a touch of artificial sweetness. "Standing there and watching is so boring. Would you like to play a couple of rounds?" "That's exactly what I was thinking." V took his place nonchalantly, placing the device storing his chips on the reader next to the table. He looked up at the dealer and asked, "Can I still place my bets?" "Please do so." The mechanical dealer spoke in a gentle, female voice. It seemed the game had just begun, and it was only the betting phase. At the dealer's words, V's lips curled slightly. He looked at Aurora. "It's rare to come across such an interesting game. May I know what your bets are, lady?" I haven't placed any bets yet, but it seems this gentleman enjoys prying into other people's affairs. Aurora chuckled softly, her fingers fiddling with the virtual chips. The light from the holographic projection illuminated her rosy face. Meanwhile, beside her, Merrick's eyes flickered over V's hands, as if assessing whether he was carrying any weapons or hacking equipment. I wouldn't say I'm just trying to find out. It's just that my luck has always been weird. I either win big or lose everything, so I'm used to imitating others when I bet on the first round. Luck, here, is just another way of saying probability. Aurora smiled brightly, her eyes scanning V's collar. I prefer the look of those who dare to bet everything. Either win big or lose everything. Sounds like you're ready to challenge me to a bet? V pretended not to notice the scrutiny, instead looking at the roulette wheel with interest. Then I bet on red. V casually pressed the bet button on the table, his movements as casual as if he were just killing time. Aurora raised an eyebrow, her fingertips lightly gliding across the tabletop, pushing the virtual chips towards the black area. Then I try the opposite, and see if your luck really holds up. 10 seconds left to place your bets. Just then, the human dealer, the ghost hound, spoke up. She stood aside, her hands folded, her eyes scanning the table sharply, as if scanning for anyone who might be slyly cheating. As she chimed in, V noticed Carl, from the corner of his eye, at the other side, clumsily studying the betting rules, like a newbie on his first visit to a casino, and his acting was quite good. Wait, acting? V suddenly realized. Has Carl ever played roulette before? I don't think so. At past gatherings, he only ever played a card game called Landlord. In other words, Carl had taken 400,000 euros and casually joined a gambling game where he didn't even understand the rules. V felt a little annoyed, but at this moment, he was being watched by others and couldn't warn Carl. And just then, Carl made his decision. Red. Carl was gradually learning the rules of roulette, and for the first round, he planned to follow V's lead and bet. As for the amount, Carl glanced at V's bet. It was 10,000 euros. So he trusted V. 200,000 euros. The clattering screen that appeared as Carl pressed the virtual chips caught the attention of the other patrons at the table. 200,000 euros in one go, that's quite a big bet. Chapter 765. 200,000 euros isn't a lot of money at this gambling table. Losing it would only raise a frown. But a stranger betting so high on the first round really stands out. Either he's a rich dandy, or a complete fool, or both. Carl's black hair gleamed coldly under the neon lights. He casually snapped his fingers. Real water, please. The dealer's gaze flickered between the security cameras and the hellhound security guards. After giving them a knowing look, he turned back to get some water. Casinos always treat patrons like these with extravagance. I have a drink too, he said, his eyes glancing at the castles. Alcohol can impede mission execution, but socializing is another matter. What would you like to drink? I'd buy you. Aurora's red lips curled up in a playful arc. She shifted her attention from the black-haired fool betting frantically, and turned to V. How generous. She tapped her slender fingers on the table. I have a bourbon. As for my taciturn brother. She nudged the silent man beside her. Give him a real water, too. While waiting for their drinks, she rested her chin lazily on her hand, watching the light in V's eyes. I'm Aurora Castle, and this is my brother Merrick. Her gaze scanned V. So, who's the gentleman treating us? Ramon. V mentioned a name he used in disguise during a previous mission. It had seemed strangely ominous when he come up with it, but now it was the first thing that came to mind. At least it sounded better than Jax Victorino. While V was thinking, Aurora's expression remained unchanged when she heard the name Ramon. A name was just a nickname. Not many people would actually remember it, especially for casual acquaintances like those at the gambling table. The roulette wheel began to spin, the silver ball bouncing on the red and black squares of the real roulette wheel next to the virtual table, making a crisp clinking sound. The atmosphere around the entire gambling table suddenly became subtle. Everyone's eyes were focused on the virtual panel before them, but their minds had already drifted elsewhere. Aurora's fingertips tapped the table unconsciously, the rhythm coinciding with a certain melody. Her prosthetic eye flickered slightly, clearly running some kind of scanning program. V pretended to focus on the game, but in reality, he was observing her hands out of the corner of his eye. She wore decorative rings, but those rings might be hiding something. It's time to stop, Emmerich suddenly said, his voice so deep it seemed to come from deep within the earth. This taciturn man spoke for the first time, yet he accurately predicted the final trajectory of the ball on the actual roulette wheel at the gambling table. The ball trembled and came to rest on the red 19. Looks like my luck is still here today. This is the day for a big win. V smiled as he collected his double chips. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the number in front of Carl suddenly jump from 400,000 to 600,000 euros. In just one move, Carl had earned half the amount he exchanged for chips. This is much faster than making money working. I just hope Carl doesn't become addicted to this game because of this win. No matter what, playing too much with this thing won't lead to good results. Aurora suddenly leaned forward, the scent of perfume mingling with the exotic floral fragrance of her hair. "Mr. Ramon," she whispered, her red lips parted. "Did you know? In quantum probability theory, the probability of 2 consecutive occurrences of red is actually independent events," V replied naturally, taking advantage of Aurora's approach to subtly coat the tracker on his wristband with conductive gel, out of her sight. But casinos prefer to call it the gambler's fallacy. So this time, I'm still red. V smiled faintly. Interesting. Aurora's red lips curved in a playful arc, her slender fingers tapping lightly on the table. It seems Mr. Ramon is a man who trusts his intuition. She leaned back, turning her fingertips so that the microsensor on the ring was pointed in V's direction. Then I continued betting on black. Aurora bet 50,000 euros on black. V nonchalantly took out 50,000 euros from his current 160,000 euros and bet on red against Aurora. Carl, on the other hand, pushed 400,000 euros into the red slot, placing all his recent earnings, including his initial bet, at stake. The amount made the other patrons at the table's eyes jump. What could 400,000 euros do? It was enough for a down payment on a luxury car, and it could be paid in installments. If it were them, they wouldn't stop after winning 200,000, but they certainly wouldn't continue betting so easily. The human dealer returned and handed drinks to everyone. And as Carl, faceless and breathless, sipped the real water under the gaze of the others, the roulette wheel finished spinning. Red. The excited voice came not from Carl, but from another customer beside him. His prosthetic eye nearly popped out of its socket as he watched the winning color. His face was filled with disbelief. He hadn't expected this novice, who was clearly a first-time player or had only recently started playing roulette, to win twice in a row, betting on huge numbers like 200,000 and 400,000. This was insane. Even Aurora and V, who were smiling at each other, secretly wary and testing each other, saw their eyelids twitch at the customer's excited shout. Across from Carl, Emeric, enjoying his gambling while helping his sister observe V, now had a look of disbelief written all over his face, which had previously been expressionless. Without noticing, I lost 2 rounds in a row. Although the sums weren't large, less than 100,000 combined, the black-haired young man in front of me was winning big, already 600,000. How long has it been? This kid's luck is just too good. However, gambling isn't simply about luck. He already hit red twice. Based on my previous observations and deductions, this machine did have a high red probability, but it wasn't so exaggerated as to hit red 3 times. Which meant Emeric's gambler's instincts kicked in. Ignoring the subtle warning signals from his sister, he went all in on his remaining 100,000 chips before anyone else placed their bets. He couldn't believe it. It had to be black this time. Chapter 766. Bet on black, 100,000? Noticing that the chip display in front of Emeric had been emptied, V's eyes flickered, realizing he was making a desperate bet, likely his last. Then, looking at the 210,000 he now had, he placed his money on red again without hesitation. V initially exchanged 150,000 chips. On his first bet, he bet 10,000 and won 10,000. On his second bet, he bet 50,000 and won 50,000. After making 60,000, he bet 100,000 all at once. Even if he lost this time, he would still have 110,000 left to continue betting. And if he won, he would have to seize the moment when Emeric lost everything and his mind was bound to waver and do something. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed her brother's bet, then saw V's bet, and smiled. So stubborn. Aurora chuckled as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. This action exposed the defect near her ear, caused by abnormal inner ear development, to V's gaze. It was a slight mark left by the genetic surgery, and it had been inconspicuous in the dim light, but now it was glaring in V's eyes. Aurora ignored V's gaze. She pressed her chips to place her bet, deliberately drawing out her words. Then I continued to bet on black. After all, probability tells us that the chance of 3 consecutive reds is only 12.5%, Emeric suddenly interrupted. He appeared to be talking to his sister and V, but his eyes were fixed on the black-haired young man in front of him. Data streams flashed in his artificial eyes, According to probability, the probability of black this time is higher. Probability? Being watched by Emmerich, Carl naturally raised his head slightly, and then he noticed that Emmerich was gazing at him with a calm yet somewhat provocative gaze. This guy looked quite aloof, but he was quite arrogant. He was just frustrated with losing against V, and had set his sights on him, the one who had made the most money. Carl didn't pay much attention to Emmerich's provocation. To Emmerich, it was obvious that he was immersed in the gambling game, and in his frustration, he wanted to bite anyone. But to Carl, a hacker provoking him at this distance was probably like a rabbit glaring at a tiger from its paws. Oh no, it was more like an ant provoking a person. It wasn't that he shouldn't care, but it was truly insignificant. Because Carl didn't care much about the gambling game, and if he didn't care, then naturally there was nothing to worry about. The 400,000 that Carl exchanged wasn't actually his own money. It was, in fact, a wise decision by his superiors. Simply put, it was given to Carl by Oda Santao, considering that Dogtown might need some of the money. In other words, Carl had been playing a zero-cost game from the start. Winning was great, of course, but losing was also irrelevant. In this indifferent state, if Emmerich tried to provoke Carl, it wouldn't have evoked the slightest reaction. 400,000. In the first round, he bet 200,000 and earned 200,000, which turned into 600,000. Then, in the second round, he bet 400,000 and earned 400,000. Now, Carl had 1 million euros. This was a really quick money-making opportunity. Even Carl had to admit that few things could compare to this kind of money-making. But ultimately, it's best to avoid gambling. Carl really isn't that interested. After all, if he gets addicted, no amount of money will be enough to squander. If it's 1 million, then place the bet. Carl now has a general understanding of the rules of roulette, so he chose a unique approach. 400,000 of the 1 million is the working capital. Eliminate it first, leaving 600,000. Team Akechi had 12 members when they set out. 3 combat personnel were eliminated by Reed and the military technology team, leaving 9 members. It's been such a tiring trip, and I don't know if the higher-ups will pay. As the team leader, I have to give them some field expenses. After all, I already taken 400,000, so I should give them some money. 600,000 doesn't quite match 9 people. 900,000 is just right. In other words, if possible, I want to win 300,000. No, Slide and Mr. Kenichi Shiro should also get some, since they're here. That means 500,000. Knowing his bet number, Carl unhesitatingly placed his 500,000 bet on red. If he won, the red number would double, leaving Carl with 1.1 million to split. As for Carl's 400,000, roulette allows for combination bets. Besides betting on color, players can also bet on specific numbers. These two bets are calculated independently. This means that if both the number and color bets hit, the payouts will be settled according to their respective odds, without interfering with each other. For his 400,000, Carl planned to choose a red number that caught his eye. With a 1/35 probability, if Carl won, his 400,000 would double to 14 million euros. That's enough to buy a regular hovercraft or luxury car. Of course, if the ball landed on black, Carl would lose every cent. Undoubtedly, this was pure gambler behavior, something no sane person should engage in. A normal person would have stopped at this point. Even a high roller would have kept some of their money. Only the most insane, the most utterly insatiable, would do so, and they always end up losing everything. But it was just like Carl's initial thought when he placed the bet. He wasn't interested in the game to begin with, nor was he interested in playing again. He simply didn't care, or perhaps he was a little tired of it, and decided to call it a day. If one held this thought, and didn't care about losing money, then this bet was nothing more than entertainment. The guests watched with bated breath as the crazy black-haired young man placed a 500,000 on red before he made his move. Is he trying to raise the bet? Isn't 500,000 enough? He's truly insane. Just as the guests were thinking this, they noticed that Carl's hand wasn't pressing a color, but a number. Number. Amidst another exclamation from the guests around Carl, everyone at this table, and even those at the neighboring tables, were drawn to Carl's actions. Even V's eyes widened at this moment. This guy, Carl, seems to have always been so bold. Just as V was thinking this, he saw Carl betting 400,000 on the red one. Why 1? Because 1 represents the winner. For good luck. Chapter 767. Someone's betting on 400,000. And another 500,000 on red. Carl's lavish bet caught the attention of those nearby. For gamblers, the excitement is always the most appealing aspect. The surrounding gamblers paused their actions, craning their necks to peer in. Several well-dressed guests even put down their glasses and observed the high-stakes action with interest. The mechanical dealer's electronic eyes flashed an unusual red light, as if calculating the anomaly of this bet. The Netherhound security guards unconsciously took a step forward, their fingers already on the safety of their guns. The casino security guards maintained professional restraint. They weren't about to take action against any of the guests, but their conditioned reflexes, formed through long training, kept them on high alert. With stakes of this magnitude, any potential emergencies needed to be prepared for. Guests who won large sums of chips could become targets, while gamblers who lost everything were more likely to take extreme actions. The casino manager in the monitoring room narrowed his eyes, tapped his finger on the console, and silently mobilized more armed personnel to stand by. In this money-obsessed city, wealth can indeed buy the most extreme sensory stimulation, but it can never buy calm judgment. At this moment, the atmosphere surrounding the roulette table was a typical example of irrational frenzy. Under the real-time monitoring of the Netherhound technicians, the mechanical security system completed a comprehensive self-inspection, confirming that neither the table equipment nor the dealer's procedures had been tampered with by any external force. As Hansen's controlled Beoshiking building, the casino's reputation far surpassed those of the lesser-known underground gambling dens on the street. This was reflected not only in its luxurious decor, but also in its absolute transparency of operations. The casino simply disdains tampering with its equipment. From a probabilistic perspective, as long as the game continues, the house is always the ultimate winner. The only difference is the length of the profit cycle. Destroying a reputation built over years for a single unexpected gambler's win is short-sighted behavior that is uncharacteristic of Hansen. Furthermore, for Hansen, who controls Dogtown, casino revenue is merely icing on the cake. Compared to his vast arms trading network and his de facto control of the entire city, even the winnings of the most frenzied gamblers are a drop in the ocean compared to the global arms black market. The casino's purpose is more to maintain the facade of Dogtown's prosperity than to provide a true economic pillar. Even so, a single bet that could win a hover car is bound to attract some interest. Hansen had already glanced over from his seat, especially when he noticed the hacker twins at the table, who had made an appointment to complete a transaction with him later. Seems interesting. Hansen signaled his men to pay attention to the table before retracting his gaze. It wasn't that he didn't care about the situation over there, but rather that the guest before him was far more important to him than the bet itself. If this deal went through, even in the coming storm, he would be able to secure a place in Night City's future power structure, especially at this critical juncture when the peace talks between Arasaka and New America were poised to radically alter the city's landscape. The reason was simple. Sitting across from him was one of the most powerful figures in the city's official sphere, NCPD Commissioner Johnson. More precisely, he was the nominal ruler of the NCPD and its terrorist squad. In the coming political reshuffle, such an ally was more valuable than any bet. I'd like to continue discussing with you the possibility of a collaborative effort between the Phantom Hounds and the NCPD to improve public security in the Taiping Prefecture area. As Hansen spoke, the reels on the distant gambling table began to roll. Under the control of the mechanical dealer, this game of chance had reached its final act. The moment the roulette wheel began to spin, the air in the casino seemed to freeze. The silver ball traced a breathtaking arc along its path, and everyone's eyes were fixed on that single metallic glint. Except for Carl. He maintained his nonchalant demeanor, even taking another sip of real water. The ball bounced and rolled on the roulette wheel, its speed gradually slowing, bouncing back and forth between the number grids. It passed the black 26, brushed past the red 32, and finally, tremblingly, came to rest on the red one. The entire gambling table erupted in excitement, and the gamblers around them exclaimed in disbelief, some even knocking over their glasses in excitement. The dealer's processor paused for a moment, then completed another self-check, still flawless. Congratulations, the dealer said. You won 14 million euros for number betting and 500,000 euros for color betting. A total of 14.5 million euros. At that moment, a dense, almost innumerable stack of chips on the virtual screen formed a continuous string and flew towards Carl's chip machine, the numbers jumping wildly. 100,000 euros. 1.1 million euros. 15.6 million euros. In just 3 rounds, Carl had won 15.6 million euros from his 400,000 euros. A full 39 times. Damn it! Aura couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement as she and her brother Emmerich emptied out all their winnings from the night's gambling. Even if the money wasn't a big deal to them, losing it all at once would be unpleasant. And just as everyone's attention was focused on Carl, Even the people behind the surveillance cameras were keeping a close eye on him. V made his move. He seized the moment when Aurora and Emmerich were both agitated by their big loss, quickly ejected the tracker into the conductive gel, and then attacked. The tracker traced a perfect parabola through the air, landing precisely on the defect left by Aurora's genetic surgery. The nanoscale adhesion system instantly activated, and the tracker's surface instantly adhered to the flaw, simulating the color of flesh. The other tracker deftly bypassed Aura and landed next to the hard drive slot in Emmerich's neural interface shield. These retina flashed with the encrypted confirmation signal from Reed. The chaos in the casino provided the perfect cover. Aurora angrily smashed her empty glass against the table, while Emmerich stared intently at the mountain of virtual chips in front of Carl, calculating the odds, his face filled with disbelief. "You did well, V, but it seems a little too noisy over there. Did you do anything?" Reed, watching from a distance as backup, had no idea what was going on, so V simply replied, "I won big. As for who won, I have to tell Johnny and the others about this later. Tell them Carl has struck it rich, and now someone's the next person to treat us." Chapter 768. You're no simple character, are you? It seems I misjudged you. Winning is sometimes much more troublesome than losing, and Carl is experiencing this feeling now. He listened to the somewhat annoyed words of Emmerich across from him, and then to the cheers and celebrations of the gamblers nearby, and understood some of their intentions. They wanted him to place another bet, to give them another surprise or challenge. Carl looked at the red-haired man across from him. If he showed even the slightest provocation, he was sure he immediately run off to exchange chips and play with him, until one of them lost everything and regained their advantage on the field, or lost everything. But if they kept playing like this, Carl always felt that one day they would land on the green 0 and 0-0, and both of them would lose everything. So, having already received the money, he had to reward his subordinates and helpers. Carl gave up. There's nothing wrong with running away after winning. Never again. If a gambler uttered this statement, it would be unbelievable. After all, one day, they might grow tired of their slow money flow and yearn for their wins, continuing to gamble until they lost everything, even their initial investment and interest. Even when they lost everything, they still believe they can turn the tables. Carl ignored everyone. Amidst the clamor, he quietly picked up his device containing his chips and left without a word. His behavior caused Emmerich to stare at him. "Coward. Fool." Carl responded to Emmerich's Dutch insults in perfectly standard Chinese. He actually considered using a foreign language, perhaps something like idiot, for his status, but after some thought, he settled on Chinese. The reason was simple. The language issue wasn't important. Because he was about to talk to Hansen. He was wisely addressing his subordinates. "I confirm the New America personnel for this visit. They're all in place. We can discuss business with Hansen." When negotiating business, especially such an important one, it's natural to compare prices. Carl didn't want to be interrupted by another person while he was talking to Hansen, so he was happy to let Hansen do the comparison shopping. After all, this time, he couldn't just go for broke like he did in the last negotiation. Using a negotiation tactic once is enough. Using it twice would be cliché. Furthermore, with V and Reed on the other side, how could a weak counterintelligence agent like him and another hacker with little combat ability possibly kill them? He'd be lucky to avoid being eliminated by them. "Hello, Mr. Arasaka. Looks like you made a killing at the gambling table?" Hansen had concluded his negotiations with the NCPD chief, and the results weren't good. This Chief Johnson was far more difficult to deal with than his former chief, who could still be bribed and promised benefits. It wasn't that he was incorruptible or anything like that, but he had a lot of restrictions in his terms, and some of them couldn't be discussed until after the meeting between Arasaka and New America tomorrow. Overall, there was little progress on the cooperation. But Hansen wasn't anxious. As long as the other party was willing to accept a bribe and showed some willingness to negotiate, it wouldn't be difficult to pry open a gap and negotiate properly. After the last important negotiation, there were still important negotiations to discuss. Kurt Hansen. Before Hansen, the dark-haired young man's expression changed, revealing a more elegant, handsome, and calm face. He nodded to Hansen and said, "I'm Akechi. I hope my unannounced visit won't disrupt your party. A guest from Arasaka only makes me feel honored." Hansen smiled, noticing a beautiful young woman approaching Akechi from a distance. She then naturally stood beside him. It was this girl who had just conveyed to his subordinates that Arasaka was ready for negotiations. Although Hansen had almost realized that this person, who had openly and undisguisedly, was an Arasaka member, their proactive announcement of their visit still let Hansen know something. The other guests might have arrived as well. Should we say it's Arasaka, worthy of it? Hansen, a New America native, knew Arasaka well. Their espionage and intelligence capabilities were always the best among all the companies. This Gem Blue was still his territory, yet the infiltrated Arasaka was even more certain than he was that the other company's guests had arrived. Arasaka was still the same Arasaka. Hansen felt a certain trepidation, but the minor grievances from his time serving at New America were nothing to him now. He was no longer a New America man, he was now the king of Dogtown. He knew nothing about New America. Arasaka was nothing more than a bargaining chip. Come sit over there, my friend from Arasaka. Hansen gestured, inviting Akechi to sit in the distance, where the hellhounds stood guard. Over there, Lark sat quietly, watched by the hellhounds. I think we can both get what we want today. Akechi nodded slightly, but said nothing. As they walked along, Hansen suddenly spoke again. Come to think of it, Mr. Akechi. I'm not sure who you're representing here to discuss business with me, Mr. Akechi. It's not that distinguished CEO, is it? With friendly talks with New America imminent, will doing something like this affect tomorrow's meeting? If it's really that CEO, he'd be even more willing to use rougher and more aggressive tactics to gain leverage from you, Mr. Hansen. After all, you probably understand that he's not the type of partner you like, right? Hansen's words made him narrow his eyes slightly. Clearly, Akechi was right. Even if they wanted to defect, they had to carefully distinguish their personnel. Hansen, judging by his own experience, didn't believe a hawk like Arasaka Nobuyuki had truly changed his ways. His talks with New America must be a conspiracy. Talking to such a person would likely be like getting a lark from him, and he just leaked the news, igniting global public opinion and triggering a new corporate war. By then, not to mention Dogtown, all of Night City would be reduced to ruins. As long as it wasn't Arasaka Nobuyuki, any other Arasaka faction. Talk. Arasaka, capable of standing up to Militech despite its numerous internal factions, even if it was just one of them, was no match for New America, the puppet and current parasite that Militech once pushed forward. I remembered that Michiko Arasaka seemed to be very close to Nobuyuki Arasaka lately. Their factions had completely crushed the remaining Arasaka Saburo, the former largest faction within Arasaka. In other words, the person standing before him now was. Hansen spoke tentatively. I'm honored to speak with Ms. Hanako's spokesperson. Hansen observed Akechi's gaze, and when he mentioned Ms. Hanako, he clearly saw the dark-haired young man's eyes flicker. It seemed he had guessed correctly. Squeezed by Michiko and Nobuaki, Arasaka Hanako, with little base in North America, desperately needed a strong bargaining chip. Chapter 769. After confirming their identities, Hansen's lips curled into a meaningful smile. He gracefully gestured for permission and led Mingji toward the designated area. The Netherhound guards immediately formed a tight perimeter around the area, keeping any outsiders several meters away. Ms. Hanako needs to solidify her position within the company. I think the Lark card will bring her considerable benefits. Akechi smiled faintly at Hansen's direct attempt to inflate his value. He neither acknowledged nor denied it, simply saying calmly, Mr. Hansen seems to be quite knowledgeable about Arasaka's internal affairs, but I think we should focus more on the value of cooperation itself than on minor factional disputes, right? Hansen grinned, an elusive glint in his eyes. Mr. Akechi is right. Business is business. He spread his hands, his tone slick, characteristic of Dogtown's years of neutrality. As long as the conditions are right, Dogtown's doors are always open to friends. The two men walked to the sofa and sat down. Lark raised her head slightly, her eyes flickering briefly between Akechi and Hansen, then dropped her gaze again, as if indifferent to the negotiations that would determine her fate. Her fingers unconsciously rubbed the hem of her clothes, as if she had no interest in the outside world. The Hellhound guard stood at a distance, neither too far nor too close, ensuring safety without appearing overly defensive, leaving ample room for negotiation. Akechi didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. Mr. Hansen, we all know the value of Lark. His voice was steady and resolute. New America, Militech, and other companies will stop at nothing to acquire her, but they can't offer what Arasaka can. Oh! Hansen raised an eyebrow, leaning forward slightly, elbows resting on knees, his interest evident. For example? Akechi lowered his voice unmistakable. Arasaka can ensure that Dogtown will be unaffected by any corporate strife for the next 5 years. He paused, his gaze fixed on Hansen. Not only that, but we can also provide top-notch technical support, and this is tied solely to your cooperation, not to any other successor. I think this will make your position in Dogtown even more unshakable. This condition was proposed by Akechi at Hanako's behest, after he contacted Oda Sendeo via the slider. Of course, it was just the starting point of the negotiations. After all, few people reveal their cards right from the start in business. Hansen narrowed his eyes, and the rhythm of his knuckles tapping on the sofa armrest suddenly paused. A half-smile played at the corner of his mouth. It sounds tempting, but it's more like a blade coated in honey. Arasaka's promise. Is it really worth the price? Hansen deliberately dragged out the last syllable, making his voice sound skeptical. Although factional strife is a minor issue, I'm afraid Miss Hinako can't make such a promise right now. Negotiation is the art of mutual concessions. Akechi took the bottle of water he had been holding and smiled. I understand Mr. Hansen's concerns. He raised his eyes, his gaze as precise as a scalpel. You're worried about the future conflict between New America and Arasaka, and the uncertainty surrounding Dogtown's autonomy. You know better, he paused suddenly. After your failed operation this morning, those bigwigs in Washington cut off all support channels. The glass of real water was placed gently, not too heavily, on the table in front of the sofa, making a perfectly measured sound. What you hold now is just a small leverage against New America. Akechi suddenly lowered his voice, or more accurately, just a small leverage against President Rosalind Miles personally. He shifted his gaze to the silent Lark, then back to Hansen's tense face. Isn't it too much to ask for a clean break with just this little leverage? Akechi leaned forward, the fabric of his suit rustling softly against the sofa. We could definitely establish a deeper cooperative relationship, for Miss Hinako, for Dogtown. He extended his right hand, palm up, in an invitation. For example, leave some room for both parties to be respectful? Hansen stared at Akechi's outstretched hand, his expression gradually calming. He looked at Akechi and spoke. Do you know how much Miles would ask for this thing that could either ignite a new corporate war, or cost her job? I know exactly. Akechi kept his hand still. And I'm sure it's incredibly high. He might even promise a seat in Congress. But you? Akechi deliberately changed the wording, using you. Do you trust Miles? Or? Akechi stared at Hansen. Do you dare trust Miles? Trusting Miles isn't important, daring to trust Miles is. That woman's promises are like a dust storm in the Badlands. They come quickly, and go even faster. She might remember some of them, but they're just the garbage left behind. Hansen's pupils suddenly narrowed into two cold points, his fingertips unconsciously scraping the serrated pattern of the fong knife at his waist, the leather scabbard making a subtle rustling sound. Mingji saw the other party's hesitation clearly, but he didn't rush to force the issue. He simply gracefully withdrew his dangling hand and leaned back on the sofa. Mr. Hansen, he said, smoothing the non-existent wrinkles on his sleeve, I can withdraw my hand, I can keep my sincerity, but some opportunities. Mingji glanced at the Lark's drooping eyelashes beside him, are like springs in the desert. If you miss them, there will be no one else to point them out to you. Hansen remained silent as he listened to Mingji's words, and this was precisely the sign of his excitement. The king of Dogtown had to admit, this proposal was as tempting as cyanide mixed with honey. 5 years of uninterrupted autonomy, with Arasaka providing only technical support and no military presence, this was a trap tailor-made for him. A way to grow his power while hiding in the shadows of corporate warfare, while also throwing out a Lark to pit Arasaka and New America against each other. The most fatal temptation was that this plan perfectly preserved what he cherished most, the independence of Dogtown. The problem lay in the value of Arasaka Hanako's promise. Hansen licked his suddenly dry lips. Within the complex web of Arasaka clan factions, Hanako was indeed the ideal choice. Michiko's faction had long considered North America its own territory, while Nobuyuki Nakata was scouting the land like a hungry wolf. Only this woman, who had inherited the majority of Arasaka Saburo's legacy, needed local North American forces to shore up her own weak presence there, yet offered a heart-pounding bargaining chip. But bargaining chips were only bargaining chips, and in the end, Hansen controlled his desire. Don't be so anxious, Mr. Akechi. Hansen stared at Akechi and said, I'm very willing to cooperate with Miss Huazi, but I like to postpone our cooperation until after tomorrow. Akechi narrowed his eyes slightly at this remark. Clearly, Hansen was extremely meticulous and grasped the key point. He held the card of the Lark, waiting to see how the situation unfolded before rushing. In response, Akechi could only say, then I can only wish you good luck in your negotiations with New America, military technology, and even biotechnology, Mr. Hansen. Chapter 770. Mr. Mingji, please enjoy this banquet. I believe it won't be long before we meet again. After a final handshake with Mingji, Hansen led Lark to a corner of the banquet hall. From Mingji's perspective, he was heading in the direction where V had been. It seemed the Hellhound had already spotted V and the others. I just wondered what terms Miles would offer Hansen. if they couldn't reach an agreement. Mingji watched Lark, who followed Hansen like a puppet, and drank the real water he had previously verified to be free of toxins. Who knows what Rosalind Miles might do for me? After all, Mingji had once done Rosalind Miles's mission. Although he hadn't accepted it this time, he still had some understanding of Rosalind Miles's style. This president might truly be a qualified politician and a power seeker. In other words, expecting her to step down and voluntarily give up power was simply impossible. She was once the CEO of Militech, but was thrust into the position of president of the New America. She even dared to lead the New America to leech off Militech, attempting to have it swallow her up in return. She also secretly attacked anyone who dared to run against her for president. Expecting such a person to resign is simply wishful thinking. However, even if Rosalind Miles wanted to provoke a new round of corporate war, it wouldn't be so easy. Although she currently maintains a firm grip on New America through various means, and enjoys the support of hawks within Militech, interfering with Blackwell is far too serious. Even for Rosalind Miles, if her crimes were exposed, resignation would be the least of her worries. She might even end up like the president, who was accidentally assassinated in a theater. His bodyguard mysteriously departed, only to be shot in the head from behind by the assassin. In other words, as long as she is not completely wiped out, no one can predict what tactics Rosalind Miles will resort to in her quest for the Lark. After all, the resources a sitting president can mobilize far exceed ordinary people's imagination. Military Tech Rapid Reaction Forces, CIA agents, special operations units secretly funded by Congress, even those nominally non-existent commandos. If she so desires, these forces can rip through any obstacle in minutes. The power disparity between the Hellhounds and New America is nothing short of heaven and earth. If the war machine truly unleashes, New America could crush Hansen's Dogtown with no more difficulty than crushing an ant. The CIA's surveillance systems, Homeland Security's satellite positioning, the entire New America war machine would become her eyes, ears, and claws. No matter how elite Hansen's Hellhounds were, they were merely a private army, whereas Rosalind Miles could mobilize the entire nation's violent apparatus. She could even mobilize countless people to risk their lives for her, with a single command. After all, in the New America, the president's will, in a sense, represented the will of the nation. Of course, a military mobilization of that magnitude would be noticed by major corporations before the personnel were fully assembled. Especially with the dual impact of the plane crash and tomorrow's meeting, the entirety of Night City was already under the watchful eyes of countless eyes. No matter how desperately Rosalind Miles tried to save her political life, the limit she could mobilize was probably only the special operations forces directly under the president. This is where a crucial difference in power between the old and new American presidents comes into play. In the old United States, the president could mobilize troops unconditionally, as long as the area of operation remained within a demilitarized zone, and the duration of the operation did not exceed 60 days, with withdrawal to be completed within 30 days of receiving an order. But the rules of the game in the new United States are completely different. Here, the president's ability to mobilize troops depends entirely on his own skill. With enough skill, the entire new American armed forces, and the factions behind them can be at your disposal. If you can't control the situation, even your personal bodyguards might be planted spies. The military technology hawks might support her, but even the hawkish veterans on the board wouldn't risk their lives for a president in dire straits. And the generals in the new American military have long learned to navigate political storms. Unless Miles offers them an offer they can't refuse, she can only mobilize a handful of special operations teams completely loyal to her. The new American Special Operations Forces versus the Netherhounds formed by a former new American colonel. What will the outcome be? It's quite exciting. Having foreseen what was to come, Mingji was in a good mood. This good mood, of course, wasn't due to his anticipation of Hansen and Rosalind Miles' bloody clash over the political life represented by the Lark, but rather because he realized he could finally leave work. Since starting work yesterday, Carl, had already worked almost a full day, and he was practically exploding. Carl fully understood that for most people in the world, becoming a corporate employee meant class advancement and the possibility of a bright future, but that didn't mean he could accept this level of insane overtime and workload. I barely made it to work for the day. I finished my work today, gathered intelligence for Dogtown, and completed the negotiations my boss requested on short notice. Everything is done, and it's time to go home and rest. Even if resting meant just returning to Arasaka Tower, the thought of Haruko making him a cake and a cool drink there made Carl feel incredibly comfortable. There's truly no harm without comparison. After this day of being a company dog, he truly admired those true company warriors, who could endure such intense overtime for decades, sleeping only a few hours a day, and still be full of life. They're truly steel company dogs, trained by established companies. Carl was secretly amazed, but his pace wasn't slowing down. Get off work. Get off work now. The President, New America, and Arasaka Hanako's mess, all of that aside. The most important thing now is to get out of this damn place, and go home and rest. Whether they fight to the point of bloodshed, whether tomorrow will turn things upside down, it's none of his business. He just wants to rest now. After working almost 24 hours, what could be more important than getting off work on time? Absolutely not, absolutely not. Mr. Mingji? Shizi watched Mingji approaching quickly. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but she had a feeling that Mingji seemed in a good mood. Even though the negotiations weren't going smoothly, and Mingji had shown such sincerity, Hansen hadn't immediately agreed. But? Mr. Mingji, as long as he's in a good mood, that's all. Shizi couldn't help but feel a tinge of joy in her heart. Chapter 771. Rest well today. Tomorrow, your team will be rewarded with the duty of protecting Miss Hanako. But before you rest, I hope you can prepare your team and complete tomorrow's preparations. Don't delay your necessary rest from work. Akechi was irritated by Oda Sandefu's caring words. They told us to rest, but we couldn't rest until we had completed the team's preparations. And they demanded we stay in shape and not procrastinate. This is like working hard all day, only to have a late-night meeting from your boss, which lasted until the wee hours of the morning, and then they told you to get some rest, and get up early to start work tomorrow. Off work. What the hell? Akechi honestly felt that he had been so naive and foolish when he left Beoshiking. So excited about leaving get off work. It's almost 10 o'clock now. I need to go back and regroup for tomorrow's escort mission. I'm afraid I have to work until the wee hours of the morning, then rest, and then get up early to prepare. You really think you're the company's Superman, don't you? Akechi had to admit, he was filled with resentment, but since he overseen and reported on the entire mission, he reluctantly accepted the arrangement. Have their bodies been collected? Before leaving Dog Town, under the watchful eyes of the Netherhounds, who were about to be escorted out of the country, Akechi asked the members of the combat team, receiving silent nods. The 3 members of the combat team who died had fallen into the hands of the Netherhounds because of their arrival. Before leaving the Gem Blue building, Akechi retrieved their remains from Hansen. Mingji led a total of 12 men on the mission, but only 9 made it out of Dogtown alive. The 3 who died were all combatants, representing a quarter of the total. To be honest, although the fundamental reason for their deaths was disobeying orders, Mingji did feel some regret. Perhaps when he wasn't Mingji, if he had seen these people in the squad, none of them would have survived 5 seconds, but they were now his subordinates. Even in disguise as subordinates, Mingji hated death because he felt a sense of responsibility, a responsibility to ensure their prosperity and survival. In such circumstances, every death carried a sense of regret. Go back and bury them properly. I read your information. You're all orphans, right? Since you have no family, cremate them and bury them in Ninth City. As Mingji said this, a sigh of resignation suddenly welled up in his heart. Because he knew it was just a formality. The reason these combatants' bodies had to be retrieved from the Netherhounds was because their prosthetics still had value for recycling and data collection. Beyond that value, they also needed to be completely destroyed, ensuring that they, already subject to numerous restrictions, would not reveal any information about Arasaka. They were to be cremated, and their so-called burial sites were merely rhetoric. Akechi suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. They were carrying the remains of their comrades, whose cold bodies would soon be returned to Arasaka's labs to be disassembled and analyzed like discarded parts. And here he stood, delivering a high-sounding eulogy, as if he could truly grant these tools a final dose of dignity. Sigh. Just as Akechi sighed, the soldiers who had loaded their comrades' bodies onto the vehicles provided by the Netherhounds came to his side. Of the 7 who had originally set out, only 4 remained, and they bowed deeply to Akechi. We hope to become your subordinates in the future, Your Excellency, said the representative soldier, his eyes filled with an indescribable passion. Even though they were the only 4 soldiers left on the mission, and even though he had just finished loading his comrades' bodies, he felt a deep sense of excitement. This was the same loyalty that the rest of the team had found, a loyalty truly worth fulfilling, not one indoctrinated or brainwashed through training. This was no longer a thought ingrained in their minds through repeated recitation, but a genuine feeling that came from the depths of their hearts, a feeling that truly emerged from their own human nature. The emotion was so intense that, after seeing the 4 soldiers do this, the remaining 5 also approached Akechi and bowed deeply to him. They all shared the same thought. Although they had only been together for a day, even with such a brief interaction, it was enough. There was no reason why it took over a decade of companionship to develop feelings, nor was there a reason why a single day couldn't allow them to understand who truly cared for them, who could earn their heartfelt loyalty. Mingji was like the sun after the clouds parted, its mere presence filling them with a surge of excitement and exhilaration. At the same time, they also vaguely sensed certain unusual qualities. A person like Akechi truly didn't resemble the typical elite cultivated by the Arasaka system. His almost cowardly rescue, his inappropriate gentleness, and most crucially, his view of his subordinates as living beings, not tools. These qualities were as rare in Arasaka, and indeed in any company, as oases in the desert. Every glance and every word he spoke silently overturned the perceptions these soldiers had been indoctrinated with for years. It turned out that superiors' concerns could extend beyond the numbers on performance reports, that genuine conversations could exist beyond orders, that their human value had never truly been stripped away, merely locked away under layers of discipline until awakened by this ray of sunlight. This awakening was so profound that even when they perceived something strange and wrong with Akechi, they were willing to speak out, not out of loyalty to indoctrinated beliefs, not out of loyalty to indoctrinated ideals, not out of loyalty to loyalty, but out of loyalty to themselves. Akechi hesitated at their request. He was thinking. The looks in their eyes told Akechi what they had perceived. It must be said that the elite are truly elite. The truth is easily discerned through contact. So, I consider it. Akechi didn't give a definitive answer, unsure if they would still feel that way once their true identities were revealed. He was also unsure if their salaries would be reduced if they were assigned to the second operations squad under V. If so, it would feel like a demotion, which would be quite unfortunate. Precisely because of this uncertainty, Akechi didn't see the light in their eyes, the light that resembled Icarus running towards the sun. Chapter 772. You did a great job this time. Having just finished being praised by Oda Santao, and then being bombarded with a slew of tasks, Carl, barely catching his breath after returning to Night City, received yet another compliment from Kenichi Shiro. It seemed he had already successfully left Dogtown with Slide and his crew. Are you going to give me another load of work? Having suffered a setback before, Carl was wary, feeling this was a trick of giving him a good time before getting a good reward. Kenichi Shiro was baffled by his suspicions, just as he'd been baffled the last time he praised Carl for a good job and been met with a "do you have a lot of free time?" This time, however, he wasn't angry, he was simply puzzled by what this guy was thinking about all the time. Carl's performance, this time, was truly impeccable. He had successfully infiltrated the Pheasant clan, earned Oda Santao's trust, and reached a preliminary negotiation agreement with Hansen on behalf of Arasaka Hanako. Even more outrageous, tomorrow he'd be leading the team as Arasaka Hanako's personal guard. How could this be considered undercover? He's practically become a key figure. Even Kenichi Shiro can't find fault with him, and can't even think of any new assignments for him. And yet this guy is worried he's going to exploit him again? What does this guy think of me? Kenichi Shiro thought to himself. Does he think I'm the kind of person who works his subordinates like crazy? This thought didn't linger in Kenichi Shiro's mind for long. He was used to being around Carl, and had learned to ignore his whims. He was just here to compliment Carl, and since Carl wasn't willing to accept the compliment, so be it. As long as you ensure safety during the meeting, Akechi will return to reassign your identity at the end. You'll be able to relax then. But I have a feeling this meeting might not go so smoothly. Will it not go so smoothly? When Carl heard he had to work overtime and become a company's slave, he suddenly became wary. Mr. Kenichi Shiro, what do you mean by that? You should know. In response to Carl's question, Kenichi Shiro simply said, you should have thought it through long ago. Don't act like you need to explain things. I'm busy, and don't have the time to explain things in detail. Anyway, that's all. I'm hanging up. If you have anything else, come back to Arasaka Tower and talk. After saying this, Kenichi Shiro decisively ended the call. Clearly, he had completely mastered how to get along with Carl. Faced with Kenichi Shiro's decisive hanging up, Carl wanted to complain, but couldn't bring himself to say it. Because, just as Kenichi Shiro had said, he had already figured it out, he just couldn't accept the reality. The meeting shouldn't have been particularly troublesome. Arasaka Nobuyuki had occasionally met with Rosalind Miles, and he'd gotten a glimpse of her thoughts during their casual conversations. Nobuyuki had no intention of eliminating Miles, and provoking a corporate war this time. He hadn't even fully integrated Arasaka yet. A rash attempt at a corporate war would only lead to him being crushed by another company, which would then replace him, leaving nothing to be done. Nobuyuki's true plan was to seize upon Rosalind Miles's ambition to acquire Militech and enter into a dangerous conspiracy with New America, each side gaining what it wanted, Arasaka using the opportunity to complete its internal integration while New America continued to encroach on Militech's sphere of influence. Rosalind Miles was well aware of this dance with the devil. But opponents often understand each other best. When it comes to resolving internal issues, there's no better partner than a former enemy. For this very reason, while the negotiations appear calm on the surface, they harbor turbulent undercurrents. The two leaders are like a tango on the edge of a knife, having to precisely control the strength of each probing move while constantly guarding against snipers from behind. They tacitly maintain a precarious balance, ensuring the terms of cooperation are sufficiently attractive while not allowing the other side to gain an advantage. They must guard against potential opposition within their own camp while remaining vigilant against the other side's threatening moves that could overturn the negotiation table at any moment. After all, they all know the end game all too well. The moment either side achieves their stated goals, that's the turning point from allies to sworn enemies. The day Arasaka Nobuyuki completes his internal integration, he will inevitably turn his attention to preventing the new United States from annexing military technology. Once Rosalind Miles consolidated power, the first person she would eliminate would be the partner who had helped her clear the way. There was no win-win situation in this game. It was simply a matter of who could reload and pull the trigger faster. Both sides were fully aware of this, and their only tacit understanding was the meeting. Arasaka Nobuyuki's purpose in initiating the meeting was to make this clear to Rosalind Miles, and Rosalind Miles accepted the meeting and responded accordingly. Both sides agreed to this course of action, understanding each other's intentions. They also knew that the targets of their elimination and corruption also understood their intentions. Those targeted for elimination could not fall out, because, despite still not fully integrating Arasaka Nobuyuki remained at the helm, and Rosalind Miles was the former CEO of Militech and now the president. They had already taken the first step in responding to Arasaka Nobuyuki and Rosalind Miles' plan, eliminating Rosalind Miles and severing the idea at its root. But the assassination attempt failed, so the talks would continue. However, after this incident, the talks would undoubtedly become more dangerous and uncertain. The new US president's side had already made their move, and they certainly wouldn't stop there. Meanwhile, Arasaka Nobuyuki's opposition had only just begun to surface. Coincidentally, the individuals who had emerged to investigate were none other than Team Akechi. Thus, they had been drawn into this vortex, unable to escape until the end of the talks. Carl was naturally aware of this, and it was precisely because of this realization that Kenichishiro said he didn't have time to explain to him what he had already seen. Kenichishiro was certain that Carl understood, and Carl indeed did. In this regard, Kenichishiro truly understood and trusted Carl. It was just that Carl was somewhat reluctant to move. Because the expected overtime is going to be horrible. Sigh. Why am I acting so diligent? I should have known the more capable I was, the more work I'd be given. If I didn't find the work so arduous, I should have boasted about my excellence problem. Like a fool. Though he thought so, Carl didn't really get so downhearted. After all, no matter what he was doing was truly helping his friends, both male and female, that Arasaka friend. Since his hard work benefited his friends, there was nothing wrong with it. Besides, Carl glanced around at his team members in the vehicle. He had indeed met some outstanding people this time. Carl always admired those with ability. Chapter 773. Night, Arasaka Tower. Ms. Hanako, this is a detailed briefing on this operation. Please review it. Oda Sandeo bowed slightly, and handed the file marked interview to Hanako behind her desk. The file's outer cover shone a cold blue under the overhead light, and the tamper-evident seal around the edge remained intact, clearly untampered with. Hanako's slender fingers brushed across the file. It looked like a mechanical lock commonly used half a century ago. While it looked ancient, it was actually cutting-edge technology. As Hanako's fingers brushed against it, the biometric system immediately emitted a soft beep, indicating authentication. With the beep, the file unfolded, revealing a holographic projection, and scenes began to play on the holographic projection. The battle footage recorded by the hacker danced across her irises, concrete debris thrown up by the explosion, the black tactical uniforms of the combatants weaving between gunfire, and finally, the final scene, the negotiation between Akechi and Hansen, frozen in time atop the gem-blue building. Arasaka Hanako's eyes slowly scanned the report, condensed to the point of being almost harsh. Occasionally, her fingertips tapped the floating light screen, zooming in on a holographic image of a battle record. The moment Akechi's team encountered the enemy in the narrow alleys of Dogtown, bullet trajectories flashed through the data stream like a rainstorm, only to be obliterated the next second by a precise counterattack. She nodded gently, not in approval, but more like confirmation of a certain expectation. It seems that Akechi-kun's written report. She suddenly chuckled, and with a graceful flick of her finger, the holographic projection shut down, and the light screen folded into a silver thread and dissipated into the air, is much more modest than I expected. Oda's Adam's apple twitched suddenly. He noticed Hanako's fingertips unconsciously rubbing against a corner of the file, where the number of team members killed was recorded. The bright red 3 stood out against the pale background, like 3 beads of uncoagulated blood. Even as Arasaka Hanako's personal bodyguard, Oda Sandeo often found it difficult to fathom her true thoughts. Or rather, for a family member truly educated by Saburo Arasaka, allowing those around them to peer into their hearts was an unforgivable mistake in itself. Those in power don't need to treat their subordinates with so-called sincerity or equality. They simply need to look down upon all beings like gods, commanding unconditional trust from all like gods. Their judgment is always correct, they will unquestionable. Clearly, Arasaka Hanako's cultivation in this area hasn't slackened even after Saburo's death. Her gentle laughter, like a mountain shrouded in mist, seems ethereal, yet weighs heavily on the pauses between conversations. It's just as you said. Oda maintained a respectful 45-degree angle, his voice steady, like a calibrated machine. He couldn't be sure whether Hanako's word cautious was a compliment or a veiled rebuke, so he chose the safest response. No speculation, no overstepping the bounds, just answering. Hanako suddenly pushed the file back to the edge of the table, the grain of the sandalwood aligning precisely with the edge. This subtle movement brought Oda's report to a halt. In the few seconds of silence, the end of the file was gently pressed against Hanako Arasaka's golden prosthetic finger, as if her next words were hanging in the balance. This time, headquarters. She finally said, her voice as light as a feather dropping to the ground, yet carrying an undeniable weight. You actually added a useful pawn to the chessboard. Hearing Arasaka Hanako's words, Oda felt a sudden, unsettling sigh of relief. It was as if he had heard a verdict that he could be reassured by, and his nerves relaxed a little. And with that relief, he felt some of the thoughts he had been suppressing resurface. As expected, it's still Miss Hanako. The thought automatically completed itself in his mind. Like a prayer, he repeated countless times. She was so wise, so perceptive, always able to make the most accurate judgments. Akechi was truly a rare talent, and Miss Hanako's comments merely reaffirmed this undeniable fact. What Oda didn't realize was that if Hanako's lips had curled into a frown of dissatisfaction, his heart would have been pounding at Akechi's incompetence. He would immediately become dissatisfied with the person he had previously admired, for example, hesitant in action, showing unnecessary mercy to the incompetent, and perhaps ultimately, he would come to believe, deep down, that Akechi was unworthy of serving Miss Hanako, that his previous decisions were wrong, and that he himself was indeed unqualified. The longer he stayed with Hanako, the more he became like a carefully tuned puppet. When Hanako smiled, his gears whirred happily. When she frowned, his spring tightened immediately. His own judgments and likes and dislikes, like formatted data, vanished without a trace. But wasn't this state of mind Oda had chosen willingly? So, about tomorrow's security matters. Oda lowered his head slightly, his voice maintaining the perfect balance between respect and request. Except for the core details, which require your personal confirmation, leave the rest to Akechi. Arasaka Hanako's prosthetic fingers tapped rhythmically on the sandalwood tabletop, her golden nails reflecting a cold light. Tell him that from now on, he will have ministerial authority. If his performance tomorrow is as outstanding as the briefing indicated, she paused, a meaningful curve forming on her lips. This temporary authority will be converted to a formal appointment. Minister. Within the behemoth that is Arasaka, what weight does this title carry? It's a height that most corporate warriors will never reach in their lifetimes. In each towering Arasaka tower, the power structure is as rigid as a pyramid. The pinnacle is always occupied by family members with Arasaka blood flowing through their veins. Below them are the board members, who control the fate of the city, and even the nation. And ministers, second only to these true leaders in power. In some remote areas of Arasaka Tower, a minister can even act as a director. If the Arasaka power system is likened to climbing the Tower of Babel, earning the title of minister signifies reaching the final few steps. Aside from the pinnacle, forever reserved for the Arasaka bloodline, this is practically the limit of what any ordinary person can achieve. If Akechi continues to demonstrate sufficient loyalty and devotion to the Arasaka family, a seat at the board meeting might be reserved for him. At that point, he'd be able to look down upon 99.99% of the world's inhabitants, becoming a true figurehead. A figurehead? Half lying in an uncomfortable chair, Carl listened as Maki Takemura, acting as liaison, explained his current authority. A rather strange thought escaped him. Wouldn't that make him a sex puppet? Chapter 774. Comparing Arasaka's ministerial position. A position of power that would make a small company CEO willing to sell their entire company for it. To a street sex doll is truly unique. But in his distorted sense of value, there's really no fundamental difference between the two. No, wait. That doesn't seem quite right. It's simply an insult to the sex dolls, who are truly forced to sell their bodies to make a living. Humans are nobler than beasts. And for those who consider themselves superior, where is this nobility manifested? It's in the fact that when they eat their own kind, they politely request that they prepare the food themselves and then respectfully serve it to the table. And those self-proclaimed corporate elites. They're worse than the most brutal predators. At least when hunting, wild beasts don't wear gold-rimmed collars on their prey, nor do they force their prey to willingly offer their throats. Nor, after a hearty meal, do they wipe their mouths with a handkerchief and say, "This is an honor you earned." Carl could still distinguish between the weak and the powerful, acting from a position of superiority. He felt only a sense of amusement at the appointment of his ministerial authority. He straightened up slightly, tapping his fingers on his chair, and spoke to Mashi, who was communicating with him. "I almost figured out the position they've given me. It's indeed a key one. But Mashi, guess what I want most right now?" "Carl, what do you want?" Mashi's voice murmured from the other end of the communicator. She tilted her head, her index finger gently tapping her chin, her gaze flickering between Haruko and Chiom, who were not far away. Haruko was working at her desk, her hair falling across documents. Chiom, as usual, stood quietly nearby. Mari glanced at the small dessert Haruko had made, its sugar content slightly off-kilter as usual, and hummed softly. Her lips, pursed in thought, shone faintly in the room light. Could it be? You're looking for a comfortable bed, for a good night's sleep? As expected of you, Mahi. As perceptive as ever. Carl's voice carried a weary smile. This chair is admittedly uncomfortable, but now? Akechi. I'm new to Night City, and don't even have a place to stay, even though we're supposed to have temporary dormitories. Carl paused, his fingertips tapping more quickly. But going there would give me away easily. It's better to pretend to be a hard-working elite, napping in the office after an all-nighter, than returning to work. Ironically, that would actually fit the bill. I can't get a good rest. Mahi sat in her raised chair, gently swinging her feet, her fingertips twirling around the snacks beside her. After 2 seconds of thought, her eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had come up with a brilliant idea. Carl, if that's what you're worried about, would you like me to do you a favor? Help? Carl's voice was tinged with interest. Could you bring me a comfortable reclining chair? I really appreciate it. Arasaka chairs are honestly pretty uncomfortable. It's like they want you to work hard all the time and never enjoy yourself. No, Maki puffed out her cheeks, then smiled again, a smile that reached Carl through the communication. It's because of your current departmental authority. Look! Her speech suddenly quickened, her fingers moving involuntarily, unconsciously grasping the snack. Tomorrow is such an important operation. You have to disguise and protect the mission while also taking care of us. It won't work if you're not in good condition. She picked up the snack. With departmental authority, you can skip a lot of routine checks in Arasaka Tower. You can set your office to do not disturb and then... Maki's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Just mark it in the system as a break room to catch up on some sleep, and you'll be able to actually go. How about sneaking over to our place? Go to your place? Carl was stunned for a moment at Maki's suggestion. Where was their place? That must be Haruko's office, of course. Maki was Haruko's assistant, and was also in Haruko's office. Maki meant to go there and rest for a while? Carl thought about it for a moment, and realized it was a good idea. Haruko's floor was a restricted area within Arasaka Tower, and all access rights were strictly controlled by Haruko herself. In other words, without her approval, even the elevator wouldn't display the floor options, let alone stop. Going there would truly be evading all eyes. More importantly, it offered true rest. After all, it was probably the only place in Arasaka Tower where Carl could feel at ease. Carl also wanted to go to Seinobu, but Goro Takemura was there after all. Want to come? Mahi's voice slurred over the communicator, accompanied by subtle chewing sounds. I help you with all the visit records. She hurriedly swallowed her snack, feeling a bit sweet, and stuck out her tongue. Erase them all. Just keep the emergency contact line, and that be enough. Suddenly, the rustling of papers filled the communication. Mahi seemed to be searching for something. Ah, I found it. The records for the minister's rest area. The other ministers are either working overtime, or at their own residences right now. Mahi said, I know there are several floors of ministers' rest areas that are completely empty. Everything is brand new. Her voice suddenly dropped, a hint of smugness in her voice. I can even forge your accommodation records. I guarantee they be flawless. Is that so? Carl's words were half finished when he realized something. Wait, since I have the authority, and you can help, why don't I just go directly to the minister's rest area? I won't do that for you. Mahi's voice suddenly grew colder. Hey, is this discrimination? Do I have to go to your place? Of course. I have a feeling you have ulterior motives. Carl narrowed his eyes, a sudden thought coming to mind. The coffee and cake Haruko prepared today. While the sugar ratio is a bit off, the quality is clearly above average. It's strange. Carl's voice suddenly rose, as if suddenly realizing something. Could it be that Haruko made dozens of prototypes and only picked the best to send over? In other words, Mahi's slightly panicked intake of breath came from the other end of the communicator. Your place must be overflowing with prototypes. Carl pointed out pointedly. You and Cheon couldn't finish them, so you suddenly came up with this idea and tried to trick me into being a food waste disposer. Silence. A suffocating silence. Mahi stared at the mountain of pastries on her desk, and the cake next to it. Haruko had indeed made 2 full batches of macarons, 14 chiffon cakes, and... She rubbed her slightly swollen belly guiltily. Carl. Her voice suddenly took on a coquettish twang. Girls have to maintain their figures, right? Don't give me that. Carl had seen through it. You must have eaten too much and wanted me to eat the leftovers. Chapter 775. The journey to Haruko's office was shorter than expected. When the elevator stopped at this special area, Carl truly understood the meaning of the word office for Haruko. The entire floor was her private domain. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the neon lights of Night City served as a natural backdrop. The smart glass automatically adjusted its transparency according to the angle of the moonlight, and even the air circulation system carried a faint scent of cherry blossoms. This reminded him of the 2-person office downstairs, envied by ordinary Arasaka employees, now that it seemed like a luxury storage room. At the same time, Carl recalled the office he had visited when Haruko was the CEO of Night City Arasaka Tower. That room, symbolizing the top floor and the center of power, was so simple in comparison that it looked like a conference room. Thinking about it now, it made sense. The executive office was, after all, just a stage for performances, while here, this entire floor, transformed into a living space, was truly Haruko Arasaka's private domain. Just as ancient samurai needed both a dojo and a tea house, the former to project majesty, the latter to embody true elegance and self-expression. The soft click of the elevator door closing interrupted his thoughts. Carl stepped into this restricted area for Arasaka Tower personnel, his shoes making no sound on the sound-absorbing carpet. The faint melody of Maki's humming drifted in the distance, and the aroma of freshly baked cookies wafted through the air. Everything here spoke of a simple truth. To the heir of the Arasaka bloodline, the entire tower was but a potted plant in the family garden. Those penthouses, which outsiders see as symbols of supreme power, are ultimately mere props, a necessary evil. Hey, Maki. Stepping into the open floor, Carl's gaze immediately caught sight of a familiar figure in the distance. He raised his hand in a casual greeting, then shifted his gaze to Haruko, who was working at her desk, and Cheon, who stood quietly beside him. Haruko, Cheon, his voice brimming with the lightness of a long-awaited reunion. It's been a while, hasn't it? Carl. Cheon's voice flowed like a spring flowing over pebbles, its calmness tinged with a subtle warmth. She nodded slightly, her shoulder-length black hair swaying gently with her movements. It was one of the few small gestures she would make. As a rigorously trained guard, she was supposed to always maintain a poker face, but at that moment, a barely perceptible smile flickered from the corner of her eye. After all, for Cheon right now, Carl's presence might actually make her guarding duties a little easier. Here. Maki poked her head out from behind the pile of papers, like a cheerful little bird, holding a half-eaten cookie. She raised her hand, beckoning, come over and eat with us. We're almost done. Oh, and come and help me with some work before bed. Did I come here just to suffer, Maki? I'm increasingly doubting your purpose for sending me here. Carl grumbled a bit speechlessly, glancing at Haruko, who just then raised her head. As she did, her hair slowly fell, flowing over her shoulders. She put down her pen, with a graceful motion of folding a fan. The moment she saw Carl, a gentle ripple played on her lips. You're here. Yes, I'm here. Carl walked naturally towards Maki, picking up a piece of cake from the dessert tray. But judging by the way you look, You're still working overtime? He leaned over to the pile of paperwork surrounding Maki, his brow raised slightly. Documents for tomorrow's procedures? Still being signed and approved at this hour? I thought they were ready long ago. Haruko shook her head slightly, her hair shimmering like pearls in the light. The more critical the moment, the more we must strive for perfection. Her fingertips traced the edge of the document, smoothing down a slightly warped page. Normally, it wouldn't be necessary, but this time, my name is involved. She looked up at Carl, a faint smile in her eyes. We always have to achieve perfection. Perfection, perfection. Carl chewed on the words, then suddenly laughed. It sounds like the package service offered by Delamon Taxa, providing you with a refined travel experience. He quickly finished his cake and plucked a wipe from Mashi's wet wipe box. Mashi let out an ouch and was about to protest when Carl wiped his hands and picked up the top document, flipping through it. Assessment of the Vortex Gang's potential riot threat and personnel alertness plan. He read the title, his eyebrows rising. A security plan of this level is actually being sent to you for review? He flipped through the document. Now I understand why you're still so busy working with Mashi. You even have to review routine threats from street gangs? If a cyberpsychosis incident occurs, it will affect our reputation in front of the whole world. That's true. But I imagine you already given the NCPD a lot of money. I doubt Andy and his special operations team won't show up for tomorrow's meeting. Any problem should be resolved, right? Necessary precautions. Very careful. Carl felt as if he'd seen a different side of Haruko. Although Carl had long known Haruko was meticulous, seemingly prepared for everything, from the arm she gave him to the knife she later presented him with. Each gift seemed ordinary, yet ultimately proved to be precious and valuable. Let me lend a hand. Although he'd come to rest, Carl rolled up his sleeves at the sight of the mountain of paperwork before him. Having a whole floor to relax on was better than hunkering down in that back-wrenching chair in the office. 5 or 6 hours of sleep would be enough. Helping a friend share some of the work before then wouldn't be a bad idea. He naturally took the stack of documents from Maki's hand, his movements as practiced as if they were in his own office. Maki's eyes lit up, their purple pupils gleaming like stars. The savior has arrived. She clasped her hands together in an exaggerated prayer gesture, her hair swaying slightly with her movements. I'm counting on you. Don't expect me to stay up all night. Carl flipped through the documents without looking up. I go get some sleep after a while. By the way, he glanced between the three of them. You haven't rested at all, have you? Haruko smiled faintly, her eyelashes casting tiny shadows in the light. Necessary rest is available. She raised her slender wrist and pointed to a hidden partition door not far away. If Carl gets tired, you can always go over there to rest. Shielm silently handed over a cup of steaming coffee. The bottom of the cup made no sound when it touched the table. A gentle touch honed by the guard's years of practice. I will. As Carl began to help, on the floor above the CEO's office at Arasaka Tower, Nobuo Arasaka slowly lowered a document. The document contained all the reports on the Dogtown incident. And the source of these reports was Haruko Arasaka. Is Carl also in Arasaka Tower now? Nobuo Arasaka pondered silently, thinking of Carl's disguise as Akechi. I wonder if he can get used to it, if he can. Thinking of Haruko and Carl, Nobuo Arasaka felt a strange thought. Chapter 776. Good morning, it's time to get up, Carl. A gentle call brushed past his ears, like a morning breeze, and Carl slowly awoke from his slumber. In his hazy vision, Haruko was standing by the bed, holding an exquisite tray. The morning light filtered through the smart glass, gently casting a pearly sheen on her hair. Strange. Carl blinked his sleepy eyes. With his accustomed alertness, any slightest noise would have jolted him awake instantly, but now Haruko had not only walked into the room, but was even walking around with the tray, and yet he slept so soundly until gently awakened. Had he subconsciously, looking at the gentle curve at the corner of Haruko's mouth, already classified her presence as something to be wary of, just like when V and Jack came to call him. The coffee on the tray exuded a rich aroma, steam still rising from the rim of the cup. Haruko placed the tray on the bedside table, so gently that the liquid in the cup didn't even stir. Carl's eyes fell on the exquisite plate. Next to the steaming black coffee, golden and crispy bacon curled into a perfect arc, sausages were fried to a perfect brown, and the yolk of the sunny-side-up egg was still trembling slightly. In a small plate nearby, tiny bubbles were rising from tomato and soybean sauce, and the edges of the toast still had the cracks of the toast. A full English. Carl didn't really dislike British food. After all, authentic British food was always better than night city street food, not to mention the jewel of British cuisine, the English breakfast. He rubbed his eyes, his spine crackling slightly as he stretched. When he looked at Haruko, who was still standing by the bed, he suddenly noticed a few bread crumbs on her slender fingertips. This mark. His eyes quickly swept over the plate, and sure enough, he spotted crumbs of the same texture on the edge of the toast. Carl realized something. Could this be your own handiwork? Haruko tilted her head slightly. I know you usually have an English breakfast, Carl, so I prepared the ingredients in advance. She subconsciously hid her fingers in her sleeve, but couldn't hide the blush that rose to the tips of her ears. Carl was stunned, his gaze slowly shifting from the plate to Haruko's face. She tilted her head slightly, the morning light filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows casting a fine coating of gold on her eyelashes. You even know I usually eat an English breakfast? He asked, his voice tinged with surprise. And you even went out of your way to learn how to make it? Haruko's fingertips unconsciously rubbed her sleeve. I just happen to know you always microwave sausages and beans. Her voice trailed off. That method is such a waste of ingredients. Carl suddenly remembered something, and he looked at a slice of bacon, perfectly crispy, with a slight curl around the edges, just the texture he loved. When he looked up, he caught Haruko's glance, trying to catch his reaction. The moment their eyes met, she quickly turned away, pretending to straighten her sleeves, which weren't messy at all. Are you expecting my opinion of the food? Carl poked the sunny-side-up egg with his fork, letting the golden liquid slowly ooze out. You want me to rate Miss Haruko's personalized service? Haruko narrowed her eyes slightly, staring at Carl with a gentle yet tinged look. She reached out, grabbed her napkin, and gently smacked him in the face. If you tease me again, I won't make you breakfast next time you help me. There's a next time, so I'd better shut up and be smart. Carl stared at Haruko. You prepared such a breakfast for me. Have you eaten yet? I finished long ago. Maki's voice drifted from the other end of the office. She slumped in her office chair like a cat basking in the sun, the azure sky shimmering in the sunlight. While some people were sleeping like dead pigs, we were already going through all the documents we needed for today a second time. Huh? Carl's fork precisely speared a piece of crispy, charred bacon. Is that how you treat a lifesaver? Who helped you deal with that mess last night? I know. My great benefactor, Maki interrupted with a drawn-out tone, stretching like a lazy cat. The office chair creaked softly with her movements. So I cleared all your whereabouts for you. She suddenly turned serious and raised a finger. At this hour, the regular employees are almost here. Remember? She tapped her fingertips in the air, bringing up a translucent clock projection. You just slept in the director's lounge last night. I corrected the surveillance records, the elevator logs, and even the coffee machine usage records. She tilted her head and added, don't let it slip. Remember your rest room. I already said it to you. Got it. I'm a professional after all. I won't let you down on this. Carl, resting comfortably, felt completely free of the fatigue from working overtime yesterday and the night before. He felt incredibly refreshed. After taking a few bites of breakfast, he noticed someone was missing. Speaking of which, where's Chio? Chio went ahead to prepare. Haruko replied. She said she didn't trust Mr. Adam Hammer's security, so she needed to do a final check. That's quite typical of Chio. After all, she doubted even her own master, let alone Adam Hammer. Then I should get ready to go. I go down once Chio is back and can protect you. Just as she finished her words, the communicator vibrated, interrupting the lingering sound of breakfast. Carl glanced at the screen. As expected, it was a message from Oda Sandai. Although there was still plenty of time before the official operation, this dedicated guard had clearly inherited the occupational ailment of the Arasaka family's trusted aides. The closer the moment, the more obsessive-compulsive they become about double-checking every detail. Captain Akechi, please complete the team reorganization within 1 hour. The 3 additional guards are in place. Please lead the team in completing the final route check. Oda. Carl could almost imagine the tense expression on the other person's face as he sent the message. These Arasaka family guards were like wound-up clocks, calculating even their anxieties to the minute. He gulped down his coffee, the bottom of the cup making a crisp sound as it hit the tray. The ghost is here? Maki tilted her head, twirling a pen between her fingers. 20 minutes earlier than expected. Carl stood up and straightened his collar. It seems our guard didn't get much sleep last night. Be careful, Carl. Haruko stared at Carl, her voice lower than usual, her fingertips tightening slightly. If the situation becomes critical. Her eyelashes fluttered. Even if my identity is exposed, your safety is more important than anything else. I will. Chapter 777. Sir Akechi, you arrived. It was 5 in the morning, the sky a pale gray. A cool morning breeze, carrying the lingering night sky, lashed the glass windows of Arasaka Tower, casting a faint glow. Akechi walked down the stairs with steady steps, his gaze scanning the 12 members of his team lined up neatly before him. In this delicate moment between night and dawn, the entire Arasaka Tower was just emerging from its stillness. Only their team had assembled and fully armed. There were 9 familiar faces among the team. Veterans who had accompanied Akechi through life and death, returning alive from the Dogtown mission. They stood seemingly relaxed, yet in reality, they were ready for battle at any moment, an instinct honed after enduring life or death trials. The 3 new faces standing to the right of the team were new recruits, who had received transfer orders this morning. Akechi's gaze lingered on the 3 men for a few seconds. He clearly remembered reviewing the personnel files yesterday. These 3 had originally been on the shortlist, but he ultimately selected others who better met the mission requirements. But this doesn't mean they're incompetent. On the contrary, if we simply compare their individual combat capabilities and tactical prowess, these 3 might even outperform the 4 veteran members of the current squad, potentially even winning a 3-on-4 situation. However, the problem lies not in their individual abilities, but in other areas, such as their adaptability to complex terrain, teamwork, and obedience. Ironically, even though Akechi had deliberately selected 7 members who appeared more disciplined, the end result still devolved into a classic Japanese solo act. Acting on their own, ignoring orders, and leaving him with no choice but to clean up the mess himself. Thinking of this, Akechi couldn't help but rub his temples. Now, he began to doubt his judgment. Would things have been better if he had chosen these 3 people? Was his vision, as a leader, insufficiently sophisticated, or was this team simply too difficult to lead? The shock of the Japanese-style lone walking had left such a deep impression on Akechi that even now, when he saw the 3 new members, a lingering sense of worry still welled up in his heart. The team had finally stabilized, so lone walking shouldn't happen again, right? But if he added 3 more people, would that corrupt the atmosphere? Thoughts raced through his mind, but on the surface, Akechi maintained a remarkably calm expression. He nodded to the 9 familiar members, then slowly walked over to the 3 newcomers, gazing at them calmly. The 3 members immediately straightened their backs, chin set slightly, and met Akechi's gaze with a determined look. They tried their best to appear their best, fearing the slightest impression of laxity in front of their superior. As elite members of their faction, they had already heard a fair bit about the events in Dogtown. While they still didn't have access to the most core secrets, as the escorts for today's meeting, they naturally possessed some inside information. Among these details, the one that most impressed them was the fate of their 7 combat colleagues. Acting alone and failing to perform effectively, they should have been completely abandoned, yet this wise lord willingly took the blame for them. In other positions, those in other positions might have considered this wise approach too weak, but for these hard-working combatants, everyone understood. When they messed up, their superiors not only didn't abandon them, but were willing to risk their lives to rescue them. How rare was that? In this world, there have always been subordinates abandoned for incompetence and those sacrificed to protect their superiors. When has a boss ever been so willing to protect his subordinates? For those operatives familiar with the inner workings of Dogtown, working under Lord Akechi is, if not a dream come true, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. These 3 individuals must have secretly cultivated countless connections and navigated countless channels to finally make it onto this recruitment list. They knew better than anyone that if a poor first impression led Lord Akechi to casually dismiss them as unfit, all their efforts would be wasted in an instant. The authority Akechi now wields is enough to reject them without reason. This is the power unique to Arasaka's trusted executives. In other companies, even if a superior wants to suppress a subordinate, they at least need to find a plausible excuse. But in Arasaka, the power gap is the most blunt truth, and a single dismissal can extinguish a person's entire effort. Arasaka's hierarchy is like a sophisticated meat grinder, its lubricant the flesh and blood of the lower ranks. Ironically, those who once fell victim to this machine, once they ascend to higher positions, often become more zealous than anyone else in upholding its rules. They not only readily revel in the pleasures of privilege, but even inflict them even more harshly on those who succeed them, as if only in this way can they justify their own suffering. The air seemed to freeze. The 3 team members stood tense before Akechi, their bodies strained, even their smallest breaths carefully controlled to the gentlest rhythm, as if even a heavier breath would upset this precarious balance. Arasaka's rigid hierarchy had long ingrained this instinctive reverence into their very bones. Now, before this superior, who held the power of life and death, this sense of oppression almost became tangible, weighing heavily on each of their shoulders. Akechi's gaze, like a razor blade, swept slowly over the three men, its scrutiny seemingly piercing their uniforms and piercing their very souls. Just as they were about to collapse under the weight of the silence. Not bad. These two simple words slipped from Akechi's lips with a careless understatement. Instantly, the three men's taut nerves felt as if a moment of amnesty had been granted, like the ropes suddenly being removed from the gallows, their blood coursing again. But this relaxation lasted only a heartbeat. The instincts of long-term Arasaka survival immediately sounded the alarm. They subtly adjusted their stance, bringing their military posture into a more standard position. Their eyes maintained a perfectly balanced level of respect, neither overly flattering nor distant. In Arasaka, a superior's affirmation was never the end, but the beginning of a new round of trials. They knew all too well. Any slackness at this moment could make that not bad the last compliment they remember. Akechi, of course, had no way of knowing their inner thoughts. His comment was simply a heartfelt endorsement. After confirming that the three newly transferred subordinates were capable, it was time to head to the meeting location. The historical context of this meeting stirred a tinge of irony in Akechi's mind. After the Fourth Corporate War, Michiko Arasaka personally traveled to the White House to meet with U.S. President Elizabeth Kress to secure the North American branch's foothold. And today, history seemed to have reversed itself. Rosalind Miles of the New America was headed to Arasaka Tower for a meeting with Yorinobu Arasaka. It's more like, Akechi said, a barely perceptible smile flickering across his lips. It's like the two nations that surrendered once in each of the two world wars, specifically bringing out that legendary train car to sign the treaty. The cycle of history always possesses a certain absurd symmetry, but this time, Arasaka has finally gone from being the supplicant to the audience. Chapter 778. The 76th floor of Arasaka Tower. In the internal signage system, this floor was given a meaningful codename. Jungle. As the heavy, bulletproof elevator doors opened, a humid, hot air immediately hit us. The control and ambient temperature control systems on this floor perfectly replicated the ecosystem of a subtropical rainforest. A barely perceptible mist hung in the air, the interlaced treetops overhead filtered artificial sunlight into dappled shadows, and from the shadows came the occasional electronic chirping of insects and birds, their sound patterns changing every 15 minutes. In the center of this meticulously constructed, pristine jungle, a circular clearing approximately 30 square meters seemed like a divine realm cleared by an invisible force. There stood a pitch-black stone conference table. Crafted from Otani stone, a specialty of Otani Town, Utsunomiya City, Tochigi Prefecture. This precious stone, mined for thousands of years, is renowned for its lightness and unique earthquake-resistant structure. It has traditionally been used exclusively in Japanese architecture. There are even cases where buildings have survived earthquakes and fires thanks to its use. This stone is a type of stone specifically restricted by the government for mining. However, this stone is generally used only in construction. Its use in table making is relatively rare. Encircling this Otani table are 12 chairs, 10 of which are arranged on either side, neatly arranged like samurai. Most striking are the two main chairs at either end of the long table. They are somewhat unique compared to ordinary chairs. This layout conceals a subtle change. For the past century, the table has always held only 11 chairs. According to Arasaka tradition, the center of power has always required only one chair, until today. To welcome Rosalind Miles's visit, the Arasaka staff had to break with tradition and add a 12th equal chair directly opposite Arasaka Yorinobu. As sunlight filtered through the artificial canopy, casting a dappled glow on the brand new chair, Akechi and his team arrived at the venue. The 76th floor was where the Arasaka CEO and the new U.S. President would hold their meeting. To ensure the safety of the attendees, bodyguards and security had already arrived to conduct checks. Akechi's team was among the last to arrive among the numerous inspectors. Akechi looked around the floor and noticed that in addition to Arasaka personnel, there were also individuals with distinct new American characteristics. This was unbelievable in Arasaka Tower, considered the regional headquarters of Arasaka. The last time new American personnel appeared was probably during the corporate war. But today's arrangement was necessary. As the weaker party, New America did have the right to inspect the meeting venue. Although such an inspection seemed futile on the other side's turf, if Arasaka truly intended to do something, how could a simple inspection reveal it? Yet, politics is what it is. Even if one knows it's just a formality, the formality must be followed through. Just like the extra equal chair at the conference table, it was merely a tacit performance. Even more ironically, New America's lavish security deployment was less about guarding against Arasaka than saving face. After all, if the president's safety still depended on Arasaka's protection on Arasaka's territory, Where would the dignity of the congressman be? Although that dignity had already been largely lost yesterday, when the president's plane crashed and he awkwardly announced his safety in the middle of the night. Akechi looked at the JIA agents, thinking back to what he had seen yesterday, and a hint of curiosity welled up in his heart. I wonder how many of the JIA agents here are loyal to Rosalind Miles. Judging from yesterday's events, Rosalind Miles wasn't completely in control even within New America. This thought only briefly crossed his mind, and Akechi carried out Oda Sandeo's instructions. He gave orders on their team's dedicated channel, having his teammates begin their own investigations. He himself, on the other hand, surveyed the bodyguards and guards, who had arrived ahead of the other participants. While the most trusted and capable of fulfilling their security duties would undoubtedly accompany the attendees, the personnel here were merely pawns dispatched in advance. However, at a meeting of this magnitude, even the pawns held considerable status, so a closer look was always helpful. If a fight were to break out, it would be necessary to first identify and eliminate those who posed a threat. Shortly after Akechi and his companions arrived, the elevator doors opened again, and a familiar figure emerged. He was a sturdy, well-trained young man, his black punk hair meticulously fixed with gel, though a few rebellious strands could still be seen at his temples. He wore the standard uniform of the Arasaka Special Operations Force, but a closer look revealed numerous subtle differences. For example, the special bulletproof material clearly distinguished it from that of ordinary combat team members. The quick-draw holster at his waist had been specially modified for rapid firearm extraction, and even the anti-slip treads on the soles of his boots featured a unique new design. A pair of matte tactical sunglasses obscured most of his face, and only from his tense jawline and slightly upturned lips could one barely discern a young man no older than 20. As he walked, the faint hum of servo motors could be heard beneath his combat uniform. It was clear that this young man had undergone specialized prosthetic modifications, or perhaps had some sort of device embedded within his clothing. Akechi glanced over. Arasaka's internal documentation indicated that this individual was a regular combat operative, newly assigned to security duties yesterday. According to today's shift, he was assigned to the 76th floor, a basic security officer, not involved in core security. Of course, this was just the information. As for this person's true identity, Akechi's eyes met briefly with the other man's behind his sunglasses, and in that moment, the air seemed to freeze. The young combatant's lips twitched imperceptibly, as if about to smile, but he forced it back. They simultaneously looked away, as naturally as two strangers meeting eyes. The two men exchanged no words, except for a seemingly accidental glance. Akechi then looked away, and the young combat team member happened to walk in his direction. The view from that vantage point was the best in the area. Chapter 779. At precisely 7 o'clock in the morning, the first round of security checks was complete. The scan data displayed by the holographic projection slowly dissipated into the air, like a sand painting erased by an invisible hand. The remaining light particles flickered briefly in the morning light before fading into nothingness. Security personnel in various uniforms were scattered in groups of 2 or 3, their knuckles tensed on the smart weapons at their waists, their eyes, like precision scanners, repeatedly examining every corner where danger might lurk. The air was filled with the subtle hum of electronic equipment, like countless microscopic machines running through circuits like blood vessels. The faint smell of disinfectant seeped from the vents. This was the purified air continuously released by the floor's intelligent air conditioning system, with a cool, metallic and minty aroma. In this brief moment of calm, the titanium alloy bulletproof elevator on the floor suddenly made a soft, quiet ding. The sound was not loud, but it was like a sharp blade slicing through the stagnant air. The mirrored metal door slid silently open, and a man in a dark gray, patterned suit stepped out. His leather shoes made a rhythmic, crisp sound as they traversed the jungle path leading to the conference table. Each step was so precise, as if calibrated by sonic waves, that the pupils of all the security personnel constricted. This was the first attendee to arrive today. The nearest security officer reflexively straightened his spine, his uniform shoulder line creased sharply from the sudden tense muscles. His right thumb unconsciously rubbed the edge of his headset. This subtle movement instantly activated the team's communication system, and the 3 operatives hidden in the forest immediately adjusted their positions. Their shadows crisscrossed on the ground, shifting with the man's movements. The man didn't even spare a glance, as if the armed men poised for action were merely the most insignificant weeds on the side of the road. He walked calmly towards the central conference area, his custom-made leather shoes tapping rhythmically on the Oya stone floor. As his slender fingers brushed the back of the chair, his nails perfectly manicured, The platinum bracelet faintly visible on his wrist gleamed in the light. He sat down with a fluid, natural grace that made the air on the entire floor stand still. The entire floor was in motion. With the arrival of the first attendee, security on the entire floor was instantly raised to high alert. An invisible sense of tension permeated the air, and all security personnel became more vigilant. Akechi quickly assessed the stranger. He wore no Arasaka Group insignia, and his demeanor emanated a distinct aura from that of Arasaka-trained executives. More importantly, Akechi didn't recognize this man. With Akechi's current level of authority, he had access to nearly all of Arasaka's internal employee information, especially the basic information of senior management. This was Arasaka's standard practice. To prevent subordinates from unknowingly offending their superiors, every employee's rank, department, and even a portion of their resume was recorded in the system for review by authorized personnel. However, the person's file before him was completely blank within Akechi's purview. Not from Arasaka, from New America. Akechi's fingertips tapped lightly on the butt of the gun at his waist, his thoughts racing. Not only had this guy arrived at the meeting first, but he was also alone, without even a guard or assistant. Even more alarming was his unhurried demeanor. No feigned humility, no hint of provocation, as if he were merely attending a normal business meeting. To be so composed at Arasaka headquarters, and even the first to attend the meeting alone. This aura of composure was truly not possessed by an ordinary entourage. Could he be a close confidant of Rosalind Miles, one of her most capable subordinates? If so, that woman had truly staked her entire fortune on this one. To be dispatched at this critical juncture to spearhead the charge must be someone in Rosalind's inner circle. Perhaps even a shadowy advisor handling various special matters for her. If such a person were to perish at Arasaka Tower, the power network Rosalind had cultivated for years in New America would likely crumble like dominoes. Succeed or die? This desperate approach is quite consistent with the new American president's governing style. But on second thought, with Hansen holding the fatal handle on the Lark, Rosalind has indeed been forced into a corner. That political nuclear bomb could detonate at any moment, shattering her presidency. In this situation, rather than sit and wait for death, it's better to gamble with all her remaining capital. This is both a desperate struggle and the gambler's instinct in politicians. After all, for a power-hungry person like Rosalind, it's better to take a gamble than slowly bleed to death. When everything lose, it's just an early exit. A wise glance swept over the other person's calm figure, and suddenly felt that this meeting had become interesting. If it was true as he expected, then what was unfolding in Arasaka building today would be a life-or-death game that would determine the future of the new America. If Rosalind Miles could reach a conclusion today, the situation surrounding her negotiations with Hansen on behalf of the Pheasant clan might change. With the tacit approval of Arasaka, New America's archenemy, dealing with Hansen, who is struggling to survive amidst the cracks between major corporations, would be a piece of cake. Hansen's continued survival to this day is entirely due to his clever use of Dogtown's unique neutrality, maintaining a precarious balance between the various factions. However, if New America were to formally intervene, especially with the tacit approval of its old rival, the Arasaka Group, this power play would take a fatal turn. Hansen's shabby armed forces would be a complete failure against New America's regular army. Even if New America, constrained by the complex web of corporate interests, could prevent a large-scale deployment of regular troops into Dogtown, if Arasaka, its archenemy, were to even slightly weaken its stance and acquiesce in its task force's entry, it would be enough to upend the entire power structure in Dogtown. What awaits Hansen then will be not just a change of regime, but also the New America's most brutal reckoning with traitors. For Dogtown, regime change and power transitions are a matter of a snap of the fingers. Even though the New America has now become a second-rate nation, its state apparatus can still easily crush a mere king of Dogtown. Perhaps it was precisely because of this deep understanding that Hansen took the risk of attempting to assassinate Rosalind Miles to sabotage the talks. After his attempt failed, he clung to the Lark like a drowning man grasping at driftwood, hoping to wriggle a ray of hope out of this deadlock. King of Dogtown, King of Dogtown. Mingji pondered, his hand subconsciously tapping his gun again. It was like tapping a chess piece on the board. Chapter 780. When the first New American representative entered and took his seat, 11 seats remained empty in the conference room. Akechi glanced at the empty seats, calculating. Except for the 2 core seats in the center reserved for Arasaka Nobuo and Rosalind Miles, the remaining 9, if distributed equally between the two parties, should give Arasaka 5 seats and Militech 4. 5 Arasaka seats. Akechi pondered briefly, and had a rough idea of who would be coming. First, it would definitely be the 3 members of the Arasaka family, Haruko, Hanako, and Michiko. Of the remaining 2 seats, one would undoubtedly belong to Vice President Kenichi Shiro. As for the last seat, Akechi's memory flashed back to the Arasaka Tower meeting a year ago. Back then, Kenichi Shiro had used a communication break to introduce him to the old man in the white suit, bluntly calling him a cunning old dog. He was an old-school figure who seemed to have risen through the ranks by sheer seniority, yet he had steadily climbed to the top amidst the fierce factional struggles within the Arasaka group. Akechi still vividly recalls the old man named Sanada. His cloudy yet shrewd eyes, his words revealing a cunning and shrewdness that always managed to precisely set fatal obstacles for his colleagues when they appeared most innocent and unsuspecting. The previous vice president's downfall was the result of the behind-the-scenes manipulation by the seemingly honest and harmless man, who seemed to have risen to the top simply by sheer seniority. Sanada's rank wouldn't have placed him in the top 5 within the Arasaka global system. But within the power structure of the North American branch, he undoubtedly ranked among the top 5. Therefore, when the last negotiating executive seat at Arasaka North America became vacant, it was destined for him. Just as this thought flashed through Akechi's mind, the elevator doors slowly opened, and the Vice President Sanada, whom he had been pondering just moments ago, stepped out. As expected, in Arasaka North America, besides the members of the Arasaka family and Kenichi Shiro, only this old man was qualified to sit at today's negotiation table. Sanada's cloudy prosthetic eyes slowly scanned the meeting room, pausing briefly at the seats of the new American delegation. It was puzzling that he had retained these outdated models, despite clearly being due for more advanced prosthetic eyes long ago. A gentle, almost benevolent smile graced the old man's face, and he trudged towards his seat, slowly settling down across from the new American representatives. His demeanor was that of a retired, unconcerned employee, and no one could guess that he was the mastermind behind the previous vice president's resignation. Cunning old dog. Mr. Kenichi Shiro's assessment was truly spot on. He watched the subtle shift in Sanada's posture as he sat down. The old man seemed to be leaning back casually, yet his spine imperceptibly straightened slightly. This posture suddenly reminded Akechi of the scene in Water Margin, where the Liangshan heroes arranged their seats. Although the seating arrangement indicated that Sanada was sitting closest to the new American president. Conventionally, this would have been the most peripheral seat in the Arasaka delegation, yet the old man's face was clearly filled with satisfaction. Just like the Liangshan marsh people's seating arrangements, even if they were ranked last among the heavenly gang and earthly fiends, it was better than being a mere lackey whose name wasn't even worthy of mention. The Arasaka personnel list was confirmed. The 4 core members of the Arasaka family, plus Kenichi Shiro, and this vice president Sanada. On the new American side, besides Rosalind and the strange man, there were 4 empty seats. Who could they be? A high-ranking military commander? An elite political figure? Akechi quickly screened possible faces in his mind, but none of them were likely acquaintances. He completely ignored Reed. It wasn't because he had forgotten him, but because Reed simply wasn't qualified to be at this negotiating table. While Reed's abilities were indeed remarkable, and he was loyal to New America and even the president, he was ultimately just an agent. In the eyes of some higher-ups, he was a discarded pawn who could be discarded at any moment, unworthy of a seat at the table. Not only was Reed ineligible, perhaps he himself wasn't either, were it not for this position. Akechi wondered. According to the practices of the New America and Arasaka high-ups, if he didn't have acquaintances around and didn't hold this position, he'd probably be called a stray dog. Why would he bring such a person to a meeting? These high-ranking figures never disappoint when it comes to putting on airs. Akechi thought so, completely ignoring the intimidating power his other identity held within Arasaka. The KK who had personally crushed the former vice president, the legendary KK. No one dared to say anything like street dog to his face. No one even dared to think it. Beep. The elevator chime sounded again, and the metal doors slid open. This time, 4 figures stepped out simultaneously. The cut of their uniforms made it clear they weren't Arasaka. The remaining 4 members of the new American delegation had arrived, Akechi thought to himself. He instinctively scanned the group, only to catch a sharp gaze fixed on him. She was a strikingly beautiful woman, tall and slender, standing straight as a saber. Her stern face was expressionless, yet her eyes, like a scanner, scanned Akechi from head to toe. Her hair was meticulously tied back, and the stand-up collar of her dress accentuated her sharp jawline. While the other representatives were still surveying their surroundings, she had already pinpointed the most dangerous potential threat on the floor. And now, like the laser aiming point of a gun, her gaze was fixed firmly on Akechi's brow. Under the woman's piercing gaze, Akechi silently averted his gaze. Blanca. Why had she come? Thinking about it, it didn't seem all that surprising. Blanca had been a minister back in 1975, and then in 1976, she was promoted to director, allowing her to sit at the local conference table. Considering her contribution to the rescue of the new American president, she had likely been promoted even higher. After all, there are supporters of the new U.S. president within the military technology sector, and that faction is quite significant, having already reached a considerable scale. Otherwise, Rosalind Miles wouldn't have entertained the idea of having the new U.S. swallow up the military technology sector. Blanca's participation in the meeting today was due to her loyalty in sending out the rescue team yesterday, and the uncertainty surrounding the loyalty of his own personnel in Night City, so he asked her to come as one of the representatives? Akechi wasn't sure of the specifics, but he hadn't revealed his identity to Blanca. Yet, the glance she just given him had given him the feeling that she sensed his true identity. It was probably an illusion. Blanca couldn't possibly be as perceptive as Maki. Akechi thought so, not knowing if he was trying to comfort himself. Chapter 781. As the new American delegation entered the room, the remaining Arasaka group negotiators also arrived. The conference room door slid open again, and Kenichi Shiro entered with steady steps. His gaze inadvertently swept over Akechi, a fleeting glance that felt both casual and profound. He then walked directly to the other end of the long table, and sat down next to Vice President Sanada. The two exchanged a few words in low voices, their expressions solemn. Then, Michiko Arasaka appeared in the doorway, instantly capturing everyone's attention. She was dressed in a futuristic, studded leather jacket with a high collar and shimmering patterns on the cuffs. Most striking was her striking blue coxcomb hairstyle, its strands sticking up like sharp blades, glinting metallically under the cool lighting. Unfazed by the surprised or inquiring glances from those around her, her high heels clacking against the marble floor as she strode with her head held high to her seat. Michiko Arasaka's fashion style always transcends conventional perception and remains ahead of the curve. She once sparked the global trend of JK girls wearing school uniforms, and now, she has clearly witnessed another level of fashion evolution, leapfrogging it before anyone else. To be honest, from a discerning perspective, Ms. Arasaka's style is still somewhat shocking. Perhaps she has discerned the trends of the future, but those who are one step ahead are considered geniuses, while those who are two steps ahead are more or less eccentric. If the fashion of the future were like this, I might find it hard to accept. But considering that many people seem to be already adopting this style on the streets, will everyone in the future be wearing bizarre clothes and sporting rooster combs? What kind of fin de siècle style is this? Just thinking about it makes me feel a little desperate. Fashion is so hard to understand. Akechi's gaze lingered briefly on Arasaka Michiko, a flicker of unfathomable complex emotions before he quickly shifted his gaze to the figure that had entered the arena immediately after her. Kenichi Saburo. Kenichi Shiro's father, whose aging body could no longer withstand the demands of combat and protect Arasaka Michiko, had chosen to undergo full-body cyborg transformation. He now walked with mechanical precision, each movement exuding an astonishing sense of strength. The metal joints hummed softly as they operated, and his prosthetic eyes glowed a cold blue light. Although his appearance still retained a resemblance to a human form, anyone could see that his body had long surpassed human limits. Akechi unconsciously tensed. The pressure from the old man before him was even greater than from any of the heavily armed security personnel present. The power contained within this cyborg's body was probably enough to tear apart an armored vehicle with bare hands. But looking at his now icy appearance, are you willing to give up your human identity to protect someone worth the price? Akechi didn't understand, but it was someone else's choice, and he had no reason to judge. Kenichi Saburo followed Arasaka Michiko like a shadow, and after she took her seat, he stood still behind her like a statue. Sensing his father's arrival, Kenichi Shiro tilted his head slightly, and their gazes met briefly in midair. Their gazes met, a fleeting jolt of electricity, then returned to calm. No greetings, no pleasantries, only a silent understanding that could be read. Compared to the new American personnel, who came without many guards, and Vice President Sanada and Kenichi Shiro, who arrived alone, Arasaka Michiko clearly paid more attention to the security around her. It's unclear if it was due to the caution her father's experience had instilled in her, but even during seemingly peaceful talks like this, and in Arasaka Tower, she never forgot to bring her own guards. Perhaps it was the words and deeds of her mother, after arriving in North America, that taught her, but Arasaka Haruko, who grew up in the Arasaka mansion, also never forgot to bring her own guards. The elevator door slowly opened, and Chio followed closely beside her. Haruko handed the tasks at hand to Maki, and walked out of the elevator with a leisurely pace. Her gaze wandered through the conference room, and the first thing she caught sight of was Akechi. His tall silhouette, strikingly tall under the bright lights, caught her gaze for a moment. Carl, as he was, exuded a rare aura of elite talent. As soon as this thought formed in her mind, Haruko became acutely aware of a gaze. Following her senses, she saw that it was coming from the direction of the new American delegation. To her surprise, the gaze belonged to a familiar face. And the person had clearly noticed the momentary distraction she had experienced while staring at Akechi. Haruko knew the man well, but she hadn't expected to see him here. Blanca. After a moment's reflection, Haruko understood why she was there. The hero of the president's rescue? Unsure of what was going on, Haruko and Blanca stared at each other. She had assumed it would take years for her to be worthy enough to stand before her, but she hadn't expected her to rise so much faster than she anticipated. Blanca was now a formidable opponent to watch. Did you notice my gaze on Carl? Did you already know he was in disguise? A strange feeling of irritation welled up within Haruko. A thought suddenly occurred to her. If Carl were disguised as someone else without her knowledge, would she be able to detect it as keenly as Blanca? This thought, amidst a complex internal tangle, became a firm conviction the next moment. Of course, she would have known it earlier than Blanca, more perceptive than Maki, more certain than anyone else. The moment she saw Carl, no matter how perfectly disguised he was, even if he stood in the farthest corner of the crowd, she would have, absolutely, definitely, seen him more clearly than anyone else or anything else. Only herself. Only herself. She was the first to notice Carl's peculiarity, the first to be noticed by him, and the first to see him. No one else could compare to her. The young lady's mood seemed to have changed. Behind Arasaka Haruko, although her expression remained unchanged and she said nothing, Chiom, who was always guarding her, still noticed the change in her mood. Chapter 782. Haruko and Blanca exchanged a deep glance. Each one knew the other knew the identity of a certain person, and that the other had been keeping an eye on that person. But after a brief glance, they both shifted their gazes in unison. It was a tacit understanding. After all, if a military technology executive and a member of the Arasaka family stared at each other for too long in public, it would inevitably draw scrutiny. If anyone else followed their gaze and spotted the figure being watched, even if their disguise was perfect, suspicion would be etched into the minds of the spies around the conference table. More stares meant greater risk, and that was definitely not the outcome they wanted. Arasaka Haruko and Blanca acted as if nothing had happened. One of them averted their gaze, while the other calmly took a seat, accompanied by Chiyo. Haruko took a seat to the left of the original main seat at the table. She was the third seat to the left, before Kenichi Shiro and Vice President Sanada. Although she was a member of the Arasaka family, she wasn't the only one present today. With all her elders present, it was perfectly fitting for her to sit in this perfect spot. Originally, Michiko Arasaka, who had been sitting in the first seat on the left, saw her daughter arrive and, after a moment's thought, moved to the second seat, choosing to be closer to her. While her influence within the Arasaka community in North America meant she naturally sat in the first seat, after all, a powerful dragon cannot overpower a local snake. Michiko Arasaka didn't want another member of the Arasaka family to sit between her and her daughter, so after a moment's hesitation, she took the seat herself. Mother! Haruko tilted her head slightly, looking at Michiko Arasaka, who sat beside her, and nodded. Her movement was gentle, like a feather brushing across water, yet it carried an undeniable grace. Haruko. Michiko's gaze lingered on her daughter. Haruko today, dressed in a white dress, almost dazzlingly pure. As a mother, a glint of something special flashed in her eyes. This was the first time she had seen her daughter dressed like this, and even with her discerning taste, she had to admit that Haruko was breathtakingly beautiful, perfectly inheriting both her and her husband's looks. But this wasn't like Haruko. Michiko knew her daughter well. Having grown up in a large Japanese house, Haruko's clothing choices tended to be traditional Japanese. She had never before favored such a Western, plain look. Later, in public, Arasaka and New America would hold the formal talk ceremony, already agreed upon in closed-door meetings. Haruko would have to appear before the public, who, given her personality, would choose such a nearly bare white dress. This is truly too cute. Michiko's pupils constricted slightly, a mother-of-pearl halo lingering around the edges of her irises. That wasn't the mechanical reflection of her implanted eye, but something more primal, more fervent, burning within her eyes. Her slender fingers unconsciously caressed the dress, the fabric rustling softly. As a woman who had once led a fashion revolution, Arasaka Michiko felt her aesthetic intuition pulsing. The color combinations, fabric choices, and tailoring schemes, all etched deep in her memory, now shimmered before her eyes, like flowing water. She suddenly realized that Haruko's outfit might become the new season's trend-setting trend. In this age of over-embellishment, pure beauty is even more impactful. Few mothers can resist the urge to dress their daughters. Michiko thought of the custom-made garments Haruko had rejected, the special embellishments that had been returned unopened. Her fingertips trembled slightly, as if she were already imagining various matching options: pearl hairpieces, plain silver belts, ombre-dyed clothing, each one more perfect than the last. But the next moment, her thoughts suddenly shifted. So, this dress that perfectly showcased Haruko's beauty and loveliness could never have been Haruko's choice. Because her lovely and beautiful daughter had absolutely no idea how to bring out her own beauty. Michiko's fingertips unconsciously brushed across her palm. Haruko always did this, using those clumsy ways, like early spring cherry blossoms, subtly changing color, hoping someone would notice her delicate thoughts. Those subtle, almost imperceptible changes were her only way of expressing herself. So Haruko, who had been slowly changing, hoping to express herself through subtle changes and openness, had suddenly become something that even she admired and found endearing. This blossoming wasn't a sudden, overnight experience, but rather someone gently nudged her. Someone had made the decision for her. A phrase suddenly occurred to Michiko. A phrase that, despite her American upbringing, still lingered in her memory from reading. A woman dresses to please herself. Is that so? So that's how it is. Michiko's immediate thought was the young man she met, the one whose friendship Haruko had shared, as reported by her subordinates. If that's the case, well, that's really... Michiko looked at Haruko, a barely perceptible smile playing on her lips. Then she turned away, seemingly in a very good mood. Haruko noticed her mother's final glance, and she saw a certain scrutiny and delight in it. But in that moment, she felt something strange. It was like a spider searching for prey in a web gently stirred by the wind, unable to find the source of the tremor, and feeling strange and curious. What was the reason for her mother's strange gaze and inexplicable good mood? Could it be that she had thought of something? Gazing at her mother's outfit, which was still quite strange today, and which seemed too avant-garde and incomprehensible to her eyes, Haruko suddenly shuddered. Could it be that her mother was trying to get her to accept these bizarre outfits and accessories again? If so, thinking of herself sporting a similar rooster comb as her mother's, dyed a strange color, and then wearing this weird leather jacket, Haruko's expression instantly calmed down. Whenever she thought of her mother's strange attire, Haruko felt extremely restrained and wary about her clothes. It was for this reason that she rarely changed her outfit. With a mother like that, she was more or less wary of dressing up, afraid of becoming like her. However, a faint smile played at the corner of Haruko's mouth. Carl had chosen her outfit for her today. Sitting across from Haruko, Blanca observed Haruko's faint smile and, for some reason, felt a sudden pang of displeasure. Chapter 783. Blanca gazed at Arasaka Haruko, the girl she now finally considered her equal. Her gaze slowly swept over every detail, her skin as pure as fresh snow, her face brimming with youthful energy, her long, smooth, black hair cascading over her shoulders, her simple, elegant attire adding a touch of ethereal grace. Every detail silently spoke of the beauty of youth. Blanca unconsciously pursed her lips. 25 might seem young to most, but in front of this girl radiating youth, she felt the marks of time for the first time. What irony! She unconsciously stroked her carefully maintained face. In terms of appearance, she was confident she was no less than impressive, but beyond that, family background, status, and an innate composure, things she had struggled mightily to achieve, were merely ordinary, natural qualities to the girl before her. Even this moment of equality, earned through countless days and nights, was a fleeting moment of equality. The chasm between people is sometimes deeper than the skyscrapers of Night City. But Blanca didn't dwell on this resentment. She knew too well that she was far from a forsaken child of fate. Although her childhood wasn't perfect, compared to those who had to struggle in polluted waters or linger on the harsh lands from birth, she was fortunate enough to stand at the top of the pyramid. At the age of 23, she was already a transportation supervisor in a key military technology department. Such a starting point would be unattainable for ordinary people in their entire lives. Her slender fingers gently pressed against the table. If it weren't for her family's accumulated resources, how could she have met Carl, then a street mercenary, at this age? How could she have had the opportunity to utilize her skills and sit at this negotiating table? Even the resentment she felt at this moment was a luxury. Haruko Arasaka was like a mirror, reflecting all her limitations, but also the privileges she already possessed. In this world, Those who can express their indignation over injustice are often those with vested interests. The less fortunate sometimes lack the energy or space to speak out. Even when Saburo Arasaka, the god of business, took over Arasaka, it was a company barely ranked in Japan. It was Saburo Arasaka who personally brought Arasaka to the pinnacle. Blanca stared at Haruko Arasaka, the haze in her eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by a dangerous clarity. 25. The number echoed repeatedly in her mind. Younger than Saburo had been when he took over Arasaka, and starting from a much higher level. This realization was like a shot in the arm, causing her back to unconsciously straighten a little. When Blanca looked at Haruko again, the subtle resentment that she was younger than she was gone. There's still time. If the talks go smoothly, Arasaka, New America, and military technology will all usher in new revolutions. As long as I can survive this chaos, I definitely rise higher. When that happens, perhaps it will be my turn to look down upon Arasaka Haruko. It's just like when Elizabeth Kress, the former president of the United States, met with Arasaka Michiko. Arasaka Michiko is Haruko's mother, and I might be the next Elizabeth Kress. Once this thought took root, it spread like wildfire within her. Blanca's spirits burned within her, but on the surface, she shared Haruko's smile. She wouldn't lose to anyone. No one, and she wouldn't let the person she wanted to hold escape. Absolutely. She wouldn't give in to anyone, and she wouldn't allow anyone to surpass her in this regard. Blanca's peripheral vision remained fixed on Akechi. Her gaze had long since penetrated Akechi's carefully constructed disguise, that false identity, that carefully sculpted face, reaching the truth beneath. On the surface, that face, with its cold lines and sharp contours, held a certain Arasaka-specific solemnity, like a meticulously calculated perfection, yet lacking warmth. What an unpleasant sight! She scoffed inwardly. Arasaka's aesthetic was always this way, cold and artificial. Carl looked better the way he was. Those eyes were alive, capable of laughter and anger, not like now, masked by a mask, even his breathing a programmed process. Blanca admitted that she did have some stereotypes about Arasaka, a characteristic of military technicians. However, the mere thought of the Arasaka Carl was currently wearing made her feel uneasy. And then, she saw someone who made her even more uncomfortable. With the sound of footsteps, as the elevator door opened, Blanca's gaze froze upon the arrival of the person. The woman approached, dressed in a tight white dress, elegant and cold. It was Hanako Arasaka. Though Hanako Arasaka, born in 1999, was already 78 years old, thanks to cutting-edge biotechnology, her appearance remained at its peak feminine state. Her long, black hair was meticulously pulled back in a low bun. Her brown eyes were deep and distant, as if perpetually surveying everything around her. Her makeup was delicate and unassuming, and the carefully defined brow and cheekbones exuded an undeniable majesty. Her golden prosthetic fingers casually flicked at her sides, leaving behind golden arcs that lingered on her retina. Blanca frowned unconsciously. Unlike Arasaka Haruko, that girl who, despite some issues, wanted to confront her, yet still commanded her admiration, this Arasaka Hanako embodied the stereotype of the Arasaka surname to its fullest extent. That sickening arrogance, that suffocating sense of oppression, perfectly matched the world's image of the Arasaka company. But on second thought, as one of the de facto leaders of the Arasaka family, perhaps this uncomfortable authority was simply par for the course. Arasaka Hanako walked with steady steps, escorted by Oda Sandeo. She stared at Arasaka Michiko and Arasaka Haruko, who were looking sideways at her from the conference table. She paid no attention to anyone else, as if they were of no importance. It seems I'm not late. Arasaka Hanako calmly took the first seat on the left and said to Arasaka Michiko, I thought you'd be the last one to arrive. Perhaps, but I might just be in a different mood today, so I might be a little early. Arasaka Michiko seemed indifferent to Arasaka Hanako. There wasn't much of a friendly atmosphere between the two. Your mood swings seem more unpredictable than I thought. Arasaka Hanako spoke equally calmly, then looked back at the direction she had come from. Accompanied by the sound of mechanical footsteps and 2 footsteps, the real core person in the meeting, Arasaka Nobuyuki, arrived at the venue, escorted by Takemura Goro and Adam Heavy Hammer. Chapter 784. Arasaka Nobuyuki's arrival captivated everyone. As the current CEO of Arasaka, he was arguably at the top of the world. Few of those present had actually met him in person, least of all the new American representatives present. Almost all of them glanced at him the moment he arrived. The first impression the Arasaka leader left on the new American delegation was one of almost unblinking confidence. Though time had already carved fine lines around his eyes, and his features betrayed his youthful age, His spirited demeanor, as he approached, belied any trace of age. His gaze was sharp as a knife, his stride steady and powerful, and his entire presence emanated an undeniable aura. Most impressive was the rare, almost blazing glow on his face. Like an ever-present flame, vibrant vitality pulsing beneath his calm exterior. This charged state of mind was a stark contrast to the stereotypical, cold, and aloof image of typical corporate executives. Instead, it resembled the image of a pioneer in his prime, brimming with an inspiring, vibrant energy. Is this the current Arasaka helmsman? Truly ambitious? This was the thought of every new American representative. They had never seen anyone so outspoken, nor had they seen someone display it with such confidence. This was a stark contrast to the Arasaka Nobuyuki they remembered. During Arasaka Saburo's time, he had left the impression of a rebellious, prodigal son. However, the man who now slowly approached exuded an undeniable aura of power. If someone were to assert now that he could lead the Arasaka group to new heights, no one would doubt it. The aura surrounding him was too intense, like an ever-burning flame, burning away all hesitation and contempt. Furthermore, behind him were two terrifying figures: Adam Hammer and Takemura Goro. Each of these two guards was a world-class security officer. Their presence imbued every step Arasaka Nobuyuki took with an invisible pressure. The image of the three men slowly advancing was like a moving flame. The closer they got, the more intense the scorching pressure grew, almost suffocating. The low hum of Adam Hammer's mechanical body and Takemura Goro's razor-sharp gaze silently reinforced the fact that standing before them was the true symbol of power, the one who controlled the lifeblood of the world. As Adam Heavy Hammer advanced with heavy, mechanical steps, his crimson electronic eyes captured the figures of Arasaka Michiko and Haruko. His gaze briefly met Michiko's, then, sensing something, he quickly turned to the other side. Meeting Kenichi Saburo's gaze, the old man who had once given him a stern warning now stood just a few meters away. Yet, times had changed. When Adam Heavy Hammer once again faced this former intimidator, what surged through his chest was not fear or anger, but a near-numbing calm. He raised his head slightly, his crimson eyepieces flashing a dangerous light. Their eyes were a mixture of contempt and an inexplicable obsession. Their gazes met in the air, neither refusing to yield an inch. This eye contact disappeared as Arasaka Nobu took his seat. After Arasaka Nobu took the main seat, Adam Hammer and Takemura Goro stood behind him, one on each side. Whether intentional or not, Adam Hammer deliberately positioned himself to the left, closer to Michiko and Haruko, while continuing to lock eyes with Kenichi Saburo. Kenichi Saburo and Adam Hammer disliked each other, and for good reason. Adam Hammer had once been in a relationship with Arasaka Michiko, but it was Kenichi Saburo's warning that ultimately ended the relationship. While Adam Hammer didn't hold a grudge against his past, he certainly kept it in his heart. In his heart, it was a memory almost as worthy as his former nemesis, Morgan Blackhand, and even now he couldn't let it go. This wasn't just the frustration of feeling suppressed by Kenichi Saburo's warning, but also the resentment of having his once rare peace of mind taken away. This madman, whose transformation had reached 96%, still had a human head, and as a human being, it was inevitable that he would harbor some regrets and resentment. While Adam Hammer and Kenichi Saburo glared at each other, Arasaka Nobuyuki looked toward New America. It seems President Miles hasn't arrived yet. Yes, Mr. Arasaka. The president said it would take some time. The young man who arrived first responded respectfully to Arasaka Nobuyuki's question, his words and tone impeccable. Arasaka Nobuyuki nodded slightly at the young man's response, and then said nothing more. There was truly nothing to discuss with the young man. Even if he was respected by Rosalind Miles, and perhaps a member of her staff, his status was still insufficient to allow him to discuss the real issues. After Arasaka Nobuyuki's arrival, the conference room was filled with silence, save for the hum of patrol drones, and the whispers of some people at the conference table. After 5 minutes of this eerie silence, the sound of footsteps broke the stillness. The president, who had said it would take a while, didn't delay long, arriving before the scheduled meeting time. Looking at the woman at the front, Arasaka Nobuyuki stood up, offering a certain welcome and a sense of equality. I hope last night's incident didn't affect your rest, President Miles. Arasaka Nobuyuki's voice was filled with just the right amount of concern. Rosalind Miles's lips curled into a formulaic smile. It was just a minor incident, Mr. Say. She deliberately used the man's name and honorific, maintaining the president's authority, while also responding to his overtures. Her gaze swept across the conference room, finally settling on the lone vacant chair. As Miles took her seat with steady steps, Reed behind her quietly adjusted his stance. The new U.S. president's security detail was clearly stretched thin. After yesterday's plane crash, her core security team had been nearly wiped out. Now, even CIA officers like Reed had been temporarily deployed to serve as personal bodyguards. Under the wise gaze of afar, all the participants for the meeting had arrived. Chapter 785. Now that everyone is here, we can begin. Arasaka Nobuyuki's voice was soft, yet it pierced the silence of the meeting room like a sharp dagger. His gaze swept across everyone's faces, finally settling on Rosalind Miles. There was no tentativeness in his eyes, only a certainty that bordered on dangerous. Everything will proceed as agreed, right, President Miles? According to the agreement? The words exploded like a thunderclap, trembling the air for a moment. Several new American representatives' fingers hovered over their data tablets, the file recording program flashing, but no one noticed. In the corner, the president's aide unconsciously clenched his fists. What was going on? Wasn't this meeting arranged precisely for the purpose of initial contact between the two sides? Why did Arasaka Nobuyuki sound as if he were confirming a long-standing secret agreement? The attendees exchanged confused glances. Some instinctively glanced at Miles, trying to discern the answer from her face. The president simply raised his chin slightly, a gesture that felt both like a response and a confirmation. Of course, Mr. Nobuyuki. Her response was so smooth, as if she had rehearsed it 1,000 times. The moment the syllables fell, the electronic pen held in the hand of a new American representative dropped, tumbling onto the table. Everyone present understood instantly. This wasn't the rhythm of a first meeting, it was two chess players finishing up their game. A chilling realization ran down everyone's spine. While they were preparing briefings and plans for today's first meeting, these two had already concluded the actual negotiations in a shadowy room. So, this grandiose meeting, these carefully arranged seating arrangements, these patrolling guards. A sudden sound of metal rubbing interrupted his thoughts. The drone circling the sky above the four corners of the conference room simultaneously activated scanning mode, and scarlet dots of light began to flicker regularly. Only then did anyone notice that all the exits were suddenly occupied by black-uniformed Secret Service agents. So that's what it was. This grand show was nothing more than an elaborate trap set to catch the tortoise in the jar. The meeting was real, but Arasaka Nobuyuki and Rosalind Miles had already completed the real deal behind the scenes. This so-called meeting was nothing more than a carefully laid trap, waiting for their prey to fall into it. No one expected them to act this way. It's not that they doubted their courage, but it was unimaginable that they could reach a consensus with their mortal enemy so quickly and decisively. Even the most pessimistic scenario was that the two sides had temporarily colluded during the talks, giving them some time to react. However, launching a direct attack in the middle of the meeting was like a surprise attack from Okahazama. The carefree arrogance on Arasaka Hanako's face finally shattered. She hadn't expected Seo Nobu to take this step, or rather, she was already behind in the overall game. The intelligence clearly showed that the president had narrowly escaped a plane crash yesterday, and was fortunate to have escaped Dogtown. How could she have imagined that Miles would immediately meet with Seo Nobu after escaping danger, and even finalize everything before the meeting room door opened this morning? While her subordinates were still preparing for the post-meeting game, a knife was already at their throats. She did not underestimate Arasaka Nobuyuki, and she was prepared for what to do after the meeting, but she ultimately underestimated Rosalind Miles. This young lady who grew up in a secluded house in Japan ultimately failed to understand the madness of the new American president. This gap in experience is now causing her to lose everything. Since Arasaka CEO and the new US president have already joined forces, why bother holding such a grand meeting? The answer is obvious, using this meeting to clean up the mess. So who is the lamb to be slaughtered sitting in the room right now? No need to explain. Hanako is no fool. She has already realized that she is the lamb to be slaughtered in this hunt. And there aren't many fools in the room either. When Arasaka Hanako realized that she had become a target for Sei Nobuyuki's elimination, how could the members of the new US delegation not understand? Whose head is Rosalind Miles's hand now hovering over? You? The middle-aged politician next to Blanca suddenly stood up, glaring at Rosalind, his corpulent body knocking the chair backward. As a civilian official, he had no guards and lacked agility. This man, so eloquent in Parliament, was now ridiculously slow in his movements. He hadn't even fully straightened his knees when Blanca leaned over him like lightning. "Please hold on tight, sir." A flash of silver light flashed, and a carved knife pressed precisely against his carotid artery, the blade leaving a pale indentation next to his Adam's apple. Although conference security regulations prohibited firearms, basic self-defense weapons were permitted. Blanca's skills weren't particularly impressive, but they were more than enough to control an overweight politician. You? The middle-aged politician's Adam's apple rolled with difficulty under the blade. He glared at Blanca, the veins bulging in his forehead visible beneath his pale skin. But as the cold metal pressed against his carotid artery, any curses that threatened to escape were reduced to muffled murmurs. Finally, he could only turn his bloodshot eyes to Rosalind Miles, a mixture of shock and betrayal. Miles. His voice trembled with suppressed anger. You actually made a deal with Arasaka behind my back? Do you know the public outcry surrounding this meeting? How much opposition I suppressed for you in Washington? Those damn newspaper headlines, those parliamentary inquiries. Of course I know. Miles's gaze flickered over Blanca, a hint of approval playing at the corner of her mouth. But when her gaze returned to the middle-aged politician, that warmth instantly froze, like Alaskan ice. But I also know, her fingers tapped lightly on the table, each click like a court gavel, who has been maintaining some overly close connection with our friends. At Rosalind Miles's words, the middle-aged politician's face instantly drained of color, like a wax figure drained of all life. Even the most obtuse person would have understood by now that his tactics had been seen through. Under the threat of Blanca's blade, he slumped back into his chair, the fabric of his expensive suit rubbing against the seat with a hoarse whine. Without a guard or a contingency plan, this usually powerful politician was now like a tiger with its claws plucked out, with only the rapidly fading light in his eyes. He knew that his political life, perhaps even his biological life, would end here. In stark contrast to the politician's still struggling deathbed, Arasaka Hanako maintained an almost cold calm. She offered no futile resistance, no hysterical questioning. Instead, she slowly raised her deep, ancient eyes, and gazed directly at Nobuyuki-sei on the high seat. Brother, her voice was so gentle it sounded like she was reciting a Japanese poem. Are you finally going to fulfill your dictatorial ambitions? Even I, your blood relative, have become an obstacle that needs to be cleared? Hanako's fingers on the table clenched slightly, a hint of nervousness. This deliberate slowing of movement was both to buy time to think and to convey her nervousness and fear to Nobuaki-sei. She knew Nobuaki-sei's weakness all too well. Between power and family affection, she chose to place all her chips on the latter. Hanako. Nobuaki-sei's Adam's apple rolled slightly. His sister's vulnerability at that moment was like a blunt knife, slowly cutting through the seal of his memory. In a trance, he seemed to see again the little girl eavesdropping from behind the Japanese-style paper door. She was the only person in the steel jungle of the Arasaka family who would ever give him a genuine smile. On rainy nights in the past, young Hanako would always curl up beside him, begging him with her wet eyes to tell her about the outside world. In that gilded mansion, he was the only one who could bring Hanako a breath of fresh air. His stories of the streets and alleys, the myriad ways of life, captivated the young girl, trapped within the strictures of the Arasaka family. He was the brother Hanako relied on most, and the only one in this cold mansion who would ruffle her hair. Sei Nobuyuki's fingertips unconsciously dug into his palm, a subtle movement that mirrored Hanako's at that moment. As the most rebellious member of the Arasaka family, he should have, as his father had hoped, severed all his weaknesses and attachments early on. His teachers had taught him the art of power, saying that emotions were a fatal weakness, and that true rulers must be as cold as a knife. Yet, it was this sister who, during his years of self-imposed exile, had clumsily penetrated layers of firewalls with her rudimentary, self-taught hacking skills to stay in touch with him. Those brief greetings and encrypted messages, punctuated by misspelled expressions of concern, were more precious to him than all his wealth and every achievement. Whenever that particular signal lit up on his terminal, he would drop everything else, as if transported back to that rain-spattered night, nestled against the warmth of a small body. Arasaka Nobuyuki felt his icy heart tremble slightly at Hanako's words. He was acutely aware of his hesitation, but even more so, he knew it shouldn't exist. He couldn't hesitate at this moment. The myriad words swirling in his mind rolled between his lips, finally dissolving into restrained syllables. I'm not planning on doing anything to you, Hanako. His voice was like tempered steel, yet a subtle tremor lingered at the end. Nobuyuki's face gradually solidified into the unquestionable determination Hanako knew so well. The situation in Night City is more dangerous than you imagine. He raised his hand, his palm open, cutting off any possible rebuttal from his sister. I cherish you, Hanako. In this city where even the very air is saturated with betrayal, I cannot tolerate any harm to you or my sister. Arasaka Nobuyuki's face was cold. Once we leave here, you will be temporarily under the supervision of my men. He paused, his knuckles unconsciously rubbing the cufflinks of his suit. My men will ensure your safety. Until the storm passes. Brother, Are you trying to imprison me? Hanako's voice suddenly pierced through his carefully constructed defenses. Nobuyuki saw his own reflection in her pupils, an image that gradually overlapped with the image of his father in his memories. No! His figure ultimately didn't resemble the cold figure in his memory. Not even a trace of resemblance could be found. Because he was Arasaka Nobuyuki, not Arasaka Saburo. Not then, not now, and certainly not in the past. Arasaka Nobuyuki stared at Hanako silently, his gaze sharp as a tempered blade, yet softening as he touched her. His voice was soft, yet filled with unwavering determination. I will not imprison my sister. Just as Hanako's eyes flickered, Arasaka Nobuyuki spoke his next words. But I won't watch you being deceived by those with ulterior motives into doing something you regret later. He took a step forward, the click of his leather shoes on the marble floor resonating clearly in the empty room. Hanako, the situation is complicated right now. All forces are waiting for Arasaka to reveal a flaw. Arasaka Nobuyuki's face gradually calmed. He slowly raised his hand, but stopped just before it touched his sister's shoulder, ultimately placing an encryption chip in her palm. We need unity, not mutual suspicion. His voice was low. This chip can contact me directly, at any time. Brother. Arasaka Hanako stared at Nobuaki, her eyes, a mirror image of his own, a complex glint flickering in them. Finally, she nodded gently, her hair falling over her shoulders. I understand. Her voice was soft, yet filled with determination. I will follow your instructions, because I know you are truly concerned for my safety. Nobuaki-sei's tense brows relaxed slightly, but then tightened again at the next words. But, Hanako's slender fingers caressed the encryption chip. I need a few people to help with the chores. Trivial matters? A wary tremor lingered in Nobuaki's voice. For example. She tilted her head, a gesture that only served to evoke the familiarity of Nobuaki Arasaka's younger sister. I like daifuku made with fresh strawberries, and I'm worried that the people my brother sends might not know how to choose the perfect sweetness. The ambient light cast shifting shadows on her porcelain white face. Nobuaki understood the subtext of the tone. She accepted protection, but refused to be caged. Who do you need? His voice was low, with a barely perceptible hint of compromise, a compromise he would never have made with Saburo Arasaka. The faction Saburo Arasaka had left behind by Hanako remained the largest within Arasaka. Although Nobuaki had temporarily gained the upper hand, before he could fully control the situation, he had to leave a breathing space for the fish that were about to be frozen. It was a political compromise. Hanako's gaze lingered briefly on Oda Sandayu. This loyal captain of the guard should have been her most logical choice. But ultimately, her gaze drifted past the crowd and settled on Akechi in the distance. The figure who hadn't been able to play a role in this raid, but who had provided crucial intelligence earlier. I need some outstanding talent, she whispered. This choice both gave her brother a way out and left herself room for maneuver. Akechi had proven his reliability and loyalty in previous actions, and his current position as minister wouldn't touch Nobuaki's most sensitive nerves. Until she could come up with another solution, this was the best option. Some outstanding talent? Arasaka Nobuaki didn't look where Hanako was looking. He acted as if the situation was settled, and he seemed unconcerned, but in reality, he knew who was in that direction. If you need it? Arasaka Nobuaki spoke, a flicker of quiet pleasure in his heart. Chapter 786. I never even enjoyed going to work. Carl forced the words out between his teeth, his knuckles tapping unconsciously on the table. His voice was like sandpaper, tinged with an inexplicable sense of fatigue. This heartfelt declaration only earned him an even brighter smile. Don't say that, Carl. Arasaka Nobuo tilted his head, the light reflecting off his glasses as tiny specks of light. You earn my sister's trust now. He deliberately emphasized the word earnestly, his slender fingers twirling the ceramic teacup on the table in front of him. This job really only you can do. The cup was slowly lifted. No one else can. Arasaka Nobuo's face was soaked in a smile. Even the wrinkles on his suit relaxed. He stared at Carl's tense jawline, suddenly realizing that his usually cheerful friend, now frowning, had a rare, genuine smile. You're still laughing. What are you saying? I'm sincerely congratulating you. You haven't stopped laughing at all. Carl also picked up the teacup in front of him. What are you congratulating me for? He looked directly into his eyes. You're pretending not to care, giving your sister the last bit of access to the outside world. I don't know what you were thinking. Carl sighed deeply, his voice a little tired. If that person hadn't happened to be me, you'd be in big trouble if something had happened. Arasaka Nobu took a sip of his tea and said slowly, completely cutting off contact will lead to a backlash from those old guard in the company. His voice suddenly lightened. We have to wait until they get used to it, then proceed slowly. After a pause, he suddenly laughed. Besides, even if something does happen, we still have you guys. He stood up, smoothing the non-existent wrinkles on his suit cuffs, his eyes unusually bright. With you guys around, I never worry about anything happening to me. Ah, Carl rubbed his temple with his slender fingers, his knuckles leaving faint red marks on his skin. He looked at the man with a brilliant smile before him, his voice a classic mix of 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts fatigue. You're a little too bright these days, say Xian. After saying that, he picked up the white porcelain teacup and took a sip. The amber tea flowed between his lips and teeth. Suddenly, his eyes widened slightly, his eyelashes casting subtle shadows in the light. This tea is quite good. Carl swirled the liquid in his cup. Where's it from? Arasaka Nobu crossed his legs, the fabric of his suit trousers making a subtle rustling sound. I'd love to tell you it's a famous tea like Longjing Tiguanyin or Yongyan Goching. He tilted his head. But you might be disappointed. This is just tea grown in the culture layer of Arasaka Tower using environmental simulation technology. Cultivated tea? Carl raised an eyebrow, but didn't seem surprised. He took another sip, his Adam's apple rolling slightly as he swallowed. How can cultivation technology nowadays reach this level? The aroma of the tea spread in his mouth, carrying a surprisingly mellow and refreshing sweetness, with a lingering aftertaste of mountain mist. As the third sip of tea slid down his throat, Carl looked across at the person opposite him. In his eyes, Arasaka Nobu was like a dancing flame, emitting a heat and brilliance that was impossible to ignore. So Carl spun the teacup, the glaze smooth and cool beneath his fingertips. Is this considered a long-term job? He curled his lips. Honestly, while I don't mind helping you, I'm really not suited to working in an office. Just sitting there would kill me. Arasaka Nobuyuki chuckled at this, his fingertips tapping rhythmically on the armrest. From what I hear, you're mostly slacking off in the office, right? Not working is exhausting too. Carl tilted his head back and gulped down the rest of his tea, resting the back of his head against the sofa, staring at the ceiling with eyes filled with despair. I didn't see you get tired running around, so why do you feel uncomfortable sitting down? Let me ask you the same thing, Nobuyuki. Do you prefer running around or just being a decoration in the office every day? Of course, I prefer the street life, but I spent plenty of time being a decoration too. When talking to Carl, Nobuyuki's tone always unconsciously veered towards that of a street person. He smiled as he spoke, but some things, as long as you remember that someone has to do it, you can get through it by staying up all night. I've been just a decoration for almost half a century. You're not just a decoration, you do a lot of backroom work, right? Anyway, I don't think I can match your diligence and hard work. I'm probably just lazy by nature. I definitely wouldn't do it. No, Carl. As Carl said this, Sei Nobu shook his head. He looked at Carl and said firmly and seriously, you can do it. I can see it. Carl was silent for a moment, then waved his hand. Maybe you really can do it, just like Sei Nobu says. But the current work doesn't count. If I stay in Arasaka Tower any longer, I feel like I eventually develop a problem. I let Akechi take over your daily duties. That's good. At least someone's coming. But when Akechi comes, remember to let me meet him. I've been using his identity for so long, I'm curious about what he's like in person. Halfway through his speech, Carl suddenly remembered. Come to think of it, I remember I got this job from Mr. Kenichi Shiro. It seems your control within the company is definitely stronger now, Sito Nobu. I thought you wouldn't recognize me during the meeting. Listening to Carl's words, a flicker of helplessness and amusement crossed Sito Nobu's face. No matter what I do, his voice was low and steady, I wouldn't be so bad that even my friends wouldn't recognize me. Not to mention your aura. Anyone who has seen you in person, and knows you well would definitely recognize you. I just realized, Nobuyuki, your internal coordination is beyond my wildest dreams. It seems you become quite influential in North America, and truly the one in control. Is this also thanks to you? Thanks to me? Carl glanced at Nobuyuki curiously, unsure of what he was talking about. Why was he thanking me for Arasaka's internal affairs? Just as Carl was feeling this bewilderment, Nobuyuki suddenly said something that startled him. By the way, Carl. Nobuyuki, as if casually discussing a topic among friends, said something that would shock the world if it were spread. Are you interested in ruling Arasaka? Chapter 787. Rule refers to the mechanism of controlling and dominating territory and individual behavior through political power or authority. Its core meaning generally relates to dynastic rule and territorial management. For Arasaka, a feudal dynasty-style company that bears the name Arasaka, the word rule is a perfect description of its chief executive. And what Arasaka Nobuyuki said to Carl was simple. Are you interested in becoming Arasaka's CEO, in becoming the ruler of the Arasaka dynasty, in becoming a king? This seemingly casual remark concealed Arasaka Nobuyuki's most sincere thoughts. Interested in ruling Arasaka? Carl's first reaction to this statement, which would have shocked and infuriated anyone in the world, was speechless. You want me to do the hard work, right? Carl had already felt the strain of doing the work of Akechi, then as section chief yesterday. To have to do the work of the entire Arasaka clan was a far cry from his own death. Nobu listened to Carl's words. Although he expected Carl to say so, a hint of regret still crossed his face. Are you really not interested? To say I'm not interested at all would be a lie. After all, there's Arasaka. I'm not someone who truly despises wealth and power. I do have things I want to change, but... Carl looked at Nobu Arasaka. With you around, I feel like I don't have to rush. You've been preparing for so long. You must want to do something big, and you already planned how to change the world. With you around, I feel like I can be a little more lazy. When no one else is working, you have to do it yourself. But when someone else is working, you absolutely have to have someone come along to help. You're such a person, you really are. Nobu Arasaka was clearly well aware of his friend's personality. Carl, who even had to call in friends to help him cook, was clearly out of his league. It was clearly impossible for him to work so hard on his own when there were others around. Carl was truly like Nobu Arasaka. In the past, Nobu Arasaka had found it difficult for anyone else to step up in this world, so he took the initiative. Nobu Arasaka had no doubt that Carl would have done the same if he were in his situation. However, he also knew that when there was only one leader, he would only assist and help, not seek to replace him. After all, there can only be one leader. Too many people would only lead the way astray. Spartacus. Arasaka Nobu Arasaka suddenly recalled the famous gladiator uprising, the downfall of which was the result of the divisions among the gladiators. Spartacus. Carl understood Nobu Arasaka's meaning and nodded slightly. That's exactly what I envy about you, Carl. Lei Xian smiled and said, when faced with difficulties, my first reaction is to endure it alone and figure out how to get through it. But you always think first of your friends, of like-minded partners, of who can help you. I really envy you. You can just say I'm the type who can't survive or do anything good without someone around to help me. Carl smiled back. But you say you envy me, and I envy you just as much. After all, you have V and the others by your side now, so I'm definitely envious. That's certainly true. Nobu didn't complain about Carl bringing V and the others boasting. Instead, he nodded seriously, admitting that this aspect of his own was quite enviable. Carl had so many friends around him who could help him, but while Nobu had fewer people around him, he had one more person, Carl, who could help him. This was certainly something to be envied. But I'm still thinking that if anything happened to me, you'd be able to handle it all. No, I should say I knew you'd be able to handle it all, so I hoped I could prepare you in advance. Nobu said, some things require some secondary preparation. Don't say such unlucky things. I don't want anything to happen to my friends. Carl stared at Nobu. And when you say prepare in advance, what exactly do you mean by prepare in advance? My status doesn't even have anything to do with the Arasaka family. Do you mind calling me father? Very much. Carl rolled his eyes at Nobu. You're thinking of adopting, right? I know you're in here. Our country has this tradition. It seems to have been around since before the Warring States period, adopting someone to inherit the family business. But I don't want to call you dad in name only. That's too foolish. Then there's only one other way. Arasaka Nobuyuki clearly felt a little regretful about this. Admittedly, his interactions with Carl did have the air of a casual chat between two young friends, which only made his smile grow even wider. Did you know? Besides adopting a son, there's a more modern way to inherit the family business in our country. The modern way? Carl vaguely guessed, but still hesitated. What is it? It's a business mindset, I guess. Arasaka Nobuyuki tapped his fingertips on the table. Sons may not be great, but the family business must be passed down. So many people now place their hopes on their daughters. What about daughters? Marrying a son-in-law. Arasaka Nobuyuki bluntly addressed a practice now common in many family businesses. Sons can't choose, but sons-in-law can. From ancient times to the present, the fundamental method of attracting high-quality talent has never changed. Carl instantly understood what Arasaka Nobuyuki meant. There are currently several unmarried women among the Arasaka family. The answer is 2 women. One is Hinako Arasaka, born in 1999, who in 2077 is already somewhat past her sell-by date. The other one was Haruko. Now you understand why I really needed your help in unifying the internal affairs. You certainly helped me a lot. Weren't you curious before and recommended you to me who I could trust as a security detail? From that moment on, Haruko and I have been working together. During this discussion, Nobuaki Nakamura's eyes narrowed in a smile, a kind of silly mirth like Jack's usual smile. I don't object to that, and neither does Haruko. I think you should have already figured it out. If anything happens to me, Arasaka will be left to you. Nobuaki Nakamura looked at Carl. This world must change. Even if I fall, you must step up, Carl. Carl was silent for a moment, then looked at Nobuaki Nakamura and nodded. No, this world will definitely change. Even if I fall, someone will definitely step up. Chapter 788. Hello, Carl, are you still working overtime? V's voice came over the line, tinged with electrical noise. The faint sizzling of a frying pan could be heard in the background. Oliver's cooking today, a rare occasion. He's working on that special Angus steak. He said he wants to show you how to pan-fry it the right way. He's serving it with asparagus and black truffle mashed potatoes. What time can you be back? If you really can't make it, we pack a lunch box and send it to you. By the way, now that Hwazi and her gang are under control, the pressure on you should be much less, right? Carl held his phone to his ear, his eyes scanning the flashing messages on the computer screen in front of him. He rubbed the back of his neck, his voice weary. We have to wait a little longer. My replacement, that guy named Mingji, is on his way. We can go home after the handover is over. Speaking of which, how did your conversation with Hansen go after I slipped away from the party yesterday? Hansen's party? V paused for a few seconds on the other end of the line. Carl could hear Oliver humming a tune in the background in the kitchen. In reality, no real progress was made. Reed presented Rosalind Miles's terms, but that old fox Hansen. V sneered. He looked like he was listening to some fairy tale, holding his glass. I guess he either despised the proposal or simply didn't believe Rosalind could deliver on her promise. But the crisp sound of cutlery clashing filled the communicator, along with Jack's voice telling Johnny to stay still. After the clamor faded, V's voice came. Today's attack on the Hwazi faction is definitely enough to make Hansen reassess the situation. All his carefully prepared bargaining chips have now become worthless. His partner has suddenly become a prisoner. I bet he's locked up in his room right now, reconsidering the intelligence at hand. Should he continue to bet on the now-defunct Hwazi faction, or turn to accept the olive branch from New America? Hansen is a smart man, but he's also a gambler at heart. After all, he was able to establish his own power by leveraging military technology to compete with Arasaka at the end of the Unification War. He's incredibly bold. Who knows what he accomplished? I have a feeling something will definitely happen after Dogtown. Carl looked at the bouncing message, clicked it, and began to read, saying, So who did Hansen ultimately choose as his successor? Chester Bennett or Gaga Zab? Hansen held that banquet in the name of selecting a successor, so he should have announced the successor. You mean the next leader of Dogtown? There was a meaningful pause on the other end of the line. Hansen played it very cleverly. It looks like he's chosen both, yet it also looks like he hasn't chosen either. I say he knows his 2 most capable men better than anyone. With their personalities, Bennett is aggressive and ambitious, while Gago is ruthless and calculating. It's unlikely anyone would be able to win over the leadership. Carl chuckled. Sharing power equally? Getting those 2 who want each other dead to work together. He shook his head. Unless Hansen survives, every regime in history where power is split has been a bloodbath. When Hansen is gone, do you think they turn every street in Dogtown into a battlefield? Hansen probably doesn't care about that. He's not going to care about the flood after he's gone. While Hansen might not have that in mind, I think it's pretty much the same. He just needs to keep Bennett and Gago in check while he's alive. Or, do you think their conflict could unfold without Hansen fanning the flames? Is that the trick? That fits my impression of Hansen. He's truly a cunning Johnny. Don't even think about touching that wine. If you want to drink it, go buy it yourself. It's mine. Carl sighed as the voice on the line suddenly rose in volume. He was the only one working. Everyone else was leisurely preparing dinner. Never mind. I talk to you about other things when I get back. My crew is almost here. I'm hanging up now. See you later. Oh, and have Jack fry me some fries. I haven't had them in a while, so I served them with ketchup today. Okay, I tell Jack later. I'm hanging up now, Johnny. V's rapid shout before the line was cut off made Carl feel as if he had witnessed the scene at the base himself. Johnny was probably up to something again. I remember hearing Johnny complain about Carrie stealing his guitar strings when he and Carrie were in a band. But later, when he was chatting with Carrie, he heard Carrie complain about Johnny stealing his guitar strings again. Now that I think about it, these two idiots probably stole from each other so much that they've forgotten who owned the strings in the first place. But if we're to argue about who's more guilty, Johnny is a little more likely. Carl shoved his modified phone into his pocket, stood up, and walked a few steps out of the office. As the automatic door opened, a face that seemed familiar, yet was actually quite unfamiliar, appeared before him. "Mr. Carl, nice to meet you." Akechi Goro stood before Carl. "Nice to meet you." Carl looked at the face and nodded. "You be taking over my job, right?" Akechi bowed slightly. "I only be responsible for day-to-day maintenance. Communications and management of your subordinates will still require your personal attention." He paused. "Although I have the relevant information and data, my behavior patterns can't completely replicate yours. In certain critical situations, you still need to step in personally." "Critical situations? Okay, I understand." Carl looked at Akechi, a smile playing on his lips. "But it's great that you're here. I finally don't have to be cooped up in Arasaka Tower all day. From now on, I leave it to you, Akechi." "It's my honor to serve you, Lord Carl." Akechi bowed his head in response, a strange feeling crossing his mind. This Lord Carl was completely different from the rumors. The company had portrayed him as a terrifying and cruel man, intimidating. But in person, he was more like the image some on the street had portrayed in the rumors, easygoing, friendly, and even a bit gentle. This sense of equality is truly rare. Is this some kind of pretense of intimacy? Akechi Goro had a feeling it wasn't. Perhaps his discernment was lacking, but he truly felt that Carl's gratitude and joy for him were genuine. To be treated with such affection by this lord. Akechi felt a surge of diligence. He must work diligently to ensure this lord's daily well-being. Chapter 789. Morning News. Arasaka's talks with New America draw attention. Night City may see a turning point. Good morning, everyone. This is WNS. The meeting between Arasaka Corporation CEO Nobuaki Arasaka and new U.S. President Rosalind Miles has entered its second day, drawing widespread global attention. The talks are seen as a key signal of easing tensions between the two sides, particularly amidst the ongoing military deployments around Night City. The NCPD has cordoned off the blocks surrounding the city center, with armored hovercraft conducting low-altitude patrols. While officials haven't disclosed the specific agenda, sources familiar with the matter say the discussions may cover border conflicts, cybersecurity agreements, and military adjustments. The market has reacted swiftly, with the risk premium on Arasaka bonds declining, while defense stocks generally fell, reflecting investors' hopes for a détente. Michael, a former military technology consultant, noted that this meeting either means one side holds decisive leverage or that the costs of the conflict have exceeded expectations. Meanwhile, the people of Night City are divided, with some hoping for peace and others questioning whether this is merely the calm before the storm. So far, neither the White House nor Arasaka has issued a detailed statement, but some companies and local councils have held emergency meetings, concerned that a bilateral agreement could alter the global balance of power. For more information, please follow the live broadcast of the open talks our reporter will be attending. We will continue to monitor subsequent developments. The blue light of the car's screen danced in the dimly lit cabin, flashing news and information. The elderly deliverman, known as the Old Deliverman in Haywood, steered with one hand while grabbing a pre-prepared sandwich with the other and taking a big bite. Though his teeth were slow, they still stubbornly crushed the food in his mouth. The salty aroma of luncheon meat and the richness of the fried egg blended between his lips and teeth. The solid texture of the real ingredients made his cloudy eyes light up slightly. The delicious, real taste of food slid down his esophagus, bringing a surge of vitality into his aging body. The old man smacked his lips, a satisfied smile seeping through his wrinkles. "It has to be real meat and real eggs." The old man muttered softly, devouring the rest of the sandwich in a few bites. In the past, such a luxurious meal would have been enough for him to savor all day, even worthy of being a commemoration of a significant moment in his life. But now? He smacked his lips, savoring the lingering aroma of fat on his tongue. The real luncheon meat and fried egg were no longer a delicacy he could only taste in his dreams. For an old man who had lived for over half a century, he had seen a lot. As a young man, he witnessed the Fourth Corporate War sweep across the globe. The steel behemoths of Arasaka and Militech clashing until the nuclear bomb exploded atop Arasaka Tower in Night City. At the time, his family huddled in North Oak, the desolate rocky hills that would later be known as the richest paradise. They narrowly escaped destruction, but the blazing white light of the nuclear explosion remained seared into his retina. Later, North Oak was targeted by the city council. One spring in the 1950s, bulldozers, shouting "Fight crime," demolished the tin shacks and, along with them, the human garbage. An old NCPD officer, a lifetime veteran and still at the bottom of the ranks, perhaps feeling guilty or perhaps out of sympathy, slipped an egg to his younger brother during an eviction. The egg, originally intended for the old man's younger brother, ended up in his throat, the yolk warm, fishy, and redemptive. At the time, he was only a teenager, having lost his parents shortly after birth. With only one older brother, the younger brother was sensible. He knew it was his brother who had been raising him. To give his brother strength, while he worked hard to earn money, he forced the most nutritious egg yolk into the old man's mouth. The kind-hearted police officer's bones are probably reduced to ash now, and the younger brother's skull was ripped open by a stray bullet while hauling goods for the Vortex gang over a decade ago. But the old man always remembers the feel of that yolk when chewing a real egg. Until after 2075. More things have changed in the past 2 years than he experienced in the entire first half of his life. Who could have imagined? In just 2 short years, the old man who used to kick anyone's ass now has the names of Atacado, the NCPD, and the 6th Street Gang on his business card, occasionally taking on some side jobs for the Valentino gang. He has become a living legend on Night City's transportation network. Young errand boys no longer mocked him, but instead addressed him respectfully, as old man gang members offered cigarettes and asked for directions. Even NCPD officers, conducting random inspections of cargo, turned a blind eye to his modified pickup truck. Real meat was finally no longer a luxury, and the days of plentiful offal had made his waistline thicker. Who could have imagined that in just 2 years, things would change so swiftly, transforming old man, who had never enjoyed the comforts of life and bowed his head his entire life, into a life where he could enjoy delicious food and drink simply by working? Old man knew very well that this change didn't come from the city council, nor from the company. The city council's parasites were still dozing in their glass towers, while the corporate dogs were still sipping champagne in their hovercrafts. This change wasn't handed down from above. No one had ever expected them to actually glance down. All this change came from that legend. The legend known as KK. Night City is no longer the predatory jungle it was 2 years ago. Corp dogs can no longer simply walk away with a wad of blood-stained bills after killing someone. Families, who have been wailing and kneeling at the NCPD's door, unable to even obtain a receipt for the case, no longer have to sell their belongings, hoping for the mercy of a passing mercenary. The sounds of gunfire still linger on the streets, but bullets have finally learned to use their intelligence. Gangs no longer treat passers-by as easy targets during fights. Instead of random lunatics shooting you around the corner, you encounter patrolling NCPD officers, heavily armed and ready to scare the crap out of any experienced gang member. Not to mention the special operations team. For today's Night City gangs and street thugs, this is a far more powerful deterrent than the terrorist squad. The terrorist squad is only deployed when things get serious, while the special operations squad can actually land a swift airborne strike in their newly purchased hovercraft if they dare to cause trouble. With a single siren sound, the latest hovercraft will tear through the rain, plummeting vertically with the roar of its turbocharged engines. The next day, the morgue will be filled with several headless bodies in prosthetic form, while the morning news will simply offer a casual, successful gang riot last night. Night City today, while still the same Night City, is vastly better than before, giving people a sense of hope. Though the old man himself thinks it's a bit ridiculous to still talk about hope at his age, it's true for him. The old man rubbed the newly punched eyelets on his belt buckle, a bit dazed. The street fighting continues, but mothers dare to let their children go to the street corner to buy coke. The corporate dogs were still rampant, but at least they learned to restrain themselves and understand that there were certain things they couldn't do. This city, which had consumed most of his life, had truly changed. "You lived long enough, you really have seen everything," he muttered to his plump face in the rearview mirror, but he couldn't help but harp on the old tunes of Night City. It felt like being implanted with an outdated yet sturdy prosthesis, both absurd and strangely reassuring. As the old man watched, a border checkpoint appeared, and the road leading to it was already jammed with foreign vehicles. Chapter 790. It's been a while, old man. The border checkpoint officer lazily raised his head, and immediately recognized the truck he was so familiar with. He pushed his chair aside and stood up, his uniform jacket hanging loosely over his shoulders. He walked out of the checkpoint, and toward the car window. "I heard you were out for a while." He took the inspection form and cargo list from the old man through the car window and tossed him a bottle of water, his movements as skillful as if he were putting something into his own refrigerator. What good stuff are you hauling this time? The other day when you were out, the guy on duty outside was a rookie. He didn't even bother to call me when I was asleep in the back room. Otherwise, I have had a drink with you before I let you go. The old man grinned, his fingers tapping on the steering wheel. He opened the door and got out. You can't drink while driving. But when your shift is over, you can call me when you're back in town. We meet at the Wild Wolf. That's fine. I talk to you tomorrow about what you hauled this time. I saw the Atacado guys waiting this morning. Could it be another? What kind of big truck is that? What good stuff could it be? The old man winked at his old friend of over a decade. This once youngest officer in the NCPD's traffic division had now become the most slick veteran on the border. Over the past 2 years, he risen through the ranks with the NCPD chief, becoming a checkpoint commander. I was running errands for those guys from Atacado. It wasn't far, and I was back before I even had time to warm up the accelerator. As he spoke, the old man offered his old friend a cigarette. Just don't bring anything dangerous. We're going to be talking to you about it these days. The old officer at the checkpoint held a cigarette in his mouth, not rushing to light it. He squinted as he scanned the manifest, then tilted his chin at the old man to follow. He tapped the items on the manifest with his knuckles as he walked, his boot soles scraping against the dusty, wind-blown ground. Last month, old Jack shipped in those farm machinery parts, the officer said as he entered the checkpoint through the back door. When we opened the boxes, we saw they were all modified, contraband weapons. If the special operations team hadn't come and claimed them as theirs, even old Jack would have been incarcerated for a few days. As they spoke, the two of them approached the stamping window. The old officer casually slapped the manifest on the table inside. Just as he was about to have his men stamp the manifest, a loud noise erupted from the other side of the bulletproof glass, toward the waiting room. Accompanied by the crisp sound of a metal chair overturning and a few distorted curses, something heavy slammed against the bulletproof glass. The old officer's hand hovered there, its shadow trembling on the manifest like a startled beetle. What happened? The old officer and the old salesman immediately stopped their movements and peered through the bulletproof glass. On the other side, two groups were locked in a tense standoff. A burly man in faded overalls was grabbing the collar of a thin man across from him, whose back was pressed against the bulletproof glass. It looked as if the burly man had just pushed the thin man, causing him to collide with the bulletproof glass at the checkpoint. Fuck, those foolhardy young men, the old officer said, a little helpless. Through the fingerprint-smeared bulletproof glass, he could clearly see the bulgy men leading the group all had threatening looks, as if a fight was about to break out. They're causing trouble in this place. There's an NCPD hovercraft parked 2 kilometers from the border station. These idiots must be from some rural area. Are those on the other side Atacado? The old officer noticed the tribal insignia on the shirt of the thin man being pushed. That was his target, the Atacado member the old officer had mentioned waiting for him. Atacado? The old officer was stunned. He hadn't noticed until now that the person being pushed was the Atacado member he'd been waiting for this morning, but now, upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed the same person. He had no idea how they'd gotten into trouble with this group of outsiders. The old officer had already signaled the other NCPD officers to draw their guns. This wasn't the place for them to cause trouble. Just as the old officer was about to draw his own gun and start shouting to control the situation through the bulletproof glass, a loud shout suddenly exploded from the other side. What are you people from Atacado doing with your little money? The burly man in the lead had veins bulging on his forehead, his face practically touching the nose of the man across from him. The cuffs of his rough work clothes were stained with motor oil, and his face was filled with dissatisfaction and anger. What gives you the right to persuade us to join Atacado? Do you look down on our cuss tribe? Even if we disband, it doesn't mean we have to beg you for food here. We can definitely survive on our own. You can't even afford a decent car. The thin man from Atacado suddenly stiffened his neck and thrust his callous fingers out the window. Through the dirty glass of the checkpoint, he could see several rusted hot rods parked in the parking lot, their hoods missing. The burly man's fist slammed against the bulletproof glass, sending wisps of dust raining down from the ceiling. Bullshit! The veins in his neck bulged like tangled cables. This car is no better than what you had in Atacado. Don't forget who used the last half tank of gas to pull your men out of the ditch in 2074? Why didn't you complain about the car's shabby condition back then? Huh? Now you're acting so arrogant. If you hadn't saved our people in the past, I wouldn't have bothered to invite you. If I didn't consider you one of our own, do you think anyone could enter Atacado? The thin man stood firm against the burly man. The leader of your cuss tribe ran away long ago. You've been licking the company's boots, and now you're dreaming of making a name for yourself in this hellhole with a few broken cars and a few defeated soldiers? Dream on. At this point, the thin man's tone suddenly softened. He looked directly into the burly man's eyes, his voice carrying a rare sincerity. You should come to our Atacado, Soul. He's always thinking of you. Soul. The name was like a bucket of cold water poured over the burly man's heart. The pent-up anger over the disbanding of his tribe, and the humiliation of being treated like a lost dog were now slightly eased by the familiar name. The burly man always maintained respect for the legendary nomad leader, but the burly man loosened his grip on his collar. Even if Thor asks, this isn't negotiable. What if we had armored personnel carriers? What? The thin man's casual words froze the burly man and his companions in their tracks. The air seemed to freeze in that instant. What did you just say? The burly man's voice trembled. The thin man grinned, revealing a full set of teeth. We now have 2 armored transports. Really big ones. This bombshell news plunged the wanderers of the Cuss tribe into a long silence. Anyone who had fought in this harsh land knew what an armored transport meant. It was a mobile fortress, a lifeline, and a continuous supply line. With it, a tribe could roam the wasteland with impunity. And now, Atacado actually had 2. This was truly unbelievable, especially for the Cuss tribe, who had once collaborated with Atacado. When the Cuss tribe received Atacado's invitation, they assumed it was just a new fleet of vehicles, which was why they were so arrogant because they had some money, believing they were looking down on them. But if it were armored personnel carriers, that wasn't just a question of looking down on them. Are you kidding me? The burly man's voice was terribly hoarse, but the previous fury had mostly dissipated. With the meager wealth you have, Atacado, we wouldn't fool our own people. At this moment, an Atacado, who had been watching the entire thing, approached. It was clear from his words that he considered the Cuss tribe's separatists his own. Naturally, he pulled out a projection device and displayed the footage, which showed the 2 armored personnel carriers and their various data. It's the real deal. Some Cuss tribe members exclaimed in amazement at the data and images displayed. These veterans of the Badlands had sharp eyes, able to discern the quality of equipment at a glance. Though they had never handled such top-tier equipment, it was precisely this unattainable desire that made them understand the minute specifications of these steel beasts better than anyone else. The burly leader of the Cuss tribe separatists choked, a look of obvious interest evident on his face. If Atacado simply asked them to abandon their tribal name and join Atacado because it had a new fleet, it would be a clear insult. After all, each side had its own dignity. But if Atacado invited them after already having armored transports, it was clearly a sincere invitation, a call driven by a need for manpower. One was a pity from someone who hadn't had a good life, while the other was a successful attempt to bring brothers together to start a business. The meaning was definitely different. The former would naturally be angry at the other party's behavior, but the latter. The burly man hesitated, but maintained his basic dignity. Tell Thor to come and talk to me in person. I talked to him. What a coincidence, the thin man said. Boss Thor is driving the magic lizard right here, just waiting for you to say that. Magic lizard? The burly man's voice suddenly rose an octave, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Are you talking about the magic lizard I know? That's right. The thin man shook his head proudly. We now have 3 armored vehicles, 2 we own and 1 we rent. One of ours is the newly purchased one you see in front of you, and the other one. He deliberately dragged out his words. It's a genuine magic lizard, paid for in full. Authentic. The burly man hesitated. When will Saul arrive? Where is he? I pick him up right away. That's not a rush. The thin man smiled and waved to the NCPD officers at the checkpoint, who had relaxed their guard a little as the situation eased. He indicated that it was okay. Boss Saul is helping lead some men to a place. He says he's going to bust something. He come over here and ask us to go with him. We can practice our skills together after a long time. Leading men? The burly man was stunned. When did Saul start transporting goods and people? These people are Saul's own initiative. It's different. On his own initiative? The burly man suddenly heard a sound, the roar of machinery. Almost at the same time, the old cargo boss and the veteran police officer on the other side of the bulletproof glass also moved. Oh, it seems I arrived at the perfect time. I didn't expect to run into them. The old man, who had overheard the conversation between the Atacado and Cuss tribe members outside, had clearly realized who had spurred Atacado leader Thor to offer his help. He and the old police officer both knew that person. They were very familiar with him. As the roar of the magic lizard armored transport vehicle pierced the morning mist, the entire checkpoint seemed to pause. The newly arrived dreamers waiting to enter the city at the checkpoint stared wide-eyed, their luggage clattering to the ground. The steel behemoth was soaring across the Badlands Road, followed by 5 heavily modified chariots. Its speed was like a howling wind. The lizard slowly hovered 30 meters from the checkpoint. The blast of air from its engines caused the NCPD's virtual cordon to swing wildly. With the hissing sound of hydraulic decompression, the hatch opened layer by layer like a prehistoric beast spreading its scales. The morning light suddenly grew blinding. As the lizard opened, a figure emerged, stepping onto the armor plating. Stretching, his features were initially difficult to discern. The 2-seater lizard seems a bit more comfortable than a regular 2-seater. As the young man emerged from the cabin muttered to himself, his figure fully unfolded in the morning light. He was a figure known to every Night City resident, and indeed the world. Although he hadn't been seen in recent days, everyone recognized him instantly when he appeared. Night City only recognizes 2 kinds of legends: those who have already gone to their graves, and those who are stretching on the armor plating. He was the embodiment of the dreams of those who came to Night City, and a savior in the eyes of those who had moved from all over the country, hearing of the refuge he offered. "Good morning, KK." Amidst the mixed looks of the many outsiders, the NCPD officers at the checkpoint and the residents of Atacado naturally greeted the legend, considered unattainable by outsiders. And the living legend responded, "Good morning, everyone." Under the sunlight, KK appeared before the eyes of the world once again. Chapter 791. After Carl resumed accepting work, his first assignment was a simple one to get his feet wet. To be precise, this assignment was related to his work while hiding his identity, but from the opposite perspective. When Hanako Arasaka was suddenly attacked by Nobuo Arasaka during the Arasaka Tower meeting and imprisoned, a thorny problem presented itself to Nobuo Arasaka. Regardless, Hanako Arasaka's faction remained a deeply entrenched behemoth within the Arasaka group. Even during Saburo Arasaka's lifetime, her influence had quietly taken root in every key node of the group. Lately, she has been sending trusted aides to North America, expanding her influence like a spider weaving a web. Now that she has been suddenly imprisoned, those die-hard followers lurking in the shadows are inevitably ready to stir, like wolves scenting blood. The most urgent task is to root out these poisonous sprouts before they emerge. To completely eradicate Hanako Arasaka's die-hard followers, someone both trustworthy and capable must be entrusted with the task. Someone as precise as a scalpel and as ruthless as a hammer. So, who does Arasaka Nobuyuki consider trustworthy and capable? Actually, you don't have to go with me. Sitting in the metal cabin of the lizard-armored vehicle, Carl looked out through the bulletproof glass at the Atacado personnel and said to Thor. The cabin was filled with the smell of oil and dust, and the low-pitched vibrations of the engine carried through the armor plating like the breath of a sleeping beast. Just have someone take me there. It's not far. Thor grinned, tapping the console with his rough fingers. The holographic map cast a faint blue halo in the air. It's a rare trip to the Badlands for you, so we should show some hospitality. His eyes swept over Carl's weapons, and he added pointedly, and didn't you say? The goal this time is to destroy a base's personnel and data. He deliberately dragged out his words, as if weighing a chip. Everything else will rot there anyway, so we can just move some back. In the wasteland, it's a rule to pick up what you can. Carl heard the calculation in his words. This meeting had been Carl's initiative. He thought the Atacado tribe knew the Badlands terrain well, so he suggested that Thor send a guide to drive him there. But when Thor learned that Carl was targeting a hidden Arasaka stronghold in the Badlands, the shrewd tribal leader immediately changed his mind. He personally selected 20 skilled warriors, and, driving their lizards and several modified vehicles, they joined the operation in a mighty force. To say Carl hadn't anticipated Thor's move would be a lie. He didn't understand the rules of survival in the Badlands, but he had heard V say that here, every bullet and every synthetic protein bar meant a chance to live another day. When Carl told Thor that they only needed to destroy the data and eliminate the personnel, he had already left ample room for maneuver, deliberately emphasizing that everything else was irrelevant. It was like dropping a piece of fresh meat in the wilderness. It was bound to attract hungry wolves. However, Carl hadn't expected Thor to mobilize such a large force. 20 fully armed tribal warriors, a lizard, and 4 vehicles loaded with weapons racks. They didn't look like they were going to pick up a loose end, but more like they were going to capture a tribal camp. But on reflection, Carl felt he'd been enjoying life in the city for too long. Even Arasaka's defective goods were, in the eyes of the Badlands residents, just the pretentious words of the city lords. Even the equipment and weapons marked as waste would be enough to cause a fight between two tribes in the Badlands, let alone the equipment in the secret base. Anyone could tell that anything stored in such a secret place must be cutting-edge technology. Even military-grade equipment might be common there. Faced with such complete, even the latest and most advanced equipment, it would be impossible for a tribal leader, even one with a moderate level of wealth, not to be tempted. After all, even the Atacado tribe's most proud lizard armored vehicles were merely transport armored vehicles, long obsolete by military technology. Inspecting his equipment, Carl felt that the current situation truly resembled the tricks favored by Night City's middlemen. Layers of outsourcing and profit sharing. He took the job from Arasaka's Nobuyuki, and, using the base's despised equipment as compensation, convinced the Atacado tribe to willingly serve as his thugs. Think about it, isn't this the tactic those corporate thugs are most adept at? Using other people's resources to accomplish their own tasks, and ultimately making everyone feel they profited. It's foreseeable that with Atacado's help, he might not even have to take action. Atacado's men would fill in any dangers, handle any chores, and he could simply wait for the mission to be completed. If Carl hadn't had a close relationship with Atacado, and hadn't been prepared to work together to prevent Atacado from suffering any casualties, he might have simply sat back. Atacado's men would undoubtedly be willing to help, and perhaps even grateful. What are you thinking about? Thor, leaning against the link to pilot the lizard, noticed Carl's thoughtful expression beside him. Are you worried about the job coming up? Don't worry. This kind of raiding a secret base is our first time, but my people are all from the Badlands, so it won't be a problem. No, I was just thinking about something else. I feel like the most important thing for a middleman is skill and connections. And now I discovered I have both. I'm definitely qualified to be one. But if I really want to be a good middleman, I might feel a little guilty, Carl said, sharing his thoughts with Thor. Thor, hearing Carl's words, laughed. You're quite sentimental, Carl, or are you just too conscientious? You don't look like a city person at all, more like one of us, the Atacados. The company's tactics work just as well in the Badlands. Using what you want as compensation, I get you to willingly help me. You're actually worried about this. You feel like you're truly incapable of being a middleman. If you could be as hard-hearted as Rogue, I think the Queen of Life, the King of Middlemen, would be relegated to a different position the moment you're gone. Forget the Queen. Carl was speechless. I just don't think this is a good idea. What's wrong with it? Do you think we're being used? Do you think you use bait to lure us out? Come on, Carl. Do you know why Atacado has survived so long in this abode? It's because we can distinguish between bait and meat, while you, for one, don't understand the concept of baiting. You're undoubtedly a good friend who's brought the meat. We'd be delighted to entertain you. You make me sound like a fisherman in the Air Force. Carl looked at the approaching sand dunes. According to the intelligence, beneath those dunes lay the secret Arasaka base belonging to Hanako Arasaka's faction. Chapter 792. Clearing the secret base didn't take long. To say it was fleeting would be disrespectful to the loyal personnel within the secret base, who had shown loyalty to Hanako Arasaka, but to say it took any effort at all was certainly not that much. Thanks to the internal authorization code from Hanako's faction, which Carl had obtained in advance, the secret base's defenses, which were sufficient to withstand attacks from ordinary tribes in the Badlands and the company's special forces, were easily disabled without any effect. The blast gates slid open smoothly, the automatic turrets lowered their barrels and entered sleep mode, and even the laser-trip mines in the corridors obediently retracted their crimson rays. These defense systems, which should have been a headache for the company's special forces, were now like sex dolls in Night City's cloudtops, at the mercy of anyone. And with the base's own defenses, the only obstacle they could pose, disabled, the personnel within could pose no obstacle to Carl and Atacado's men. While there were some guards within the base, who could be considered competent, that was all they were worth. The true elite had long since been transferred to Arasaka Tower, and those remaining in this remote base were merely marginalized second-tier personnel. They might be qualified to lead a regular combat squad, but in the true power play of the company, they weren't even worthy of being pawns. There were 7 people in the secret base, and within 2 minutes of Carl and the Atacado men engaging in action, all those who had hurriedly drawn their weapons, wondering why their guards hadn't been triggered, lay dead on the ground. Wandering through the secret base, a vast excavated space divided into 10 rooms roughly the size of a large warehouse, Carl cleaned and stored various data while watching the Atacado men arrive, excitedly carrying various equipment. Somewhat unexpectedly, this secret base, likely a logistics storage facility, contained more equipment than he imagined. While for a large company like Arasaka, it could only be a temporary supply point for a small operation team. For Adacardo, it was truly a treasure trove. Simply by cleaning up the coding and programming of the smart weapons, these military-grade weapons and equipment could be used by Adacardo. At that point, Adacardo's overall strength would be significantly elevated. 20 smart pistols, 30 kinetic rifles, and 15 more smart rifles, and then there's technology. As Thor muttered, his eyes brightened as he calculated the number of these military-grade weapons and equipment. This haul far exceeded his expectations. He anticipated even a fifth of what he received would be enough to celebrate with a full camp banquet and some near-expiring cans of real meat. But to have so much was truly a dream. Fuck. That's Arasaka's latest tactical body armor. A young soldier's hands trembled as he held a piece of equipment. I heard of this stuff. It's Arasaka's latest internal equipment. 10 pieces appeared on the black market a few days ago, and someone bought them for a huge price to equip their own guards. Now there's a box here, with no fewer than 20 pieces. Carl took a quick look and realized that it wasn't actually the latest model, but rather tactical body armor from a while ago. Carl seemed to have seen it last year, and even worn it back then. There was a box here, probably inventory that hadn't been cleared out. Arasaka's so-called latest model was essentially no different from any other company's latest model. It usually meant it was just outdated. The only time Arasaka would throw out the old one for everyone to see was when they were getting a new collar for their dog. However, Carl didn't bother to spoil the young man's joy. Judging solely by market conditions, this was, in a sense, the latest model. A common kinetic pistol would likely not cause any damage to this tactical body armor, let alone harm the person underneath. Carl remembered seeing some internal Arasaka testing that indicated this body armor had reached the level of subcutaneous armor typically worn by corporate security teams, though it wasn't the heavy-duty kind. With this body armor and a specialized helmet, he could probably charge into a street fight without any problems, especially in the Badlands. This is Sion Weston. Another Sion Weston member pried open a storage room and found 7 neatly arranged storage compartments against the wall, each clearly labeled Sion Weston. His discovery caused several nearby Adacardo personnel, who were busy opening boxes like treasure chests, to immediately drop their work and gather around. Sion Weston? Wow, a rare find, truly impressive. But can it be used in our environment? I heard it can easily turn you into a cyber psychopath if you use it. I can't say for sure. I asked the tribe first. Carl listened to their conversation, examined the Sion Weston, and finally found the model number of this batch of Sion Weston in the information marked nearby. Dinara Sion Weston Type 1. What old models are these? Carl remembered that the first Sion Weston user he encountered shortly after arriving in Night City was using this model. It wasn't bad, at least it was designed specifically for mercenaries and soldiers. However, the fact that this thing appeared in this secret base only meant this place couldn't really be some logistics warehouse for old weapons, could it? Hearing the occasional exclamations, Carl shook his head and went to the secret base's data core. He unplugged a single molecule cable and completed the connection. After reviewing the secret base's core data, he discovered that its functions were indeed similar to his expectations. This was indeed a logistics support base with outdated equipment, built so that the operatives could disguise themselves as ordinary mercenaries and soldiers. It was definitely considered excellent equipment on the market, and Arasaka judged it suitable for disguises of ordinary mercenaries and soldiers, which seemed to be no problem. Just when Carl thought this warehouse was just that, he noticed a storage record. It was a list of items that had been stored in the warehouse before. Carl briefly browsed through it and found something interesting. Wait a minute. This base once had nuclear bombs? Chapter 793. You're saying that in the Badlands, a suburban area, in an ordinary Arasaka secret base, there were nuclear bombs stored? Even after listening to Carl's account from the Badlands, Oliver, sitting on the sofa, was a little stunned. He almost immediately looked at Johnny. This nuclear bomb should be the same one I know Johnny used, right? As he listened to Oliver's words, the projection of Johnny's silver hand's face became noticeably confused, as if his expression had darkened. Carl nodded and shook his head. It's a nuclear bomb, and it is, but the yield isn't that high. He explained, according to the data I reviewed, the blast radius is only about a city block. It's a tactical, low-yield nuclear weapon, primarily used to strike operational and tactical targets. Judging by its storage time, it was deployed around the time of the Unification War to prevent a new America invasion, and it's long been moved. During the Unification War, Jack gritted his teeth. In other words, if New America had dared to invade Night City, this thing would have been deployed, and a nuclear war might have been necessary. If a new corporate war had broken out, it wouldn't be a surprising event. V, standing nearby, didn't find this surprising. The use of nuclear bombs in corporate wars is nothing uncommon. Even more dangerous weapons have been used countless times. Nuclear bombs are now considered a conventional weapon. Think about the anti-radiation gear that almost every soldier had to be equipped with during the Central American War, and some soldiers were given inferior clothing, which caused their bodies to mutate due to radiation. It is clear that the use of this thing had been routinely used as early as when Johnny was still serving. That's not something to talk about cheerfully, Oliver said, looking at Carl. So Carl, you just went to clear out one of your bases and came back. I thought you were going to help Cyberpunk wipe out every base in the Badlands. How could that be? There are so many bases, and some well-informed people might have already destroyed them and fled. Who knows, there might be a group gathered right now to discuss how to rescue their master from the clutches of that great demon, Cyberpunk. I just helped Cyberpunk go to the nearest base. Carl. He stared at the content playing on the TV screen in front of him. Will Rosalind Miles stay in Night City? I thought she was busy, rushing back to Washington to clean up the traitors after this meeting, but it seems she's planning to stay in Night City for a while? Hanson and Lark's affairs are probably more important than the things in Washington that can be dealt with once she returns. After all, those politicians who just want her dead but haven't succeeded yet are like a nuclear bomb here, enough to end her political life if it explodes. She probably wouldn't trust anyone with such a task, so she's stuck here. Jack's words made Carl think for a moment, and he nodded. Right. Rosalind Miles isn't the type to trust others with important matters, especially after the plane crash. So what do you think of Hanson's next move? He doesn't have many options right now. Do you think he continue to use Lark as leverage to keep Miles from taking action, or will he seek cooperation with Miles? In my opinion, Hanson doesn't have much time to think. T-Bug stood nearby, cup of coffee in hand, analyzing from his hacker perspective. According to my theory, the Lark is now being corroded by the black wall, and has probably reached its limit. Although Hanson has found a solution to the Lark's problems, I'm not sure if Hanson truly intends to give it to the Lark. I suspect Hanson is using the Lark as leverage to seek cooperation from other forces, and to intimidate Miles. However, if things get to the point where he's in danger, I have no doubt he immediately shoot the Lark and smash it in his hand. Smash it in his hand? Oliver sounded puzzled. Then Miles's treasure is gone, and Miles isn't fighting him to the death. Oh, I get it. Then Oliver realized. For Rosalind Miles, her political life was clearly the most important thing. Everything else was expendable. She had previously issued an order to eliminate Lark if necessary. In other words, while she harbored a lingering desire to retrieve Lark, if she and Hanson couldn't reach an agreement and the situation became so fraught with concern for her, she would rather see Lark die than continue to threaten her. In other words, if Hanson eliminated Lark, Rosalind Miles would be able to accept it. As long as Hanson didn't have the evidence, she wouldn't have to rush into action. Hanson would also have some time to breathe, and the two of them could maintain a delicate peace. All that was needed was Lark's death. I think Hanson knows this too. The only reason Lark is still alive is because Hanson wants to squeeze her out of her. None of these people are fools. Lark just keeps jumping from one cage to another. Johnny saw the current situation. While that blindly loyal agent still wants to save her, I don't think it's possible. Carl nodded. Anyway, it's none of our business now. Although if something happens to Blackwell, it would be a big deal. By the way, I got the reward from Seishin. It's for me, but it's actually for you all. Oliver V, it's time for you to upgrade your prosthetics. Carl looked at Oliver and V. You mean new prosthetics? Oliver understood the meaning behind Carl's words. It's about the same. The improved Krenzikov and the Arasaka-made sword. The sword was custom-made for V. The improved Krenzikov is a newer, and improved version of the one currently used by the terrorist squad. The only problem is that it puts even more strain on the human body. Can you handle it? You're talking like you're asking if I can have an extra bottle of wine with my meal. Oliver didn't consider the improved Krenzikov a burden at all. If the terrorist squad could use something, even an improved version, it wouldn't be too much of a burden for Oliver these days. That once green 6th Street kid is now a member of the legendary KK squad. Chapter 794. That's too fast. He claimed to be able to handle it easily, but in actual use, the latest Krenzikov gave Oliver a unique feeling. Is this what true speed feels like? When I activated Krenzikov in Sion Weston, it felt like I was walking through a sticky, yet completely unobstructed ball of air. So fast. I never felt speeds like this before. My nerves, thoughts, and reflexes are incredibly active. Jack, there's a leaf stuck in your teeth. Jack's face darkened. You don't have to observe so closely. So how does it feel? While he was complaining about Jack, Oliver, who had already stopped using it, took a deep breath, feeling his slightly elevated body temperature and the sweat on his body. After stretching his arms and legs to make sure he was alright, he said, "It's like flying. I see you're still running on the ground. Can you please stop using such ridiculous descriptions?" Carl, standing nearby, was a little speechless at Oliver's mysterious words, but remembering how he experienced the same thing when he updated the Access warehouse, he didn't bother to continue his complaints. Oliver's current situation was very similar to Carl's. Simply put, he was experiencing a surge of accelerated reflexes, a sensation that his brain and mental activity had reached a new level. It was a bit difficult to adjust to, and he hadn't recovered much. However, compared to Carl's constant state, Oliver only experienced this sensation after using Weston and Krensikov, and it was at most a lingering aftereffect. With more use, perhaps the body will actually adapt to the feeling. At that point, it will be a new level. Once fully acclimated, Oliver's foresight might even reach a new level. Watching Oliver's performance, Carl began to understand why the combination of Krensikov and Weston was so prone to creating cyberpsychosis. Although cyberpsychosis is caused by many factors, and there's even a theory that cyberpsychosis is driven insane by society, based on the cyberpsychosis Carl had witnessed, mental factors certainly played a significant role. However, to say that prosthetics had no influence was an absolute lie. The development of a cyberpsychopath is a multifaceted process. Under normal circumstances, the gradual development of a cyberpsychopath might be very slow, like squeezing something, with each piece piling up before a final event finally breaking the camel's back, completely crushing the individual's spirit and transforming them into a cyberpsychopath. Weston and Krensikov acted as an accelerator. The more one uses Weston and Krensikov, the more one feels their reflexes heightened, along with their ability to think. This is especially true of the popular Weston products, which often include combat assistance programs. With their assistance, one's mind becomes so active in a strange way that one can even examine oneself. The more active this becomes, the more alienated one feels from normal reflexes and senses, and the more unfamiliar and unclear one's self-awareness becomes. Just like Alzheimer's disease, the central nervous system, under various factors, undergoes degenerative changes, causing memory loss or confusion, making it difficult to recognize oneself. In this situation, a person's past rationality and perceptions vanish significantly, or even completely. In this state, many cyberpsychopaths become puppets driven entirely by instinct and cybernetics, resulting in uncontrollable, usually suppressed madness and thoughts. In Carl's opinion, this may be the reason why some cyberpsychopaths, after developing symptoms, often indiscriminately attack those around them. If we continue this line of thought, why did Mantis Blade pair up with Weston and Krensikov, essentially transforming each one into a cyberpsychopath? Is it because in that state, the person still perceives themselves as human, but after seeing Mantis Blade's transformations, which are clearly not human, they believe they are not themselves, thus experiencing a dreamlike feeling of being out of control and unable to control themselves? Carl feels that summarizing these thoughts in a book titled A Study of Cyberpsychosis would probably fetch a good price. But if someone sees my name and changes the title to Research on Cyberpsychosis, I think it's best not to do that. The doctors and technicians involved in cyberpsychosis research are undoubtedly much more profound and serious than I can guess. The little I come up with, showing off in front of them, might just be basic knowledge they already figured out. But I heard that the current suppression methods for cyberpsychosis are tranquilizers, electric shocks, and death threats. Maybe they don't really understand that well. Just as Carl was pondering cyberpsychosis and thinking vaguely of the terrorist squad, V approached him. "What are you thinking about?" "Just a little thing." Carl turned his head to look at V, and found him in high spirits. "You seem to be adapting a little faster than Oliver. Maybe it's because I felt that the previous Krensikov couldn't keep up with my speed, making me feel slow. Now, I think it's just right. The latest model developed by Arasaka is just right? If you weren't V, I suspect you were like Adam Hammer, who's already a psychopath, and therefore won't have symptoms." "Hey Carl, don't compare me to him." V felt helpless at his friend's whimsical ideas. Adam Hammer was the only lunatic like him in years. Although he had confidence in himself, he couldn't compare himself to him. "Let's not talk about that." V changed the subject, pulling out his phone. "I just received a message that the city council has decided to dismiss the management of the terrorist squad and restructure the unit. I heard that the Arasaka and New America members of the city council are behind this, and they decided to completely eradicate the legacy of former Mayor Lucius Lane. What are your thoughts on this? It seems the former mayor's attempts to align with military technology have irritated Arasaka and New America. After negotiations, even the former mayor's political remnants are being eliminated. Carl glanced at the phone Viet picked up. Tell me about the specifics of the planned adjustments. I'm too lazy to read. They say they assign NCPD personnel to manage the unit, just like the terrorist squad did. NCPD? Chapter 795. Chapter 17. Section 3 of the Night City Public Security Regulations clearly stipulates that NCPD personnel manage the terrorist squad. While this has become a formality, it remains an ironclad principle enshrined in Night City law. According to the rules established years ago, to prevent the terrorist squad, a group of highly cyborg-enhanced lunatics, from spiraling out of control, elite officers who have passed political review and genetic testing must serve in the unit and implement 24-hour rotational supervision. After all, the original members of the terrorist squad were selected from the elite officers of the NCPD. However, times have changed. In today's Night City, NCPD management of the terrorist squad is now a mere formality. The NCPD chief's electronic signature on the quarterly reports piling up in the City Hall archives is merely a formality. The true controllers of the terrorist squad are specialists nominally affiliated with the NCPD, but secretly appointed by the City Council. These specialists answer solely to the City Council, and possess the authority to remotely and forcibly shut down all cyberpsychoprosthetics, ensuring that this most uncontrollable and terrifying security force in Night City remains firmly under the City Council's control. The NCPD's reassertion of de facto management of the terrorist squad is ostensibly a routine adjustment to the policing system, but in reality, it is the inevitable product of a power struggle within the City Council. The origins of the City Council's decision to assign personnel to the NCPD to manage the terrorist squad must be traced back to Mayor Lucius Lane, that bloated yet ambitious political genius. Amid the bloody smoke of the Unification War, while other Night City politicians still feared the New America's dominance and trembled at the possibility of a reunified New America, it was this seemingly mediocre Night City councilman who, using fire to fight fire, brought in the Arasaka Corporation to counterbalance the expansion of Militech. This risky move not only preserved Night City's autonomy, but also propelled him directly to the mayoral throne. Of course, Arasaka's behind-the-scenes political manipulation cannot be ignored, but even the most caustic critics have to acknowledge Ryan's sharp judgment of the situation. Even more intriguingly, after gaining a firm foothold, the mayor secretly extended an olive branch to Militech, attempting to use the arms giant to contain Arasaka's growing influence. Though this dangerous balancing act ultimately ended in tragedy, as is so often the case with Night City stories, no one can deny that during those turbulent years, Ryan was the only player on the Night City Council capable of forging a rift within the Iron Curtain of multinational corporations. Even Hansen, now entrenched in Dogtown, the war hyena navigating the corporate landscape, possessed the political savvy of a toddler compared to Ryan's. A fundamental disparity existed between the two. One could only barely maintain the fragile neutrality of a tiny region, while the other had the entirety of Night City engaged in a 7-year, deadly tango between military technology, Arasaka, and major corporations. While Hansen was still haggling over the price of Dogtown's smuggling routes, Ryan had already turned the company into a bargaining chip in his personal gambling game, even if that was audacious and insane. Ryan's remains are long gone, but the poison ivy he sowed still entangles Night City's very lifeblood. Those carefully crafted policies, like outdated chips implanted in the central nervous system, must be plucked out one by one with a political scalpel, and the NCPD's reintroduction of the terrorist squad is a particularly clever move. No company raised a banner of opposition. Even the Night Group, the company that founded Night City, remained strangely silent. After all, everyone understood that this benefited every company. During Lucius Ryan's golden age, the shrewd, overweight man was a true political genius. He gradually transformed the city council from a corporate puppet theater into his own personal solo stage. The citizens loved him. His approval rating soared up the rankings like KK's Mutuo. In the election hologram, Ryan always wore that "I can handle it all" smile, and many in Night City fell for it. If Lucius Lane hadn't died, there wouldn't be anyone in Night City who could challenge him for the mayoral position. To prevent another such popular mayor, who attempted to exploit corporations to create his own city, the corporations have come together to prevent some of Lucius Lane's policies from continuing. This reminds me of a classic joke. At NCPD headquarters, Carl observed the busy NCPD officers around him, and said to Andy, Old America had Roosevelt during World War II, and all subsequent policies were designed to prevent another Roosevelt. While Lucius Lane is essentially just a brilliant politician and lacks Roosevelt's talent, the two approaches are quite similar. I think it's best if I don't express any opinion on this. Andy sorted through the documents he was holding, looking at the few friends he invited standing around curiously in the NCPD office. He said, "After all, I'm the beneficiary of this. Honestly, I didn't expect the city council to choose you as the administrator of the terrorist squad." Carl folded his hands. "I thought the city council would still choose someone who would bear the NCPD's name, but actually be their agent. This proves that the city council is still the council of those companies after all." After Lucius Lane's death, faced with the new areas they could intervene in, they still didn't trust each other. In the end, they had to choose a candidate that everyone could accept. Just like with the terrorist squad, every company had a role, but no one was allowed to monopolize it. Maybe? Carl called him a candidate that everyone could accept. Andy's expression remained unchanged. For those companies, stability is the biggest benefit, right? It seems Mr. Johnson's achievements since taking office, combined with the performance of your special operations team, are very much in line with the company's needs. But that makes sense. Carl tilted his head. For those at the top, as long as there aren't any incidents at the bottom that damage the company's reputation, and there aren't any more frequent cases of damage to company property on the streets, with all the checks and balances, choosing a compromise candidate is a natural progression. But this is also a test. Andy had already put away the documents recording each member of the terrorist squad and looked at Carl, V, and the others who had been invited. The man Lucius Lane left behind, unable to be reassigned to any company, relied on his years of experience controlling the terrorist squad to destroy the old control protocols before his death. Since he couldn't survive, he simply turned the terrorist squad into a ticking time bomb. I actually rather he activated the protocol and sent all those cyber psychos down. At least that way I could build a clean team from scratch. But now, we only have a few fragmented sub-protocols. They can weaken them, but it's difficult to kill them like the old protocol. Andy's face took on a rare touch of indifference. I guess that man was hoping they'd lose control and cause further chaos in Night City. Unfortunately, I'm the one cleaning up the mess now. That's why you invited us, isn't it? Carl smiled and said, "We have to teach those cyber psychos about rules and superiors." Chapter 796. The Terrorist Squad. This feared armed force in Night City consists of 10 elite squads, with a regular membership of between 60 and 70. For a metropolis whose population has recently swelled from 7 million to nearly 8 million, this special forces tasked with suppressing riots and eradicating cyber psychopaths is remarkably small. However, this very scarcity is part of its terrifying deterrent. For the terrorist squad itself is composed of tamed beasts. Almost all members are top-tier dangerous individuals captured and rehabilitated during cyberpsychosis episodes. In this steel jungle, only those with blood-soaked hands, their nerves driven to a frenzy by prosthetics, can be called cyber-psychics. And only cyber-psychopaths tamed through cortical suppression surgery and medication can become members of the terrorist squad. Maintaining this squad's numbers is a miracle. Considering the recurrence rate of nervous breakdowns during missions, the near mutually annihilated casualties in hunting their own kind, and the harsh reality that each member's average service time is no more than 2 years, the terrorist squad constantly teeters on the brink of exhaustion. The terrorist squad is perpetually undermanned, yet never truly faces the dilemma of being without personnel. This statement may sound paradoxical, but understanding the nature of this team reveals its cruel logic. In Night City, madness is as commonplace as breathing. Every day, new cyber psychopaths are born on the streets, out-of-control mercenaries, overloaded cybernetic soldiers, and citizens consumed by despair. They constantly fill the vacancies of the terrorist squad. The question is never, are there madmen? But how long can madmen survive? Most new recruits rarely last more than 3 months. Either torn apart by even more insane prey during a mission, or completely broken down one night on duty, ultimately becoming targets for their own teammates. Those who survive are the most monstrous of monstrosities, the most insane of insane. They teeter on the brink of collapse, yet miraculously cling to a last shred of sanity. Enough to keep killing, enough to become Night City's sharpest instruments of execution. Thus, the terrorist squad is always short of men, yet also never short of men, because in this city, madness is the only renewable resource. Now, due to the previous management's negligence, this once tamed beast has completely broken free. The terrorist squad has spiraled out of control, refusing to perform routine duties, ignoring the chain of command, and even acting according to their own mad logic. This blatant rebellion is an intolerable betrayal for any authority. The reason the city council and major corporations have long acquiesced to these cyber psychopaths' special law enforcement powers, condoning their indiscriminate killings and forced recruitment during their crackdowns, is that they effectively maintain a certain perverse order. This special forces unit, founded in the 2000s, has for nearly a century adhered to a simple principle: curb madness with madness. But if they can't even fulfill this last useful value, then this lunatic team operating on the edge of the law may be coming to an end. Although Night City's security situation is improving, the NCPD has largely controlled the regular crime rate through a massive expansion of regular police officers and the establishment of several new special operations teams. But facing the unique threat of cyber psychopaths, the terrorist squad still retained a lasting strategic value. Their efficiency far surpassed that of regular NCPD personnel. More importantly, these expendable lunatics were far more economical to budget than well-trained special operations teams. As long as they could continue to hunt their own kind, as long as their bullets could still hit the right targets, the city's rulers would continue to tolerate the existence of this lunatic unit. After all, in Night City, pragmatism always trumped morality. So, to finally determine whether this venerable unit could still be effective, the city council chose Andy, captain of the NCPD Special Operations Team, to take over this increasingly out-of-control lunatic army. Andy's Special Operations Team had proven itself capable of partially replacing the terrorist squad's functions through its combat experience. He was both familiar with street-level combat and maintained a sound mind. Precisely what the current terrorist squad lacked. When the council members made their decision, they were discussing the question of recycling. In their eyes, this was merely a manageable risk. If the young captain could truly bring those lunatics back to heel, Night City would once again possess a powerful butcher's knife. Even if they failed, it would be just another minor riot. The NCPD's Special Operations Team had already proven they could clean up the mess. No one cared whether Andy himself was willing to take on this difficult task. The suited tycoons were solely concerned with the outcome. Could this time-honored machine of violence find a second life, or would it be consigned to the incinerator of history? I always had a shadow over the terrorist squad. Outside the Municipal Criminal Justice Complex, the terrorist squad's base established in 2020, Oliver said to Andy, "It's probably a shadow every Santo Domingo person has. It's like the scary demon in the stories, used to scare children. If you don't behave, the terrorist squad will come and get you." It's not just Santo Domingo people who feel that way. People in Haywood feel that way too. Jack said with a smile, "It seems like every kid in Night City hears this when they're little. When I was little, I heard about the terrorist squad when Mr. Johnson told stories with my sister. We used to scare people back then. Now I have to face it myself. I wonder if my younger self would be shocked if I knew what was happening now." As Andy spoke, his expression didn't change much, even when he mentioned his sister. As time passed, some things became more and more etched in his mind, yet he spoke with increasing calmness. "Whether or not it's shocking, this is something we have to face," Carl said, glancing around at the group that had accompanied Andy. He, Andy, Jack, Oliver, and Johnny were the six of them. To prevent the terrorist squad from going berserk and spreading to the civilian population, the other special operations team members who had come with them were stationed outside, preparing to eliminate them. 6 of us facing an entire building, a terrorist squad of around 70 men. "Johnny, can your modified body really withstand this?" Carl was only worried about Johnny. "Don't underestimate me, Carl. Just wait and see. I'm afraid this is what you said back in Arasaka Tower." Chapter 797. KK is here. When Carl and his group appeared outside the Municipal Criminal Justice Complex, their whereabouts were instantly detected by the surveillance system. Data instantly streamed into the terrorist squad's tactical terminal, informing every member of the squad. Although the faces of some of the people around KK were blurred and distorted due to the interference of Caruso's optical prosthetic eye, it didn't matter. As long as the system could clearly recognize that man's face, it was enough. The terrorist squad was an organization that believed in strength above all else. While there were indeed members who held higher positions due to their length of service, those who quickly rose to the rank of captain were invariably ruthless individuals who silenced all opponents with their fists. After all, the squad was formed with the principle of fighting violence with violence, and this iron rule, written in blood, was also applied unimpeded within the organization. So, who is the pinnacle of individual combat power in Night City today? Perhaps it's the cybernetic Adam Hammer, or perhaps Morgan Blackhand, the man known only in name but rumored to be still active, or perhaps Aguilar, the legendary assassin who is said to have infiltrated the city. Everyone has their own answers, their own guesses. No matter how the list changes, one name always stands out. KK. Many in the terrorist squad have seen him, some even confronting this monster head-on. No member doubts his power, and no one dares not to fear his presence. A madman isn't a fool. Even if some members are insane, facing a stark disparity in power, they still understand all. Otherwise, how could the strong rise so quickly in this system of the survival of the fittest? The moment the members of the terrorist squad laid eyes on KK, they all understood his purpose. In the political storm engulfing the city council, the terrorist squad was truly the beneficiary. The special agent who once controlled their neurosuppressant was now a corpse, the shackles that bound them finally broken. They were free, completely free. But they knew better than anyone that this freedom was destined to be short-lived. A tool might occasionally slip out of control, but if it loses even its most basic purpose, all it awaits is a scrapyard furnace. Every member of the terrorist squad was a demon crawling from a sea of blood and corpses. Their induction ceremony was crude and ruthless. Either they had to beat active members to the ground to be recruited, or they had to be beaten half to death and then obediently put on a collar. Saying they didn't want to live was bullshit. But these lunatics, whose medical records uniformly labeled them cyber-psychopaths, never wanted more than to live. The authority to kill legally, top-notch military prosthetics, and enviable benefits. They were content with all of this. But greed was ingrained in them, and they wanted more. More. They wanted a new special agent, a puppet who would grant them greater freedom and better pay. They longed for another comprehensive upgrade of their equipment arsenal. The NCPD's ever-changing equipment was almost catching up to theirs, which was simply intolerable. The city council's attitude was becoming increasingly clear. Funding was shifting, support was waning, and the choice between the sane and controllable special operations team and a rabid dog that could go berserk at any moment was clear. Every time they saw a briefing about the special operations team receiving new equipment, the members of the terrorist squad felt a sense of indignation. They had long been accustomed to their privileges, to the thrill of being able to pull the trigger without having to worry about people's expressions, to the mixture of fear and panic in the eyes of ordinary people, and even more so, to the heavy weight of the city's finest equipment in their hands. They were the first to step forward and restore order in Night City after the nuclear explosion with ruthless force. From 2023 to 2077, 54 years, they should always be the most elite and feared force. Even if the captain who first led the terrorist squad was from the NCPD, so what? The old United States was once a British colony, and they were now superior to the NCPD. The unspoken plan was clear to all. Use chaos as a bargaining chip to force Congress to restore their former privileges, and ideally, make the new commissioner fear them, and dare not interfere. But the commissioner had already arrived. Not a puppet compromised by the council, not the collaborator they hoped for, but the very special operations team captain they hated, Andy. It was Andy who led the special operations team and constantly oppressed their living environment. KK and Andy. This combination set everyone on edge. When Carl and his group entered the Municipal Criminal Justice Complex, the first-floor lobby was already filled with a sea of figures. The fully armed riot police stood like statues, their eyes fixed behind their riot masks on Carl, Andy, NV, and the others who followed behind. The air in the hall seemed frozen. Rough breathing could be heard from beneath riot masks. The knuckles of each riot squad member were white from exertion, and their weapons, released with their safety pins, shone with a deathly luster under the cold light. Such a scene would be enough to make even the most ferocious gang leader weak at the knees. But Carl didn't even bother to raise his eyelids. He paced forward as if walking through his own backyard, the sound of his boots hitting the marble floor piercing the dead silence. The riot squad's formation rippled subtly with his movement, like a crack in the iron curtain being pushed open by an invisible force. After Carl, Andy, and the others reached the center of the riot squad's encirclement, Carl spoke. "I think you know who I am." This was Carl's first words. He then glanced around, as if memorizing the location of every member of the terrorist squad. Then he continued, "You also know why I'm here." Carl's words deepened the silence. None of the terrorist squad members spoke. They simply stared at Carl, a gesture that earned Carl a slight nod. "It seems you understand the importance of remaining quiet when others are speaking." Carl's voice, like a blunt knife, slowly scraped through the hall. There was a hint of appreciation in his tone, as if he was genuinely praising the terrorist squad's understanding. But his eyes were cold, as if assessing something. The terrorist squad members remained motionless, but their breathing beneath their masks seemed heavier. No one moved, no one responded, like nails pinned to their spot. A precarious balance hung in the air, as if the taut string would snap with just one more word. "In that case, I won't say any more. Carl withdrew his gaze from the surroundings. He said, I'm here to teach you the rules. Chapter 798. I'm here to teach you the ropes. Carl's voice reverberated between the marble columns, but like a stone dropped into a deep pool. It didn't stir the expected splash, only an eerie silence. The riot police stood still, their breathing rising and falling beneath their riot masks, like a group of rusted machines struggling to start up. Their silence was too long. Long enough to hear the soft scrape of their standard-issue boots scraping against the floor, long enough to discern the subtle trembling of the magazines on their tactical vests. These killing machines, once feared by the entire neighborhood, were now like being paused, each one emitting the clatter of jolting gears. Like students facing a difficult question posed by their teacher, they carefully considered Carl's words with their once maddened brains. Even though Carl's meaning was clear, there was little to ponder. They all understood. When Carl said they had to understand the rules, he meant they would all obey the new commissioner, Andy. But this contradicted their original plan. They had initially planned to have a certain degree of freedom even if they were shackled again. But now Carl was suggesting that the new commissioner would be subject to the same constraints as the previous commissioner, perhaps even tighter than the previous one. How could they possibly accept this? At such a good opportunity, they had all tacitly agreed to not be on duty, just to loosen the shackles around their necks. And yet, with Carl's arrival, not only could they not loosen them, they had to tighten them. This isn't your business, KK. After a long period of silence and reflection, a member of the terrorist squad finally spoke up. It happened to be someone Carl knew. Melissa Rory. Carl looked back at the cyber psycho who had once attempted to attack him, only to be scared off by him, finally subdued by Andy, and then recruited into the terrorist squad. His eyes flicked over her slightly raised, beautifully sculpted chest, noting the position information on her shirt. Based on his understanding of the terrorist squad, the positions performed there differed slightly from those in the NCPD, but they led to the same end. Melissa Rory's current position was likely that of a sergeant. A sergeant, by no means a lowly position. It signifies a frontline supervisory role, responsible for overseeing the officers of a squad. It's also known as a sergeant. What is the rank of sergeant? When Carl and Mr. Johnson first met, he was already a sergeant. He had been in the NCPD for 11 years, including 16 years as a patrol officer in the Santo Domingo district, when he was promoted to sergeant. In other words, it took Mr. Johnson 27 years to reach sergeant, having joined the NCPD at 18. Melissa Rory, as Carl remembered her, hadn't even been in the terrorist squad for a full year, a year equivalent to 27 years. While there were many factors involved, such as Mr. Johnson's refusal to pay tribute to his superiors, and the fact that the terrorist squad often rises and falls quickly, Melissa Rory's rapid advancement was truly outrageous by comparison. This speed made Carl, upon seeing the title marked on Melissa Rory's chest, almost subconsciously compare Johnson to Melissa Rory. After comparing, he felt a bit sorry for Mr. Johnson. With this thought in mind, Carl responded to Melissa Rory's question, "This isn't your business," and he replied, "I'm sorry, Miss Melissa." Carl pulled out his phone and briefly displayed his belongings. NCPD Assist. I'm a nominal employee. The NCPD logo shone brightly in the blue light on the phone screen. Beneath it was the name of Assist, Carl, along with a flashing red authorization code. This so-called nominal status, in the NCPD's new system, was designated as a specialized collaboration unit. A level of authority that would silence even the most ordinary police officer. I think this identity should be enough for me to answer your police questions. Carl smiled. I remember running into you, Miss Melissa, on the street. When I asked you about NCPD enforcement, you replied that you didn't care about enforcement, as long as the people who came to fight. I think you even mentioned that the NCPD chief once sent an elite officer to conduct enforcement, only to have his ashes scattered. Carl's smile widened, reaching almost to his ears. But it vanished abruptly the moment he finished speaking. He clasped his hands behind his back. In an instant, V's katana unsheathed, its cold light slicing the air. Andy's rifle clicked into lethal mode, its scope emitting a crimson glow. The crack of Jack's golden bitch pistol being loaded was as clear as a broken spine. Oliver's intelligent submachine gun had locked onto everyone nearby. The turret on Johnny's back popped out, the hum of fully charged power like the whisper of death. A moment after everyone prepared to attack, Carl's voice rang out softly, as soft as a lover's whisper. I'm curious. He looked up at the skylight in the high-ceiling hall, the afternoon sun casting shadows on his eyelashes on his cheekbones. There are 76 of you now. Facing us, who can say this? Who dares to say this? The naked threat was displayed before every member of the terrorist squad. Even Melissa Rory, who had just spoken, felt her breath catch at the murderous intent Carl and the others displayed. It had always been the terrorist squad who intimidated others, inflicting fear and making them pee their pants. No one else could ever fear them. Because they were madmen, people who had already been saved. They had no reason to be afraid. Isn't that right? It should have been that way. But now, every one of the 76 members of the terrorist squad present felt a chilling chill. It was naked, unwavering murderous intent. Under this killing intent, each of them understood one thing. KK and the others truly intended to strike, and they were confident they could kill all 76 of them. How arrogant. So arrogant, it was unbelievable. Yet, as the young man stood there and spoke those words, not a single member of the terrorist squad had a single doubt in their hearts, as if it were a matter of course. Just as one wouldn't question why the sun is the sun. Chapter 799. Someone moved. Under the pressure of Carl's undisguised murderous intent, one figure within the terrorist squad suddenly tensed. Perhaps it was the resentment of having their dignity challenged for so long, or perhaps it was Carl's arrogant attitude, like a sharp steel needle, piercing his already crumbling mental defenses. His precarious mental balance, barely maintained with regular injections of suppressants, was now completely shattered. His prosthetic eyes suddenly contracted, a crimson halo spreading wildly across his iris like spilled blood, and the hum of an overloaded processor exploded directly into his skull. His knuckles cracked metallically, and the fibers of his tactical gloves wrinkled sharply as he clenched his fists. While the other members of the terrorist squad were still focused on Carl's threat, this terrorist squad member's combat instincts had already shattered all procedural constraints. Like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, his body instinctively sprang into action before his mind could react. His prosthetic spine vibrated with high-frequency vibrations, and the armor beneath his skin creaked with the movement of his muscles. As his Sign-Weston system activated, the shrieking sound of the air ripping apart couldn't even keep up with his blurred, after-image form. The precisely implanted suppression chips now emitted blinding sparks, burning warning signals through his synapses, but the nerve pain only made him move even faster. As standard equipment for the terrorist squad, the Sign-Weston should have been subject to numerous security restrictions. As one of the most susceptible prosthetics to cyberpsychosis, without some sort of suppression, the Sign-Weston members might actually go berserk. That was how it should have been. But at this moment, all the preset suppression protocols were lifted one by one amidst the piercing sound of electronic alarms, like cages being opened to confine wild animals. The team member's figure twisted into a shadow under extreme pressure, and his blood-red prosthetic eye streaked a red arc through the air. Fast, too fast. An unprecedented sense of liberation washed over his neural circuits, like an electric current. Once upon a time, when he was a cyber-psychopath wandering the streets, the inferior Sign-Weston implants from the black market brought only muscle-tearing pain. After becoming a member of the terrorist mobile team, the military-grade Sign-Weston was further shackled. Until now, with his superior's pre-death authority lifted, all the limiters crumbled before his seething fighting spirit. Time seemed to freeze. He could see the dust suspended in the air, catch the flickering light of his teammates' prosthetic eyes beneath their masks, and even count the fingers of those around him gripping their guns. This neural reaction that nearly stopped time, this extreme speed that seemed to shatter the laws of physics. I'm invincible. The thought swept through his overloaded brain like wildfire. Muscle memory drove his titanium skeleton faster than his own consciousness, and the tactical dagger was drawn and grasped in a thousandth of a second. KK death threats all seemed like slow-motion farces in the face of sheer speed. He grinned, a twisted smile playing behind his mask. I am the strongest. The micro-vibrator prosthesis in his skeleton hummed at a high frequency, and the edge of the tactical dagger vibrated in a thousandth of a second, leaving an afterimage invisible to the naked eye. This exquisite killing frequency allowed the blade to tear through reinforced muscle like a hot knife through butter, mincing internal organs into a pulp. His reinforced tendons compressed to their limit as he gathered power. With a crackle from the hydraulic system, he soared into the air like a cannonball. At the peak of his leap, his prosthetics received a second boost of pressure, allowing his leg prosthesis to perform an incredible right-angle turn in midair. Over 20 meters of distance were compressed into a fleeting death sprint by sheer speed. The air hummed against the surface of the terrorist squad member's suit as he dove. Carl's face zoomed in his prosthetic eye, and the vibrating dagger locked precisely with the fourth intercostal space on his left chest. The location of his heart. Go to hell, KK. The terrorist squad member finally uttered a shrill cry. Faced with this young man, who posed a threat of death and intimidation to him, The terrorist squad member's only solution to overcome his fear was to confront him head-on. He was going to kill Carl, the man who frightened him. His sudden attack was so swift that even his teammates didn't react. None of them had expected this member of the terrorist squad to go so mad, so easily collapse. The removal of the restraints from above had a far greater impact on his sanity than he had imagined. But this was only natural. With all restraints gone, how could a cyberpsychopath willingly accept threats? A split second between life and death. The sharp tip of the tactical dagger in the hands of this terrorist squad member was only half a meter from Carl's heart. In the accelerated field of view enhanced by the Cyberpunk system, this distance had already been determined to be a hit. No human could react in this time-delayed field. He was certain that the moment he activated Cyberpunk, the nerve conduction speed of everyone around him would have been as if it had stopped. At this moment, his retina was already rehearsing an even more bloody scene. The dagger would precisely wedge between the ribs, gouging out the beating heart. The blade would slice the warm flesh into blooming petals in midair. Then he would personally penetrate that hollow chest cavity, tearing KK's bones and biological tissue into shreds, ripping him in two, leaving this man who had terrified him completely reduced to a single no-2 corpse. The cyberpsychopath, having lost control, went completely berserk. His prosthetic eye glowed crimson, its pupil shrinking to dangerous pinpoints, leaving only KK in his sight. In another scenario, this might have been a deeply romantic feeling, but unfortunately, Carl was of normal sexual orientation and had no interest in the current members of the terrorist squad. So, please allow him a moment of refusal. Carl said nothing, made no move. He had always been lazy. Especially when he was with his friends. If he didn't have to do it himself, why bother? V, meanwhile, was planning to test his sword. V's drawn sword moved. It was faster than the terrorist squad's sudden attack, more ruthless than his dagger. V never showed mercy to those who intended to attack his friends. The sword, made of a new alloy and material, which V had yet to name, simply made a slight upward movement. It snapped cleanly into two halves. But this didn't happen in the cyberpsychopath's delusion, but on his body. The heavy armor under his skin, the tactical body armor, the titanium skeleton. Even the dagger that happened to be in its path, were all useless. The cold light was so fast, so precise, as if it had already calculated the weak points of every layer of defense. The terrorist squad member didn't even have time to shrink his pupils. He heard the sound of his body breaking apart, the sound from his upper body reaching the ground before his lower body slowly fell. And at the same moment that the terrorist squad member suddenly attacked and was cut in half by V's sword, some of the terrorist squad members also moved. They were like their brains were stimulated by the blood. Needless to say, they completely ignored the captain's voice to stop them in the channel, and rushed straight towards Carl and others. Chapter 800. There were 76 members of the terrorist squad present. This wasn't the full complement, but it was close to it, as the remaining personnel were primarily hackers and medical personnel, extremely rare even within the terrorist squad. In other words, the terrorist squad present consisted of all the terrorist squad members capable of fighting. 76, one already dead. Now, 24 of the remaining 75 had moved, making up almost one-third of the total. One-third refused to obey Carl's rules. Whether driven by madness or unwilling to be restrained again and fitted with a more secure collar, their behavior at this moment made one thing clear: they were KK's enemies. Carl had a certain sympathy for cyberpsychopaths. He acknowledged that many were genuinely driven insane, but that didn't mean he considered all cyberpsychopaths the same. He had a clearer understanding of the harm cyberpsychopaths could inflict on ordinary people, and he was equally aware of the damage they could cause. In other words, even in the past, if someone with a history of mental illness and a murder record stood nearby, without restraint, it would be unsafe for anyone, neither for themselves nor for those around them. This collar must not only be put on, but also be kept tight. Carl believes this is the only way to ensure this. Otherwise, who can be responsible for the safety of others? Carl believes that cyberpsychosis is truly curable, but in the process of recovery, ensuring that they do not harm others is their responsibility. As the person who had been assigned to the collars, Carl had every reason and justification to shoulder this responsibility. But faced with those who refused to do so, and had completely lost their minds, Carl could only. "You're fired," Carl said in a calm tone to the 24 people rushing towards him. Andy had already taken control of the terrorist squad, and Carl, as an assistant, naturally had the authority to decide whether these squad members stayed or left. To be honest, only one-third of the people were ready to take action, which was more or less beyond Carl's expectations. He had originally expected at least half, but he hadn't anticipated that even if the superiors removed the restraints, some squad members would still maintain a certain level of sanity, unwilling to lose this promising career. In other words, when it comes to treating cyberpsychosis, is a class actually a good approach? I can't be so sure. At least I was nearly going cyberpsychotic at work. It should be a reasonable job, with reasonable control and restraint, and given a sense of self and existence, along with excellent treatment. That should be enough. At the same time, we can't be too relaxed, otherwise we end up in the current situation. Carl's team consists of 6 people, or to be more precise, 5.5. Facing 24 members of the terrorist squad, roughly one person faces 5. 5-1. Coincidentally, this is exactly the configuration of a standard terrorist squad team. A sniper, an assaulter, a heavy artilleryman, a hacker, and a mantis blade close combat expert. A standard 5-man lineup, a standard killing machine. Normally, they would launch 4 men from the hovercraft, leaving 1 man high in the air to finish off the attack, ensuring the target's complete destruction. But this time was different. No backup, no finishing touches, just 1 man facing an entire squad. Taking on a single man against a terrorist squad? In the past, even the seasoned Andy would have shaken his head. His skills were certainly not bad, but so were the terrorist squad. The Cyberpsycho Suppression Unit, feared by Night City, represented the city's pinnacle of combat power. That being said, they were still terrorist squads. A true terrorist squad relied not just on the latest prosthetics and equipment, but also on military prowess honed through rigorous training, ruthless tactical coordination, and most crucially, sanity, something beyond the reach of ordinary cyberpsychos. And these guys before him? Their nerves overloaded, their bloodlust boiling, their tactical coordination broken. They were no longer the team that had once intimidated cyberpsychos, but had simply reverted to the frenzied beasts of the streets. The terrorist squad's ability to repeatedly suppress the lunatics on the streets has never relied solely on steel and gunpowder. The terrorist squad charging at them now has stripped them of everything they possess. Though their equipment and prosthetics remain sophisticated, without their sanity, 5 uncoordinated cyberpsychopaths are nothing if not a threat. In the past, I have thought I was completely insane, attacking the terrorist squad. Johnny looked at the terrorist squad charging in from all sides. Having previously said before entering that it was nothing, that he could handle it, he now spoke confidently. Remember to watch my back, V.E. Jack, and Oliver. I translate for you. Come help me if you need anything. Don't let me die. Oliver was speechless. Is this what you meant by wait and see? No wonder you said wait and see. You meant we should wait and see, right? Don't you know how to be considerate of the elderly? Johnny, when you usually ask me for cigarettes and drinks, you don't act like an elderly person at all. You were so arrogant back then, you almost took my lighter. Oliver said he was helpless, but in action, he still protected Johnny. Johnny's current transformation has spurred him to become a gunner, or perhaps, given his current size, he's limited to that role. But don't forget, he's much more capable now than he was in his lifetime. If he's well protected, his firepower is now comparable to that of a small team of corporate agents. Oliver had wondered if Johnny could actually regain a body and become a human again. Would his fighting ability actually decrease instead of increase? If he were even worse than when he was a dog, that would be a joke. Don't worry, Johnny. Jack had already fired at the charging cyberpsychopath. We're here, we can't hurt you. I'm just afraid it might damage my smoking and drinking simulations. Though his words were still arrogant, Johnny's actions were still sincere. He silently retreated behind V and Jack. At the start of the battle, Andy also gave the command to the special operations team outside, telling them to begin their movement. Meanwhile, Carl was watching the remaining 51 people who hadn't moved. He was observing them. Now, will you join the riot, or make the wise choice of helping, or do nothing? Let me witness the terrorist squad in action. Chapter 801. Under Carl's gaze, the members of the terrorist squad standing still didn't hesitate for long. As the first group roared and charged toward Carl, commands and orders for action quickly echoed from beneath their visors, and they sprang into action. Was their choice to join their teammates and attempt to attack Carl and the others? Not at all. These members of the terrorist squad, who still had some sense, hadn't forgotten their duty. What was their duty? To fight violence with violence, to eliminate cyberpsychosis. And are there cyberpsychosis now? Yes. The changing light in the room cast blood-red spots on the terrorist squad's uniforms, and their figures flickered like the Grim Reaper in the smoke of gunfire. To fight violence with violence, to eliminate cyberpsychosis. This duty, engraved upon every terrorist squad member upon joining, burned brightly in their minds. Are there cyberpsychosis now? The visor scanner gave a cold and definitive answer. Yes. Beneath those same tactical helmets, the once familiar call signs were becoming frantic roars. But so what? For the terrorist squad, dealing with frantic teammates was as routine as replacing a damaged prosthesis. Their recording chips contained records of hundreds of similar cleanups, each performed with the precision of removing defective parts on an assembly line. Even if the number of cyber psychopaths surging out of control tonight reached a record high, the terrorist squad's fingers remained steady as precise hydraulic machinery, not a tremor trembling. Their forms were swallowed by the optical camouflage, transformed into a blur of distorted light and shadow. Only the moment their mantis blades sprang out, the blade's edge reflected a cold, deathly gleam beneath the neon lights. And even faster than the blade's flash was the intelligent submachine gun, which had already locked onto them. The hum of locked chambers had barely faded before bullets tore through the air. The bullets seemed imbued with malicious life, automatically avoiding friendly targets along their trajectory. Then, like flies scenting blood, they frantically grabbed at the cyber psycho's body. Each bullet precisely targeted the cervical vertebrae, the brainstem, or the heart. All the fatal points marked in the manual. The muffled thuds of bullets hitting flesh and body armor blended, like raindrops hitting a car roof. This was destined to be recorded in the files of the terrorist squad. No, the internal cleansing of the NCPD. The terrorist squad's actions now revealed their true nature. They were living weapons forged in Night City, hyenas dedicated to preying on cyber psychopaths. Once they identified a cyber psycho, they would strike. Without hesitation, without error, only the lethal, assembly line precision of the strike. However, this time, those smart bullets, meant to reap lives, instead collided with their targets with a series of piercing metallic explosions. Crackling sparks danced across the bulletproof armor, yet they were unable to penetrate the deadly defense. These cyber psychopaths were still the former terrorist squad, clad in military-grade body armor, and even implanted with military-grade subcutaneous armor. The bullets, which could easily have taken down even the most savage cyber madman, now seemed to have struck an invisible wall of steel, leaving only shallow dents on the armor before bouncing away impotently. But the terrorist squad had anticipated this event, and so they targeted the gaps in the cyber psychopath's defenses. Each side knew the other too well, even knowing every flaw and unprotected area of their clothing. Bullets exploded in a shower of blue-purple sparks from the body armor. A cyber psycho's throat armor seams were repeatedly hit, sending metal fragments flying. A twisted, maniacal laugh echoed from beneath his tactical helmet. The madman, whose murderous intent had previously focused solely on KK and the others, now sensed another threat from the terrorist squad. He turned sharply, his prosthetic eye beneath his helmet flashing a crimson light. At that moment, the air around him suddenly twisted. A figure, always maintaining optical camouflage, suddenly appeared. The mantis blade on its arm sprang out like a venomous snake, flashing with a cold light as it pierced the cyber psycho's chest from behind. Military-grade body armor and subcutaneous armor are indeed effective against bullets and blunt force weapons, even withstanding the slashing blows of ordinary sharp weapons. But these defenses were too fragile against the terrorist squad's specially crafted mantis blades. The blade pierced through the torso with a dull thud, and blood gushed out from the mantis blade's bloodletting groove. Ironically, this blade wasn't even standard issue for the terrorist squad, but rather the Higurashi mantis blade this member had been using before joining. A weapon honed on the streets for years, now the perfect tool for eliminating those who had gotten out of control. While executing her fellow terrorist squad member, this member glanced toward Carl, and Carl understood the tilt of her head. It seemed some still refused to be expelled, demonstrating their loyalty. This relieved Carl of his worries. At that moment, a distorted flash of light suddenly flashed at the edge of Carl's retina. Almost instantly, his figure blurred for a moment, like a holographic image with poor signal reception. A mantis blade, gleaming with a cold blue light, slashed past where his throat had once been, the resulting wind pressure ruffling a strand of black hair from his forehead. Old trick. Carl extended his right hand as they passed each other, his 5 slender fingers gracefully unfolding like a pianist's opening stroke. A single molecular line ejected from his wrist traced a nearly invisible silver arc through the air. Amidst the subtle hum of air being sliced, the figure, relying on optical camouflage for sneak attacks, suddenly stiffened. As Carl's fingers closed, a trembling sound, like some precision machinery suddenly stopped, echoed from his palm. The cyber psychopath still maintained his forward stance, the incision on his neck as smooth as the result of laser surgery. Carl held in his hand a skull with only the prosthetic eye still functioning. The crimson eye was still twitching frantically, and the teeth clicked with a cacophony of noise. "Hello?" Carl whispered softly to the skull, the single-molecule wire on his fingertips piercing the port in the skull. See you later. Carl manually erased the Cyber Psycho's job record, leaving his service in the terrorist squad at yesterday. As for today, he was fired yesterday. What does that have to do with him today? I heard that some Cyber Psychos still have families. If they weren't all killed by him in his rage, then his contributions to the terrorist squad during his service shouldn't be ignored. I sent your family some compensation, though I'm not sure if they even exist. Whether he had a family or no compensation, Carl didn't explain to the deceased Cyber Psycho. After all, he could still come up with some money. Since they were all NCPD members from now on, they were his people. Since they were his own, compensation was a natural obligation. Chapter 802. Hey, fighting a Cyber Psycho with a terrorist squad? That's a novel experience. Jack grinned, his violent prosthetic body trembling beneath his skin, his muscle fibers swelling and nodding under the stimulation of hormones, the synaptic accelerators in his nervous system flashing blue light, and the world in his eyes suddenly slowed down. The fully armed Cyber Psycho had just raised his gun when Jack slammed into his arms. The military-grade alloy skeleton groaned under the weight. Jack's arms clamped around the man like a hydraulic clamp, his tactical suit twisting and deforming under the immense pressure. He could feel the armor beneath his skin crushing his internal organs and flesh, and hear the crackling of his cervical vertebrae under the torque. Good night, lunatic. With a violent twist, the head beneath the helmet turned a full 180 degrees. The data lines around his neck crackled with sparks, and the body, looking backward like an owl, twitched and fell to its knees. Jack loosened his grip, letting the body, still twitching with nerve reflexes, slide down. Blood dripped from his fingers, a strange bloody color in the light. Jack, someone's coming for you. Just as Jack finished dealing with the terrorist squad, Oliver's warning echoed through his communication channel. And the moment Oliver's warning rang through the neural communication, Jack could already feel the shriek of air being torn apart, the tremor of the ground being crushed by the soles of his boots. He whipped his head around, the focus of Kurosakatsu's prosthetic eye rapidly constricting. Tactical markings flashed wildly on his retina, capturing the incoming figure in crystal clear detail, the officer-level armband, the uniform of the terrorist squad, and the icy gleam of a samurai's sword. Ha! Is even the captain crazy? Jack grinned, his muscles tensing beneath his skin. But it's true. In your place, you get promoted by killing people, but samurai swords are rare. His mind was still racing, but his body had already moved. Jack's center of gravity dropped slightly, his synaptic accelerator still throttled. He calculated every millisecond, sideways, avoiding the blade, then snapping the man's neck. But the expected flash of the blade never arrived. A blinding blue light ripped through the air, accompanied by the hum of a fully charged capacitor. The charging captain-level Cyber Psycho suddenly stiffened, and a metal lotus exploded from his chest, except the petals were scattered rib fragments. He had been hit, and the force was so immense that it easily pierced his military body armor and subcutaneous armor, piercing his body in one blow. Cough. The shattered synthetic lungs continued to mechanically contract and expand, the blood pump faithfully carrying out its final command. But now, this once sophisticated combination of life support and combat prosthesis had become a torture device. Pressurized blood gushed from the ruptured trachea, forming a crimson mist inside the tactical mask. The blood-soaked head continued to twitch, its prosthetic eye fixed on Jack through the bloody veil, as if it were still trying to finish Jack off in its final moments. Its crimson eye was filled with madness. You're far worse than someone I seen who managed to regain some sanity at the last moment. Watching the Cyber Psycho's behavior, Jack was reminded of Lieutenant James Norris, whom they had previously encountered. Compared to that lieutenant, this member of the terrorist squad was clearly far deeper in his madness. Perhaps the restraints released by the city council administrator before his death were the final straw that broke the camel's back for these Cyber Psychos. He'd been able to hold on under the restraints, but after being released, he completely lost control. While feeling a subtle pity, perhaps a sense of regret for this cyber psychopath, Jack also remembered who had helped him. Nice shot, Johnny. Such a sharp aim. Ha, now you know I wasn't just bragging? Johnny's voice was filled with familiar arrogance. Back in Arasaka Tower, I single-handedly took down 2 enemies, in and out. Even if I came up short the second time, it was an accident. If it weren't for that ironclad Adam Hammer's dirty tricks. A mechanical sound shifted through the communicator. Johnny paused, his tone suddenly growing more excited. Believe it or not, right now, I can still single-handedly take down a whole group of enemies, in and out. Jack laughed and, with a flick of his wrist, broke the other charging cybernetic weapon. Johnny shoved his arm. Come on, Johnny, let's take care of these lunatics first. Crazy, Johnny. You never brag before you think. Elsewhere, Oliver felt that Johnny was getting more and more pretentious, or was it that the hangman had always been arrogant, only to become even more so now that his strength matched his boasts? Oliver wasn't sure what Johnny was doing right now. Was he truly as strong as he boasted about, or had he finally become as strong as he boasted about? But no matter what, one thing remained constant. He had to at least keep an eye on this idiot, lest he get himself into trouble. Oliver and Johnny were relatively close to the wall, a perfect position for their combat. And now, above them, a female cyber-psycho had climbed onto the ceiling. Her limbs were arthropod-like, their joints reversed, and her fingers flicked out 30-centimeter-long single-molecule strands, swooping down from the sky like a spider, aiming at the man and the dog. Oliver didn't give her the chance to use the monomolecular wire to slice himself and Johnny in half. There was already someone on the team who wielded the monomolecular wire, perhaps one of the world's best. A mere cyber-psycho imitating the spider's monomolecular wire movements, expecting him to be caught off guard and unable to prevent it, was sheer fantasy. He practiced for almost a month in the simulation chip, using the data Carl had input. The technical sniper rifle, Nikomata, hummed as it recharged. Oliver raised the rifle with a fluid movement. Through the scope, the upside-down figure swooped down, unfurling a web of monomolecular wire. We're all used to headshots now, Oliver thought as he pulled the trigger. But then again, who doesn't have a second heart these days? The charged bullet whizzed out, shattering the distorted face and a section of the ceiling behind it. A spray of blood and brain tissue formed a vibrant flower on the ceiling, and the headless body fell to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Oliver exhaled as the ceiling collapsed. As a sniper, constantly on top of the battlefield, he surveyed the hall. The hall was thick with gunfire, punctuated by the occasional crackle of fragmentation grenades and laser-cutting grenades. Amidst the din of gunfire, the figures, their prosthetic eyes crimson beneath their helmets, were few and far between. Easier than I imagined. I thought I could take down at least 10 or so. But not having to fight the entire terrorist squad was a relief. It saved me some ammunition. You know, this job isn't reimbursable. I have to cover all the costs myself. Chapter 803. Shortly after the first cyber-psycho began his attack, all the other cyber-psychopaths were eliminated. 25 cyber-psychopaths had gone berserk, a number that could have caused catastrophic accidents and harm in any neighborhood. With the help of the terrorist squad and the coordinated efforts of NCPD personnel, they were all eliminated in just 5 minutes and 12 seconds. Melissa Rory's tactical boot stomped through the sticky pool of blood on the ground, making an unpleasant crunching sound. The dark red liquid, not yet fully solidified, stretched thin threads beneath her feet, then broke in an instant. She stopped in front of Carl, her blood-stained metal prosthetic finger resting on the buckle of her mask. With a soft click, the half-mask with the thermal imaging camera peeled back, revealing a face as white as porcelain, stained with blood. A few splatters of blood made her skin appear almost transparent. All the unruly rubbish has been cleared out. As she spoke, beads of blood still lingering at the corners of her mouth trickled down her chin. From today on, the terrorist squad will continue to pledge allegiance to the NCPD, just as they have in the past. Melissa suddenly chuckled, a smile that cracked the clotted blood on her face. Or rather, Melissa Rory took a half-step forward, the ceramic armor of her tactical suit nearly striking Carl's chest. Her bloody breath brushed the side of his neck, her military-grade pupils flashing a dangerous red light, rapidly converging and focusing. Pledge allegiance to the winner, who stands tallest above the pile of corpses. She roughly tore off her blood-soaked, tattered tactical gloves, letting them fall with a dull thud into the pool of congealed blood. Her bare fingers gleamed coldly under the neon light. Fight violence with violence, and the strong are respected. Her voice crackled like rusted gears. That's our rule. Now, I pledge my loyalty to you, KK. I'm satisfied that you fulfilled your duties. Carl leaned slightly and walked calmly past Melissa, as if she weren't a dangerous cyber-psychopath who had just dealt with a fellow criminal, but simply a police officer. His tone was as calm as if he were discussing the weather. It doesn't matter which powerful being you pledge allegiance to, even if it's to me. I don't care about such things. His shoe crushed the broken remains of a mantis blade, the sharp alloy shard groaning under the weight. As Carl stepped forward, the blood-stained blade collided with the marble floor, creating a strange reverberation. I'm not that lunatic brick from the Vortex gang. I have no interest in fraternizing with a group of potential cyber-psychopaths. The searchlight of a police drone approaching from the entrance swept across his profile, illuminating the faint smile on his lips. As long as you continue to do your job well, as you did today, that's enough. My job? Melissa Rory repeated Carl's words in a low voice, her prosthetic eye gradually fading from its red color in the dim hall, beginning to glow with a cold light. Her gaze slowly swept across the devastation. The shattered prosthetic parts, the still twitching mechanical limbs, and the cyber psychopaths lying in pools of blood, all wearing the same uniforms. She had to admit that Carl was right. They were the terrorist squad, born to eliminate cyber psychopaths. No matter what had happened before, they were ultimately just doing their job, using bullets and blades to maintain order in this city against the cyber psychopaths. But, just as Melissa fell into deep thought, Carl suddenly turned. He smiled, the light from the police drone scan cutting sharp lines of light and shadow across his face. I must especially commend you, the dedicated members of the terrorist squad. His voice was filled with gentle admiration and reassurance. You done a great job. I personally applied to the director for a bonus, and the latest models of military prosthetics and armor will be prioritized for the terrorist squad. Carl kicked away a still smoking bullet casing at his feet. After all, you set a record of eliminating 25 high-risk cyber psychopaths in a single day. That's truly remarkable. Let me commend you and reward you. Hearing Carl's words, Melissa's pupils constricted slightly, her irises adjusting with a barely perceptible sound. She watched Carl's receding figure, her tactical boots unconsciously crushing a clot of blood. What should she say? A formal thank you. But just a few minutes ago, their guns should have been pointed at each other. If her lingering professional instinct hadn't triumphed over the cyber psycho's madness, perhaps she and the remaining members would be lying in a pool of blood right now. But if she weren't even slightly grateful. Melissa's grip tightened unconsciously, the mantis blade in her arm making a soft sound, as it needed to be adjusted after a slight breakage from the strike. Carl's actions were indeed impeccable. As a special commissioner of the NCPD, he had every right to label the entire out-of-control terrorist squad as cyber psychopaths and eliminate them. The bodies lying around were all defectors who had drawn their weapons first. What he was offering was a luxurious gift, a second chance. Psycho! She suddenly twitched the corners of her mouth, the vulgar word uttered with a somewhat absurd smile as it slipped from her blood-stained, slightly rosy lips. The latest model prosthetics, full bonuses, continued membership in the organization. These privileges, which should have been lost forever with their betrayal, were so easily returned. Melissa raised her gaze. As she watched, Carl's back crossed the final cordon. Before him, the NCPD busied themselves, yet not a single one forgot to greet him. Melissa could see that her prosthetic eye could detect changes in a person's physiological characteristics. It could interpret body temperature, pupil contraction, and the subtle twitching of facial muscles. She could tell whether those smiles were genuine or not. And now, in her eyes, every smile was genuine, every face was sincere. Each of them exuded a sense of joy and eagerness rarely seen in Night City. You're such a cyber psycho. You call us crazy, but you're not much better yourself. I think you're even crazier than us. She cursed under her breath, only to find herself opening a communication channel, preparing to inform the team about an equipment upgrade. In the distance, the surviving terrorist mobile team members silently collected the dog tags of the fallen. The clanging of metal tags was piercing in the empty hall. Chapter 804. Mr. Carl, I'm so glad you're okay. Hearing the NCPD officer's voice, Carl nodded slightly, not minding the NCPD officer's inadvertent use of his real name instead of his title. Instead, he took a quick look at the young woman before him and recognized her. Carl smiled. I remember you're Emily, right? Long time no see. How's your grandfather's business been these days? I was thinking of visiting him sometime. The young woman before Carl, Emily, was a new recruit who had joined the NCPD a year ago. She and Carl had a connection. When the KK team ate at a local stall, they often went to Old William's hot dog stand. The owner, Old William, was the young NCPD officer's grandfather. Carl remembered that this young woman was also close friends with Mr. Johnson's niece. The sign on Old William's hot dog stand had been spray-painted by the two of them. Noticing Carl's direct gaze, as he asked about his grandfather, Emily's breath hitched slightly. She met his handsome, angular face, her cheeks flushing uncontrollably. Her fingertips unconsciously twirled through his hair, her voice filled with unconcealed joy. Grandpa's been feeling well lately. He even mentioned Mr. Carl a few days ago. She paused, her eyelashes fluttering. He said they got a new flavor of pie crust. I'm waiting for you to try it sometime. At the mention of food, Carl's eyes sparkled like melted amber. New pie crust. he drawled, as if he could already smell the aroma from his memory. I always trusted old William's cooking. Tell him I'd be there this weekend to show my support. Among the dazzling array of food in Night City, Carl always favored the simple, pure, wheat-based products. The flavors of foods made with wheat, high in sugar and capable of serving as fuel, were captivating on his tongue. Ever since arriving in the city, he never tired of the taste. And after hearing Carl's words, "I definitely tell Grandpa," Emily's voice was as brisk as a dancing note, and she subconsciously twirled the hem of her uniform. Mr. Carl usually. Her voice trailed off, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. Carl, have you asked Andy if he's free? Just as Emily was about to muster up some courage, a vibrant voice suddenly interrupted. Emily's best friend, Lillian, swooped out from behind the police car like a gust of wind and patted Carl's arm with a familiar touch. About Andy. Carl paused, his gaze shifting between the woman before him. As Mr. Johnson's niece, she was not only an old acquaintance, but also the person who had specifically asked him to inquire about Andy's availability today. At this moment, Carl felt a bitter taste in his mouth. This assignment had been rather hasty. Carl unconsciously rubbed the back of his neck, feeling a little awkward and embarrassed for his friend. Things aren't looking good lately. Although the terrorist squad has resumed operations, Andy, as the captain and current head of the Special Operations Squad, has his hands full simply integrating the work systems of the two teams, so... Carl swallowed the words back. He was seriously considering how to tell Lillian about Andy. As mutual friends, nothing could be more awkward than this, even for Carl. He'd rather have another fight with the terrorist squad than face this. What could he say? Tell Lillian that Andy couldn't even find time to see his childhood sweetheart? That would be like making excuses for a friend to avoid a date. Thankfully, Carl didn't have to be the only one to feel awkward. Just as Carl was struggling with his thoughts, Oliver, not fully aware of the situation, foolishly walked over and immediately spotted a familiar woman. Hey Lillian, hello. As the son of the 6th Street gang leader, his relationship with the NCPD had grown stronger after the gang, and the NCPD established a partnership. Not to mention Oliver's already good relationship with Johnson, and with their previous interactions, Oliver and Lillian were also friends. As Oliver approached, he noticed Emily, but before he could greet her, he noticed Carl standing awkwardly over there. Something was wrong. Carl's movements were off. Based on her understanding of Carl, he was in an awkward position. Something was wrong. Oliver had no idea what was happening, but his instincts were telling him something was off. Just as he was about to pretend he hadn't said hello and turn away, Lillian had already noticed him because of the greeting. Oliver. Lillian's gaze shifted from Carl for a moment, staring at Oliver, who was now unable to escape. I asked you to ask about Andy for me today. Have you done that? It turns out she asked more than just me. As Carl was thinking this, he noticed Oliver standing there, his expression and appearance remarkably similar to his own a moment ago. That? Oliver, trying to appear relaxed, shrugged. Andy said the terrorist squad had just been reactivated, and as the Special Operations captain and temporary head, he's incredibly busy just trying to integrate those mad dogs into the system. So, in other words, no time? That's probably true. But if you invite him personally, he might. Workaholic. Stupid. Lillian stamped her feet. I'm going to go find him myself. I invited him so many times, and he's always busy. Now, I'm asking you to ask, but he's busy again. Looking at Lillian's expression, Oliver felt a little sweat on his forehead. Don't blame me, Andy. I tried my best to help. As someone with extensive, well, not so extensive, dating experience, Oliver actually felt quite sympathetic towards Andy. After all, the other party was indeed very busy, but saying he couldn't even spare a meal was definitely an excuse, and Andy just didn't think too much about it. If Lillian had come to him, the likely outcome would be Lillian would help him finish the work first, and then, when Andy wanted to work overtime again, she would force him to eat. It must be Lillian who was forcing. Well, Emily, I'm going to go over to Andy now. I'm mostly taking care of things here, so I have to trouble you to clean up the mess. I definitely repay you when I catch that idiot. Lillian's sudden interruption interrupted her, and Emily, who had suddenly begun to eat, looked at her best friend Lillian's sincere request, glanced at Carl, and nodded. Leave it to me. As she spoke, her nervousness eased a little. Next time, she thought. Next time, I invite Mr. Carl. No Carl. Chapter 805. The news of the NCPD's retake of the terrorist squad didn't remain hidden for long among those in the know. Perhaps, By the time the bodies of the cyber psychopaths were carried out of the municipal criminal justice complex, it was no longer possible to keep the matter secret from those in the know. With the finalization of the ownership of the terrorist squad, arguably Night City's most powerful official force, 3 names frequently appeared on the agendas of major companies. The first was Commissioner Johnson, who not only controlled the NCPD's 2 core forces, the Special Operations Squad and the Terrorist Squad, but also held authority over the entire NCPD. The second was Andy, the Special Operations Squad leader, and now the de facto manager of the Terrorist Squad. And the third was the name everyone knew: KK. Every company's data terminal contained KK's complete profile, from his unverifiable origins to the timestamp of his first appearance in Night City, from his bloody rise to fame to the order number he now uses. Of course, this also included the undocumented relationship between him and NCPD Chief Johnson. Most corporate executives knew the two were friends, but the meaning of that term in Night City was always ambiguous. When Johnson's career path was projected on the holographic screen in the boardroom, no one could clearly tell which steps were paved by KK. No one could say how much KK contributed to the advancement of Johnson, a police officer with such a strong resume. All they knew was that whenever an obstacle appeared in Johnson's path, a position would open up in due time. The previous director and the previous director were just as good. Not to mention the Badlands Rangers, who suddenly partnered with the NCPD, or the 6th Street Gang in the Santo Domingo district, who offered to help with transportation routes. These movements didn't even require the company's intelligence network to deliberately track. As rumors about KK and the NCPD began to materialize, the relationship between the two eventually solidified into an unspoken consensus within the company. KK owned the NCPD. A mercenary owning the NCPD might sound like a ridiculous claim, but if that mercenary was KK, no one would say it was incredible. After all, it was KK. Everyone knew that if he showed even the slightest interest, even the world's largest military companies, Arasaka and Militech, would offer him a key position without hesitation, not to mention any other companies in North America beyond those 2 giants. Regarding KK and the NCPD's ambiguous relationship, all major companies tacitly chose to observe rather than interfere. It's not that they don't want to control the NCPD, nor that they don't want KK's allegiance. It's just that whenever a company tries to make an offer, the other competitors immediately unite to put pressure on it. As the 2 giants continue to compete in Night City, this corporate city maintains a delicate balance. The various companies can fight openly and covertly in the city council, and can tolerate the NCPD remaining outside their control, as long as it doesn't completely side with any one party. Unless a single megacorporation emerges that crushes all competitors, Night City will forever remain what it is: a city defined by corporate gaming, a corporate city without a true master. For now, the NCPD still nominally belongs to the city council and must obey it, and that's enough. But everyone knows, the moment KK truly reveals his ambitions, the combination of the NCPD and KK will become a variable in this power play. TSK, why do I suddenly feel a chill? Just as the executives of various major companies were discussing NCPD matters in private, mentioning the name tacitly, the person being implied suddenly shuddered. Carl paused, the hem of his clothes rising slightly in the night breeze. He looked around, the neon lights casting shifting shadows on his pupils. I always feel like someone is talking about me behind my back. It felt strange, but Carl quickly put it aside. His senses were quite sharp, but there were countless people in this city who were talking about him. How could he truly identify and find them all? Let's continue with the intelligence prepared by the client. Carl slowly walked into a dim alley, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily, until he finally fixed his gaze on a seemingly ordinary indentation in the wall. He cautiously surveyed the area, confirming that no one was around and no surveillance equipment was present. Then, he reached out and gently pressed on the indentation. His fingertips exerted slight pressure, and the indentation slowly sank inwards. However, just as he pressed down to the bottom, a nearly imperceptible click sounded from within the wall. Then, Carl felt a sudden change in the feel beneath his fingertips. The previously smooth indentation had quietly cracked, revealing a hidden groove. Prepared, Carl didn't hesitate. With his other hand, he quickly pulled out his phone and deftly unwound the data cable, inserting one end into the phone's port. While maintaining his pressure, he extended the other end forward. He precisely aligned the metal end of the cable with the groove and, with a gentle push, the connector snapped into place, fitting seamlessly. Instantly, a subtle mechanical hum echoed from within the recessed slots. Data began to transfer, and a faint blue light seeped from the cracks in the interface, casting a cold, eerie glow in the dim alley. The data access notification lit up on the phone screen. Carl's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, and he slowly exhaled, his gaze still scanning the alley entrance with vigilance. After returning to the underground intelligence market, his regular customers, like sharks scenting blood, eagerly flocked to him amid the lingering tension of Night City. They hoped KK could seize the opportunity to complete their shady transactions. However, among the many requests, one stood out. Carl still didn't know the true name of this mysterious client, and he even suspected he wasn't human. The only thing that left a lasting impression on him was his signature blue eyes. Mr. Blue Eyes, that's what Carl called him. He had suddenly approached Carl today. This elusive client was always elusive, and each appearance signaled an unusual mission. This time was no exception. He wanted Carl to do something for him, something quite different from the typical mercenary duties. It was a somewhat strange matter, an investigation into personnel movements. Not assassination, not sabotage, simply an investigation. Mr. Blue Eyes asked Carl to help him investigate the recent personnel movements of the biotech company in the Badlands and Dogtown areas, which departments' agents were active, what equipment they were carrying, and which abandoned facilities they were entering and exiting. He wanted to know the biotech company's activities there. Chapter 806. In the mercenary business, investigative commissions are like the milder forms of cyberpsychosis. They do exist, but they're incredibly rare. Most mercenaries are better at using their bullets than their brains to track down clues. But Carl frequently received investigative assignments. He always been curious about this aspect of things. Later, on reflection, he realized that his large number of assignments was likely due to his part-time job at the Dangerous Girl Detective Agency. The impression given by those detectives in cat-eared JK uniforms clearly mislabeled him. Clients seemed to genuinely believe that this part-time bodyguard, essentially a mercenary, also possessed the agency's investigative talents. At first, Carl wasn't very good at it. After all, it's something that requires learning. But as he took on more work, he got used to it. Just like a straight man who frequents Big Bird eventually becomes familiar with the hobbies and characteristics of a particular sexual orientation. With more work, he actually figured it out. Although Carl's infiltration skills weren't at their peak, and he still couldn't move freely through heavily guarded facilities, like a professional and legendary spy, fortunately, infiltration only accounted for 30% of the investigation. The remaining 70%. Tracking, extortion, data analysis. Carl, with his years of accumulated street smarts, was already able to handle it with ease. Even so, investigating a giant like biotech was no easy task. Simply speaking, Carl could easily utilize the network of connections he cultivated over the years in Night City. Tips from a few intermediaries, plus access to NCPD insider databases, and he had Mr. Blue Eyes' case within 48 hours. But the client's specific requirements completely blocked this path. Absolute confidentiality was required, leaving no trace of the investigation. Not even the biotech security robots could be alerted. This meant that all conventional means were blocked. No informants, no conventional data intrusions, not even the use of shady black market intelligence dealers. Carl had to act like a true ghost, digging for the truth without alerting anyone. To be honest, this was definitely not an easy task, but perhaps that was precisely why Mr. Blue Eyes gave it to KK, and KK chose to take it because he found it challenging. The neon lights of the Night City cast shifting spots of light on Carl's face. He glanced at the flashing crack progress bar on his phone from the corner of his eye, maintaining a perfect walking pace. Not too fast to attract attention, not too slow to appear suspicious. The mess in Dogtown hadn't been cleaned up yet. President Miles was still stirring up trouble in Night City, and now Mr. Blue Eyes, with his mysterious background, had appeared, and the situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. A faint smile played on Carl's lips. As long as he wasn't sitting in the office staring blankly at his computer, this kind of mission filled with uncertainties was just what he was looking for. After all, interest certainly played a large role in his work these days. He needed to think about how to conduct his investigation. Carl was no stranger to biotech. After all, his beloved Maltos was created by biotech. This Italian company held a patent for maltose fuel. Now, every car on the streets of Night City was fueled by biotech's patented technology. How could he not remember a company he interacted with daily, a company that was always with him? And precisely because of this, the investigation was even more difficult than he imagined. This company, which had infiltrated every aspect of life, suddenly gave Carl a sense of déjà vu, as if he had no idea where to begin. He couldn't just storm into the biotech company's Night City headquarters and steal information from it. It wasn't impossible. Carl remembered Sasha having done it before. She nearly died, and it was Carl's unskilled surgery that saved her. Carl wouldn't have had the same difficulty and danger as Sasha's. However, his employer's requirements meant no alert or trace, which made it a bit more difficult. I can only start from the periphery. Mumbling to himself, Carl turned into a rundown apartment building in the Santo Domingo district, and by the time he reached the top floor, his face had been disguised. Carl stood on the edge of a high-rise building, gazing out at the city. The night wind whistled past, carrying the cacophony of drone advertisements. Within his sight, he spotted several biotech facilities that he had a passing resemblance to. The Coronado Farms area in Santo Domingo could be considered a biotech industrial zone. This area was dotted with farms labeled biotech. Some were protein farms, some were pure wheat farms, and some were rumored genetically modified farms with unknown functions. Beyond these farms lay a number of biotech warehouses scattered along the outskirts. These, classified as Level 3 warehouses, had a lower security level and were ideal for a potential attack. Carl decided to start with these marginal farms. These warehouses have low security levels, making it unlikely to trigger an alarm, and perhaps even yielding some unexpected gains. Big companies, well aware of the hidden dangers, often prefer to hide their shady dealings in the most inconspicuous warehouses. Carl's phone was hacked, and Mr. Blue Eye's message appeared on it. The message wasn't long, just the deadline for the mission and contact information, nothing particularly tangible. If there was one point, it was probably a suggestion that Carl start with traffic. That was a good suggestion. Carl quickly hacked into the surrounding traffic monitoring system and began sifting through the data. This level of public surveillance was merely ordinary prosthetic eye scans or data retrieved by street hackers, and wouldn't alert biotech's network security. After cross-referencing, he quickly zeroed in on his target, several transport trucks that frequently traveled between biotech headquarters and the Badlands. The vehicles' movements were peculiar. They would regularly detour and stop at certain coordinates. While this didn't happen every time, every 4 days, one vehicle would follow this bizarre pattern. Even more intriguingly, one of the locations they detoured to was one of the low-security warehouses Carl had previously targeted. It seemed like a clue had been found. As Carl watched, the lights in the warehouse he was observing were just turning off in the night. In the glow of the nearby warehouse, several busy workers streamed out, leaving only the night shift staff. The time was 10:20. Quite early to get off work. Chapter 807. Getting off work at 10:20 is a luxury in Night City. Even though their standard working hours have long since stretched to a mind-numbing 7 a.m. to 9:30 p.m., that extra 50 minutes of overtime would be considered humane management at other companies. At a giant corporation like biotech, employees can actually make it through the entire workday using only their natural brains and basic physiological functions. No need for stimulants to stay awake, no reliance on neuroenhancers to force focus, and even maintain relatively stable work efficiency. This level of leniency is almost absurd in the Night City workplace, almost like a black humor of corporate benefits. Carl once read an article ranking Night City company benefits. Biotech, with its generous policy of 6 days of paid vacation per year, barely managed to squeeze into the bronze medal position in the benefits rankings. The Arasaka Corporation, at the top of the list, secures first place with its ultimate care of the latest prosthetics for 20 years of service. Militech followed closely behind, offering employees a 50% discount on internal ammunition purchases. In a sense, this fits perfectly with their corporate culture. Carl had to admit, he had no interest in the so-called benefits these companies touted. Arasaka's cybernetic devices were essentially using their own employees as experimental subjects, and Militech's discounted ammunition was merely a way to clear out their backlog. But right now, Biotech's preferential policy, which allowed employees to work shorter hours, was actually helping him immensely. 8 hours and 37 minutes. This was the precise time before the next shift began. It was enough time for him to turn that suspicious warehouse upside down, and even enough to deal with any emergencies. His gaze swept over the gradually dispersing group of employees, and he suddenly caught sight of a small gathering at the edge of the parking lot. 5 or 6 young men in custodian uniforms were gesticulating enthusiastically, their eyes dancing and their lips curling up unconsciously. It was clear they were planning an impromptu dinner. Even with a mere 8 hours of rest time, even when they had to arrive early, even when they were never fully slept, there were always those who stubbornly squeezed in every bit of happiness they could find. Carl noticed they were heading towards a barbecue restaurant. The alcohol, combined with the sizzling synthetic meat on the grill, the smoky aroma perhaps wove a warm illusion. The illusion was so real that even after stumbling home at 3 in the morning, and catching 2 hours of light sleep to beat the blaring alarm at 6, they could still savor some of the feeling of being alive. Perhaps it was this self-deceptive mental comfort that made this inhumane work pace barely bearable. Carl had seen plenty of this kind of thing in Night City, or rather, he had seen plenty even before arriving. Work was hard enough as it was. Without even a hint of comfort, a person could truly collapse. Even if they didn't develop into a cyber-psychopath, the repressed pain was enough to make them labeled a lunatic. Carl smiled faintly. The smile was modest, devoid of much emotion. Carl smiled because he sensed that the young people around his age were genuinely enjoying the after-get-off-work moment. His smiles were devoid of emotion because Carl didn't find their attempts at mirth particularly amusing. He simply smiled for their own amusement. Beyond that, there was nothing funny about it. Neither their hard work nor their work was anything to laugh at. Carl's figure disappeared from the rooftop. He chose not to leap, but to take the stairs. He descended the stairs, quietly blending into the boisterous crowd of young people, who still reeked of sweat from their work, but were already eagerly discussing a few synthetic beers. He followed the crowd into the small shop wafting the aroma of charred barbecue. There was still plenty of time. Rather than rushing into an unknown warehouse, he might as well listen to what useful information these people who came and went every day could dish out. Under the influence of alcohol and fat, people tend to relax. The frustrations from the daytime supervisor's scolding, the dissatisfaction with the work, even the complaints about some suspicious goods, all become the perfect seasoning for the meal. Carl understands this mentality all too well. After all, the dining table is always the best source of information. Besides, he was a little hungry. The barbecue restaurant in Coronado Ranch wasn't large. It was more likely that the owner was a local, as they chose to open in such a moderate economic environment. If they weren't locals, they wouldn't be able to survive in such a gang-ridden environment. The city's famous slums were nearby. Carl sat down not far from the group of his peers. His face revealed that of a blond youth, a look prefabricated with Oliver's image. His azure eyes quickly took in the shop situation. The shop wasn't large, roughly the size of a basketball court, and most of it was occupied. For a place like this at this hour, business was considered good, though the smell inside was a bit strange. The synthetic meat sizzled on the grill, its curled-up flesh emitting the aroma of grease and seasonings, mixed with the pungent odor of industrial alcohol. In the poorly ventilated shop, it fermented into a scent resembling rotten wood and the rancidity of sour oranges. Considering the raw materials of the synthetic meat, the odor didn't seem unpleasant. The owner was a middle-aged man, with an old-fashioned prosthetic arm. Carl spotted a marking on his exposed arm, a common mark worn by veterans of the Unification War. It seems the owner was once a soldier loyal to the new United States, but for some reason, he chose to open a shop in St. Domingo. Or perhaps, he was originally from St. Domingo, but because the War of Unification hadn't yet concluded, he returned to St. Domingo to open his shop. The owner noticed Carl's unfamiliar face, but St. Domingo was a place frequented by outsiders, so he didn't pay much attention. He simply gestured to the ordering device on the table, indicating that Carl could use it to place his order. Each table had a grill set, and underneath was a fuel source from the residual waste of the wheat industry. While unsuitable for normal road use, it was still quite suitable for barbecue. Carl had tried this fuel before, and the resulting meat had a weedy aroma, albeit tinged with the aroma of industrial chemicals. For Carl now, it was manageable. So what kind of meat should he try? Chapter 808. The synthetic meat curled up on the grill, its charred brown edges curling slightly, its crispy crust bulging slightly like puff pastry licked by flames. The cheap sauce boiled under the heat, creating tiny bubbles like dark red magma bubbling through the meat's cracks, bubbling until every fiber was imbued with a rich sweet and salty flavor. Carl gently pried the meat with the tongs, and the piece of meat leaped up obediently, its edges still shimmering with glistening fat, stretching thin golden threads in midair. The moment he bit into it, he heard a subtle crack. The caramelized crust bursting between his teeth, followed by a sizzling burst of scalding juices. The rich, salty flavor melted on the tongue. The excess sodium glutamate in the cheap sauce acted like a fuse, instantly igniting a burst of umami flavor on the palate. A strange, burnt aroma lingered in the aftertaste, like straw burned by flames, mixed with the roughness of some industrial fuel, which only deepened the flavor. Carl narrowed his eyes, his Adam's apple rolling. The taste was surprisingly good. Every time Carl ate delicious food, he felt as if his spirits were lifted, and this place clearly offered just that kind of food. I had come to the right place. Thinking this, Carl felt a little regretful that he couldn't fully savor the food because he had people around him to observe and listen to. The young people at the next table were clearly more knowledgeable about barbecue than Carl. They used modified mechanical fingers to tear the meat directly, dipped it in double concentration orange sauce, and when the unmarked synthetic liquor slid down the throat, it would leave a path in the esophagus with some light spots peeking out from under the skin, as if they had swallowed light. They kept chewing the juicy synthetic meat and guzzling the intoxicating alcohol. Before long, someone was slipping into a half-awake, half-dreamy state of intoxication. The first to speak was a girl with dreadlocks. She had dark skin and bright, wandering eyes. She looked at the alcohol and the meat on the grill as if she were gazing at the twinkling stars in the sky. So, the security system in warehouse B went haywire again today, she yelled, taking a swig of her drink. I was almost identified as an unauthorized person by the system. You didn't see that turret suddenly activated. If it hadn't performed the biometric scan correctly, I would have been a pile of ash over there. Getting hit by a blast, I think you'd be more like being mincemeat. Compared to my situation, you should be content. At least you didn't get hit. The young man, with a crew cut next to her, picked up a piece of charred meat, gestured, and stuffed it into his mouth. Last week, when the shipment from warehouse C arrived, the scanner identified me as an intruder, and I was shocked for a minute. If it weren't for the grounding plate installed due to my shift, I would have. He twitched like he was being electrocuted, drawing laughter from everyone. So what's going on? A young man, with a side-parted hairstyle said, why has the security at our warehouse been getting increasingly bizarre over the past 2 months? It's like the whole thing has been torn down and rebuilt. I remember our warehouse wasn't particularly important. With the money for a complete rebuild, we could have built a new one. It's unlikely the higher-ups are planning to build another farm here, so we need to prepare storage nearby. Who knows? We can't possibly understand what's going on with the higher-ups. But I think rather than having to reinstall them, it's more likely that the security equipment is just too old, well past its expiration date, and finally broke down. The girl with dreadlocks said, I just hope it breaks completely. Ideally, the recognition system breaks down completely, the security system breaks down entirely, and then the time clock goes down with it. That way, maybe I can get a few more minutes of sleep and come to work later. At least take us with you, even if you dream. The crew-cut young man laughed, chewed a few bites of barbecue, and swallowed. I don't think it's that easy. For some reason, the supervisor's been patrolling our warehouse every day. I've seen her around Area C 6 times a day. I think she's probably looking for someone slacking off and wants to fire them. Well, don't let it be you who gets fired. I won't sympathize with you then. Did the supervisor visit your place too? The young man with the side-parted hair said, the supervisor from Area A here comes here too, but she's not as frequent as you. She's only been here a few times, so I didn't even remember. But every time she comes, she's got that deadpan look on her face, which is really scary. With her temper, I think someone's going to have to chip in and ask KK to take her away sooner or later. Come on, KK. If we really run into KK, I'm afraid we all be fired together. I don't want to be implicated. The girl with dreadlocks muttered, I think she has a problem with me and has wanted to fire me for a long time, but she can't because of her connections. She comes to Area B 7 or 8 times a day. I'm almost tired of her fat face. She's probably looking for trouble with me and preparing to fire me. 7 or 8 times a day, you're pretty miserable. Isn't it? The girl with dreadlocks was about to complain to her friend with a sloppy hairstyle when her sleepy eyes suddenly caught sight of someone. She had been so excited about coming to the barbecue restaurant that she hadn't paid much attention to her surroundings. She was a bit tipsy from the alcohol, her eyes squinting. But then she looked closer and saw a handsome blonde man standing next to her. Night City is a place of gender equality. If men approach men, naturally women will approach men. The girl with dreadlocks had to admit that this blonde man was the most handsome she had ever seen, or at least the one who most suited her taste. He was incredibly handsome, a bit like the neighborhood idol she had seen in her childhood, the now famous Oliver. Bowing herself with courage, she tried to approach him. But just as she was about to stand, she felt a wave of drowsiness, as if the alcohol had taken over. Gulp. What's going on? I feel dizzy. Did I drink too much? Damn it. That handsome guy is right in front of me. He's almost as handsome as Oliver. Am I going to miss him? Amidst her friend's teasing, are you done? The girl with dreadlocks shifted and collapsed at the table. And by then, Carl had finished his meal. Area B? He pondered the information he heard. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the girl with dreadlocks, seemingly drunk, but actually knocked out by his data hack. He silently apologized. You're so perceptive. Did you notice my careless glance? If that's the case, I just get some sleep. I forget everything when I wake up. Chapter 809. Carl's infiltration skills weren't particularly impressive. But outstanding ultimately depends on who you compare yourself to. Compared to an ace CIA agent like Reed, Carl's abilities were truly lackluster. In a life-or-death classified mission, his slightly unskilled, low-pitched footsteps and occasional hesitant pauses would have been fatal flaws. It was Carl's behavior that had exposed him and Reed in Dogtown. But this was just a semi-abandoned warehouse, patrolled only by programmed drones and infrared sensors. Carl's abilities were more than enough to handle them. He hunched over, moving like a fleeting shadow through the shelves of Area A, crammed with parts. The intel he extracted from the warehouse staff flashed through his mind. Area B had recently intensified patrols. This thought tugged at his attention like a hook, causing him to avoid the rotating surveillance cameras and, when his knee pressed against a leaking hydraulic pipe, he didn't care about the oil stain on his clothes. Carefully checking that the oil stain on his clothes wouldn't drip or leave any marks, Carl's steps were steady and swift. He licked his lips, his breath lighter than the dust on his feet. The iron gate to Area B was 15 meters away. A faint glimmer of cold light seeped through the crack, evidently indicating that the entire area on the other side was still fully illuminated 24 hours a day. Carl was about to cross the 15-meter distance when he suddenly sensed something was amiss. His footsteps abruptly stopped just outside the 15-meter mark. The sole of his shoe was only half an inch from the first pressure plate. His foot, suspended in the air, could feel the faint vibration of electricity emanating from the ground. An inexplicable excitement made his heart skip a beat. The pause was purely accidental, perhaps a sixth sense, or perhaps simply a second's hesitation as he watched the light leaking through the crack in Area B's door. But it was this split second of hesitation that made him see clearly the deadly trap hidden beneath the seemingly ordinary ground before him. Carl was indeed inexperienced, and only now realized that some of the traps hindering infiltration might not be set on the seemingly secure and heavily guarded gates, but rather outside those gates, where it's easiest to let down one's guard. These security devices must have been activated after the staff had left. They were clearly meticulously calculated, blending seamlessly into the walls and ground. Without close inspection, they were truly difficult to distinguish. We were used to T-Bug clearing all obstacles, and we were also used to V and the others helping us investigate. Acting alone was indeed prone to mistakes. After suppressing the thrill of nearly being exposed, Carl checked the 15 meters ahead. After a closer look, Carl realized something was amiss. There were subtle, pattern-like features on either side of the wall. They weren't decorative patterns. It was just a peripheral warehouse. Neither the employees nor the building were worth the company's attention. Those seemingly patterns were actually military-grade motion recognition systems. Carl had seen advertisements for this kind of thing. They claimed it could autonomously adjust spacing and frequency, ensuring it could detect and identify a person the moment they appeared within range, instantly sounding an alarm. The promotion claimed that only one system was needed to ensure the safety of an entire room. And now, there were 4 of these motion recognition systems, resembling patterns, on either side of the 15-meter path. It seemed he had come to the right place. After confirming those items, Carl felt a tinge of joy. As usual, ordinary marginal warehouses wouldn't need such high-end goods. In other words, as long as they had such high-end goods, it meant he found the right place. There was indeed something strange about Warehouse B. Carl's gaze swept across the floor. The matte-finished pressure-sensitive plates embedded in the floor were each the size of a coin, but when triggered, they were powerful enough to instantly send the blast gates crashing down. What appeared to be ceiling lights in the hallway were actually surveillance devices, slowly rotating. The lenses were coated with a honeycomb-like anti-reflective film, marking even a passing moth as an anomalous target. After 2 minutes of careful observation, a smile appeared on Carl's face. This level of security was indeed difficult when undetected, but once detected, it posed no threat. Carl didn't rush to act, but instead pulled out his phone and checked the time. Coronado Ranch in Santo Domingo was located very close to the Badlands. In other words, if any hostile conditions arose in the Badlands, Santo Domingo would be the first to experience them. The weather forecast on his phone predicted a sandstorm would arrive soon. A small sandstorm, commonplace for the people of Santo Domingo, was now what Carl needed. During a sandstorm, interference with equipment was only natural. Carl pulled a silver-white knife from his waist. It was the small knife Carl always carried, a gift from Haruko. 5 minutes later, the sandstorm arrived. The moment the overhead monitor spun to the other side, Carl threw the knife. As it activated, the patterns on the wall and the monitor froze for a second, as if due to the interference from the Badlands sandstorm. It wasn't long, just a second, but it was more than enough. Carl took a deep breath, and in that moment, everything around him seemed to slow to a halt. In Carl's perception, the flying silver knife and the tiny specks of dust floating in the air were all so clear, so distinct. Carl walked forward. His steps were as light as playing hopscotch as a child. Carl stepped precisely along the gaps between the pressure plates. Those extremely expensive sensors were now useless, not a single one triggered as he passed. As he passed under the surveillance camera, he even had time to smile at the camera, flashing his signature smile. After all, the recording was tampered with, leaving no trace. When Carl's finger touched the door handle of Area B, the security system behind him suddenly woke up and started working again, but it was too late. What a beautiful day! Carl felt the whirring sandstorm through the warehouse outside the window, sincerely hoping it wouldn't affect his peers at the barbecue restaurant from eating and returning home. After checking to make sure there were no detections on the door or the entrance, Carl retrieved the knife he had just thrown and pushed the door open. He pushed the door open with the same leisurely motion as reaching for his keys at home. The cold light filtering through the crack engulfed his figure. His movements were smooth and fluid, not even his breathing rhythm fluctuated. Chapter 8:10. As soon as Carl entered Area B of the warehouse, a piercing chill hit him. This wasn't a cold storage facility, but the temperature was unusually low. He instinctively wrapped himself tightly around his clothes. The familiar chill instantly reminded him of his last experience at the logistics center. That time, he, Johnson, Kenichi Shiro, and Jed were trapped in a low-temperature cold storage facility, where the air conditioning was set extremely low to ensure the quality of the real meat products. Back then, the cold storage temperature was kept so low to ensure the safety of the real meat. So, this warehouse also stores meat? Considering that the owner of this warehouse specializes in biotechnology, it didn't seem out of place. Carl stood at the doorway and surveyed the warehouse. Almost every shelf was covered with an indistinct tarpaulin, and it was unclear what lay beneath. Carl's breath condensed into mist in front of him. He rubbed his fingers, which had grown numb from the cold. This temperature was definitely not right. Normal refrigeration didn't need to be lowered to this level. He slowly approached the nearest shelf, his finger hovering over the edge of the tarp, pausing for a few seconds. There was no infrared, no pressure sensor, not even the most basic mechanical mechanism. After confirming it was safe, he lifted the tarp. It seemed that the warehouse's defenses were focused entirely on the 15-meter death corridor on the perimeter, leaving the interior completely unprotected. Perhaps to the owner, the traps within were more dangerous than the intruders. A single mistake could cause irreparable damage to the warehouse's collection. Carl's movements stirred up a puff of icy mist. Dozens of biological storage tanks were neatly arranged under the tarp, their shells covered in spiderweb-like frost patterns. Storage tanks? Carl had seen plenty of biological storage tanks. He dealt with many scavengers, and the homes of those scavengers were generally filled with human-related biological storage tanks. However, for a large biotech company like this, a warehouse so carefully guarded and heavily trapped wouldn't be the place to store human biological storage tanks. To put it simply, the value was too low, not worth it. The cost of the death corridor outside alone was enough to buy a half-block scavenger base. For a company, value was always the most important consideration. Carl used his sleeve to vigorously wipe away the frost on the surface of the tank, and the frosted glass made a subtle crackling sound. In the pale blue culture medium, an unusually developed muscle tissue slowly rotated, its surface covered with a spidery web of purple-red blood vessels. The distribution of these blood vessels was strange. It didn't resemble the standard human venation pattern, nor did it resemble the physiological structure of any known animal. This is, thanks to Oliver's rigorous training and countless medical mutual immersions, Carl wasn't a professional prosthesis doctor like Old V, but he was definitely qualified to run a clandestine clinic on Twisty Street. He narrowed his eyes, his brain automatically analyzing the arrangement. The density of muscle fibers far exceeded human limits, yet the tendon connections held strangely ergonomic features. Like some kind of biological weapon specialized for combat, yet retaining interfaces for easy prosthetic installation. Chimpanzee? No, primates don't have such exaggerated explosive power structures in their muscle bundles, but that subtle deltoid outline does indeed reveal the shadow of an upper arm. For some reason, Carl suddenly thought of a prosthetic. A gorilla arm. Named after the strongest primate, the implant's bionic structure completely replicates the mountain gorilla's muscular system. In nature, gorillas have fast-twitch fibers that make up 2/3 of their muscles, while humans are dominated by slow-twitch fibers. The former allows for lightning-fast contraction speed and terrifying power, but at the cost of higher energy consumption and faster fatigue. The latter, like a slow fire that never dies, gleams brightly in a protracted battle. And now, the squirming mass of tissue before him shimmers with the unique, explosive texture of fast-twitch fibers. But this isn't a mechanical gorilla arm, it's living tissue, real biological tissue. Just by looking at a portion of it, Carl can imagine the terrifying power of the full display. Especially with the obvious ports for prosthetic installation. The combined power of a physical gorilla arm and a prosthetic gorilla arm is far more than just 1 + 1 = 2. With muscles capable of withstanding greater forces, the gorilla's arms could reach their limits. Carl seemed to know where this warehouse he was in was. This was clearly a biotechnology storage facility, but perhaps because they feared sabotage by friendly spies, they had chosen an inconspicuous warehouse for storage. What exactly were they planning? Carl's fingers pressed against the transparent shell of the incubator, producing a subtle crackling sound. Are they developing a new generation of biological weapons? Or perhaps creating some kind of multifunctional biomimetic creature? Looking at the pre-designed prosthetic interfaces and enhanced muscle structure, he felt the latter was more likely. There's a recent craze among the upper class about keeping bionic pets. These pricey, living toys offer both the emotional companionship of real pets and the ability to transform into deadly bodyguards in times of crisis. Compared to the already saturated military market, this emerging luxury sector clearly has greater commercial potential. Biotech companies are taking a different approach, replacing traditional mechanical devices with biological muscle, perhaps precisely because of this appeal. What could be more appealing to wealthy individuals seeking a unique experience than a purely natural biological bodyguard, using gorilla-level strength as a pet? This marketing strategy is truly brilliant. It appeals to environmentalists with its eco-friendliness and appeals to safety-conscious consumers with its innate protective instincts. In this age of prosthetics, perhaps this return-to-nature approach to biotechnology is the most avant-garde choice. If biotech were to release such a product, he wouldn't hesitate to buy two. One for the Wild Wolf Bar, and one for Lao Wei's clinic. It could both entertain the two elderly men and serve as a bodyguard. Perfect. Just as Carl was about to peel back every tarp and thoroughly inspect the entire area B warehouse, a subtle noise suddenly interrupted his thoughts. The sound came from outside the door. As Carl watched, the metal door, which he had carefully closed upon entering, slowly, almost silently, opened a crack. Dim light seeped in through the crack, casting a widening streak of light on the ground. Chapter 8:11. This is such a hassle. With a creaking sound, the warehouse door swung open, and two men in white research coats walked in, trailed by four cold robotic guards. The researcher walking in front scratched his head in frustration and complained to his companions behind him. It's just signal interference caused by a routine sandstorm, and yet the higher-ups insisted we come in the middle of the night to check. If it keeps going like this, and it blows 3 or 4 times a night, won't we be running back and forth until our legs are broken? As he muttered, he glanced briefly at the warehouse piled high with tarpaulins. After confirming that there was nothing amiss, his impatience became even more evident. Sure enough, nothing happened, he spat. I'm in research, not a security guard. That **** above, he takes advantage of his high position to boss us around. He lowered his voice, gritting his teeth. Just wait. When I produce results, I make him kneel down and lick my shoes. The man walking behind didn't respond, just chuckled. The fact that they could brazenly criticize their superiors in the riven environment of the company, without fear of being reported, clearly meant that their relationship was something special. Either they were partners of many years or close friends. The robotic guards dispersed silently, their red dot scanners blinking rhythmically in the darkness, while the footsteps of the two researchers were remarkably clear in the empty warehouse. Even if there's no other way, we have to come. The mechanical guards had already dispersed, silently scanning every corner of the warehouse. The researcher walking behind. Semmel finally spoke, his tone tinged with a hint of reluctant compromise. After all, he's our immediate superior now. If you don't want to be harassed, it's best to hold back for now, Dawes. At least, wait until this matter is over. Wait until this is over. Dawes scoffed and sighed deeply, as if trying to release all the frustration in his chest. He kicked a metal part on the floor, making a dull clang. Semmel, do you really think this experiment will succeed? He lowered his voice, his eyes filled with suspicion and weariness. I think it's highly unlikely. That guy's probably been assigned to look after this junk, so he's always so sour-faced and taking it out on us. He keeps assigning us tasks. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Every time I see that face of his, I want to punch him. I think this experiment is great. Maybe it will actually work. Unlike the dejected and grumbling Dawes, Seaneal's eyes gleamed strangely in the dim warehouse. He tilted his head slightly, as if peering through the rusted ceiling into a more distant time and space. The dodo became extinct in 1681. His voice was soft, yet trembled with something almost reverent. You might find it hard to understand, but when I learned this as a child, even though it was already 2055, nearly 400 years after their extinction, I still felt a dull ache. He paused, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the frayed cuffs of his lab coat. It was a strange feeling. This was a bird I seen in fairy tales. And because of careless human activity, it vanished forever in a short time, no more than 120 years at most. There were deliberate hunts, but even without malice, it was just a tiny life carelessly brushed against in the march of human civilization. His fingers suddenly tightened, his knuckles turning slightly white. And now, we have a real chance to bring them back. This project includes experiments to genetically reprogram the dodo. Semmel turned to look at Dawes, his eyes burning with a passion Dawes had never seen before. Don't you think this is remarkable? This isn't just a scientific breakthrough. This is making up for the mistakes humanity has made. Dawes stared at Semmel for a long time, finally letting out a long breath. A bird that's been dead for 400 years, a creature you never even seen in its true form, is it worth getting so excited about? It is. Semmel's smile shone brightly in the cold light of the warehouse. I know this sounds silly, and you might think I'm a hopeless romantic or brainwashed by all that environmental propaganda. He reached out and gently touched the nearest incubator, his slightly distorted reflection reflected in the glass. Even if the resurrected dodo isn't a real dodo anymore, Samuel's voice was so soft it almost sounded like he was mumbling to himself. But just the thought of bringing back into this world that little creature from my childhood storybook that made me so sad for so long. The robotic guard's scanning beam swept across his profile, instantly illuminating the moist glint in his eyes. Just imagine that regret that lived in my childhood picture book suddenly becoming a living, breathing, purring entity. He clenched his fist, then unclenched it. That moment alone is worth all the absurdity. It's probably like finding a lost toy from childhood. He gave Dawes a sheepish smile. It's childish, but that's my truest thought. I truly believe in it, and am willing to work hard for this childhood dream. Dawes was silent for a moment, the sole of his boot unconsciously crunching over a frost fragment on the ground, making a subtle crunching sound. So, he finally said, his voice lower than usual, you volunteered to be transferred to this project? Just to resurrect a bird? Semmel didn't answer immediately. He simply reached for a data pad and adjusted the parameters on it. The mechanical guard's infrared scanner flickered regularly behind them, casting flickering spots of light on the wall. Not entirely, he finally said, a gentle smile that Dawes was so familiar with. But it's certainly an opportunity. He turned to look at the tarpaulin-covered incubators deep in the warehouse. You know what? When the company first launched this project, it wasn't even in the top 20, until someone suggested genetically modifying extinct creatures to create, high-end, custom-made pets. Dawes scoffed. So, in the end, it just became a commodity. Yeah, Semmel sighed softly, the cuffs of his white lab coat tinged coolly under the blue light of the control panel. But at least, he said, his finger hovering over an icon on a panel, this gives them a chance to be reborn, albeit modified, incompletely. The mechanical guard suddenly chimed, interrupting their conversation. Dawes scratched his head irritably. All right, let's get out of here after the inspection. The Dogtown shipment still needs final adjustments. As he turned, the hem of his white coat lifted slightly. I heard this time they're sending the first batch of experimental subjects compatible with military-grade prosthetics. While they're not quite a success, and are still a long way from completion, they're probably getting closer to your dream. Seaneal hurried after them. As they passed a corner, he seemed to catch an unnatural shadow from the corner of his eye, but when he turned to check, he saw only neatly arranged shelves and a tarpaulin that seemed to be swaying slightly. What's wrong? Dawes, who was walking ahead, asked, turning back. Nothing. Seaneal shook his head, suppressing the strange feeling in his heart. Maybe it was just my imagination. The warehouse door slowly closed behind them, and in a deliberately overlooked corner, a tarpaulin slid silently to the ground at an extremely slow pace. Biological experiments, shipped to Dogtown. Carl's eyes flickered as he watched Semmel and Dawes' backs. He had already gathered some of the information Mr. Blue Eyes wanted. While it wasn't enough to cover his mission, it offered a clue as to the possibility of following this line of inquiry. And then, the dodo. Watching their backs disappear completely, Carl smiled broadly. That sounds very interesting. I hope this product launches soon. I'm really looking forward to it. The smile on his face was identical to the one Semmel had just shared when he spoken of his childhood dream. Chapter 812. Carl walked out of the warehouse. The discovery of biotechnology swirled countless possibilities in his mind, temporarily causing him to put his mission aside. He thought about Johnny, about Relic, and about all those life sciences that teeter on the edge of ethics. Biological cloning, bionic bodies, resurrection of extinct species. He muttered these words under his breath, his pace unconsciously slowing. Johnny was still trapped in the body of the ball. If he wanted to truly live again, he needed not an ordinary body, but a vessel that could truly hold his wild soul. He had seen too many advertisements for bionic people on the market, flawless skin, standardized features, like mass-produced dolls. They lacked the all-important spark of soul, like those bionic pets considered luxuries by the wealthy. No matter how realistic, they were just empty shells. Cloning technology was theoretically feasible, but Carl was all too aware of its pitfalls. He had heard too many rumors about cloning at the Afterlife bar. A company executive cloned himself as a backup organ bank, and the clone developed an independent consciousness. Someone spent their entire fortune to clone their deceased lover, only to discover that the newborn was a complete stranger. Carl thought of that old man, Saburo Arasaka. He'd rather go to great lengths to tinker with relic technology, even resorting to killing his own son, than attempt cloning. Why? Carl paused, taking in the distant view of the Badlands. The answer is simple. A clone is not an original. Even with 100% genetic similarity, subtle differences in upbringing, accumulated memories, and neural circuitry can create a completely different existence, just as the same samurai sword strikes completely different paths in different hands. Perhaps Saburo Arasaka's greatest fear wasn't death, but becoming another version of himself. Imagine if that control freak woke up and discovered he inherited Yorinobu Arasaka's rebellious streak? The thought alone was ironic enough. Carl narrowed his eyes. The biotechnology extinction project had given him new insights, but Johnny's situation was far more complex. It wasn't simply a matter of physical regeneration, it was about how to make the new body truly Johnny's silver hand. The relic chip might preserve memories and personality templates, but what about muscle memory? The subtle touch of fingertips playing guitar? The unconscious reflexes of a fight? Even the burning sensation in the lungs from smoking. How could these fragments of existence be fully transplanted? Carl realized he might be pondering a philosophy he could never fully understand. In his memory, he remembered a famous question: what can change a person's very nature? That question might still have no convincing answer, and the one he was pondering now might be a similar one. What constitutes a person's essence? Is it their memories? Their physical body? Or something deeply embedded within them? Something they can't even articulate? Something they might call a soul? Seeing hope is actually giving me a headache, Carl sighed, continuing to walk forward. I'm not a scientist or philosopher. Yes, this dilemma must be solved. Because without an answer, Johnny will forever be a digital ghost trapped in a chip, even his anger seeming unreal. And in Night City, even the most absurd hopes are worth pursuing. Just like the starry sky above right now, swallowed by light pollution. When you gaze into the abyss, it might be pointing its middle finger at you. But if you don't even have the courage to look up, whose eyes will be illuminated by the sunlight that will eventually pierce the dawn? Aren't these stars like falling stars? Even if only for a moment, they must burn. In Johnny's words, it should be, either live a life of glory, or don't be born at all. Am I a legend? Carl asked himself. Of course I am. If that's the case, then there's no reason not to pursue it. Johnny must be brought back to life, to live a glorious life once more. To bring this terrible friend back to life. Samuel. Carl remembered this name, remembered this man who pursued a childhood dream, risking his life to pursue it. Perhaps he could help Johnny later. He had already found information related to this identity. Samuel Dark. 22, Junior Researcher. Clearance Level, HXH-1. Project Record, Dodo Gene Recovery Project Assistant Researcher, 2075 present, High-End Custom Pets Proposer, Approved 2076, Project Codename, Fantasy. Arasaka's database is as useful as ever. Perhaps Arasaka is truly the best in the company when it comes to espionage, even having information on a junior researcher. Transporting the experimental specimen to Dogtown requires a trip to Taiping Prefecture, according to the transportation information I just found. I let Johnny know about this good news while I'm there. Carl thought for a moment, deciding he was only discussing this aspect of the matter with Johnny. Telling Johnny the details of his mission wouldn't reach the point of leaking the secrets of the mission. This might be a bit of a stretch, but not sharing good news with a friend is unacceptable. At worst, let's just consider him a mission failure. Although Carl, or rather Team KK, has a 100% mission completion rate to date, they're not obsessed with it. Friends should always take precedence over the mission, and what Carl is talking about isn't mission related. If Mr. Blue Eyes thinks Carl leaked the information and the mission failed, then so be it. Johnny, I have good news for you. Good news. Did you bring me cigarettes or alcohol? What flavors? Not really, but I can bring them back. Just let me know what kind of cigarettes and alcohol you want. I just found an interesting clue, Carl said. Someone who might be able to resurrect you, a lunatic who's perhaps just as obsessed as you in some ways, but who's now trying to resurrect the dodo. Ha! Johnny's voice sneered. So I'm an endangered species now? Not really, but if their research goes well, Johnny Silverhand might actually be back. Johnny Silverhand, coming back. Hearing the seriousness in Carl's voice, Johnny, who was about to make a quip, fell silent, as if he were contemplating his own return. Carl's question was, in fact, a question for Johnny. You? Johnny Silverhand. Are you ready to come back? Hack you, Johnny's voice suddenly became eerily clear, as if he had real vocal cords. Finally, I can smoke a cigarette with real lungs. This was Johnny's answer, and it was satisfying. I won't bring you cigarettes or alcohol then. Carl hung up the call with a smile, still looking at Semmel's files. He came across a private, encrypted folder of Semmel's, a folder that wasn't actually confidential at all. It was filled with hand-drawn reconstructions of extinct species, each densely labeled with genetic sequences. And in the corner of the dodo page, someone had written in childish handwriting, "When I can resurrect you, I make sure you taste what a real mango tastes like." The next line, following this childish handwriting, was a more mature one, clearly a later edition. Dodo, can you eat mangoes? Chapter 813. Typingshow. Is it still the same Typingshow? Even the harshest critics would find it difficult to describe the Typingshow of today, the words that have become a daily news routine. Because Typingshow is indeed no longer the Typingshow it once was. After the Voodoo Gang's demise, and the arrival of the NCPD, Night City's immigrant population flocked to Typingshow. This neighborhood, once a scene of ruins and gang warfare, now has a basic sense of order and a sense of humanity. Although there are still some chaotic areas near Dogtown due to Dogtown's influence, Typingshow today has generally achieved the order of the North Industrial District of Watson. Even though the North Industrial District of Watson is the territory of the Vortex Gang, using the word order to compare it to it may not be the right word, but that is the fact. Compared to the anarchy of the past, Typingshow has at least established a basic urban order. This order may not be perfect, but it is far superior to the lawless land of the past. Rumor has it that several companies, sensing Taiping State's potential, are establishing branches here, attempting to capitalize on this newly discovered low-value zone. When it comes to sniffing out wealth, no one is more perceptive than businesses. Rumors have even surfaced that even the mysterious Yes company has begun confidential discussions with the city council about Taiping State's reconstruction plans. For the Yes, the founders of Night City itself, the city's revival is ingrained in their DNA. Whenever there's a glimmer of possibility, even a vague hope, to recreate the glorious city envisioned by founder Richard Knight, the Yes are always the first to roll up their sleeves. I heard that a holographic projection of Knight's handwritten manuscripts still hovers in their boardroom's secret room. Those yellow drawings silently circulate in the darkness, like the founder's lingering obsession, repeatedly outlining his idealized promised land. The city that belongs to the company. The current Taiping State renovation plan may be the opportunity the Yi family has been waiting for years. Clearly, the Yi family has invested heavily in the relocation of the NCPD and the influx of new residents, otherwise, Taiping State wouldn't have undergone such a dramatic transformation in such a short period of time. Despite the constant undercurrent of corporate interests, Taiping State today has indeed given its residents their first taste of city life. Rusted neon lights have begun to flicker again, and data streams flow like a faint pulse through the old streets. People standing in cracked apartment windows, gazing at the massive holographic advertisements projected by the newly built corporate towers in the distance, more or less experience a sense of what Night City, the City of Lights, is like. For Carl, the changes in Taiping State are also significant. When Carl was being sensible, he basically sat in the car the entire way, even to Dogtown. He didn't pay much attention to the scenery outside the car when passing Typingshow. Before that, he hadn't been to Typingshow for some time. I have to say, while the phrase a man should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of absence is supposed to describe people, not neighborhoods, Carl truly felt a sense of renewed respect. What the hell is this? Is this still Taiping's Hao? The Taiping's Hao that used to be desolate, filled with collapsed buildings and discarded goods, was now teeming with people in just the few blocks Carl passed. Among these people were dreamers, who had come to Night City from all over the world, as well as pioneers, who had moved here from various Night City neighborhoods after hearing about the situation in Taiping State. Even a few NCPD officers could be seen in the crowd. At first glance, Carl would have thought he was still in Santo Domingo. This wasn't meant to be an insult to Santo Domingo, but compared to other neighborhoods in the city, Santo Domingo was indeed the poorer part. This didn't seem particularly surprising after all. After all, this area already had the potential to be a top-tier resort, but it had simply been abandoned for various reasons. Now, with major companies injecting new capital and the city council restarting public services, Taiping State was changing by the day. For Carl, this rapid change brought unexpected trouble. He was having trouble tracking the transport truck carrying the biotech company's confidential cargo. These days, biotech has been secretly transporting experimental samples from Santo Domingo to Taiping State. Although the final destination is Dogtown, the checkpoints leading to that closed area are not easy to pass. Therefore, even though it was only a one-block distance, biotech had set up a hidden transfer station in Taiping State. Tracking a transport truck in Taiping State used to be easy. Back then, the entire block resembled an abandoned wasteland, and any moving vehicle would have stood out against the rubble. Even stealthy transport late at night would have been impossible to hide. But now, he stood at the intersection, in a blind spot in the surveillance camera, gazing at the endless stream of traffic before him. On the newly cleared road, a long line of transport vehicles of all kinds lined up, armored trucks bearing company logos, modified civilian pickup trucks, and even autonomous logistics drones zipping around at low altitude. Each vehicle moved with a rush, and every second, new vehicles joined this steel torrent. Carl rubbed his eyes. In this suddenly awakening neighborhood, his specific target was like a drop of water falling into Night City's bay. He knew it was there, but he could no longer distinguish it from the bustle. Working alone, without any help, was indeed difficult. Carl felt the difficulty of being alone, a difficulty he had only briefly experienced since arriving in Night City. It must be said that if he hadn't met Oliver and the others, Carl, struggling on his own, would probably have barely qualified to be born. Having friends around, Carl did make rapid progress, but that constant support was also a factor. Acting alone, without any support, Carl was a bit unskilled. The various reconnaissance skills that should have been honed during his lone wolf career now became tasks he had to learn from scratch. Transport truck, transport truck. Carl muttered to himself as his figure merged into the bustling crowd. After a few steps, he suddenly paused. Although he had mastered the transport route, which one was the target? Wait. Cargo characteristics. Carl should have realized earlier that perhaps his mind was slowed by the excessive barbecue he'd eaten earlier. He always felt that his thinking ability had decreased significantly when he was alone, or that he wasn't thinking as much, even though he should be thinking more at times like this. He should start by looking at the cargo characteristics. The transport trucks heading to Taiping Province, these days, mostly carried mechanical parts, building materials, and at most some weapons. As for fresh food that needed to be kept cold, it was pitifully rare. For most Taiping residents, it was practically a luxury. In other words, if a transport truck's temperature was unusual, it might be a suspect. The temperature of the transport trucks carrying refrigerated biological experimental samples must be significantly different from that of other cargo to ensure the sample's safety. He only needed to identify those vehicles with abnormal temperatures and conduct further verification. According to the information he had obtained from the warehouse was only one storage location, responsible for daytime storage and transportation. Nighttime transportation was handled by another location, which was not recorded in the warehouse's records, but one thing was certain. Biotech would ship a batch of experimental samples to Taiping Prefecture every 4 hours, so he only needed to wait 4 hours at most. 4 hours was still a long wait for Carl. In fact, if time was not a concern, there was an even simpler option. He could simply camp out at the warehouse he knew would be transporting goods, wait until the daytime transport truck arrived, and then track it down. But that obviously required too much time and patience. Carl felt that compared to that, he preferred 4 hours. To confirm the temperature, Carl took out his scanner and went to an abandoned fire escape. Using the terrain there, he observed the vehicles coming and going along the route. As he activated the device, the streetscape before him gradually became awash with blocks of varying shades of color. Most of the trucks displayed a normal orange-red hue, while the occasional refrigerated truck was a gentle blue. Carl prepared to wait 4 hours, but luck seemed to be on his side. After just 4 minutes, Carl found his suspect. A glaring indigo silhouette came into view. It was a seemingly ordinary white van with the word Santo Domingo synthetic meat delivery painted on the exterior, but the scanner indicated that the temperature in its cargo hold was abnormally low. Even more suspicious was the fact that the front cab maintained a normal temperature, a stark contrast to the rear cabin. A typical biological transport disguise. Carl quickly memorized the license plate number, hopped lightly down the fire escape, and followed at a safe distance. On the streets of Taiping Province today, a large truck clearly couldn't go very fast. Otherwise, the NCPD, maintaining law and order, and the ever-available Special Operations Team would punish anyone who tried to run over people. Furthermore, the half-rebuilt roads were a maze of obstacles, with sections open and closed. The truck's speed never increased, making tracking incredibly difficult. Carl had initially prepared for a slow-paced chase, but he hadn't expected it to be so easy. So, he maintained a steady speed. Carl's steady speed was only relative. To those who happened to notice a figure flashing past them, that fleeting figure was incredibly difficult to track. Often, the moment they turned back, they already vanished from sight, leaving them wondering if it was an illusion. Even if some exceptionally perceptive individuals sought to retrieve their prosthetic eyes' visual records, they wouldn't see a trace of it in the data Carl conveniently erased as he passed by. Erasing people's data as they pass by is a simple task for the average hacker, let alone Carl. Even if Carl erased a larger and more densely populated group of people compared to the casual erasures of ordinary hackers, it still held true. At most, it was the difference between 1 and 100, just one extra Chinese character or 2 extra zeros. If Carl hadn't had to maintain a certain speed to track the truck, even if he were walking slowly and openly among the crowd, he would have remained invisible to everyone. During Carl's pursuit, the vehicle he had identified as suspicious suddenly turned a corner and vanished. A large truck couldn't vanish out of thin air, especially not right in the middle of a construction site marked with construction signs, but with no one inside. A vehicle this large wouldn't be easy to hide from. Carl weaved through the biotech security guards disguised as construction workers at the construction site, following the tire tracks, until he saw a sudden break in the fresh tracks on the gravel ground. He followed the tracks to a sunken platform. The metal fence gleamed coldly in the moonlight. It was a giant elevator disguised as a road, emitting a pungent odor of motor oil and static electricity. So that's it. The edge of the elevator still contained rubber crumbs from the truck's tires, and Carl immediately understood the trick. Those guys hid the entire underground passage behind construction fencing. Carl, following the electronic tracks left by the truck, stumbled upon a temporary glitch in the security system caused by the truck inspection process. The surveillance camera's scanning intervals lengthened, and the laser tripwires on the ground temporarily went dormant. He seized this window of opportunity, and finally descended into a suffocating underground space. 40 meters underground, a biodome the size of a football field loomed. Carl held his breath as researchers from the biotech company directed a robotic arm to unload the frozen capsules from the truck. Fine droplets of water condensed on the surface of the silver-gray container, emitting a piercing chill. A mechanical arm emitted a low hum as it precisely connected tubes to the cryostats ports, clearly preparing some complex awakening procedure. Carl's gaze fixed on the dismantling cryostat. As the outer shell was removed layer by layer, his pupils suddenly constricted. Inside, he saw a creature that looked incredibly familiar, yet hadn't been expected to be there. Although he heard it was just an experimental specimen essentially indistinguishable from a bionic animal, and that this type of creature had already been created in mechanical biomimetic form by the Soviets years before, seeing this creature in person still felt a sense of unreality. What was in that truck? Just one thing, a truck this size, carrying only one thing. An experimental specimen whose biotechnology was still incomplete, essentially indistinguishable from a bionic creature. Its true name was unknown, its biotechnical code name was unknown, but judging by its appearance alone, it had a name. A name anyone who sees it can pronounce immediately. Triceratops. Biotechnology is truly mind-blowing. Does it provide the wealthy with amazing pets, including dinosaurs? Chapter 8:14. For someone who had admired dinosaurs since childhood, seeing a living one in person was a miracle beyond comprehension. And when this dinosaur actually began to move, revived under the control of sophisticated instruments, and gradually showed signs of life, the shock reached a terrifying level. Carl lurked in the shadows, breathless and focused, his eyes fixed on the Triceratops carefully released by biotech researchers in the center of the ecological park. His pupils dilated with excitement and inexplicable joy, and even his breathing became inaudible, as if the slightest mistake might disturb this awakening ancient miracle. He could feel his heartbeat accelerating, a heart that usually felt no excitement during battle, now pounding. It was amazing. It wasn't just him. Carl was certain that any member of the team, even the usually calm and composed T-Bug, would be frozen in place as if under a spell, facing this prehistoric behemoth, gradually breathing life into it. Eyes fixed, unblinking. Even if it wasn't a true ancient beast, but merely a biomimetic experiment crafted by biotechnology. So what? Its body perfectly replicated the spirit of a triceratops, the subtle tremors of its sturdy limbs as they trod the ground, the metallic sheen of its scaly skin in the simulated sunlight of the ecological park, and the sharp trails of its iconic three horns that sliced through the air as its head swung. These details alone were enough to make anyone with a fascination for dinosaurs surge with excitement, unable to look away. Carl watched the triceratops' muscles begin to twitch rhythmically, its scaly skin gleaming bronze under the spotlights of the ecological park. As its signature pair of long, curved horns swung dangerously through the air as its head swung, he couldn't help but hold his breath. It's moving. The triceratops is moving. His Adam's apple rolled, as he watched the giant beast slowly lift its massive body from the ground. First, it supported itself with its forelimbs, then with its hind legs. The entire rise felt suffocatingly heavy. When it finally stood fully, its head swaying as it adjusted to its new surroundings, Carl's eyes lit up astonishingly. At that moment, he suddenly understood Oliver and Jack's passion for modified cars. Carl's interest in cars was ordinary, but dinosaurs. Dinosaurs were something else. This was so cool. Carl thought of the dinosaur toys he had played with as a child, and then looked at the moving triceratops. If he hadn't been concerned about his own lurking position, Carl would have been tempted to get closer to see the dinosaur in detail. Surprisingly, the researchers in white coats were even more excited than he was. They gathered around the observation window. Every time the triceratops made a movement, whether it was simply raising its head or taking its first step, there would be a burst of suppressed cheers and applause. Some even clapped their colleagues' shoulders excitedly, their eyes sparkling behind their glasses. This was completely contrary to Carl's expectations. According to the intelligence he had, biotech companies should have been sending various biomimetic experiments to this secret laboratory. Most of these semi-finished products contained fatal flaws, and would eventually be shipped to Dogtown for some kind of trade. Logically, the researchers should have been accustomed to such failures. Unless... Carl narrowed his eyes, a new hypothesis forming in his mind. Perhaps the bionic form of a triceratops is also a breakthrough for them. Perhaps the first successfully activated bionic form of a prehistoric creature? The corners of Carl's mouth curled up unconsciously, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. If that's the case, he whispered to himself, peering back from behind his mask, that would be interesting. He could sense that he was about to witness a rare spectacle. How would the researchers test the limits of such a groundbreaking experimental subject? The answer was simple. Pit it against the previous experiment. Sure enough, just as the triceratops gradually adapted to its own body and began to walk steadily under the control of the automatic learning system, the sound of branches snapping echoed from deep within the dense forest of the ecological park. The researchers' conversation suddenly became rapid and excited, and some even turned up the ecological park's lighting. Slowly emerging from the shadows was a monster Carl had seen in the biotechnology laboratory materials. Its appearance retained the basic features of a gorilla, but its size had swelled to a terrifying degree. This modified gorilla stood nearly 3 meters tall when erect, its muscular body 2/3 the size of a triceratops. Its thick forearms reached to its knees, its fists clenched, the size of a fitness ball. Most terrifying of all were its eyes, a pair of glowing red compound eyes, like two bloodthirsty signal lights in the dimly lit ecological park. A triceratops would have been about 8 meters long and over 3 meters tall, but the gorilla, standing on its torso alone, felt comparable to a triceratops. This gorilla was definitely no ordinary creature. The duel between the gorilla and the triceratops, while it was, in a sense, an interspecies battle, not comparable to a duel between two gorillas or two triceratops, and the outcome might even vary depending on the species, seemed unconcerned. However, judging by the researchers' behavior, they simply didn't care. Perhaps, recording the force exerted and various data during the process was sufficient. Even if the triceratops lost, as long as the experimental data proved its transformation method superior to that of the gorilla, it would still be meaningful. After the appearance of the modified gorilla, the triceratops seemed to sense a threat. It stopped, its massive head lowered, its 3 sharp horns pointed at the intruder. The modified gorilla pounded its chest with its fists, roaring deafeningly, its mechanical eyes flashing a dangerous red. The atmosphere in the ecological park instantly reached a fever pitch. Carl observed these two creatures, which did not exist in nature, and silently assessed their demonstrated strength. It's truly biotechnology. Just these two creatures, still in the experimental stage and not yet fully developed, have already displayed an extremely terrifying appearance. As for that ape, Carl estimated that if the animal gang were to deal with it, they might have to dispatch the leader of a base, and that leader would have to be quite capable. That's a terrifying assessment. Remember, Carl saw an entire warehouse of biological components. If every one of those components could be perfected into a gorilla, they might be enough to send the terror squad to the streets of Night City. And that was just one of the warehouses. While it wouldn't be a big deal if they were used as biological weapons, or as guards for the wealthy, only a few would be enough to replace an ordinary security team. As Carl pondered and watched, the battle between the Triceratops and the gorilla began. The gorilla launched the first attack. The muscles in its hind legs compressed like springs, and it suddenly leaped up. The mechanical claws in its hand shot out, drawing 6 silver arcs in the light. The Triceratops's reaction was astonishingly fast. It didn't dodge, but instead suddenly raised its head to meet the approaching shadow. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing shook the observation window slightly. Sparks flew as the gorilla's claws collided with the Triceratops's horn, sending a cascade of scales flying. However, the main character remained intact. Carl noticed a blue glow, characteristic of some alloy, at the base of the Triceratops' horn. Biotechnology had transformed the dinosaur's most primitive weapon into composite armor. The gorilla stumbled as it landed, and the Triceratops seized the opportunity to lash out with its heavy, whip-like tail. The nearly 2-ton tail swept past with a whistling sound, snapping 3 simulated palm trees in half. The gorilla barely managed to sidestep, but was still grazed on its left rib. The artificial skin instantly ripped, revealing the hydraulic pipes beneath, sparking with electricity. Roar! The injury enraged the gorilla. The creature, mimicking the emotions of a living gorilla, glowed red as it suddenly pulled from the ground behind it a metal stake that had been supporting the bionic trees. This was clearly not part of the experimental plan. It was a self-learned intelligence that enabled it to perform this human-like movement. Seeing this, the researchers erupted in excitement. The monster hurled the metal stake like a javelin. The Triceratops ducked its head to avoid it, but the gorilla had already pounced on its flank, its fangs sinking fiercely into the gaps in its armor. Blood-red biological blood gushed from the Triceratops' wound, but it seized the opportunity to lash out with its hind hooves. The gorilla was kicked back, slamming into the bulletproof glass, the entire observation window covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Both monsters were now injured. The gorilla's left arm drooped abnormally, while the Triceratops dragged a bleeding hind leg. For the bionic Triceratops, the injury, which only damaged the outer layer of the skin, was insignificant. It was like someone biting through the skin of a mercenary wearing heavy subcutaneous armor. It wouldn't even damage the Triceratops's core. Compared to the Triceratops, the gorilla's injured left arm was extremely fatal. The force point, which was clearly equipped with a device, had been completely destroyed, and the expected output had been reduced to its limit, possibly even unusable. Watching, Carl was somewhat amazed at their intelligence. The technology used in biotechnology had such remarkable learning capabilities, and they had prepared plans to deal with opponents of all sizes. The gorilla's sideways lunge just now reminiscent of a lion preying on a wild buffalo on the African savanna, avoiding the buffalo's most dangerous horns and attacking from the side, where it could injure its internal organs, the core. The Triceratops's response was as swift and effective as the agile buffalo, and with immense power. Neither of them was truly the true prototype. The intelligence displayed by these two experimental subjects far surpassed the prototype, and even more so in terms of power. Realizing its disadvantage, the gorilla began to deliberately raise dust with one hand to distract its vision, while the Triceratops used its head movements to simulate the effect of visual interference, but Carl saw that it was disguising its head attack. When the gorilla lunged again, the Triceratops suddenly lowered its center of gravity, its 3 horns piercing its opponent's chest with the precision of a battering ram. Crack! With a teeth-grinding sound of metal buckling, the gorilla was lifted into the air. It struggled frantically, its mechanical claws scratching shallow wounds on the Triceratops' face, but the dinosaur's neck muscles continued to exert force like a hydraulic press. Finally, with a crisp snap, the gorilla's spine bent in half at a strange angle at the tip of its horn. The victorious Triceratops raised its head and let out a roar that must have been a composite of a cow and a deer. Almost without injury, it had triumphed over the gorilla. The researchers fell into an eerie silence. Carl could tell from their pale, agitated faces that the battle had been far more brutal than he had anticipated. So Carl took this opportunity to move closer, and then he heard the researchers' voices. This is incredible. Truly incredible. The progress has exceeded expectations. I originally thought the previous experiment would at least outperform the latest one in terms of power output, but looking at its current state, it's not just its intelligence, but even its strength is on par with the old one. No, I think it's far surpassed it. The researcher, identified by his name tag as the responsible person, was so excited that his hands were shaking. He nearly knocked his glasses off his nose as he tried to adjust them. He said to his colleagues, "After we maintain this experiment and record the data, we send it to Hansen. This is definitely the experiment that will satisfy him the most. While it's not perfect, the final breakthrough in the experiment will take time. This is already the limit." Hansen? Hearing the familiar name from the researcher's mouth, Carl's mind raced. It seemed the experimental specimens Biotech had recently shipped into Dogtown were all for Hansen. Why would the king of Dogtown constantly import these bionic creatures from Biotech? Could it be that he's drawn to their combat power? That makes sense at this point. Just as Carl was thinking this, he overheard something in the researcher's conversation that contradicted his assumptions. "Yes, Minister, but do we really need to destroy the intelligence core? The Hellhounds say they're afraid of being controlled, but this bionic creature isn't completely mechanical. Someone powerful enough could hack into it and control it. Would just destroying the core be enough? I don't know, but Hansen requested it and placed the order, so we just submit it. He's already offered a hefty price to his superiors, so this isn't something we can discuss. But I heard Hansen is suspicious of his subordinates, so he's taking precautions to ensure he has a force under his control in the event of a crisis." Only under his control? Is Hansen so vigilant? It can't be that there's a traitor among his subordinates. He must have his own forces. Listening to the researcher's voice and speculation, Carl sensed something amiss. Afraid of rebellion? Hansen wasn't that kind of person. Although Carl had met him less than 10 times, he could discern his true nature. He possessed audacity and ambition, and his arrogance led him to believe he could manage his subordinates. That wasn't his reason. Biotechnology. Biology? Destroy the intelligence core. It's almost as if there's something that can replace it, or rather, that doesn't require the intelligence core, making it less vulnerable to hacking. What exactly is Hansen's purpose in placing this order? Carl feels like he's grasped something, but there's no thread that connects at all. With so little information, Carl can't come up with anything. After all, it can't be that. Hansen just wants to play with dinosaurs. Chapter 8:15. Biotech Personnel Deployment Information, Equipment and Characteristics of Biotech Personnel, Core Experimental Products, and Travel Routes. Carl hacked into the Typing State Secret Laboratory's main control system with ease. Data flowed into his storage device like a docile flock of sheep. The entire process was incredibly smooth. No alarms were triggered. No patrolling guards were encountered. Not even the most basic biometric locks appeared. As he packaged this complete set of information and sent it to Mr. Blue Eyes, his communicator lit up with an incoming call almost instantly. "Mr. KK?" The employer's voice was calm, yet within that calmness, it accelerated slightly, as if expressing excitement. "I thought it would be enough for you to just get the personnel list. While there are requirements, these equipment specifications are clearly a pleasant surprise. And you even obtained their core experimental data, test records, and laboratory coordinates. It's truly remarkable." Carl listened to the praise from the other end of the line, and glanced down at the full remittance notice he had just received. He had originally planned to visit the warehouse listed in the other document. He had anticipated that this might not be enough, and that the information there might be enough to cover the task. However, contrary to his expectations, Mr. Blue Eyes was clearly overly satisfied. "You're truly a legend in the industry." The employer finally regained his usual restrained tone, the urgency gone. "The completeness and detail of this information far exceeds what we agreed upon." It truly exceeded Mr. Blue Eyes' expectations. What was the original mission assignment? While the requirements were numerous, they essentially meant Carl investigating the movements of agents in the biotechnology department. Simply tracking their movements was sufficient. The additional requests regarding equipment and personnel were merely minor information. Essentially, the employer simply wanted to understand what the biotechnology department was doing. It was a simple reconnaissance mission, but what did Carl deliver? He not only uncovered their operations, but also the transportation routes, lists of experimental personnel, experimental data, even experimental footage, and the precise coordinates of the lab. It felt like you simply asked KK to check the supermarket for apples and inquire about the local orchard market, wondering if you should open one yourself. But this guy, in turn, not only grabbed planting reports, farmer files, logistics routes, and quarterly reports from every orchard in the city, but also included competitor profit and loss analysis and acquisition estimates. As that pile of information landed in your arms, you suddenly realized you jumped from the dilemma of whether to open a business to the agonizing thought of which orchard to acquire. The worst part is, you actually have the wherewithal, and you're actually intending to do so. Even more ironic is, you only paid the change you pay at the supermarket, and yet KK brought you entire business intelligence. Core data that would have taken a professional spy team months and exorbitant sums to acquire. Even within the company, that intelligence would take an entire intelligence department a full month to obtain, and by the time it arrives, it's often already out of date. By comparison, KK's efficiency is ridiculously high. Is the money he's asking for a lot? Of course it's a lot. By comparison, he could hire several professional mercenary teams. But compared to the costs and manpower involved in operating an entire company's intelligence department, is that a lot? It's just a drizzle. After Mr. Blue Eyes offered some generous praise, since it didn't cost him anything, Carl ended the call. He actually figured things out. He worked incredibly hard, delivered beyond expectations, and earned high praise from his employer. Carl suddenly realized something. Although he always felt like V was a slogger, toiling away daily on tasks worth thousands or tens of thousands of euros, always doing it with such dedication and excellence, he wondered if he was just like him. Just now, he even thought it wasn't enough, thinking he couldn't deliver, but in reality, he almost turned this biotechnology experiment upside down. He had the initiator, the purpose, the circumstances, the location, and the data. With all that, it was as if Mr. Blue Eyes had been watching the entire experiment from the sidelines. He'd truly been working incredibly hard. Putting his phone away, Carl didn't feel anything particularly wrong. After all, his efforts weren't entirely unpaid. At least all the things he'd been interested in during this experiment had been answered, hadn't he? He even gotten to see dinosaurs fighting gorillas, not something you see casually. Carl was completely satisfied. Furthermore, Carl learned that the events in Dogtown weren't over. Hansen was still planning something. It was likely that Dogtown would soon be plunged into true chaos. At this point, Hansen was expanding his forces. It was clear that Hansen had no intention of submitting to Rosalind Miles. With Hansen holding the crucial clue, it was easy to imagine what Rosalind Miles would do next. The fight is coming. While I wasn't exactly happy about it, one thing was certain. A mercenary is a profession that pursues and participates in conflict. Soon, I get a new job. After leaving the biotech lab, Carl walked back to the typing state area, hailed a Delamon, and rode it all the way back to the Watson district. The job was over, and he wanted to ask Old Way to maintain his prosthetics. Passing by Misty's shop, Carl nodded and greeted her. Just as he was about to walk through, she stopped him. Wait a minute, Carl. Misty stepped closer and smiled mysteriously. When I was reading Jack's fortune just now, I also did it for you guys. Want to see your results? Divination? Carl raised an eyebrow. In his impression, Misty's fortunes were always incredibly accurate. He hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking, how's mine? Misty didn't answer directly, but simply pressed the paper with the divination results into his hand. See for yourself. See for yourself. Carl looked down at the slip of paper in his hand. It read, 2077, KK Virgo. You've been in the city for a long time, and have figured out the ins and outs. You already done the hard part, and with an excellent team behind you, the work you're taking on now is no longer challenging. Under your influence, the world is slowly changing for the better, but you know that this level of change isn't what you're after. Against, enclosed spaces. Auspicious, open spaces. Chapter 816. Enclosed space, open space. After completing maintenance on Old Way's prosthetic, Carl was still pondering Misty's divination. Why could the mere distinction between enclosed and open spaces determine good or bad luck? This puzzled him. Carl had always distrusted those charlatan divination stunts sold on the street, but he trusted Misty. No, it wasn't so much the divination itself as the advice his friend offered. Furthermore, past experience had proven that Misty's divinations always had a certain eerie accuracy. In this context, the distinction between enclosed and open spaces required Carl to give it some careful consideration. Can a room be considered an enclosed space? What kind of space would be considered enclosed? It couldn't be a coffin, right? Wouldn't that mean he would be carried to the afterlife? That eerie place would be perfect for his burial. It used to be a morgue. How wide is open? Is a square considered large? Or does it have to be as empty as the Badlands? Why is openness considered auspicious? Carl had actually asked Misty why openness and enclosure determine auspiciousness and inauspiciousness, but Misty couldn't give an answer. She said it was the spirit's answer, and she was merely responsible for delivering it. Even if she truly wanted to explain it to Carl and help him stay safe, she couldn't offer an answer. Any explanation might even harm him. Carl had to be on his own guard against all this. Since he had silently taken Misty's divination advice to heart, said goodbye to Old V, and left Old V's clinic. Walking through the alley behind Misty's shop, and in front of Old Way's clinic, Carl looked up at the sky. Is this alley narrow? Is the street wide? It's true, divination is something I wouldn't have known about, but now that I know about it, I inexplicably become concerned. But Carl also knew that in some stories and myths, being overly concerned with the results of a divination or prophecy can actually cause the results to come true. His excessive concern would be a bad thing. Enclosed spaces are taboo. At least open spaces are auspicious. Perhaps this is just a lucky omen, and good things are about to happen to him. As he stepped out of the alley, Carl's face, which had returned to its original state upon entering Misty's shop, was once again disguised by the camouflage chip. Walking down the street, Carl spotted 2 or 3 bounty hunters who matched his NCPD database. For example, the burly man on the left. Reward, 500 euros. Charges, theft, speeding, 500 euros. In Night City, a reward like that wouldn't be enough for minor offenses. It would certainly imply some level of wrongdoing, but it wouldn't be enough to say he committed something truly unforgivable. The NCPD officer walking past him made that clear. The officer had clearly realized the burly man was a wanted person before Carl, but after comparing him, he simply glanced at him and let him go. It's not that we won't arrest them, but it's just that we have to hold off arresting people of this level slowly, and then catch them later. If we arrested everyone, including only those with a 500 euro reward, even the entire NCPD wouldn't be able to catch them all, because there are simply too many of them. In Night City, police resources are at a premium, and so-called crimes are often classified differently. For example, in the case of a theft with a bounty, the perpetrator might have simply taken some company items during a job, and the company tracked him down through surveillance, so they offered a bounty. Any claims of genuine desperation to apprehend him are certainly false. It's just a formality. If he were actually apprehended, it could be a disaster. After all, with a test subject delivered to their doorstep, there's no telling what the company might do. The NCPD doesn't claim to violate any Night City law. While that's the case on paper, the bribes each officer receives are substantial. If they really want to apprehend him, the chief and special operations team leader who accepted KK's bribe are right here in the station. Just talk to the NCPD and the special operations team. Oh, and they recently added a terrorism squad. Suffice it to say, nothing is too extreme. Night City these days can still tolerate it. Carl's impression seems to be that the word circulating among NCPD officers lately is that matters involving companies, etc., and those with great talent, involving officers and the public, must be handled immediately and quickly. This isn't about favoritism, but rather that the company is wealthy and powerful. If you send them a small matter, they might not even remember what it was, and the officers would have to spend time explaining it, and the company would have to investigate internally. Then, the company representative would act like a corporate shill and look down on you, saying, "It's just such a small matter." That's unbearable. They're not slaves to corporate shills. Just because they're used to being treated like shills by their superiors doesn't mean the NCPD can't get used to it. Doing good things and being looked down upon is a common occurrence, and it's better to focus on matters involving the public. At least you get a thank you, and it won't sour your enthusiasm. The NCPD officer on the street likely shared the same thought, but after taking a few steps, he turned around and caught up with the burly man. Under Carl's watchful eye, the NCPD officer patted the burly man on the shoulder. The man turned around, caught sight of the NCPD officer, his eyes widening. He almost wanted to run, but the sight of the officer's gun stopped him. Carl watched them exchange a few whispered words, as the burly man pulled a rare amount of cash from his pocket. Carl noticed a thick stack of high-denomination euros mixed in with the change, a significant sum. The burly man glanced furtively around, making sure no one was watching. He quickly slipped the money into the NCPD officer's hand, and the officer released him. After the officer released his grip, the burly man quickly vanished into the shadows of the street corner. Carl watched the officer's every move. The man expertly twisted and counted the bills, then precisely pulled out a €50 note and casually tucked it into his left pocket. The remaining money was neatly arranged and carefully tucked into his right pocket. Almost instantly, the information on the police department's reward board refreshed, and the wanted status for the burly man suddenly changed to closed. Submitted to officer, number 9-43. Note, fine paid, case filed. Heh. Carl smiled, walked forward, and gently patted the officer's shoulder. The officer flinched, nearly drawing his gun at the unexpected approach. But when the mask faded, revealing his true face, he breathed a sigh of relief. "It's you, Mr. KK. Anyone who sees you should have a hot dog." Carl smiled and pointed to the officer's left pocket. "You already caught me. There's nothing I can do about it. Looks like my extra income will be cut." Although the officer seemed to sigh as he spoke, his movements as he took out the money were exceptionally smooth. The corners of his mouth lifted unconsciously, and even his brows relaxed. "I guess I can brag about this when I get back," he said. Chapter 817. "Sir Carl, I have a new matter that I need your attention." Goro Akechi's voice, raspy as sandpaper, carried a strange sense of fatigue and forced excitement in the electronic voice of his phone. Carl shifted his gaze from the morning light filtering through the gaps in the curtains and checked the time. It was 7 o'clock in the morning, an awkward moment between the end of the night shift and the beginning of the morning shift. However, judging by Arasaka's situation, this was definitely not the time Akechi had just arrived at work. Judging by the undisguised fatigue in the voice on the other end of the line, he must have just finished an all-nighter. "Is there an emergency?" Carl remembered his initial conversation with Akechi. Goro Akechi had explicitly stated that he would handle non-essential matters. In other words, the important matters were for Carl to handle. Now, it seemed, he had encountered something that, in his personal judgment, was difficult to handle. "I understand." Carl quickly rose from the bed. "Switch to the hidden channel. This normal channel carries the risk of being monitored. Although I deleted our call history during our conversation, it's still possible someone might notice it. Hang up first and call back in half a minute." On the other end of the line, Akechi Goro was visibly startled. "I overlooked this possibility, Mr. Carl. It seems my overtime has caused some unnecessary mental distraction. I hang up immediately and try again in half a minute. I be waiting for your call." Looking at the interrupted call screen, Carl slowly exhaled. Then, time seemed to slow down. Half a minute. Getting dressed and washing up is more than enough time. Get out of bed, get dressed, go to the bathroom, and wash up. Half a minute later, when Goro Akechi's call came back online, Carl was already sitting upright in an armchair, sipping milk from the small refrigerator in his room. "Switching to the hidden channel now," Carl said, swallowing a mouthful of the cold milk. "Tell me specifically, what is it that's so difficult for you to handle that I have to handle it?" In Carl's impression, Goro Akechi was an absolutely outstanding subordinate. These days, Akechi had hardly ever bothered him with official business, and he handled everything flawlessly. To be honest, Carl felt that Akechi, a veteran of the company, was definitely more capable of handling company affairs than himself, who was always slacking off. For someone like him to actively seek guidance, he must have encountered a very difficult problem. Akechi's call cut to the chase, cutting straight to the point. "The Pheasant Faction's top brass contacted me." The Pheasant Faction's top brass. Carl immediately grasped the seriousness of the situation. Akechi was clearly referring to the Pheasant Faction within Japan. In North America, ever since Hanako Arasaka was captured in a surprise attack by Arasaka Nobuyuki, the only remaining Pheasant Faction members were those temporarily retained by Arasaka Nobuyuki for political reasons. These survivors were under constant surveillance, struggling to protect themselves, let alone take any concrete action. Among these remaining members, Akechi was already the most senior. According to the faction structure, he was the only one who could initiate contact, and no one else would ever contact him. Since he mentioned high-level officials, he must be referring to those within Japan. What exactly did they say? Carl's fingers slid across the phone's panel, adding several layers of security. This way, even if someone managed to breach the firewall, he could instantly cut off the connection and completely erase all communication records before the data could be decrypted. Akechi's voice dropped noticeably. "It's about Miss Hanako. The Pheasant Faction's top brass is extremely dissatisfied with Lord Nobuaki's, the CEO's actions. However, during the high-level meeting, they were unable to shake Lord Nobuaki's already dominant position." The rustling of papers emanated from the communicator. It was clear that Akechi was reviewing a more confidential manuscript. So they decided to take a different approach. Rescue Miss Hanako from Lord Nobuaki. Rescue Arasaka Hanako? Carl opened the refrigerator, pulled out a packaged butter bun, tore open the wrapper, and began to eat. Even after suffering the blows of Saburo Arasaka's death and Hanako Arasaka's imprisonment, the Pheasant faction remained a formidable force within the Arasaka group. This conservative faction, deeply entrenched within Arasaka, resembled the sprawling roots of an old tree, a force not easily uprooted. Even the humblest cockroach would desperately struggle when faced with catastrophic consequences, let alone this group of privileged, high-handed conservatives. Faced with their increasingly dwindling living space, their rebellion was almost inevitable. But the crux of the matter was, they did hold a trump card, but whatever remained must be played by Hanako Arasaka, their master. Arasaka Corporation was essentially a family dynasty. While board members were not powerless, their power was like that of ministers in ancient dynasties. Until they could completely suppress the imperial power, the only recourse these courtiers had was to choose their preferred heir to the throne and stake their bets on that choice. If Arasaka Nobuyuki had truly murdered Hanako Arasaka, these conservatives might have fought tooth and nail. But with Hanako currently under house arrest, they were caught in a dilemma. They couldn't sit idly by and watch Nobuyuki gradually erode their power, nor could they act rashly and endanger Hanako's life. In this precarious situation, the thought of rescuing Hanako Arasaka was a natural choice, like a trapped animal cornered, grasping at the last straw despite knowing hope was slim. Who could still be mobilized in North America? The answer was obvious. Only Akechi, who, knowing they might be under close surveillance by Nobuyuki's men, had no choice but to step into it anyway. What's their plan? Carl realized that he, Akechi, had to intervene in this matter. Akechi's voice came over the encrypted channel. Initially, senior officials secretly attempted to contact Takemura Goro. They held out a glimmer of hope, believing that Saburo-sama's once most loyal guard might have merely temporarily succumbed to Arasake's Nobuyuki's power. After all, given Takemura's loyalty to Saburo-sama, he might even consider their past relationship. The sound of papers being flipped could be heard over the communicator. But reality dealt them a heavy blow. Takemura not only flatly refused, but also issued a stern warning. He claimed that his duty had never changed. He was, and still is, the head of the Arasaka clan, protecting the clan. Now, that head is undoubtedly Arasaka Nobuyuki. He will eliminate any threat to the head. Akechi continued then, say Nobu seized on this incident. Under the pretext of a purge, he eliminated several high-ranking officials involved in the liaison at the board meeting. After paying such a heavy price, the Pheasant faction now has only its last trump card left. The last trump card? Carl sat up unconsciously. The 100 ninjas. Akechi lowered his voice. Aside from the 10 elite members, who must remain at the Arasaka residence on the main island, the remaining 90 selected to maintain their number have infiltrated North America in batches through various covert channels over the past week. The 100 ninjas? Carl had had plenty of encounters with this group, once Saburo Arasaka's strongest guard when he was still alive. It was precisely because of this encounter, and understanding that he understood the 100 ninjas' abilities. Even Chiome, during her rigorous training with the organization, had failed to qualify for the final selection. Admittedly, the selection system does have restrictions based on background, but even Chiome's strength didn't make the cut. This alone proves that even Chiome, if measured against the standards of the 100 ninja group, would barely reach the baseline, far from enough to warrant leniency from those ruthless examiners. This organization's selection process is rigorous, bordering on perverse. Strength, lineage, and loyalty are essential criteria. The slightest flaw in any of these will result in immediate and ruthless elimination. Those who ultimately survive this brutal screening are monsters, who have emerged from a sea of blood and corpses, truly capable of single-handedly overturning the tide of battle. Now 90 of these individuals have arrived at once, and they all successfully infiltrated North America. It seems the Pheasant faction's leaders are truly making a desperate move this time. But Carl, while surprised, noticed something odd. With Hanako Arasaka imprisoned and communications strictly restricted, who on earth possessed the authority to mobilize the 100 ninja team? The 100 ninja team's loyalty was unquestionable. When Saburo Arasaka was alive, they obeyed only his orders, never hesitating even if asked to wield their swords against their own loved ones. After Saburo's death, this loyalty was completely transferred to Hanako Arasaka. Now that Hanako is imprisoned, how can the higher-ups command these cold-blooded killing machines? Could it be that the 100 ninjas already agreed with the higher-ups' plan to rescue Hanako Arasaka? So they weren't acting on orders, but rather, they proactively entered into some kind of temporary collaboration with the higher-ups? This speculation would certainly explain the 100 ninjas' unusual actions. After all, rescuing their master aligns with their core loyalty, but from his understanding, the 100 ninjas shouldn't be capable of such an act. The members of the 100 ninjas are like meticulously programmed killing machines, their actions based entirely on a cycle of waiting for orders and executing them. In their training, individual will is eliminated, ensuring their loyalty is solely to follow orders. Wasn't the thing that old man Saburo Arasaka was most proud of when he was alive, transforming these living people into killing tools that were more reliable than machines? Those members who survived through inhuman training should not have the ability or intention to think and make decisions independently. Those who had such autonomy would have been eliminated by Saburo Arasaka or brought to his side as personal guards. Unless there's something fishy going on with this operation, like Hanako having preconceived a plan before being imprisoned and her capture being quite sudden, this possibility isn't impossible, but it's extremely remote. Of the 100-man ninja group, only Hanako Arasaka and Saburo Arasaka can command. Hanako Arasaka is unlikely, but what about Saburo Arasaka? How can he, a dead man, command the living? Carl wouldn't mind killing Saburo Arasaka again. After all, not everyone in the world gets the chance to kill that old beast twice, but the dead can't be resurrected. Johnny. Carl suddenly realized a terrifying possibility. The relic. The device that can digitally preserve human consciousness. In his lifetime, Saburo Arasaka truly disdained this incomplete method of resurrection. He pursued perfect immortality, so this technology remained in the experimental stage and needed continuous improvement. But given that old fox's cautious nature, how could he not have a backup plan? What if this old monster was indeed dead, but his consciousness, that digital soul carrying all his memories and thoughts, still existed, perhaps even awakened, and this being, a perfect replica of Saburo Arasaka, issued orders to the 100-man ninja group? Would those rigid and absolutely loyal killing machines acknowledge this digital Saburo? How careless. Both he and Yoshinori were careless. Despite the possibility, he let his guard down because of his imperfect immortality. The old monster might indeed not want to live in that form, but that didn't mean he wouldn't have a backup. For someone like Saburo Arasaka, when faced with a true life or death decision, even if it meant existing as data, as long as it meant the continuation of Saburo Arasaka's existence, he would probably accept it without hesitation. After all, for that paranoid tyrant, what mattered was never the form of life, but the very fact that Saburo Arasaka must exist forever, that Saburo Arasaka's will must endure. Carl's brain raced at the sudden influx of information and speculation, his thoughts slicing through the threads of logic like a sharp blade. Every possibility emerged clearly in his mind, each one subjected to rigorous judgment. If this were indeed the case, then it wasn't too late. It's never too late to mend the fence after the sheep have been lost. I understand the Pheasant Clan's leadership's intentions. I will personally assist the 100-man ninja group as a matter of prudent judgment. Overtime was needed. But this time, it was proactive and enthusiastic overtime. Carl found it acceptable. After all, it would be disgusting if that old cockroach-like creature crawled out of its grave again and scurried about everywhere. It would be best if you were alive again, Arasaka Saburo. That way, I could kill you again. If this time isn't enough, then I kill you again. Over and over, again and again. Even if you're just weeds, I root you out completely. Chapter 818. Nice to meet you, Mr. Akechi. Akechi nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the dimly lit room. The meeting with the core members of the Pheasant faction went much more smoothly than he had expected, or rather, this group, determined to make a last-ditch effort, was far more resourceful than rumored. They had long since set aside everything else, staking all their resources, connections, and even their escape routes on the single goal of rescuing Hanako Arasaka. In addition to the 90 elite ninjas of the 100, countless support personnel had quietly infiltrated North America. These pawns, lurking in the shadows, were now operating with astonishing efficiency. It was thanks to this sophisticated underground network that even a high-ranking figure like Akechi, a key target under constant surveillance by Arasaka Nobuo's forces, was able to slip past surveillance and complete this secret contact with the Pheasant faction without anyone noticing. Members of the Pheasant faction displayed extraordinary respect for Akechi, a figure previously considered a high-ranking figure within the group. Although Hanako Arasaka was now imprisoned, her communications with the outside world tightly blocked, the Pheasant faction was not completely helpless. Through covert channels, they were still able to receive fragmentary messages from the trapped young lady and her most loyal guard, Oda Sandefu. Akechi's name was mentioned repeatedly in these fragmentary yet valuable intelligence. Ms. Hanako, in her characteristically critical manner, described him as one of the few who have managed to maintain a clear mind even after being sent to the chaotic land of North America. Oda Sandafu's assessment was even more direct. A man of considerable talent, perfectly suited for participation in the operation. It was precisely these powerful endorsements from deep within the prison that gave Akechi a preeminent position within the Pheasant faction's operational structure. Not only was he included in the core decision-making circle, but he was also granted near-autocratic command authority. In a sense, he was the chief commander of this operation. This title was not undeserved. As representatives of the 100 ninjas and Pheasant faction members unfolded a holographic map of Night City in the safe house, everyone's eyes turned to Akechi. He had the responsibility and the authority to decide on this rescue. And Akechi did not disappoint them. He immediately delivered a powerful piece of news. I have located Miss Hanako's location. These words exploded through the crowd like an electromagnetic pulse bomb. Ever since Arasaka Hanako's imprisonment, her location had been elusive. With Michiko's covert support, Arasaka Nobuyuki had virtually controlled the entire Arasaka intelligence network in Night City. Every time the Pheasant faction gained a clue, they would immediately relocate the prisoner. Just as they were pondering how to find out Miss Hanako's current location, the commander came up and announced that he had information. Several ninjas sitting in the corner unconsciously straightened their backs. Just a few minutes ago, some of them had doubted whether this commander, who enjoyed the master's trust and high-ranking authority, could complete his command. But now, those doubtful gazes had turned to burning anticipation. If the commander's words were true, then their plan to rescue Miss Hanako might be implemented much sooner than expected. Here are the exact coordinates. Akechi's finger swiped across the holographic projection, and a 3D map of Night City unfolded before everyone. His fingertip finally rested on North Oak, the wealthy district known for its tight security. The projection zoomed in, revealing a villa surrounded by lush trees. Arasaka Nobuyuki has maintained Miss Hanako's respectability on the surface. Akechi's voice was tinged with sarcasm, as if addressing the CO who had imprisoned a loved one. So, the relocation location this time isn't the dungeon, but the private villa complex in North Oak. Akechi's voice was remarkably clear within the confined room. He inserted a glowing neural chip into the holographic map, and as data streamed, several surveillance footage unfolded in the air. In the footage, bodyguards in tailored suits patrolled in groups of 3, their tie clips concealed with microscanners. Security robots stood everywhere, their optical lenses glowing red in the darkness. Each of these latest models was equipped with lethal technological weapons. Aiming such objects was a simple task for robots, so they lacked the intelligent weapons favored by ordinary security personnel. Akechi magnified the lawns at the edges of the screen. Beneath the seemingly neatly trimmed turf, Akechi highlighted in red the dense array of sensor mines. Don't be fooled by appearances, Akechi said, tracing his finger across the projection, zooming in on the cross-section of the hidden defenses. These automated turrets are disguised as landscape sculptures. 2 vibration-sensing mines are buried beneath each square meter of lawn. Then the projection switched to thermal imaging mode, revealing a sniper platform hidden in the treetops. The defense level is comparable to the floors of Arasaka Tower. Don't be careless. At this moment, a man not directly involved in the operation, but a core planning member of the Pheasant faction leaned forward slightly and cautiously posed a crucial question. Mr. Akechi, with all due respect, while it's not my position to question your arrangements, the level of detail in this information and the security details you mastered are truly astonishing. Considering that you're still under Arasaka's close surveillance, I must ask, how exactly did you manage to obtain this information in such a dangerous situation? This Pheasant faction member didn't doubt Akechi's loyalty. After all, he was personally vouched for by Miss Hanako and Mr. Oda Sandayu, and their judgment was unmistakable. However, precisely because of this, he was even more worried. Had that cunning Arasaka Nobuyuki already been aware of Mr. Akechi's covert investigation and deliberately set a trap? Could this seemingly valuable information be a deadly trap carefully laid by his opponent? I had anticipated someone would ask such a question. Akechi calmly surveyed the group, his fingertips tapping lightly on the table. His voice carried the calmness of a prepared mind. I didn't obtain this information myself. Given my current situation, any direct action would be too risky, but I use special channels to commission mercenaries from my past life to investigate on my behalf. Mercenaries? Those desperate criminals living on the streets? This answer clearly exceeded the expectations of the Pheasant faction members. Several of them exchanged skeptical glances, some unconsciously frowning. Such crucial, confidential information was actually obtained by those mercenaries. A subtle commotion echoed in the meeting room. A young member couldn't help but frown. In his mind, those mercenaries lurking beneath the neon lights were nothing more than reckless men working for a living. How could they possibly reach Arasaka's most secretive security arrangements? But soon, several recognizable names surfaced in their minds. Morgan Blackhand, KK. As they recalled those legendary names, their nascent doubts vanished. If it's my next life. An older member rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That bar KK frequents. Perhaps there really are mercenaries of that caliber. Although most of them had never set foot in Night City before, the rumors of that speakeasy had long since become legendary. It was said that every specialty drink there corresponded to a legend, and that it was a gathering place for legends. Akechi noticed the change in their expressions, realizing they no longer questioned the point. With a slight nod, he continued, 48 hours. We only have 48 hours. A holographic image flickered, and a countdown appeared before everyone. 48 hours. This isn't the exact time, but I hope you can consider it the final deadline. Akechi continued, Ms. Hanako was relocated just 3 days ago. We must remain cautious and complete the operation as quickly as possible. If Arasaka's Nobu learns of our actions or becomes aware of them, Ms. Hanako will soon be relocated again. Then, his gaze swept across each face like a knife. Not only will our operation fail, but the chances of rescuing Ms. Hanako will also be minimized. So these 48 hours are our perfect window to rescue Ms. Hanako. Either we succeed, or... He paused for a deliberate half-second. It's the end of all of us. Akechi's voice, tinged with coldness, evoked a glance between them. Finally, those who had long been prepared looked at Akechi and nodded resolutely. We've been prepared for this, Mr. Akechi. I'm ready, Carl. Arasaka Nobuyuki remained on the line with Carl, his tone tinged with emotion. I didn't expect so many from the Pheasant faction to come this time, and they developed such a force right under my nose. It seems I underestimated their determination. Rather than determination, I think one of my suspicions might be coming true. Carl, who had just concluded a meeting with the Pheasant faction to discuss how to rescue Arasaka Hanako, said, their understanding of Arasaka and their familiarity with your style of operation are far beyond the capabilities of the Pheasant faction's higher-ups. So, the possibility I mentioned earlier is becoming increasingly real. You mean that incident before? Arasaka's Nobuyuki clearly understood that Carl was referring to the deceased old man. He paused for a moment before speaking. If it were him, he could indeed have made such an arrangement. And he's the only one who knows Arasaka so well. I already begun to understand. Arasaka's Nobuyuki continued. So, I think your plan to lure the snake out of its hole can be implemented, but it needs to be more thorough. I'm not just targeting these Pheasant faction members, I'm also targeting the people behind them. Are you asking me to use that identity to rescue Hanako Arasaka? As long as Hanako can be rescued, given her personality, even if it doesn't reach that level, she at least have a certain level of trust in you. When the time comes, regardless of whether that old man is behind this, the truth will come to light, and then... Let me, Akechi, handle the situation, right? Carl didn't see any problem with it. That's pretty much what I was planning from the beginning, but the 100-man ninja group is quite capable. The ninja I met today are all quite skilled, so I need to borrow some from you. You can command anyone around me, including me. If necessary, I can act as bait and take risks to carry out your plan. When Carl mentioned the need for manpower, Nobuyuki spoke without hesitation, even at the cost of himself being bait. Compared to Carl, who was in far greater danger as Akechi in the enemy camp, being just bait meant nothing. Bait? Carl thought for a moment. He instinctively wanted to refuse, but after some thought, he decided it was okay. After all, if there isn't enough bait, you can't catch a big enough fish. And for Hanako Arasaka, or the person behind her, what bait could be bigger than Arasaka Nobuyuki? If even rescuing Hanako Arasaka doesn't reveal the true secret, I use you as bait. The manpower I need isn't complicated though. Do you need my secret forces? I only need the combat team. A combat team? But how can a combat team compare to the 100-man ninja team? Their strength. Midway through his speech, Arasaka's Nobu suddenly realized which action team Carl was referring to. Are you talking about the second action team? Of course. Carl said, based on what I learned during today's secret meeting, these individuals summoned by the Pheasant faction for this last-ditch effort don't have a deep understanding of Arasaka Tower due to the information blockade. Many of them are visiting North America for the first time, and for fear of alerting the enemy, they dare not seek information from official Arasaka channels. They have absolutely no idea what's going on inside Arasaka Tower. If I were to bring a combat team and claim they were my men, they wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Since they don't know anything about the combat team, they naturally don't know how many people are in it, or who leads it. Is that right? Arasaka Nobuyuki said, is that so? But there was a hint of amusement in his voice, perhaps a hint of anticipation for what was to come. I thought this would be a surprise for my sister. Maybe it could also be a surprise for your father, since it's my memorial money. After all, when he passed away, I just gave him a little farewell, not money. The sentiment was there, but not the material things. If I had the chance to make up for it this time, it would be perfect. You're quite traditional. I can't be that traditional. Ghost money and the like are just old-fashioned things. I prefer more practical things for memorial money. For example, tungsten gold bullets, or something like that. Chapter 819. According to reliable intelligence, Arasaka Nobuyuki will be forced to accompany newly elected U.S. President Rosalind Myers to a press conference tomorrow due to public engagements. During this special period, due to his full participation in this highly politically charged public event, Arasaka Nobuyuki will be unable to obtain accurate, real-time intelligence on Ms. Arasaka Hanako's whereabouts. This press conference is expected to last a considerable amount of time, during which time Arasaka Nobuyuki's attention and intelligence network will be diverted by this important diplomatic event. In other words, this is the perfect time to rescue Ms. Hanako? That's right. If we miss this opportunity, we may never find such a perfect window for action again. The wise voice on the line was deep and firm. Tomorrow you will. We must arrive at our pre-planned strategic locations A, B, and C within the designated timeframe and await deployment. 10 of the ninja team's top experts, along with my most trusted subordinates, familiar with the terrain, will carry out the operation. Akechi paused, then continued, your responsibility is to ensure the seamless support and buy us enough time to respond to a possible counterattack by Arasaka Nobuyuki. Remember, Miss Hanako will cherish your sacrifice. For Miss Hanako's safety, please give your all. Understood, Mr. Akechi? We will follow your orders for Miss Hanako. Listening to the resolute voice on the other end of the line, Akechi finally hung up, citing the possibility of further exposure. The specific plan for rescuing Arasaka Hanako had been finalized long ago, after consultation with the Pheasant faction and Arasaka Nobuyuki. All that remained was a matter of timing, and with Arasaka Nobuyuki's cooperation, finding that window of opportunity was easy. 24 hours had passed since Akechi's first meeting with the Pheasant faction. The reason he had to wait until tomorrow to act was because, as part of the performance, Arasaka Nobuyuki needed to prepare. He had to carefully select individuals whose identities were suspected of having ties to other companies, and who were likely spies for other companies. He would then arrange security with a small number of his own personnel, who could be evacuated quickly. He also had to prepare a seemingly hasty counterattack to ensure maximum casualties for the Ninja 100 and the Pheasant faction's last-ditch effort. This had to be done with just the right balance, ensuring no harm to his own personnel, while also eliminating as many members of the Pheasant faction and the Ninja 100 as possible without alerting the Pheasant faction that their plan had been compromised. Every person eliminated will weaken Hanako Arasaka's influence in Night City. This will significantly increase the power held by Akechi after the operation is completed. By then, if Akechi, despite his many contributions, still fails to earn Hanako's trust in her next move, then Arasaka is being overly cautious, and this will inevitably undermine the loyalty of others. After all, a leader who is even stingy with rewards will only send chills down the spines of his followers. Tomorrow's operation is at 10 a.m. You should be able to get up, right? Carl, ever the wise one, ended the call, and looked at the few people listening quietly before him. You, a sleepyhead, asking us if we can get up? Isn't that a bit out of line? Jack muttered speechlessly, his gaze sweeping over V, Oliver, and Johnny beside him, before landing on David. He asked with some concern, David, you be staying with us tonight. Are you comfortable with your bed? If you're not used to it, I can pick you up tomorrow. It's okay, Jack. David shook his head, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After all, I'm a member of the 2nd Combat Team. How could I possibly run back just because I couldn't sleep at this moment? It would be too easy to expose myself. In fact, David was more worried about being too excited to sleep than about not being able to sleep, and then his poor mental state would arouse the suspicion of those Pheasant faction members. Although David was considered one of the best mercenaries in Night City, and had taken on many large contracts that would make the whole of Night City remember him, he had never even encountered an operation of the scale of tomorrow's, let alone participated in it. Before, he could only listen to men brag about his experiences with Carl and the others, while he drooled in envy. Now, finally fighting alongside Carl and the others, and on such a monumental scale, how could he not be filled with excitement? You groaned so much, David. Oliver watched from the sidelines as David, his face filled with excitement, didn't even tremble. He could tell that David was simply overcome by emotion, not letting it affect his body, a truly remarkable feat for a mercenary. The ability to perfectly separate surging emotions from combat instinct is rare in Night City's mercenary world, and anyone who manages this, barring any unforeseen circumstances, often goes on to establish a reputation. But when he thought of this, Oliver felt that he had been viewing David with a certain old perspective. David was already a renowned mercenary in Night City, yet he still subconsciously viewed this younger brother of Saint Domingo as a greenhorn mercenary from the past. He was clearly unqualified. He knew David's abilities were considerable, but it was strange to still feel that way. "Have you given Man and Lucy a heads up?" Oliver asked with concern, his tone a touch more gentle than an older brother's. "And have you let Mom know you're safe?" "Everything's been arranged, Oliver." A reassuring smile curved David's lips. That smile held the composure of a professional mercenary, yet also hinted at the youthful spirit that once trailed behind the crowd. "Tomorrow, I will definitely not let you down. Safety is more important than disappointment, David." V spoke to David. "Nothing is more important than safety. There are people waiting for you. Don't rush into anything, we take care of you." "Yes, I won't forget." David had never forgotten the teachings of Carl and the others. Seeking help from one's companions when possible is never shameful or humiliating. Time passed, and by 9 o'clock the next morning, Mingji had arrived at the designated location.